Chapter 1. The Replication of Spatial Abilities. Here comes an announcement. According to predictions from astronomical experts, a unseen millennium blood moon will grace the sky on the night of August 15th, just 7 days from now. Following the emergence of the blood moon, the entire sky may turn crimson thus. We urge everyone to remain calm. What is this place? In the male dormitory of Jiangdan University 303, Jiang Bai surveyed his surroundings, as well as the news broadcast on his computer, with a look of shock and disbelief. This is my dormitory, and today is August 8th. Jiang Bai muttered to himself, a tempest of emotions swelling within him. I returned. He had traveled back from the 7th year after the apocalypse to a mere week before its outbreak. As for how he managed this feat, Jiang Bai could not fathom. All he remembered was his fierce battle to the death with Zhao Wuji from the War God Hall, ultimately falling victim to Zhao Wuji and being brutally slain. Who would have thought he would suddenly find himself 7 years in the past? The external world appeared tranquil, seemingly flourishing. But Jiang Bai alone understood that this was merely a facade. In 7 days, on August 15th, the Mid-Autumn Festival, the blood moon would hang high in the sky, and a cosmic virus would sweep across the globe. Nations would fall, and the entire world would descend into chaos, devoid of any semblance of luxury. 80% of the population would be infected by the virus, reduced to mere walking corpses. The remaining 20% would struggle to survive, scurrying like rats, perpetually on the run, and facing starvation. It was an era of darkness that no one would wish to endure more than once. The law of the jungle would prevail, with humanity resorting to cannibalism, treating lives as if they were mere weeds. Celebrities and affluent individuals, once high and mighty, would sell everything they owned for a mere bun, descending into the depths of depravity. The world would be plunged into utter chaos, void of order. Zhao Wuji. Recalling the scenes of the future, Jiang Bai's hands clenched tightly, his face contorted with hatred. Yet he soon relaxed his grip, slumping helplessly onto the desk. What difference would it make if he were reborn? He would still be no match for Zhao Wuji. If one were to encapsulate the relationship between Zhao Wuji and him in a single phrase, it would be that of protagonist and antagonist. Zhao Wuji, akin to the protagonist in a tale, would experience countless fortuitous encounters and rise swiftly after the apocalypse. Each time he faced peril, he would transform danger into opportunity. And he, merely a minuscule stumbling block on Zhao Wuji's path to greatness. Jiang, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look so filled with hatred, as if someone owes you 5 million? Could it be that you've been cuckolded? A sudden arm draped over Jiang Bai's shoulder, accompanied by a cheeky, slightly irritating face that leaned in closer. You dare. Just as Jiang Bai was about to unleash a tirade, he abruptly froze in place. Before him materialized a virtual panel. Name: Lu Yan. Gender: male. Ability: spatial unawakened. Replicable. What is this? Jiang Bai's expression shifted, and he quickly turned his gaze to another roommate in the dormitory. Name: Wang Meng. Gender: male. Ability: none. Not replicable. System: this is the system. Jiang Bai's shoulders began to tremble slightly as he fought to suppress the joy bubbling within him. As a seasoned reader who had immersed himself in web literature for over a decade, he understood precisely what a system entailed. The bug of myriad worlds, a necessary golden finger for the rise of the protagonist. It is said that the system precedes the heavens, and the protagonist exists even before the system. Furthermore, it is often quipped that encountering a system is akin to diving into the depths of the sea. Even a fool can ascend to immortality. Spatial abilities detected. Would you like to replicate? Replicate. Hurry, replicate. Jiang Bai urged internally. Abilities. He would finally possess his own power. Indeed, in his previous life, he had never activated any abilities. He was merely a product of multiple genetic modifications. Although he eventually became a formidable force, his strength still paled in comparison to that of truly powerful ability users. Replication in progress. Replication successful. Name: Jiang Bai. Gender: male. Physical strength: 1. Average value for normal humans is 1. Ability: spatial. Slots used 13. As this was the host's first replication of an ability, a complementary enhancement of the ability is granted. As the system's voice resonated, Jiang Bai felt a wave of excruciating pain rip through his body. It hurt. It hurt immensely. It felt as though someone were using a dagger to slice his flesh, piece by piece. Yet, Jiang Bai remained seated, gritting his teeth in silence. This level of agony was something he had endured multiple times in his past life. In comparison to the immense power that would come from enhancing his abilities, this pain was trivial. Jiang, what's wrong with you? Why does your expression look so grotesque? Could it be that you've truly been cuckolded? Lu Yin remarked, feigning seriousness. Jiang Bai was rendered speechless. As the pain intensified, his consciousness was drawn into a white space. The area was not large, estimated to be around 50 cubic meters, yet it gradually expanded. 100 cubic, 200 cubic, 500, 1,000, 5,000. In the end, Jiang Bai could no longer gauge the size of the white space. How dull. I'm off to class. Seeing Jiang Bai remain silent, Lu Yin exchanged a glance with Wang Ming, and the two exited the dormitory. Time passed slowly. Minutes later, the white space ceased to expand, and the pain in Jiang Bai's body receded like the tide. Phew, that truly was painful. Jiang Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaling deeply. Though he was unafraid of pain and could endure it in silence, it did not mean he had a penchant for suffering. Let me test my spatial abilities. After venting his frustrations, Jiang Bai excitedly picked up a cup from his desk and concentrated. In an instant, the cup vanished into thin air from his grasp. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Bai's figure also disappeared from the chair. When he reappeared, he was lying on his bed, munching on an apple. The apple was something he had just acquired using his spatial abilities from a nearby supermarket. Spatial abilities, truly one of the three great powers of the universe, they are indeed formidable. Jiang Bai took a bite of the apple, nodding in satisfaction. Based on his earlier test, he found that his spatial powers currently allowed for teleportation and item storage. The range of teleportation was within 100 meters. Theoretically, as long as his stamina and physical strength could withstand it, he could teleport an infinite number of times. However, as the level of his abilities increased, the distance of teleportation would expand as well. And with a white space, Jiang Bai glanced at the star-spangled banner hanging in the dormitory, a wicked smile creeping across his face. As the apocalypse approached, what was in dire need? Certainly, it was resources. What does one do when they find themselves in Eagle Sauce country with empty pockets? Naturally, one resorts to zero-cost shopping. Jiang Bai rose from his bed and strode out of the dormitory without looking back. As for the class Lu Yin mentioned, Jiang Bai scoffed. With the apocalypse imminent, who in their right mind would still attend class? Chapter 2. Infinite possibilities. Upon exiting the dormitory, Jiang Bai did not hastily depart from Zhengdan University. Instead, he made his way towards the library, driven by the intention of seeking out a specific individual, an enchanting woman. This was not a fleeting whim to engage in romantic pursuits. Rather, this woman possessed an enigmatic and extraordinary ability. Ji Yulinga, the campus belle of Zhengdan University, was renowned for her beauty, yet was aloof in nature. Regardless of whom she encountered, her countenance remained perpetually ICY. In the early days of the apocalypse, Gulinger was a mere shadow, devoid of any remarkable traits. However, 3 years into the cataclysm, her name resonated worldwide. Astonishing countless survivors, through sheer will, she commandeered several military bases in the Eagle Sauce Nation, ascending to the status of a formidable ruler. What was most chilling was the unwavering loyalty exhibited by both the base officers and soldiers towards Guling. They would follow her commands without hesitation, even to the point of self-sacrifice. It wasn't until 6 years into the apocalypse that humanity finally comprehended the nature of Gulinger's power. Her ability was one of mental manipulation. She could dominate the minds of others, altering their subconscious to ensure their allegiance in the realm of the apocalypse. The true terror did not stem from the undead or ferocious beasts, but rather from the treachery of the human heart. One could never ascertain the true intentions of another. Betrayal remained the most excruciating of experiences. In a previous life, Jiang Bai had witnessed numerous strong individuals perish at the hands of zombies, all due to the treachery of their kin. Without exception, The disbelief and regret in their final moments were etched into their expressions. However, if one were to possess Gu Linger's extraordinary ability, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. Mental control not only allowed one to manipulate others, but also to perceive their innermost thoughts. The moment any flicker of dissent arose, it could be detected instantly as he strolled through the campus. Jiang Bai's gaze scanned the faces of numerous students, searching for those endowed with unique abilities. After replicating Liu Yan's spatial powers, only 2 slots remained in the system. Yet this did not imply that he was limited to merely 3 abilities. With upgrades, the number of slots could expand, potentially reaching 5, 10, or even 100 at Imagine. While others toiled to activate a single ability, he could wield over 100 powers. What a magnificent spectacle that would be. If others could conjure fireballs, so could he not if they could summon lightning? He too would have that capability. He could even juggle fire and electricity simultaneously. A dazzling display, indeed, I could see that point. Who in this world could possibly impede his progress? The more he pondered, the more elated he felt, a smile blossoming on his face. Had it not been for his striking looks, he might have been mistaken for a lecherous man by passing female students. Name, Billy. Gender, male. Ability, none. Name, Erica. Gender, female. Ability, none. Name, Hushasha. Gender, female. Ability, none. As he continued on, Jiang Bai encountered not a single student possessing any abilities until he reached the entrance of the library. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Those with extraordinary powers were indeed rare, and not everyone was fortunate enough to possess such gifts. The library of Jingdan University was vast, soaring over 10 stories high, filled with students engrossed in their studies. Heads were bowed in silence, diligently reviewing their coursework, blissfully unaware that the apocalypse loomed just 7 days away. Each student harbored their own dreams and aspirations for the future. Not long ago, Jiang Bai had been just like them, racing against time to fill his mind with knowledge. Yet now, he found little inclination to study, wandering the library in search of that singular captivating figure. He remembered that Gu Ling spent her time in the library when not attending classes. Eureka! Suddenly, Jiang Bai's eyes lit up as he spotted her, directing his steps towards the bookshelf on his right. That Jiu Linger was indeed stunning. Her status as the campus belle spoke volumes about her beauty. Long, slender legs, a delicate waist, and an alluring figure complemented by flowing hair that cascaded behind her, her bright eyes seemingly radiating light. Yet, she was also cold, so much so that she had no friends within the entire university. Approaching her from behind, Jiang Bai placed a hand on her shoulder and greeted, "Hi, Gu Ling, long time no see." The system detected the mental ability. "Would you like to replicate?" "Replicate." Now replicating. Replication successful. Before Gu Linger could turn around, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Bai's mind that a wave of pain, lighter than before, surged through him, causing his body to tremble. Jiu Linger, startled by the sudden contact, furrowed her brow and turned to face him. Seeing him shivering, she coldly remarked, "Remove your filthy hand. I dislike being touched by men. Moreover, if you're unwell, hurry to the infirmary and don't waste your treatment time." Her voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the library, causing every student who heard her to lift their heads in astonishment. The goddess had spoken. They had always presumed her mute. "What did you say? I warn you, speak with caution. Dare to slander my goddess, and you'll regret it. Come on, who is afraid of whom?" With Gu Linger's words, the library erupted into chaos. Once the pain subsided, Jiang Bai withdrew his hand from her shoulder, wearing a smile as he said, "Thank you." With that, he turned and exited the library, not sparing Gu Linger another glance. What did her beauty matter? When the apocalypse struck, zombies would not care for one's looks. To them, the living were merely sustenance. Watching Jiang Bai's retreating figure, Gu Linger furrowed her brow further. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was unwell. Thank her for what? Stepping out of the library, Jiang Bai was in high spirits, having acquired the ability of mental control. Next, he would embark on a zero-cost shopping spree. As for any moral burdens, he merely scoffed. In the Eagle Sauce Nation, what burdens could he possibly bear? At worst, he could write an IOU to the shopkeepers from whom he had purchased items. Name, Jiang Bai. Gender, male. Physical strength, 5 abilities. Space LV1, strong. mental control LV1 slots used, 23 with the activation of these two abilities. Jiang Bai's physical strength had naturally increased to 5 points, equating to 5 times that of an ordinary person. The term strong following his spatial ability was indeed literal, indicating that his spatial powers had been enhanced. In his previous life, he had never encountered any formidable individuals with spatial abilities, suggesting that Liu Yin had perished in the early days of the apocalypse, or that his powers were simply not as versatile as Jiang Bai's. Chapter 3. Large-Scale Zero-Cost Shopping Ugly Covenant. The largest city in the Eagle Sauce Nation, also recognized as a core city globally, boasts a population of tens of millions. Within this metropolis, one can find a plethora of resources, including even some contraband. As Jiang Bai strolled through the streets, he glanced at the bustling supermarkets and gun shops lining the sidewalks, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was currently 7 p.m. And once darkness enveloped the city, he would spring into action for a zero-cost shopping spree. However, before initiating his plan, he needed to replenish his energy with some food in a Chinese restaurant. Jiang Bai waved his hand grandly and ordered 4 dishes and a soup. In just 7 days, the apocalypse would descend. It would be a stroke of luck for most to even have a morsel to eat, let alone a female server placed a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup before Jiang Bai. Casting him a flirtatious glance, Jiang Bai possessed unwavering confidence that if he merely gestured with his hand, the server would undoubtedly accompany him that night. Yet he refrained, entirely engrossed in the delightful feast before him. 1 bowl of rice. 2 bowls of rice. After consuming a hearty 5 bowls, Jiang Bai tossed a few dollar bills onto the table, patted his belly in satisfaction, and exited the Chinese restaurant. The clock read 7:45 p.m. Glancing at the horizon, Jiang Bai's figure flickered, appearing within a warehouse. This was a small armory, spanning approximately 200 square meters, with walls and floors brimming with firearms and ammunition, sidearms, hand grenades, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and Gatling guns were all present. With a mere thought, the weapons vanished in a thin air, leaving not a single shell behind. Once all the armaments had disappeared, Jiang Bai teleported away from the armory, flashing to a second gun shop. That moment, the shop owner was dozing off at the cash register, oblivious to the fact that his inventory had already been completely cleared out by Jiang Bai. Aside from the firearms displayed on the wall behind him, the second shop, named Tosi Gun Shop, was a large establishment, ranking among the top 3 in the entire city of Choiwe, with surveillance cameras in every corner and infrared sensors. Its defenses were undeniably rigorous. However, Jiang Bai remained unfazed. He instantaneously appeared in the surveillance room. With 2 gunshots, he dispatched the 2 security guards fixated on the monitors and disabled the surveillance system. In a flash, he reappeared in the armory. It was vast, immensely so. The armory of Tosi Gun Shop was the size of 2 football fields. The weapons stored inside exceeded mere individual combat gear: M79 grenade launchers, M134 heavy machine guns, M3E1 missiles, RPG rocket launchers, and even several helicopters. Everything was his. Jiang Bai transformed into a laborer, swiftly navigating the armory. Speed was of the essence. Once Tosi Gun Shop discovered the demise of the 2 security guards, they would undoubtedly send someone to investigate the armory. At that point, emptying the armory would become exceedingly difficult, unless he was willing to expose his spatial abilities. Should the apocalypse erupt, revealing his spatial powers would be inconsequential, as his trump card was not merely his spatial abilities. But for now, it was imperative to keep them hidden. This was merely a private armory. He had larger ambitions ahead. Thus, he continued to move. And wherever Jiang Bai traversed, countless weapons vanished without a trace. Approximately 5 minutes later, the entire armory had been thoroughly cleared out by Jiang Bai. His eyes glimmered as he took out a piece of paper and inscribed a message before teleporting away. Should anyone pick up the note, they would find it stated, "I am Zhao Wuji of the War God Temple, borrowing your weapons for a time." Shortly after Jiang Bai departed, a fully armed squad of mercenaries burst into the armory. Gazing at the empty space, shock registered on the faces of all the mercenaries. That night, Jiang Bai visited nearly every gun shop, large and small, across Choiwe. Operators at the Eagle Sauce Nation Security Agency were overwhelmed with calls. Every few minutes, they received a report requesting the apprehension of a man named Jiang Bai. 12 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Bai appeared on a park bench, listening to the wailing sirens echoing through the streets. A satisfied smile gracing his face. From his white space, he retrieved a warm meal and began to devour it heartily. After a night of relentless action, he had utilized his spatial abilities countless times. Leaving him utterly fatigued, he had no idea how many weapons he had transferred to the white space. He only knew that the number of helicopters alone had surpassed 100 today for firearms and ammunition. They were simply beyond counting. Upon detecting that the proficiency of his spatial abilities was maxed out, it began to upgrade. Upon completion, his current level rose to level 2. A warm current coursed through Jiang Bai's body. Instantly dissipating his weariness and revitalizing him, he opened his attribute panel to check. Name: Jiang Bai. Gender: male. Body strength: 6. Abilities: space LV2 strong, mind control LV1. Use slots: 23. With the upgrade of his spatial abilities to level 2, his body strength increased by another point. Jiang Bai closed his eyes, beginning to sense the changes that accompanied this upgrade. With the enhancement of his powers, his teleportation distance now reached 200 meters. The once expansive white space doubled in size. The amassed weapons did not even occupy a corner of the white space. The revolution had yet to succeed. Comrades still needed to strive. Jiang Bai opened his eyes and vanished from the bench. This time, his target was the large shopping malls and supermarkets in Choi, a city with a population exceeding 10 million. Chowa was home to numerous supermarkets, far surpassing the number of gun shops. In the aftermath of an apocalypse, not only food, water, and weapons were vital, but also medicine and clothing. Upon Jiang Bai's arrival at Fox Supermarket, he witnessed 4 or 5 burly men forcefully attempting to breach the supermarket's entrance. Clearly, they too sought to partake in a $0 purchase in the Eagle Sauce Nation. Such acts were commonplace, almost trivial. The authorities were generally disinterested in smaller incidents of $0 purchases, often resorting to mere reprimands. After all, prison space was limited, and the population engaging in $0 purchases was vast. They could not imprison everyone. Moreover, for some vagrants, prison represented a dream haven, providing food and shelter without the need to wander the streets. Jiang Bai cast a brief glance at the men before disregarding them entirely, teleporting into the supermarket. Chapter 4. Spare no resources. Mineral water, take. Instant noodles, take. Safety umbrellas, take. Wait, did something seem out of place? Jiang Bai paid no heed to such thoughts. Every item within his sight was swiftly transferred to the white space. Cigarettes, alcohol, tea, fruits, vegetables, raw and cooked foods, snacks, beverages, various condiments, meats, and daily necessities. Within mere minutes, every item on the supermarket shelves had been completely cleared out by Jiang Bai. Yet he remained unsatisfied, rushing towards the warehouse at the back of the supermarket. The items on the shelves were merely a fraction of the inventory. The bulk resided within the warehouse, given the ample space he possessed and the time stagnation within. He had no fear of items spoiling from prolonged storage. With a resounding kick, Jiang Bai smashed open the warehouse door. Gazing at the warehouse brimming with supplies, he resumed his role as a mover. Meanwhile, the supermarket's entrance was breached by the burly men. As they entered, they found the shelves stripped bare, plunging into collective silence. They could not help but speculate who could possibly have outpaced them. Executing their actions with such decisiveness that a $0 purchase was one thing, but to leave not a single item behind was extraordinary. I continued to move. Like a locust, Jiang Bai left not a single item in his wake. He had already heard the commotion as the men entered, but he lacked the time to concern himself with them. Instead, he prioritized moving more supplies. After this night, only 6 days remained until the apocalypse would descend. With his actions this evening, it was likely that the Eagle Sauce Nation would uncover his secrets by dawn. Never underestimate anyone, especially not a nation. The Eagle Sauce Nation's status as the world's foremost power attests to the intelligence of its leaders. Even if they could not decipher his spatial abilities, they would surely deduce that he possessed something extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he empty hundreds of gun shops in a single night? Move. Move, move, move. Just as Jiang Bai finished relocating the last item, the 5 burly men arrived at the warehouse entrance. Upon witnessing the goods vanish in a thin air, one of the dark-skinned men exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of magical trick is this?" Kid, hand over your supplies. Another bald man drew a gun, aiming it at Jiang Bai's back with a menacing glare. Jiang Bai's expression momentarily shifted, a glint of murderous intent flashing across his face. Turning around, he spoke in a low tone. You all witnessed what just transpired, did you not? Quit the chatter and hand over your supplies. The bald man barked. Jiang Bai smiled, conjuring a dagger in his right hand, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Where did he go? The bald man gasped in shock, glancing around warily as if confronting a ghost. The other four men, sensing the danger, drew their weapons, their expressions tense. Yet, despite their thorough search of the warehouse, they could not locate Jiang Bai. This is unbelievable. Where is he? The bald man cursed, beads of sweat betraying his rising panic. Are you looking for me? Jiang Bai's mocking laughter echoed, his figure slipping through the gaps between the five men. Materializing outside the warehouse, the men prepared to fire. Crimson lines appeared on their necks, blood gushing forth. When did this happen? The bald man stammered, collapsing weakly to the ground. I had no intention of engaging with you. If you must place blame, direct it at yourselves. I detest being threatened by others. Jiang Bai, with a nonchalant smile, vanished into the depths of the supermarket. He felt no discomfort regarding the demise of the five burly men. In his previous life, he had witnessed and committed numerous acts of violence. Those who manage to survive in a post-apocalyptic world are hardly the gentle, dash-hearted. As for the do-gooders, Jiang Bai shook his head in disdain. A group battle may be lost, but the do-gooder must perish. The second supermarket was emptied. The third supermarket was stripped bare. Jiang Bai traversed the streets. Every supermarket, shop, and pharmacy, regardless of size, was thoroughly looted. He had to act with utmost urgency. Each passing second meant one less item to seize, diminishing his future advantage. The apocalypse is unlike ordinary times. Even the smallest resource can prove pivotal at certain moments. For instance, a box of anti-inflammatory medicine. Cigarettes, alcohol, and pharmaceuticals are second only to food, water, and weapons in this new world. In certain circumstances, they could be life-saving. The shops along one street were emptied. The stores on two streets were cleared out. That night passed unnoticed. The next morning, the owners of numerous shops stared blankly at their desolate stores. Empty. Aside from trash, their establishments contained nothing, not even a single shelf. Most importantly, the cash in their registers remained untouched. Who could have done this? I need to report this to the police. The shop owners cursed loudly, hastily retrieving their phones to call the National Security Agency. Moments later, police cars flashing red and blue lights arrived on the scene. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai lay soundly asleep in a hotel room. Possessing the ability to teleport, he had no need to register upon checking in an instant. By afternoon, Jiang Bai awakened, hearing the wailing sirens outside, and smirked in disdain. Rising from his bed, he casually switched on the television. The news reported, last night, hundreds of gun shops were completely looted, leaving only a note behind. According to the latest information from the security agency, shops along several streets in the city center were also emptied without a trace. That it is believed that the suspect possesses unique abilities, and all surveillance footage is being reviewed to uncover the true identity of the thief. The security agency has specifically advised shop owners to ensure someone remains on site at night to prevent theft. The television broadcasted incessantly about the looting. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, leaving his bed and heading to the bathroom. As expected, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The National Security Agency had begun to suspect his spatial powers. But so what? With the current capabilities of the security agency, they would not be able to apprehend him unless he let his guard down. Moreover, even if the shops ensured someone stayed behind, it made no difference to him. Tonight he did not plan to shop for free. He intended to make a grand move. After quickly freshening up, Jiang Bai tossed his toothbrush into the trash. In a flash, he appeared on the street, inside an unoccupied SUV. After igniting the engine using a unique method, he sped towards the outskirts. After today, the National Security Agency would surely go insane as dusk approached. Around 6 o'clock, Jiang Bai parked his vehicle atop a hill, gazing at the nearby large warehouses with a smile creeping across his lips. Ahead lay the National Security Agency's grain storage, containing at least 100 million tons of grain. Do not underestimate that figure. It represents the agency's reserve. 100 million tons of grain translates to 200 billion pounds. That if a person consumes 2 pounds of grain daily, it could sustain 1 billion people for a day, or 100 million people for 10 days. Even considering the population base of the agency, 100 million tons of grain could last for 2 months. Shaking his head, Jiang Bai cast aside any extraneous thoughts and blinked, teleporting into the first warehouse. Inside, towering mountains of flour and rice greeted him. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai transported the mountains of rice and flour into his white space. He asked for what the National Security Agency would eat in the future. That was no longer his concern. The apocalypse was imminent, and with the world's population dwindling, there would be fewer mouths to feed. Allowing food to rot in the warehouse would be a waste. Ba, I am too kind-hearted, Jiang Bai muttered to himself, turning to flee to the second warehouse. The second warehouse housed frozen meats: chicken, duck, lamb, beef, and pork. Judging by their color, they seemed to have been frozen only a few days prior. Now ripe for the taking. The only regret was that the National Security Agency's personnel did not prefer eating animal entrails, such as pig trotter or sheep kidney. Meanwhile, in Choiwa City, the head of the security agency, Chris, sat in the command center, meticulously watching the surveillance footage. During the day, he had already reported the situation to his superiors, who were particularly intrigued by the suspect capable of clearing out thousands of shops overnight. They issued a strong directive to capture the suspect alive. Thus, he set up ambushes in various shops, waiting for the thief to appear and be apprehended in one fell swoop. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 8 hours passed. As the clock struck 2, Intis, the leader, was the first to pull the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullet after bullet was unleashed towards Jiang Bai. In a flash, Jiang Bai's figure disappeared, only to reappear 200 meters away. He blinked again, and after several instances of instantaneous movement, Jiang Bai returned to the off-road vehicle he had left parked at a distance. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle sped away. Phew! Inside the car, Jiang Bai let out a long sigh. Tonight had truly exhausted him. After several hundred instances of instantaneous movement, even with his body's strength being 6 times that of an average person, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, what he had acquired for $0 today was an oil depot, not a military base of the Eagle Country. Otherwise, even with his spatial abilities, escaping would have been a formidable challenge. Chapter 6. The Eastern Face. Chris, an urgent announcement was broadcast. Last night, all the oil from the number 007 oil depot was stolen. In the near future, gasoline prices are expected to rise on the morning of the 3rd day. News reports splashed across major media outlets in Eagle Country, sparking outrage among countless car owners. What is going on? These fools are trying to use this to hike oil prices. We must protest. We must protest. They can't even catch a petty thief. What use is there in maintaining such incompetence? Car owners shouted in the streets. Jiang Bai sat quietly at a roadside stall, enjoying wontons and fried dough sticks. With the expansion of the rabbit family, these breakfast items had also made their way to Eagle Country, allowing students studying abroad the chance to savor the flavors of home. Excuse me, handsome, may I sit across from you? A light and airy female voice suddenly rang in Jiang Bai's ears. He looked up to see a tall, graceful woman with flowing hair and an Eastern face standing before him, smiling. Handsome, there are no seats available nearby. May I share a table with you? She asked with a smile. Jiang Bai glanced around and noticed that all the other seats were indeed occupied. He nodded and replied, "This seat is for everyone. Feel free." "Thank you," the woman responded politely, taking a seat across from him unhurriedly. Jiang Bai ignored her, lowering his head to continue eating his wontons and fried dough sticks. Soon he swallowed a bowl of wontons and raised his hand to beckon the owner, exclaiming, "Boss, another bowl of wontons, please." "Handsome, do you really enjoy eating wontons?" the woman suddenly asked. Jiang Bai paused momentarily, then nodded, saying, "I love them. They remind me of the flavors of my hometown." The woman's eyes lit up. "Is that so? Handsome, are you also from the rabbit family?" Jiang Bai replied proudly, Why not look like one?" The woman hurriedly shook her head and said, "Not at all, that ITS just that recently. Many people from the Foot Basin Chicken Country and the Kimchi Country have been impersonating the rabbit family and committing misdeeds. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Li, and I am also a member of the rabbit family." hailing from Tianjin City. Jiang Bai reached out and shook her hand lightly, a flicker of an enigmatic expression crossing his eyes. "Here are the wontons you ordered," the owner said at that moment, placing 2 bowls of wontons before Jiang Bai and the woman. Jiang Bai withdrew his hand and resumed eating, as if the woman before him was less appealing than the bowl of wontons. The woman, undeterred, also began to eat wontons. Minutes later, after finishing his second bowl, Jiang Bai wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked at the woman, saying, "Your name is not Li. It is Chris. And you are a Chinese American. Your identity is that of an agent from the Eagle Country's Security Bureau. You have appeared here on your superior's orders, deliberately approaching me to glean secrets about my identity. You already know my true self, or rather, I have never intended to conceal my identity from the beginning." The woman paused her eating, looked at Jiang Bai, and smiled slightly, saying, "Handsome, I think you have mistaken me for someone else. I truly am Li, not the Chris you mentioned. Furthermore, I am currently a 4th-year student at Stank University." Jiang Bai shook his head with a smile, replying, "Your superior is Roosevelt. He enjoys drinking and boasting. Sporting a full beard, this time, you have received his orders to deliberately approach me. The patrons seated around us are also your carefully arranged personnel on the rooftop 500 meters away from this stall. There lies a sniper named Shigo. Ms. Chris, am I correct in my assertions?" Seeing Jiang Bai speak with such detail, Chris decided not to maintain the fade any longer. Her demeanor shifted, exuding a sense of professionalism as she said, "Jiang Bai, I am very curious as to how you discovered my identity. Since you are aware of who I am, you should understand the purpose of my visit that I have come to deliver a message from above." They said that regarding the incident at the number 007 oil depot, they can overlook it. However, they hope you will cooperate with the Eagle Country and join us as long as you agree to collaborate. Feel free to set your terms. Money, status, beautiful women, even myself, can be yours. Jiang Bai shook his head, standing up firmly and declaring, "Go back and tell your superior that I, Jiang Bai, am a rabbit family member in life and a rabbit family ghost in death. I cannot betray my country for personal gain. However, if you wish for me to cease my $0 acquisitions, you must agree to one condition. Help me dismantle the War God Hall. Otherwise, I will ensure that I strip the Eagle Country of its grain, plunging you into a food crisis. Mr. Jiang Bai, may I take this as a threat against our Eagle Country?" Chris's expression turned cold. Jiang Bai shrugged, about to nod when a sudden sense of crisis washed over him. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Bang! A sniper bullet struck precisely where Jiang Bai had just been. He actually dodged it. Shigo's pupils contracted as he prepared to leave the rooftop, but a figure appeared out of thin air before him, blocking his path. "Where do you think you're going?" Jiang Bai said with a grim expression, were it not for the heightened sense of danger he had cultivated over many years in the apocalypse. That bullet could have cost him his life. Realizing that he could not escape unscathed today, Shigo dropped. Chris hesitated, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue. A glint of determination flashed in Roosevelt's eyes as he resolutely declared, "We can acquiesce to his demands and engage in collaboration, allowing him to lower his guard against us. Gradually, we shall uncover his vulnerabilities and through them, exert control, transforming him into a sharp blade in our arsenal. Yet, Chris, your seductive ploy has already faltered. Are you prepared to enlist another?" Chris, perplexed, sought clarity. Roosevelt merely smiled, offering no further elucidation. The St. Hall Hospital, the premier medical institution of Wharton City, was where Jiang Bai hastened to after departing the rooftop. If there existed a place in this world abundant with diverse pharmaceuticals, it would undoubtedly not be a pharmacy, but rather a hospital, a profit-driven entity. The hospital consumed vast quantities of medications daily. Controlled substances which pharmacies shied away from selling were commonplace within the hospital's walls. Take anesthetics, for instance. These drugs were utilized exclusively during surgical procedures, unavailable in external pharmacies. As the foremost hospital in Wharton City, St. Hall naturally catered to a significant patient load, resulting in a varied inventory of medications. Standing in the first-floor lobby, Jiang Bai surveyed his surroundings. The entire hall was teeming with people of different skin tones and languages. Yet each face bore a common expression of anxiety. Though the land of Eagle Sauce professed freedom and openness, Beneath this faade lay a rigid stratification of social classes. Here, the affluent indulged in their whims, availing themselves of superior education and the finest medical care, while the impoverished often lacked even the means to step foot in a hospital, forced to await death in their homes. Nevertheless, these disparities held no relevance for Jiang Bai. Throughout the annals of human history, class divisions have persisted across all eras. The adage, "the wealthy feast while the poor perish," holds true. Gazing towards the pharmacy, Jiang Bai did not bide his time for dusk when the crowds would thin. Instead, he executed a sudden teleportation into the storeroom. Amidst the throngs of onlookers, in a hospital, the flow of patients never ceased, rendering the notion of a quiet moment a fantasy. Good heavens, how did he get in? Is he performing magic? Nurses and family members of patients, witnessing Jiang Bai's sudden appearance through the glass, erupted in astonished exclamations, some even pulling out their phones to record the spectacle. Ignoring their reactions, Jiang Bai flashed a grin at a nurse and swiftly navigated the storeroom. With each stride he took, shelves laden with medications vanished in a thin why all that is holy. He truly is stealing drugs. I recognize him now. He is the elusive thief, the legendary master of theft. Good heavens, does he possess magical powers? How do the medicines simply disappear? The clamor intensified that a blonde nurse stood frozen in disbelief. Mouth agape. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Could this be the magic of the East? Stand aside, everyone. A heavily armed security guard pushed through the crowd, arriving at the storeroom. His firearm aimed through the glass at Jiang Bai. He squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the glass, failing to penetrate. It was bulletproof. The storeroom's glass had been fortified against such threats. In the land of eagle sauce, firearms were unregulated, and crime rate soared. To deter potential thieves, hospitals had long since installed bulletproof glass. Today, however, they had inadvertently shot themselves in the foot. Damn it. The head of security, a towering African-American, cursed vehemently upon witnessing the bullet's ineffectiveness. Jiang Bai smirked dismissively, disregarding the security personnel outside, and continued to frantically gather medications, pain relievers, fever reducers, cough syrup, and more in the impending apocalypse. These medicines would become scarce and invaluable. Even tonic herbs did not escape his collection. After all, in just 4 days, the world would plunge into chaos, and these medicines would be reduced to dust if left behind. It was far more prudent to take them, as they might still serve purpose. "Open the storeroom door now," the security chief shouted at the stunned nurse. Coming to her senses, she glanced at the now half-empty storeroom and hurried to press the opening button. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past, striking the space beside the nurse's hand. In a flash, Jiang Bai appeared behind her, incapacitating her with a swift strike and extending a middle finger towards the enraged security chief. He resumed his pillaging. Damn it! Provoked by the insult, the security chief unleashed a barrage of bullets against the bulletproof glass. Shells clattered to the ground as time wore on. The glass began to crack under the relentless fire. While the stockpile of medications dwindled, minutes passed. Jiang Bai completed his heist, vanishing from the storeroom. Shortly after his departure, the security chief finally breached the shattered glass, his expression darkening as he surveyed the empty space. It's over, it's over. Outside the hospital, the wail of sirens pierced the air. Chris entered the hospital with her team, her face devoid of emotion as she inquired, "Where is the thief?" Chapter 8. Intercepting the divine weapon from a past life, silence enveloped the crowd. Chris scanned the vicinity, but Jiang Bai was nowhere to be found. She turned and exited the hospital, acutely aware that she had again arrived too late. That cunning thief had slipped through her fingers once more. No, this time she hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. For reasons unknown, she felt an unprecedented urgency to capture this individual. These medications should suffice in the early days. Inside an off-road vehicle, Jiang Bai muttered to himself that in the initial phase of the apocalypse, humanity would find itself in dire need of pharmaceuticals. The apocalypse descended with no forewarning. People lacked adequate provisions, facing shortages of food and irregular diets. Many pampered individuals succumbed to ailments due to their inability to adapt to ordinary meals and tap water. Ordinary citizens, too, suffered from gastrointestinal issues and persistent fevers after consuming expired food in his previous life. Jiang Bai had witnessed robust individuals succumb to illness, their weakened bodies falling prey to zombies. This phenomenon persisted for an extended period until the emergence of superhumans with the ability to eradicate ferocious beasts brought about a change. Ultimately, those who could not endure perished. The apocalypse heralded not only the rise of zombies, but also rampant disease and a test of human nature. During such times, one must never trust others lightly. Regardless of their status, Virum, the off-road vehicle, sped down the road. Jiang Bai's next destination was the Chota Museum, located at 72 7th Avenue, Choyu City. Within the museum, a critically important weapon awaited his discovery, the slaughtering knife, an ancient blade from the Rabbit clan. Its origins remained shrouded in mystery, known only to have been brought back to the land of Eagle Sauce by an American over a century ago, where it was enshrined in the Chota Museum. His quest for the slaughtering knife was driven by its significance as the weapon of one of the future's 10 strongest, the Blade Emperor. According to the Blade Emperor himself, in the early days of the apocalypse, he had been a timid child, but upon being pursued by zombies, he fled to the Chota Museum and fortuitously encountered the slaughtering knife. Whether it was the knife that imbued him with courage or the terror of the zombies that ignited his resolve, he seized the knife and recklessly struck at the undead. From that day forward, the slaughtering knife became a symbol of bravery for him, instilling a sense of courage that propelled his advancement. There must be something extraordinary about that knife. I must locate it, Jiang Bai vowed silently. Pressing the accelerator and sending the off-road vehicle hurtling forward at T4 in the afternoon, in front of the Chota Museum, Jiang Bai carelessly parked the vehicle by the roadside, donning a hat and mask. He approached the museum at a measured pace. Uncertain of the exact location of the slaughtering knife within the museum, he understood that this time he could not afford to act recklessly. He needed to employ some cunning. The museum was bustling with visitors. Hundreds of security personnel stood vigilant at various points, maintaining order to prevent theft of artifacts. Jiang Bai blended in as a mere tourist, wandering through the exhibits, occasionally displaying a look of regret. He lamented not only for the nations represented, but also for the artifacts themselves, as he surveyed the collection in the Chota Museum. He noted that not a single piece belonged to the land of Eagle Sauce. All had been acquired through theft from other nations. They embodied the very essence of their namesake. Bandits, savages, beneath their outwardly gentlemanly facade lay a crude and barbaric nature, which would inevitably surface upon the outbreak of the apocalypse, plunging the land of Eagle Sauce into utter chaos. Buddha statues from the Song dynasty, Guanyin figures from the Tang dynasty, and bronze artifacts from the Qin dynasty. All manner of treasures drifted before Jiang Bai's eyes. At last, in the northwest corner of the museum, he spotted a blade displayed prominently. A sudden wave of joy surged within his heart as he hurried to the display stand where the knife was showcased. As he gazed upon it, he noticed that the blade was less than 1 meter in length, with a slender black body and a handle designed for a two-handed grip. Indeed, it was a Tang dynasty broadsword. Jiang Bai's face fell in disappointment. Despite the sword's remarkable presence and its blade glinting with a chilling light, it was not the slaughtering knife he sought. The Knife Emperor had once proclaimed that the slaughtering knife must exceed 1 meter in length, possess a broad blade, and be entirely crimson. Behold, it was akin to gazing into a sea of blood, an aura of murderous intent saturating his mind. You may not be the slaughtering knife, but you are still a fine blade. I shall return for you later, Jiang Bai murmured to the broadsword, continuing his search through the museum for the elusive slaughtering knife. Time slipped away. Approximately an hour passed. The number of visitors gradually dwindled, and Jiang Bai returned to the display stand, his brow furrowed. He had found nothing. He had scoured every exhibit in the museum, but had yet to uncover the slaughtering knife described by the Knife Emperor. Could it be that the slaughtering knife was not placed on display? Jiang Bai pondered. In an instant, his gaze fell upon the broadsword on the stand, and a spark of realization ignited in his mind. No, he remembered. The Knife Emperor had specifically mentioned that the slaughtering knife bore the grandeur of a great nation and the elegance of the East. Yet, in hand, it was relatively petite, unsuitable for Western aesthetics. Having been reforged, thus, Jiang Bai smashed the glass of the display stand with a decisive punch and grasped the broadsword. Examining it closely, was it possible that this broadsword was the original form of the slaughtering knife before it was reforged? The Knife Emperor, being a tall Westerner, would naturally perceive the broadsword as diminutive. Suddenly, a red alarm blared throughout the museum. Security personnel rushed towards Jiang Bai without hesitation. "Akati must be you," Jiang Bai declared with certainty, securing the broadsword and vanishing into the depths of the museum. Where did he go? How could he just vanish? That person was a thief. Quickly, report to the curator, informing them that a thief has made off with our treasure artifact. The head of security shouted, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, that if it were any other thief who had stolen the artifact, the higher-ups would not let him off so easily. Yet if it were the notorious thief who had stolen the treasures, he would bear no consequence. After all, this thief was capable of stealing from even oil depots. What was a mere artifact in comparison? In the blink of an eye, the head of security had already concocted a plan to evade responsibility. In the outskirts, within an uninhabited villa, Jiang Bai sat on the sofa, meticulously scrutinizing the broadsword. The broadsword originated from the Tang dynasty. The samurai sword that our nation boasted about was, in fact, a mere imitation of the broadsword's design. The blade was straight and unwavering, exuding the majesty of a sword and the dominance of a saber. "Let me test your might," Jiang Bai declared, rising to deliver a strike upon the marble tabletop before him. With a resounding crack, the marble table was cleaved in two, while the blade of the broadsword remained unscathed. "What a fine blade! Indeed, it is a remarkable weapon," Jiang Bai exclaimed, elated that at times a well-suited cold weapon holds greater significance than a firearm. Such was the case with the Knife Emperor in his past life. From the moment he rose to prominence, no one had witnessed him wielding a firearm. All firearms appeared as mere scrap metal in the presence of the Knife Emperor, easily shattered. Chapter 9. Enemies from a past life with a knife in hand. Slay those who wrong me. After toying with the slaughtering knife for a while, Jiang Bai began organizing the white space. Within this white space lay a plethora of resources: firearms, food, oil, automobiles, and medicines. There were 210 helicopters, approximately 170,000 handguns, over 110,000 submachine guns, around 7,200 Gatling guns, sniper rifles, heavy weaponry, and bullets in numbers too vast to count. As for food, there was at least over 100 million tons. Even if he were to consume a ton of food each day, it would take him 100 million days to finish. Coupled with the other resources, in short, he would never face worries in this lifetime. Reflecting on his previous life, Jiang Bai felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In his last life, he had traversed a path fraught with hardship, drinking from sewage and consuming rat meat, enduring great trials to become a Jin warrior. Yet in this life, with the apocalypse yet to arrive, he had already prepared everything to face it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could live in style during the apocalypse, even more so than before it. If he were to be granted 3,000 beautiful concubines, perhaps the future of humanity would rely upon him for its continuation. With his back secured, it was time to settle some scores. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes as he vanished from the villa. Zhongdan University. 4 days later, Jiang Bai returned to campus once again. Gazing at the girls' dormitory ahead, he casually pulled out a phone and dialed a number etched in his memory, a Gu Fangxue, a woman whom he had loathed for 7 years in the apocalypse. Every recollection made him wish to rend her into pieces. This woman, who feigned obedience, calling him Brother Jiang Bai sweetly, had betrayed him behind his back, ensnaring him in traps. Were it not for her, how would he have suffered humiliation and been hunted by various factions in his past life? Before the apocalypse erupted, he and Gu Fangxue had been in a romantic relationship. After the outbreak, consumed by thoughts of her, he had risked being bitten by zombies to rescue her from the girls' dormitory. Little did he know that upon breaking through the zombie horde and entering her room, he would find her in a compromising position with Zhao Wujie. They acted as if the zombies and he were non-existent. He was enraged. He wanted to rush forward to stop them, but was obstructed by a female subordinate of Zhao Wujie. In the ensuing struggle, his legs were broken, and he witnessed the entire scene unfold. He vividly recalled Gu Fangxue's expression at that moment, as well as her arrogant demeanor afterward, and the barbed words she hurled at him. "Jiang Bai, don't be foolish. You're just a pathetic dog, a dog, do you understand? If it weren't for your family's wealth, do you think I would have been with you? What do you possess that could compare to Wujia? To be frank, I agreed to be with you solely for your family's money. Your family went bankrupt because Wujia and I orchestrated it behind the scenes. You are nothing but a fool. A blindfooled, I in that moment. He truly felt fury. Gazing at the smug expressions of Zhao Wujia and Gu Fangxue, he wished to crawl over to settle the score, only to be thrown off the sixth floor by Zhao Wujia's female subordinate. Yet he did not die. He had thought that surviving such a calamity would surely bring him fortune. He envisioned himself, like many protagonists in stories, embarking on a path of rise, seeking deep vengeance, and slaying his enemies. Soaring high. However, the path of vengeance that followed revealed to him a bitter truth. He was not a protagonist, but rather a villain, crushed by the true protagonist in his quest for revenge. No matter what he did, he could not harm Gu Fangxue or Zhao Wujia. Instead, each of his actions only served to benefit Zhao Wujia. As for Zhao Wujia and Gu Fangxue, they did not conform to the typical depictions of protagonists in stories. Upon learning that he had survived, Gu Fangxue not only sent people to hunt him down, but also committed numerous heinous acts, framing him for them. Ultimately, this woman even went so far as to exploit the name of the war god Hall to publicly declare that he had joined the zombies, branding him a traitor to humanity. For this, he questioned the heavens time and again that if Zhao Wujia and Gu Fangxue were indeed the protagonists, then what justice remained in this world? Alas, his inquiries had never yielded any answers. If the rise of the protagonist must come at the cost of my suffering, then I shall not hesitate to wield the slaughtering knife and eradicate the protagonist, ensuring that no protagonist remains in this world. Jiang Bai's words echoed. Beep beep. The ringing of the phone interrupted Jiang Bai's reverie. Within moments, the call connected. Jiang Bai suppressed the murderous intent within him, speaking calmly. Hello, Fangxue, are you in the dormitory? I'm downstairs. Can you come down? Brother Jiang Bai, how many times have I told you not to come directly to the dormitory? If someone sees you, it would be quite problematic, a delicate voice responded from the phone. Oh, I understand. I will wait for you at our usual spot. Jiang Bai hung up, a cold smile gracing his lips. The reason he called Gu Fangxue was merely to ascertain her presence in the dormitory. As for her concerns about being seen, it was not the other girl she feared, but rather the possibility of being spotted by Zhao Wujia's people. You deserve to die. Jiang Bai chuckled coldly, his figure flickering as he vanished from the dormitory. The usual spot he referred to was an abandoned warehouse, the very place where he had first confessed his feelings to Gu Fangxue. Thus, this warehouse had become their old haunt, in the past. After hanging up the phone with Gu Fangxue, Jiang Bai would undoubtedly wait for her at the warehouse. However, today he did not. Instead, he instantaneously appeared within Gu Fangxue's dormitory. At that moment, Gu Fangxue was busy arranging her attire, and upon seeing Jiang Bai's sudden appearance, she was momentarily startled. Then, as if recalling something, she approached him with a smile, linking her arm with his, and sweetly said, Jiang Bai Gij, weren't you supposed to wait for me at our old place? Why have you come to our dormitory? Also, when I saw you on the news as a thief, I couldn't believe it. I never imagined you possessed such extraordinary abilities. M.Y. Jiang Bai Gij, you truly are the finest and most handsome man in my heart. Jiang Bai Gij, you will always treat me well. Cherish me and love me, won't you? Gu Fangxue gazed at Jiang Bai with sincere eyes, hypocritical, feigned, pretending to be innocent. Her actions filled Jiang Bai with a wave of nausea. In his previous life, he had been blinded by love, believing Gu Fangxue's deceitful words. But this time, a smile graced Jiang Bai's lips as he retrieved a syringe filled with anesthetic from the white space and injected it into Gu Fangxue's neck. Jiang Bai Gij. Gu Fangxue felt a sudden numbness spread through her body before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 10. A chance for revenge. Pain. Excruciating pain. When Gu Fangxue awoke, her limbs were bound to a cross, forming a T-shape. In front of her, a phone was propped up on a stand, its camera pointed directly at her. Jiang Bai Gij. What are you doing? Let me go. Gu Fangxue struggled violently, her eyes pleading as they met Jiang Bai's. Ignoring her gaze, Jiang Bai wore a mocking expression and said, Gu Fangxue, do you think I'm unaware of what you did with Zhao Wuji? Don't be anxious. Soon, I will show you what cruelty truly means. Do you see that phone in front of you? It will record the entire process and automatically send it to Zhao Wuji, your Wuji Gij. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's name, panic flickered in Gu Fangshue's heart. Though she feigned calmness and said with a pitiful expression, Jiang Bai Gij, what are you talking about? What Wuji Gij? My heart only holds you. There has never been anyone else, if you don't like me. You can just say so. Why must you slander me with such baseless accusations? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, truly a sight that tugs at the heartstrings, were it not for his past experiences. Jiang Bai would have never believed that this woman was a white lotus, a seemingly innocent facade hiding a heart that longed for his demise. It could only be said that Gu Fangxue was an exceptional actress, having deceived him and everyone from his previous life. But this time was different. He had seen through Gu Fangshue's true nature. As he gazed at her increasingly pitiful tears, Jiang Bai felt no stirrings of emotion within him as he approached her step by step. Strange, fearful, Gu Fangxue felt a wave of unease and unfamiliarity as she watched Jiang Bai advance. In the past, the moment she cried, Jiang Bai would rush to comfort her, forgiving her no matter her transgressions. She had no idea how Jiang Bai had discovered her connection with Zhao Wuji. Alas, that question would remain unanswered. Jiang Bai reached the phone and gently pressed the record button. Approximately an hour later, the recording concluded. Jiang Bai looked at Gu Fangshue's lifeless body and couldn't help but burst into laughter, a sound of pure exhilaration. 7 years, he had thought of nothing but revenge, day in and day out. After 7 long years, he had finally avenged himself. That wretched Gu Fangxue was finally dead. The grievances of both this life and the last were wholly released at this moment. Zhao Wuji, I hope you enjoy this gift I send you. After his laughter subsided, a murderous glint appeared in Jiang Bai's eyes as he unlocked Gu Fangshue's phone, edited the video, and sent it to Zhao Wuji. Though Gu Fangxue was dead, Zhao Wuji still lived. And the war god hall remained. He wanted Zhao Wuji to witness one after another of his loved ones perish, forcing him to endure unbearable anguish. The grievances of the past life would find resolution in this one. Jiang Bai casually tossed the phone aside, glanced at Gu Fangshue's corpse, and vanished from the dormitory. He did not destroy the body nor clean up the scene, had it not been for the deep-seated hatred of his past life. He would not have wished to waste any time on Gu Fangxue. Yet, he was unwilling to grant her a swift end. 7 years of animosity could not be resolved with a single strike. Only through an eye for an eye, blood for blood, could his hatred find release. Soon after Jiang Bai departed, the dormitory door swung open. Ji Ling'er entered, and upon seeing Gu Fangshue's already deceased form, she frowned slightly. She picked up a suitcase and stuffed Gu Fangshue's body inside. Who would be next? On the streets, Jiang Bai drove his SUV aimlessly, the faces of his enemies flashing through his mind. In his previous life, he had accumulated far too many foes to count, virtually becoming a target for all. Among them, 90% of his enemies stemmed from Gu Fangxue and Zhao Wuji. There were those who wished to claim his head as a trophy to present to Zhao Wuji, those eager to curry favor with the war god Hall, and Jin teams who had heard rumors of him possessing treasures, seeking to kill him for their gain. Base forces, lone wolves, Jin warriors, and ability teams all viewed him as a prize, eager to end his life. And all of this was orchestrated by the war god Hall from behind the scenes in his previous life. Under Zhao Wuji and Gu Fangshue's development, the war god Hall had been on the verge of becoming the world's most powerful force. Zhao Wuji was hailed as the strongest individual globally, an invincible war god. Meanwhile, he was merely an ordinary Jin warrior, and managing to evade the pursuit of the war god Hall had been no small feat. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It was you. Jiang Bai recalled an elderly face, a murderous intent surfacing on his countenance as he turned the vehicle towards the villa district on the outskirts of Choyu City. Pa Yuan, a native of the Eagle Sauce country, around 50 years old, and quite esteemed in Choyu City, he vividly remembered the grudge he held against this man 3 months after the onset of the apocalypse. He had fought valiantly to slay a ferocious beast, only for Pa Yuan to appear out of nowhere and seize his hard-won prize. Had Pa Yuan merely taken the beast, he would have had no complaints. After all, one could not fault others for being more skilled. Such acts of plundering were common in the apocalypse. However, Pa Yuan not only stole his beast, but also dragged him back to the base as a source of amusement. Whenever he had nothing better to do, Pa Yuan would mercilessly beat him, treating him like a wild animal simply for his own entertainment. Pa Yuan, are you ready? A cruel smile graced Jiang Bai's lips. He had heard that Pa Yuan had a beautiful wife. Chapter 11. A bit of interest first. In the suburban villa district, Jiang Bai drove directly towards the tallest villa in his previous life. He had been confined here for several months, so he knew precisely which villa belonged to Pa Yuan. Halfway there, a man in his 50s wearing a security uniform stopped his vehicle, speaking haughtily. Hey, what are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. This is a high-end villa district, not a place for people like you to wander around. Get lost, a mere foot soldier? Jiang Bai's expression darkened as he exited the car and approached the man. Delivering a sharp slap across his face, smack, the sound rang out crisp and clear. The man was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Jiang Bai struck him again, delivering a symmetrical blow, declaring with an air of superiority. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am your property owner. Now scram. Hey. The man, realizing Jiang Bai's audacity, dared not obstruct him any longer and quickly bowed, stepping aside. Get lost. Jiang Bai kicked the man to the ground and returned to his vehicle, pressing the accelerator and driving away. After he left, a young security guard rushed to the man's side, helping him up and expressing indignation. Uncle Watanabe, are you all right? That person was too much. How could he just hit you? The man patted the young guard's hand and, instead of showing anger, smiled. Little Yi, you're still young and don't understand. I TS people like that who are the true owners of our villa district. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai parked his car in front of Pa Yuan's villa, disappearing into the first floor of the villa. Looking around, he spotted a corpulent, middle-aged man seated on the sofa with his back to him, cursing loudly. Damn that thief, damn that rabbit person. How dare they steal so much from our eagle sauce country? Don't they know that 30% of the supermarkets in Choyu City belong to Pa Yuan? FUCK, this is just FUCK.D. Oh, not let me catch you stealing. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay dearly for it. Are you speaking of me? Jiang Bai suddenly interjected, his voice laced with a chilling coldness. Pei Wen was taken aback, turning to see that it was indeed Jiang Bai, the very thief in question. Fury ignited within him as he rose, cursing, Damn you, you wretched little thief! How dare you show your face in my villa? Today, I shall teach you a lesson you will not forget. As he spoke, Pei Wen reached for the drawer, intent on retrieving the gun within. I advise you not to make any sudden movements. Otherwise, I assure you, I can obliterate you entirely. Jiang Bai said softly. A rocket launcher materialized on his shoulder, aimed directly at Pei Wen. Pei Wen, upon seeing the weapon, immediately faltered, raising his hands above his head in surrender. Darling, who are you arguing with? A melodious female voice chimed in at that moment. Jiang Bai turned to see a woman in her 20s, with fair skin and flowing golden hair, descending the staircase with a look of confusion. It was Pei Wen's wife, Dale Reynolds. Dale, you must run now. Pei Wen shouted desperately. Why should I? Dale Reynolds began, but upon spotting Jiang Bai wielding the rocket launcher, she swiftly turned and fled upstairs. Do you really think you can escape? Jiang Bai scoffed, his figure flickering as he positioned himself in front of Dale Reynolds, pressing the dark muzzle of his gun against her forehead. Stay calm. You must remain composed. Dale Reynolds shook her head, raising her hands as she retreated step by step down the stairs. Jiang Bai merely smiled at her, and once she reached Pei Wen's side, he retracted his gun, tossing a rope at her feet, and tauntingly said, Come now, beautiful lady, follow your heart's desire, and bind your husband. Remember, stay true to your emotions. Do not falter. Dale Reynolds gazed at Jiang Bai with an odd expression, slowly squatting down to pick up the rope. Don't, Dale, do not listen to him. If you bind me, we will truly be trapped, Pei Wen urged, shaking his head in protest. Ignoring her husband's pleas, Dale Reynolds took the rope and bound him tightly. Once she completed her task, seemingly fearful that Pei Wen might provoke Jiang Bai, she deliberately removed her stockings and stuffed them into Pei Wen's mouth. Excellent. You have done splendidly. Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction, stowing away the rocket launcher and stepping closer to Dale Reynolds. Appraising her from head to toe, she was indeed stunning. Just over 20, she was in the prime of her beauty, with long, straight legs and a slender waist, her figure perfectly curvaceous and golden hair cascading behind her. Unlike the grace of Eastern women, she exuded a wild aura, reminiscent of a spirited mare waiting to be tamed. Unfazed by Jiang Bai's scrutiny, Dale Reynolds met his gaze firmly, stating, "He is already bound. What do you intend to do with me next?" Jiang Bai smiled wickedly, lifting her chin with a finger, his tone flippant. "Surely, you already possess the answer in your heart. I can fulfill your desires." "Do you know what I'm thinking?" Dale Reynolds asked, curiosity dancing in her eyes. Jiang Bai offered a mysterious smile, forcefully pushing her down. "My shoes are dirty. Would you be so kind as to clean them for me?" Pei Wen's eyes widened, his body convulsing in desperate struggle. A man. He understood all too well what was about to transpire. Internally, he cursed Dale Reynolds. Wretch! What a wretched creature! How could she, in front of him, clean the shoes of the thief who had kidnapped him? With a swift motion, Jiang Bai slapped Pei Wen across the face, then pulled out a blindfold, placing it over his eyes. "Is this something you should witness? Cleaning shoes, you say? Those who wear leather shoes know that once they are dirty, they become exceedingly difficult to clean. Each attempt is laborious, leaving one utterly exhausted." Dale Reynolds was now feeling that very fatigue. She had never imagined that Eastern leather shoes would be of such high quality, nearly exhausting her. Gazing at Jiang Bai's immaculate shoes, Dale Reynolds slowly rose, her spirit drained. "Mr. Thief, your shoes are now spotless. I hope you're satisfied." "I am quite pleased," Jiang Bai nodded, removing the blindfold from Pei Wen's eyes and seating himself beside Dale Reynolds on the sofa. Pei Wen glared furiously at the pair, his eyes ablaze with rage, wishing nothing more than to consume them both with his glare. Jiang Bai ignored his fury completely, wrapping his arm around Dale Reynolds. In his past life, the humiliation he endured at Pei Wen's hands far surpassed the triviality of cleaning shoes. A mere shoe cleaning was hardly sufficient to sate his thirst for revenge. Chapter 12. Rooting out the problem. Dale Reynolds remained in Jiang Bai's embrace, neither struggling nor resisting. Instead, she traced circles on his chest with her right index finger, softly saying, "Respected thief, how do you intend to deal with Pei Wen? He has been cursing you and your kind behind your back. On my mind, he must not be allowed to live," she added. Her words caused Pei Wen's pupils to dilate in disbelief, his mind racing with the thought that the woman he had cherished for 3 years would utter such a thing, suggesting he be fed to dogs. Jiang Bai lifted Dale Reynolds' chin, a playful smirk on his face. "Pray tell, how would you have me deal with him? Speak your mind, and I shall grant your wish." Joy danced across Dale Reynolds' face as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Bai's neck. Planting a kiss on his cheek, "Respected thief, you are simply marvelous. I adore you. You see, I have long grown weary of Pei Wen's corpulent form. It disgusts me. Why not feed him to the dogs? I know he has dozens of ferocious Tibetan mastiffs. They would surely relish the chance to see their master again. Wouldn't they?" Jiang Bai's playful expression only intensified. Dale Reynolds' words were undoubtedly a dagger to Pei Wen's heart. He stood frozen, unable to fathom that his beloved, with whom he shared his bed, would suggest such a fate for him. The thought of those vicious mastiffs sent a shiver down his spine, and he began to thrash violently. "Seems he has something to say. Would you be so kind as to retrieve the stockings from his mouth?" Jiang Bai said, patting Dale Reynolds. She rose from the sofa and approached Pei Wen, removing the stockings from his mouth. "Wretch, you are nothing but a wretch. Damn you. Damn your mother." Pei Wen spat as soon as the stockings were out, his eyes blazing with hunger for revenge, wishing to devour Dale Reynolds whole. "Pei Wen, if you merely seek to vent your spleen, I would not mind making your demise even more tragic," Dale Reynolds remarked, shrugging nonchalantly. Pei Wen struggled to suppress his fury, turning his gaze towards Jiang Bai. "Mr. Thief, we bear no enmity, past or present. If you spare me, I can offer you a substantial sum of money. I implore you, let me go and hand over this wretched woman to me." Upon hearing Pei Wen's words, Dale Reynolds appeared visibly alarmed, quickly interjecting, "Mr. Thief, if we eliminate Pei Wen, all his wealth will be yours, and I shall be yours as well. To that point, you could obtain not only a fortune, but also me. Of course, if you desire, I can make that happen right now." As she spoke, Dale Reynolds began to undress herself. Jiang Bai chuckled, a triumphant smile crossing his face as he observed the spectacle before him. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled how arrogant and domineering Pei-Wen had been, reveling in the suffering of others while seizing beautiful women without a second thought. Those who dared to resist faced dire consequences. Their families obliterated, forced into servitude. In the months of his captivity, he had witnessed countless women suffer at Pei-Wen's hands. However, he was no savior. With no obligation to avenge them, he merely wished to witness the unfolding drama between Pei-Wen and Dale Reynolds. "Dear thief, I am here," Dale Reynolds said, misinterpreting Jiang Bai's smile as a sign that her charms had worked, alluringly throwing herself in his arms. "Is there shortage of women in this post-apocalyptic world?" "Certainly, there is no shortage. In the apocalypse, the most abundant resource is women." Jiang Bai forcefully pushed aside Dale Reynolds and whispered something in her ear. Dale Reynolds smiled, quickly donned her clothing, and departed the villa with Pei-Wen. "Let go of me, you wretched creature! Thief, I'll give you $1 million to spare me." Pei-Wen bellowed. He understood that once he was taken out of the villa by Dale Reynolds, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. Jiang Bai chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to utter another word or follow the tude. He had faith that Dale Reynolds would manage everything adeptly. No, it was more accurate to say he trusted in his own abilities. The world was aware of his spatial powers, but often overlooked his mind control, that he could hear the thoughts echoing in Dale Reynolds' mind. The reason she sought to eliminate Pei-Wen boiled down to a single word: money. She coveted all of Pei-Wen's assets, but had yet to find a compelling justification to act. His arrival provided her with the perfect pretext. Soon, anguished screams echoed from outside the villa. Moments later, Dale Reynolds re-entered the villa with a look of delight, approaching Jiang Bai. She said nothing but slowly crouched down, attempting to convey her intentions through action. Jiang Bai declined. He had no desire to be labeled a lecher. Once, he had a cousin who was scorned for his indiscriminate pursuits of women, ultimately leading to his downfall. "If you perform well for me, I assure you, you will not be treated poorly in the future," Jiang Bai said, patting Dale Reynolds on the shoulder before his figure vanished in a thin air within the villa. Upon witnessing Jiang Bai's departure, Dale Reynolds breathed a sigh of relief, a conspiratorial smile gracing her face. After today, all of Pei-Wen's wealth would belong solely to her. Even if a security agency inquired, she could easily shift the blame for Pei-Wen's demise onto Jiang Bai, just as she envisioned her bright future. A small black appeared in the sky outside the window. The dot grew larger, gradually coming into focus in Dale Reynolds' sight. "No," she exclaimed in terror as she gazed at the approaching. Boom! A small firework erupted above the villa, releasing a thick plume of smoke. 500 meters away, atop another villa, Jiang Bai surveyed the ruins of Pei-Wen's residence, a cold smirk playing on his lips. From the very beginning, he had no intention of keeping Dale Reynolds. If she could betray Pei-Wen, she could just as easily betray him one day. What purpose would a treacherous individual serve? He had no shortage of women. However, Dale Reynolds had inadvertently reminded him of something. Perhaps he needed to acquire PETI. In the post-apocalyptic world, the loyalty of dogs far surpassed that of humans. Chapter 13. The Chubby Tiger. Acting on impulse, Jiang Bai returned to his off-road vehicle and sped towards the pet market in Choiwa City. After the apocalypse, not only humans underwent transformations, even certain animals and insects experienced unpredictable changes. Creatures that withstood the cosmic energy's baptism would awaken their intellect, evolving into higher forms of life. Conversely, those unable to endure the transformation would become savage beasts, devoid of intelligence, driven solely by the instinct to kill. In a previous life, a panda in the rabbit clan had withstood the cosmic energy's purification, attaining intelligence comparable to that of humans that even raised one paw to the sky and the other to the ground, proclaiming that pandas would never be enslaved. Unfortunately, the panda was ultimately deceived by the rabbit clan into coming to the base city, where it became a national treasure. As for insects, they could grow hundreds or even thousands of times larger due to the cosmic energy's influence. In the apocalypse, humanity would face not only zombies, but also other races and countless natural disasters. The pet market was located at 81 Street, 7th Avenue, Choiwa City. The streets were lined with pet vendors, showcasing everything from birds soaring in the sky to terrestrial creatures and aquatic fish, as well as various insects from beneath the ground. That a plethora of exotic pets was available. Jiang Bai strolled along the street, casting glances at the pets on either side. Among them were huskies, Samoyeds, Alaska Malamutes, Akitas, poodles, bull terriers, cheetahs, small lions, spiders, lizards, golden pythons, parrots, eagles, and pigeons. This won't do. Neither will that. Jiang Bai shook his head intermittently as he walked. Despite the multitude of pets, none caught his eye. They were either too small or too large, or lacked sufficient spirit, but he sought a pet that was chubby, adorable, yet formidable in battle. What? A husky is suitable. Jiang Bai quickly dismissed that thought. If he were to choose a husky, it would be akin to willingly inviting disaster. While owning a husky in normal circumstances might be manageable, in the apocalypse, it would be tantamount to courting death. Should danger arise, the husky would likely flee faster than he could. Just imagine, after the apocalypse, if he ventured out with a husky to scavenge for supplies, the dog would prance around, drawing the attention of zombies and beasts, and then abandon him to escape. Such a creature was hardly canine in nature. Boss, how much for that little tiger? Name your price. I'll take it. A bold voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Bai's thoughts. He turned to see a white-haired young man standing at a stall ahead of him. The pet he sought was a little chubby tiger confined within a cage. Upon seeing the chubby tiger, a sense of familiarity surged within Jiang Bai, and a flash of realization struck him as he looked at the young man's face. White hair, an oval face, and black eyes, with a mole above his right eye. It was him. Upon recognizing the young man, a murderous intent flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes. Striding toward the vendor, he grasped the cage holding the chubby tiger and asserted, "Boss, 1 million that I want this little tiger." The young man, upon hearing Jiang Bai's bid, displayed a displeased expression and turned to him, his tone hostile. "My friend, you should understand the principle of first come, first served that I am currently negotiating with the vendor. Your sudden interference is quite inappropriate." Jiang Bai ignored the young man's words, focusing intently on the vendor. The vendor, a balding middle-aged man, was caught between the two eager buyers. Jiang Bai's offer of 1 million sparked interest in his eyes. Yet he hesitated to respond. The cunning merchant. Indeed. Jiang Bai was fully aware that the vendor sought to inflate the tiger's price point 150,000. "This little tiger is mine," the young man proclaimed grandly. 200,000, I'll offer 200,000, Jiang Bai countered, unwilling to yield. "That my friend, are you truly intent on competing with me for this little tiger? If I were you, I would immediately release the cage and apologize to me to seek forgiveness." The illustrious Wayne family does not tolerate any provocation. The young man's eyes narrowed, his words dripping with menace. "Yes, that's so." Jiang Bai's gaze darkened slightly. He recognized the young man. He was also familiar with the little chubby tiger. The young man's full name was Crusoe Wayne, a member of the Wayne family and one of Jiang Bai's enemies from his previous life. The little chubby tiger he sought would become Crusoe Wayne's future battle companion, a top-tier combat pet with potential strength that could rank among the world's 10 strongest. Before his rebirth, the apocalypse recognized 10 ultimate powerhouses, namely the god of war, the 4 emperors, and the 5 war kings. The god of war referred to Zhao Wujin, while the 4 emperors included the sword emperor, the blade emperor, the fist emperor, and the beast emperor. Crusoe Wayne was the beast emperor among them, a fortunate individual who rose to prominence through his battle pets. The reason for his enmity with Crusoe Wayne stemmed from the latter's other identity as a sworn brother of Zhao Wujin. In his previous life, Crusoe Wayne was tasked by Zhao Wujin to hunt him across the globe. To evade Crusoe Wayne's relentless pursuit, he had submerged into the depths of the sea and delved into underground caverns. Yet, he ultimately fell victim to Crusoe Wayne's chase, losing an arm and being presented before Zhao Wujin. He could never forget the scene of Crusoe Wayne standing atop a tiger, toying with him as if he were merely a mouse, nor the humiliation of being trampled underfoot by Zhao Wujin as if he were a mere insect. Unfortunately, in his past life, he was outmatched and powerless, forced to endure his fate in silence. In this life, having been reborn, he was determined to make Zhao Wujin and the others experience the taste of being trampled underfoot and treated as mere ants. As he contemplated this, a wave of murderous intent surged through Jiang Bai. The vendor, standing to the side, instinctively shivered and glanced at Crusoe Wayne, whispering, "Sir, do you still wish to raise your bid?" "Aye." As Crusoe Wayne was about to speak, a dark muzzle pressed against his forehead. Jiang Bai, with a somber expression, declared, I want this tiger. If you dare to raise the price, I will immediately blow your head off. You. Cruz Wayne felt a surge of anger, the coldness of the muzzle sending chills through him. Yet he dared not utter another word. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this little stout tiger before him, as if they had known each other for an eternity. Chapter 14. The Beast That Seizes the Future Beast King. Pay for me, Jiang Bai threatened Cruz Wayne, holding the gun aloft. You. Rage filled Cruz Wayne's eyes. What a scoundrel! He had never encountered such a brazen individual. Not only had this person stolen the pet he had his eye on, but now he was demanding that Cruz pay for it. However, he found himself unable to refuse, nor did he dare to. The icy muzzle against his forehead warned him that if he did not comply with Jiang Bai's demands, he could very well meet his end. Reluctantly, Cruz Wayne withdrew a bank card and handed it over to the owner. The owner skillfully accepted it and processed the transaction on the POS machine. Now that's more like it. Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction, swiftly knocking Cruz Wayne unconscious before turning to leave with the stout tiger in tow. Today he had struck gold. He had intended to choose a pet for companionship. Yet he unexpectedly encountered Cruz Wayne, the future Beast King. Most importantly, he had snatched away Cruz Wayne's battle pet. The stout tiger he now carried was destined for greatness. Cruz Wayne's ascent to Beast King was largely due to its presence. In other words, if Cruz Wayne were part with this stout tiger, his battle prowess would diminish by a staggering 80%. Given your stout physique, I shall henceforth call you Fat Tiger. Jiang Bai grinned the stout tiger. Whoa. The fat tiger, confined within the cage, let out a soft cry, seemingly displeased with its new name. Be good, Fat Tiger. Jiang Bai opened the cage and cradled the stout creature in his arms. The fat tiger was heavy to a just a few months old. It already resembled a small pig, round and warm to hold. Suddenly, a sleek black car came to a stop before Jiang Bai. Chris stepped out with long strides, flashing a subtle smile as she approached Jiang Bai. Mr. Jiang Bai, I hope I'm not interrupting your time. I wish to have a private conversation with you. It's regarding the terms you proposed last time. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes, his mind control ability quietly activating. Moments later, he regarded Chris with a knowing look and nodded. All right, please get in. Chris stepped forward to open the passenger door for Jiang Bai. Today, she donned a black trench coat on top, paired with sheer black stockings below. The skin on her thighs peeked through, adding a touch of allure. Once Jiang Bai settled into the passenger seat, Chris returned to the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator as the car sped into the distance. During the journey, both seemed preoccupied with their thoughts. Remaining silent, as Jiang Bai and Chris departed, the National Security Bureau of Eagle Sauce Country was in session. Roosevelt and Chris sat across from each other once more. Chris glanced at the computer screen before her, took a sip of tea, and shrugged. Roosevelt, do you truly believe your plan will succeed? My informants recently reported that Jiang Bai murdered his girlfriend of 3 years. Furthermore, he visited Pavin's residence and killed both Pavin and Dale Reynolds. According to the autopsy report, my people found Jiang Bai's DNA in Dale Reynolds' mouth, indicating that she had been intimate with him prior to her death. You must realize, both Gu Fengxue and Dale Reynolds are exceptionally beautiful women. If Jiang Bai could kill them, are you certain that Chris's second beauty trap will succeed? Roosevelt downed a drink, his face lighting up with unwavering confidence as he proclaimed, Trust me, Chris will undoubtedly execute her mission with excellence. That I've made all the necessary preparations at the hotel. The moment Jiang Bai steps foot inside, I am confident I can capture him and turn him into our little guinea pig. His spatial abilities are formidable, but a person who has been in a prolonged state of slumber cannot activate their powers. Let us hope so. Chris raised her hands in surrender, getting up from the sofa. Where are you taking me? In the car, Jiang Bai stroked the fat tiger's fur while asking without looking up. Chris, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied flatly, When we arrive, you will know. The higher-ups have agreed to your terms. They will soon send people to eliminate the war god temple. Jiang Bai chuckled, shaking his head as he lifted his gaze to glance at Chris. Gazing out at the passing scenery, he spoke as if to himself. You intend to take me to the Green Grand Hotel to enact your beauty trap, don't you? Roosevelt has already set up an ambush at the hotel. As soon as I step inside, I will be incapacitated by the sedatives sprayed on me, allowing you to do as you please, turning me into your little guinea pig. Of course, before I become a guinea pig, you will seize the opportunity to become intimate with me and bear my child. In this way, even if one day I awaken from the experimental table, you can leverage the child to coerce me into serving you. Chris, am I correct in my assumptions? Jiang Bai withdrew his gaze. Smiling brightly at Chris's heart raced in alarm. She could hardly believe that Jiang Bai was aware of their plans. Yet, as a seasoned agent, she had honed a calm demeanor. Maintaining her composure, she replied, Mr. Jiang Bai, I believe you are mistaken. Everything you mentioned is simply not the case. That I asked that so. Jiang Bai's smile widened. If you claim I am mistaken, then allow me to guess again. How do you dare to be so certain that I would accompany you to the hotel? It must be the perfume you are wearing, right? That should be the latest sedative you've developed. Just a whiff would incapacitate me in no time. That explains why you personally opened the car door for me, doesn't it? But you overlooked one detail. My nasal congestion flared up today, and my nose is completely blocked. Chris felt a surge of panic upon hearing Jiang Bai's words. Despite her efforts to maintain her calm facade, her arm trembled involuntarily. Unfortunately, this slight movement did not escape Jiang Bai's keen observation. With a subtle smile, he said, Pull over. I have planted a positioning bomb at your adoptive parents' home. If you drive another 100 meters, the bomb will lose its signal and detonate. Chris slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to the side of the road. She turned to Jiang Bai, shooting him an angry glare. When did you plant the bomb at my adoptive parents' house? And how did you find out about our plan? Who tipped you off? Jiang Bai's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light as he cryptically responded, Don't you want to know why, despite knowing you set a trap? I still chose to get in the car. Chris's heart skipped a beat, and a daring hypothesis emerged in her mind. Before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Bai's eyes shimmered with a violet hue. Chapter 15. Controlling Chris. Chris, look into my eyes that I am your master, the most significant person in your life. That it is I who sent you to Eagle Sauce Country to become a senior agent. Everything you do is to infiltrate the depths of Eagle Sauce. You love me dearly, willing to sacrifice everything for me, including your own life. Jiang Bai's voice echoed in Chris's mind like a devil's whisper. As she gazed into his eyes, it was as if she beheld an infinite sea of stars, her consciousness drawn into its depths. She murmured, You are my master, my most beloved master, for my master. I can give everything, even my life. I joined Eagle Sauce Country solely to cooperate with my master's actions. Master, you are my master. Chris repeated these words incessantly, her eyes transitioning from confusion to doubt, ultimately culminating in unwavering conviction. Yes, I am your master, your most beloved master. Jiang Bai spoke softly, the violet light in his pupils growing ever brighter. Master, you are my master, Chris declared, her voice becoming increasingly natural. Minutes later, Jiang Bai withdrew his mind control. That moment, Chris was entirely under his influence, gazing at him with longing eyes. Master, why is there so much sweat on your forehead? Let me wipe it for you. Chris, resembling a devoted wife, took out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from Jiang Bai's brow. Jiang Bai smiled, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Indeed, mind control was a formidable skill, a high-ranking agent of Eagle Sauce Country. Trained to perfection, Chris was now entirely at his mercy. Even in the realm of mental control, he could barely hold on for a few minutes before being utterly dominated. Were it an ordinary individual, the duration would likely be even shorter. The sole downside of mental control lies in its demanding nature. Exerting it leaves one utterly drained. He was left sweating profusely and mentally exhausted after controlling only Chris. He truly could not fathom how Gu Ling'er had managed, in her previous life, to single-handedly dominate several high-ranking officials within the Eagle Sauce Nation. She was indeed an extraordinary woman. The capability of a woman to rise as a sovereign in a post-apocalyptic world was enough to command his respect. He was never one to withhold praise from others, nor did he look down upon anyone. He understood that even a lion exerts full effort when hunting a rabbit. Arrogance alone would only lead to disaster. Master, may I inquire what your orders are? Chris purred, casting a flirtatious glance towards Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai reached out, caressing her hair, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a mysterious light as he spoke. You shall return and inform Roosevelt that I have planted a substantial amount of explosives within the large shopping mall in Ugly City. Should he wish to avoid calamity befalling the major shopping centers, he must prepare 100 trucks of supplies for trade with me. The transaction is set for 2 days hence. The location will be disclosed in due course. Should he decline, I assure you, I will reduce Ugly City to ruins. Yes, Master, Chris answered obediently. With a flicker, Jiang Bai vanished from the vehicle. Threatening Roosevelt was a measure he was compelled to take. Following his recent plundering, the shopping centers in Ugly City had grown wise. They no longer hoarded vast supplies as before, but instead concealed their resources, only revealing a small quantity for sale each day. This shift had significantly hindered his ability to stockpile supplies. With no alternative, he resorted to coercing Roosevelt into providing him with the needed resources, thus sparing him the trouble of running around AS for the repercussions of threatening Roosevelt. Jiang Bai scoffed. It was the apocalypse after all. What consequences could possibly matter? Chris departed alone in her vehicle. Shortly after her exit, Jiang Bai appeared on the street, casually summoning an off-road vehicle and driving down another road. The reason he had spared Cruz Wayne's life at the pet market was twofold. The crowd was too large, and he sought to toy with Cruz Wayne before sealing his fate. Reflecting on his past life, Cruz Wayne had treated him like a mere rat, subjecting him to various humiliations that rendered him nearly lifeless. In this life, how could he allow Cruz Wayne to die so easily? What did you say? Jiang Bai did not return with you. He has also planted explosives in the shopping malls. Roosevelt exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Chris's report, instantly losing his taste for the wine in his hand. Chris, standing nearby, nodded gently. Yes, Chief, that he also specified that the supplies must not be fewer than 200 trucks. Otherwise, he will detonate all the bombs, turning Ugly City into a wasteland. That scoundrel. He is truly a scoundrel. Roosevelt's fury erupted as he forcefully hurled the wine bottle to the ground with a crash. Roosevelt, will you actually comply with his demands? I told you before that your charms would not work. The people from Rabbit House have been trained in military strategy since birth. Your little tricks will be nothing more than a display of folly in their eyes. Chris, seated on the sofa, wore a smile devoid of any visible anger, seemingly unaffected by Jiang Bai's threats. Unlike Roosevelt's faction, Chris had seen his authority significantly curtailed since Roosevelt's arrival in Ugly City. He secretly hoped for Roosevelt's downfall, to be summoned to court and thus removed from Ugly City, his territory. Chris refrained from making sardonic remarks. Our Eagle Sauce Nation has never feared threats. I want you to notify all members of the police department to commence a citywide hunt for Jiang Bai immediately. Additionally, I will dispatch troops to assist in your efforts. I refuse to believe that Jiang Bai's spatial abilities can surpass our nation's extensive tracking network. Upon hearing this, Chris's pupils constricted, and she stepped forward urgently. Advising Chief, you must remain calm. Such actions will only provoke Jiang Bai to extreme measures. Should he retaliate, the higher-ups will surely not spare you. Roosevelt raised a hand to silence Chris, his tone resolute. There is no need for further discussion. I am prepared to face any consequences. Our esteemed Eagle Sauce Nation cannot be intimidated by the threat of a single individual. But Chris opened her mouth to speak, hesitating as worry etched her features. Very well, Roosevelt. Since you have made your decision, I shall send someone to assist you. Chris sighed, standing up from the sofa and turning to exit the office. Roosevelt reached out, patting Chris's shoulder, his expression softening slightly as he reassured her. Do not worry, Chris. You need not concern yourself with me. I will be just fine. Trust in our capabilities. We will surely apprehend Jiang Bai. Chris forced a smile, though her eyes remained filled with apprehension. Now, get to work. Roosevelt waved her off casually. Chris nodded, leaving the office without a backward glance. She understood that Roosevelt had misunderstood the situation. Chapter 16. Shall we play a game? Vengeance. I must have my vengeance. Cruz Wayne strode through his family's estate, his face a mask of fury. Recalling the events of the day, his heart burned with indignation. That detestable thief not only snatched away the pet he had desired, but also compelled him to settle the bill. Most infuriatingly, he had been knocked unconscious, the spectacle drawing a crowd at the pet market. How could he, the esteemed heir of the Wayne family, endure such humiliation? Young master, the estate's servants bowed their heads respectfully as Cruz Wayne passed by. Ignoring them, he marched straight to his room and pushed the door opened at your back. A cool, indifferent voice greeted him. Cruz Wayne nodded, casually shedding his suit jacket and hanging on the rack. Wait a moment. Something's not right. Cruz Wayne suddenly realized that there was someone else in his room, swiftly turning to locate the source of the voice. There, seated on the sofa, was a man with his back to him. "Who are you?" Cruz Wayne demanded, his voice tinged with suspicion, as he reached for a drawer in the coat rack, preparing to draw his gun. "Young Master Wayne, we just met earlier today. Have you already forgotten me?" Jiang Bai rose from the sofa, turning to face Cruz Wayne with a faint smile. "I TS you. How did you get into my home?" Cruz Wayne shouted, drawing his handgun and aiming it at Jiang Bai. His eyes ablaze with hatred. He had not forgotten the events of the day. Jiang Bai regarded the gun with indifference, shrugging lightly as he remarked, "Young Master Wayne, might I remind you that before aiming a gun at someone, it will be prudent to check whether it is loaded. An empty gun poses no threat." Cruz Wayne gasped in shock, quickly ejecting the magazine to discover it was devoid of bullets. Jiang Bai smirked derisively, producing a mobile phone from his pocket and tossing it at Cruz Wayne's feet. "Why don't we play a game, young Master Wayne? This phone contains a map indicating the locations of your friends and family. They are all bound with explosives in various locations that if you can evade my pursuit and locate them, they will live. Conversely, should you fall into my hands, I shall select one of them to die in your stead. I grant you 10 minutes to prepare. The game commences thereafter." With that, Jiang Bai's figure vanished from the room. Cruz Wayne cautiously picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. The gallery revealed not only a map, but also a photograph of a woman bound to a chair. It was Jane. "That scoundrel has kidnapped Jane. I must rescue her. I have to save her." Panic-stricken, Cruz Wayne snatched his coat and hurried out of the room. Jane, whose full name was Jane Danny, was the girl he had pursued for years and with whom he had recently confessed his feelings. He had intended to gift her a small fat tiger as a birthday present. Who would have thought that Jiang Bai would steal the tiger and abduct his girlfriend? He had heard of individuals with a penchant for bondage. Furthermore, his beloved is exceptionally beautiful. He cannot guarantee that Jiang Bai will not be swayed by her allure and harm her. Thus, he must first rescue his cherished one. Cruz Wayne dashed out of the villa, anxious and desperate, and jumped into a sports car, speeding towards the location marked on the map. As Cruz Wayne traversed the road, Jiang Bai lay languidly on the grand bed of a hotel, indulging in a massage from a woman. The woman, with shoulder-length hair and sensuous lips, possessed long, slender legs. Her name was Jeanne. "Master, do you think my strength is sufficient?" Jeanne inquired softly, kneading Jiang Bai's shoulders, her eyes brimming with admiration. Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction, responding, "It's adequate, though your technique seems a bit unrefined if I'm not mistaken. Cruz Wayne's foremost objective is to rescue you. What are your thoughts on this?" Startled, Jeanne immediately knelt before Jiang Bai, hastily pledging her loyalty. "Master, in Jeanne's heart, there's only you. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Even if you were to send me to my demise, I would not flinch." "Rise." Jiang Bai waved his hand nonchalantly. Long before seeking Cruz Wayne, he had already located Jeanne and, through mind control, had ensnared her. Speaking of mind control, it reminded him of a character from a comic. Professor X had the same kind of mental manipulation and telepathy. Yet his abilities could autonomously upgrade, unlike Professor X, who relied on a brainwave amplifier. Ding! A notification chimed from a phone. Jeanne, displaying keen awareness, retrieved the device and handed it to Jiang Bai. Upon glancing at it, Jiang Bai discovered Cruz Wayne's latest location. He was racing towards the hotel, expected to arrive in approximately 5 minutes. "Prepare yourself," Jiang Bai commanded as he rose from the bed, leisurely dressing, leaving behind a note in the room before exiting. "Hurry, faster!" Cruz Wayne urged himself as he arrived at the hotel entrance, slamming on the brakes and rushing inside. The night had grown late. The doors of each hotel room were tightly shut, and sporadic strange noises emanated from within. Cruz Wayne, however, paid no heed. Armed, he began kicking open the doors along the corridor, calling out, "Jeanne, where are you? Can you hear me? If you can, please respond loudly." Bang! Another door was forcibly opened by Cruz Wayne. Inside, a burly man, caught off guard, trembled at the sudden intrusion, his previous preparations rendered futile. Cruz Wayne scanned the room, finding Jeanne absent, and turned to leave. "Fuck." The man was incensed, rising to confront Cruz Wayne. upon stepping out of the room. He was met with Cruz Wayne's gun, compelling him to retreat. Bang, bang. Cruz Wayne kicked open door after door, and amidst the furious glares of numerous guests, he finally found Jun, or rather, a photograph of her, along with a note. Just as he reached for the note, Jiang Bai appeared out of thin air, delivering a punch that rendered him unconscious, chuckling, "Apologies, but you've fallen into my trap. Next, I shall claim my spoils." Jiang Bai produced a syringe filled with tranquilizer and injected it into Cruz Wayne's right hand. Subsequently, he retrieved a scalpel and severed Cruz Wayne's pinky. Chapter 17. The infuriated Roosevelt hiss. The numerous enraged guests, witnessing the severing of Cruz Wayne's pinky, were instantly filled with sympathy. Jiang Bai lifted his gaze, noticing the crowd staring at him, momentarily taken aback. He then extracted a machine gun from a white void, aiming it at all the guests, grinning. "Do you wish to play a game with me? I will count to 3, and if you do not return to your rooms, I shall open fire." One madman, truly a madman. The guests, confronted by the dark muzzle of the gun, scrambled back to their respective rooms. They had initially believed that a thief would be a hero against capitalism, stealing only from the affluent, not the common folk. To their shock, he turned out to be a lunatic. What kind of hero would sever a pinky or threaten others with a firearm? In an instant, the entire corridor was deserted. "How dull. Not even a hint of fear," Jiang Bai remarked as he stowed away the machine gun, casting a glance at the unconscious Cruz Wayne before vanishing from the scene. Outside the hotel, Jun had already seated herself in the car, waiting for Jiang Bai. Upon his sudden appearance in the vehicle, she exhibited no surprise and drove off into the distance. Inside the car, Jiang Bai produced Cruz Wayne's pinky and placed it before Jun, saying, "This is Cruz Wayne's pinky. What are your thoughts upon seeing it?" With a stoic expression, Jun shook her head, a fierce killing intent surfacing on her face, declaring, "He deserves to die. Anyone who dares oppose the master must perish." Jiang Bai chuckled, placing the pinky on the center console, stating, "Jun, I now entrust you with a task. Take this pinky to Mingyue Hotel and eliminate Cruz Wayne's father for me. I wonder if you can accomplish this mission successfully?" "I guarantee the task will be completed," Jun replied without hesitation. "Excellent. I await your good news." Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction, his form dissipating from the car. When he reappeared, he found himself within a sparsely populated shopping mall. Observing the desolate surroundings, a cruel smile crept across Jiang Bai's face. Roosevelt, that obstinate fellow, dared to send people throughout the city to capture him, truly believing he would not dare to detonate the shopping mall. Thus, to compel Roosevelt to comply with his demands, he intended to make a grand spectacle. After all, with only 36 hours remaining until the apocalypse, he must exert every effort to procure as many supplies as possible. As he walked through the mall, Jiang Bai chose not to conceal his presence. Instead, he brazenly affixed remote-controlled bombs to the walls of the establishment. First floor, second floor, third floor. While installing the explosives, Jiang Bai grew bored and casually activated a live stream. Gazing at the viewers in the stream, he grinned and said, "My friends, as the saying goes, the long night is endless, and sleep eludes me. Tonight, I am restless and plan to make a grand display. Do you see the shopping mall behind me? I intend to blow it up tonight. Of course, my friends in the Eagle Sauce country, do not feel overly grateful. I am doing this for your wallets. You wouldn't want a month's salary to be drained in a single shopping spree, would you? If you support my actions, please type 666. All the viewers were momentarily stunned. They had seen streamers dancing, surviving in a wild, and spending the night in haunted houses, yet they had never encountered a streamer audacious enough to threaten to blow up a shopping mall in Eagle Sauce country. The chat fell silent. After several seconds, messages began to flood the chat. 666. I thought Happy Sheep was invincible, but this streamer is even bolder. I shall refer to him as Brave Rabbit. I support the streamer in blowing up the shopping mall. Jiang Bai recognized the comment as coming from the Rabbit family. Destroy Eagle Sauce. Streamer, do you need assistance? We, the Fighting Nation, are here to help. 1.1. This was the chatter from the bear cubs of the Big Hair Country. FUCK, lowly Oriental. Leave our mall and get out of our country. You monkey that only knows how to flee, come and face me one-on-one. As an Oriental, I strongly condemn the streamer's actions. What he is doing is a disgrace to us Orientals. We should pay tribute to the noble Eagle Sauce people. for they have given us this land, allowing us a place to exist. Seeing the insults directed at him in the chat, Jiang Bai merely smiled. Unfazed, he was determined to blow up the mall regardless. Let them curse. The harsher they scolded, the more fervently he would proceed with his plans. All the netizens in a live stream could voice their opinions freely. Yet the mall's management grew frantic. After learning of Jiang Bai's intention to detonate the mall, they hurriedly contacted the Security Bureau. Provocation. This is a blatant provocation, Roosevelt bellowed in his office, filled with fury. Live streaming a building explosion. What kind of behavior was this? It was an open affront, rubbing their faces in the dirt. If Jiang Bai succeeded in blowing up the building, how would they maintain their standing on the international stage? What would become of their status as the global overseer? Standing before Roosevelt, Chris observed his furious demeanor and spoke solemnly. Sir, no matter how enraged you are now, it is of no avail. Jiang Bai has already placed hundreds of remote-controlled bombs within the mall. He has declared that as long as you do not comply with his demands, he will continue to detonate buildings. Point 1 today, 2 tomorrow. For the day after that, in my humble opinion, it would be more prudent for us to acquiesce to his demands first. And once we have secured him, we can deliberate further. Roosevelt pounded his fist on the desk in his office, expressing his frustration. If we concede to him once, he will undoubtedly seek a second and a third time. As a distinguished nation, we cannot allow a single individual to lead us by the nose. Inform the special forces that even if we lose 10 buildings today, we must capture Jiang Bai. At this crucial juncture, we need not leave any survivors. Understood. Chris turned and exited the office. Ding! A text message arrived, drowning out the barrage of comments in the live stream. Jiang Bai's eyes flickered as he closed the live stream and opened the message, which contained only 4 words. Danger. Flee quickly. Roosevelt, it seems you are still undeterred. A.S. thoughts raced through Jiang Bai's mind. He recognized the source of the impending peril. He pressed the remote-controlled bomb against the wall, detonating it, and in a flash, vanished within the mall. Beep, beep, beep. The remote-controlled bomb emitted a series of sounds, followed by a resounding explosion. The entire building erupted in a massive blaze, illuminating the surrounding sky. I continue to flash. Jiang Bai felt the shockwave of the explosion behind him, propelling him thousands of meters away. Chapter 18. The first encounter with zombies once he ensured a safe distance from them all. Jiang Bai ceased his sudden movements, and a smile crept onto his lips. He now found himself in a dimly lit factory, surrounded by bags of cement. This is a cement factory? He mused, unceremoniously absorbing the cement into his white space, in the wake of the apocalypse. While cement may not hold the same value as food and weapons, it remains a necessity, whether for constructing shelters or building base cities. Cement is indispensable. Even if it does not establish a faction, these supplies could be sold to other base cities. Collect. I shall collect. Jiang Bai left no stone unturned, not only seizing the cement, but also the machinery and mixing trucks. Minutes later, the once full factory stood empty. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and was about to turn away when a guttural roar echoed through the factory. Jiang Bai's expression froze. He was all too familiar with that sound, the unmistakable cry of a zombie that had emerged since the apocalypse. The roar resounded again. Outside the factory, a pale zombie with gray eyes staggered toward Jiang Bai. Unlike the zombies depicted in films, this creature moved with the agility of a human and showed no signs of decay. This was the new breed of zombies. Jiang Bai chuckled, observing the approaching creature without a hint of panic, standing his ground with an air of confidence. As the zombie drew nearer, Jiang Bai suddenly moved. With a flicker, he positioned himself behind the creature, conjuring a steel wire rope from thin air, swiftly binding the zombie. The creature thrashed violently, but the steel rope, even against its unnatural strength, held firm. Silence. Jiang Bai muffled the zombie's mouth with a strip of cloth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the numerous atrocities committed by the Eagle Flag Nation against other base cities, poisoning, unleashing zombies, deploying biological weapons that in their eyes, this world hardly requires so many humans. They only sought a cadre of elites. This time, he intended to let the Eagle Flag Nation taste the bitterness of its own machinations. With this thought, Jiang Bai extracted an off-road vehicle from his white space. stuffing the zombie into the trunk and drove away. Meanwhile, the mall manager surveyed the charred remains of the building, now engulfed in flames. Feeling utterly despondent, he could not fathom why misfortune continually befell him. Had he wronged anyone? Even if he had crossed paths with the thief, why did the explosion target his mall specifically? Infuriatingly, the wretched Eagle Flag Nation dispatched personnel to extinguish the flames, demanding exorbitant fees for their services. Hadn't his taxes been sufficient? Determined, he resolved to unite with other mall managers to lodge a complaint against Roosevelt's inaction. As the manager simmered with anger, he began dialing one number after another. In the security bureau, Chris entered the office with a grave expression, approaching Roosevelt. "Sir, the mall has indeed been destroyed. Numerous media representatives and reporters are en route to our security bureau. They're seriously suspecting that our provocations led the thief to detonate the mall." Roosevelt, seated at his desk, rubbed his temples, a look of concern etched on his face. "Have we captured the thief?" Chris shook her head. "No, our personnel have not even laid eyes on the thief. Sir, I have a suspicion. I'm uncertain whether to voice." "What suspicion?" Roosevelt's gaze fixed intently on Chris. Her expression turned serious as she saluted him. "Sir, I strongly suspect there is a collaborator among our ranks. Otherwise, how could he consistently evade our traps?" Roosevelt frowned slightly, contemplation flickering in his eyes. "Who do you suspect?" Chris shook her head, her demeanor resolute. "I do not suspect a specific target, but I have a daring plan that may force the thief and his accomplices into the open." "Oh," Du shared. Roosevelt's eyes gleamed with interest. "Yes." Chris leaned in to whisper her plan into Roosevelt's ear. Upon hearing it, Roosevelt's expression brightened. The affluent district of Green Sea belonged to the Eagle Flag Nation. Those who resided here were either high-ranking officials or capitalists. At midnight, Jiang Bai parked the off-road vehicle across the street from Green Sea. With a zombie in tow, he executed several rapid movements, appearing on the beach of Green Sea, gazing at a villa still illuminated in the distance. A cruel smile crept across Jiang Bai's face. Mrs. Yuri was in high spirits today, celebrating her 35th birthday with a gathering of affluent ladies. Unbeknownst to her, she had indulged a bit too much and felt the urge to use the restroom. "Mrs. Yuri, are you all right? Do you need assistance?" No doubt. Mrs. Yuri declined the help of two well-heeled ladies as she stumbled toward the restroom. She closed the door behind her, addressing her biological needs. Suddenly, two figures materialized before her. "Who are you?" Mrs. Yuri instinctively prepared to scream. However, upon catching sight of one man's face, she froze, off-filling her gaze. Handsome. Simply too handsome. Over the years, she had kept many young men, but none compared to the man before her. "Who are you?" she whispered, lowering her voice. A wealthy woman. She was acutely aware of the thoughts of other affluent ladies. She had no desire to share this striking man with anyone else. For some reason, she sensed that this handsome stranger was none other than the infamous thief. Jiang Bai's pupils shimmered with a violet hue as he instantly grasped Mrs. Yuri's thoughts. He stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her waist, activating his mind control ability, and smiled. "Mrs. Yuri, shall we play a game?" "Sure." Mrs. Yuri instinctively nodded, mesmerized by Jiang Bai's gaze. For reasons unknown, in that fleeting moment, her thoughts were consumed by his presence, and she felt no urge to resist his words. "Now, extend your hand toward this person's mouth and allow it to bite you, but do not scream, all right?" Jiang Bai said with a light laugh. Removing the cloth from the zombie's mouth, without hesitation, Mrs. Yuri obediently placed her right hand near the zombie's jaws. Ah! The zombie, unable to contain its hunger, bit down eagerly. Instantly, blood gushed from Mrs. Yuri's hand, yet she remained silent. Jiang Bai grinned, satisfied with his handiwork. He swiftly severed the zombie's head and extracted a white crystal from within. Chapter 19. Stockpiling canned peaches. Ding. Energy required for system upgrade detected. The system is absorbing energy. Distance to system upgrade remaining. 110. As the system chimed, the zombie crystal dissolved into a swirl of light. Jiang Bai felt a surge of joy, realizing that the catalyst for the system upgrade was, in fact, the zombie crystal. This item would be plentiful in 2 days. Moreover, it was not only found in zombies' heads. Ferocious beasts and insects also harbored them. Ouch! Mrs. Yuri clutched her bitten hand, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Bai, as if chastising him for not showing concern. Be good. I shall return to play with you tomorrow. Shall I? Under the gentle caress of Jiang Bai's smile, Mrs. Yuri's hair was stroked as she disappeared into the restroom. What an endearing fellow, making one wish to bite him right away. Mrs. Yuri murmured to herself as she stepped out of the restroom. Mrs. Yuri, are you all right? Why have you been gone for so long? Oh dear, Mrs. Yuri, how did you injure your hand? A few affluent ladies, noticing Mrs. Yuri emerging with bloodied hands, hurriedly surrounded her with concern that I'm fine. Just as Mrs. Yuri was about to respond, a sudden pang of hunger gripped her stomach. Her gaze became unfocused, and in an instant, her look towards the other wealthy ladies transformed, shimmering as if she beheld delectable food. That I'm so hungry. I'm truly famished. Mrs. Yuri lunged to the nearest affluent lady and bit down. Mrs. Yuri, what are you doing? Mrs. Yuri. The other wealthy ladies were instantly thrown into a panic, rushing forward to restrain her. But at that moment, Mrs. Yuri was consumed by thoughts of food, seizing those who attempted to stop her and biting with wild abandon. Chaos ensued. The entire villa erupted into turmoil. Those bitten by Mrs. Yuri, mirroring her actions, began to bite anyone they encountered. Cries of alarm and wails filled the villa. Jiang Bai, hidden in the shadows, surveyed the pandemonium with a wicked smile curling upon his lips. By the way, the more, the merrier. His choice to come a green sea was precisely due to the unique status of these wealthy ladies. And no matter how many they bit, no one dared to retaliate or fire upon them. If it were ordinary people, those who dared inflict harm repeatedly would have long been shot dead by the security outside. Suddenly, the sound of urgent alarms echoed outside Green Sea. Jiang Bai glanced at the commotion outside the villa before silently slipping away. Returning to his off-road vehicle parked by the roadside, he had just recalled a certain item. Canned yellow peaches. That it was said that these cans possessed miraculous effects, sometimes even more effective than certain medications. Thus, he needed to stock up. With a roar, the off-road vehicle sped away under Jiang Bai's foot on the accelerator. Approximately an hour later, Jiang Bai halted before a factory, gazing at the dimly lit establishment. He quickly appeared in the warehouse. A glance revealed a staggering number of canned yellow peaches, neatly stacked in towering piles. Jiang Bai's eyes sparkled with delight, and a single word echoed in his mind: move. After a mere 10 minutes, all the canned yellow peaches had vanished. Jiang Bai's form flickered once more as he arrived at the production line, observing the conveyor belts and the unprocessed yellow peaches. He adopted a mindset of preventing waste and took on the role of a laborer once more, moving the production line, transferring the yellow peaches, and even hauling the raw candy. Wait a moment. Not this one, he said, eyeing the grumpy old man who stood before him. With a grin, Jiang Bai swiftly knocked the gatekeeper unconscious with a single punch. 5 minutes later, the off-road vehicle departed from the vicinity of the factory. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Various production facilities suffered significant misfortune as Jiang Bai swiftly traversed the factories of Choiwest City at an astonishing speed of over 200 miles per hour. Lumber mill, moved. Glass factory, moved. Stone factory, moved. Beef factory, moved. Their fish in the fish factory, move. Wait a minute, those two ships anchored by the seaside look splendid. Move them too. The next morning at 8 o'clock, only 36 hours remained until the apocalypse descended. The owner of the cement factory stared at the empty premises, cursing under his breath. He could understand Jiang by clearing out a mall or even an armory. After all, one contained necessities for survival, while the other was for self-defense. But what could possibly be the meaning behind emptying his cement factory? Did he think cement was edible? Most infuriatingly, not only had his cement been stolen, but even his production lines had vanished. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Jiang Bai's actions had effectively robbed him of his means of production, and before leaving, he had taken his fishing rod and basket as well. The cement factory owner was not alone in his dismay. All major manufacturers found themselves in despair as they gazed at their vacant factories. Helpless and on the verge of tears, hastily reaching out to the Security Bureau. Report. The canned yellow peach factory just called to say their production line and canned peaches have been stolen by Jiang Bai. The cement factory owner just called. The little umbrella factory owner, just called Roosevelt, listened to his subordinates' reports, his head ready to explode. In just a single night, all major production facilities had been robbed. This was a direct strike at the supply chain of Choiwa City. Tap, tap, tap. Chris approached Roosevelt with heavy steps, his expression grave. Sir, the armed department just called. The two small warships stationed by the seaside have been stolen by Jiang Bai in the night. What? Roosevelt instantly lost his composure, rising in alarm as shock washed over him. Are you saying Jiang Bai even stole our warships? How dare he? Who gave him such audacity to steal our warships? And tell me, just how vast is his ability space? Why doesn't he just move the entire planet into his ability space? Sir, they're small warships, Chris quietly reminded him. Huff, huff. Roosevelt took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his inner fury as he returned to his seat, contemplating a countermeasure. He had been sent to investigate Jiang Bai with the intention of persuading him to join the Eagle Sauce Nation under suitable circumstances. Yet now, not only had he failed to recruit Jiang Bai, but he had also completely alienated him. The overnight theft of all major production facilities was likely Jiang Bai's retaliation against him. Bang! Just then, the office door was kicked open. Chris entered, flanked by two soldiers, striding into the office with an air of authority, producing a notice and presenting it to Roosevelt with a smile. Your Excellency, Roosevelt, due to your mismanagement, Choiwa City has suffered significant economic losses that a direct order has been issued from above to remove you from all your positions, pending a review after the autumn, that it's over. This is truly the end. Roosevelt sank back into his chair, despair flooding his heart. Chris exchanged a knowing glance with the two soldiers. They seized Roosevelt and began escorting him out of the office. Chapter 20. Harvesting 1,000 Cattle. After Roosevelt was taken away, Chris turned to Chris with a faint smile, gesturing toward a nearby sofa. Agent Chris, please take a seat. May I have a word with you? What does Director Chris wish to discuss with me? Chris flicked his long hair, confidently settling onto the sofa. Chris walked over to the water cooler, filling a cup and placing it before Chris with a smile. Agent Chris, you must be well aware of the current state of affairs in Choiwa City, that I am quite different from your predecessor. Roosevelt, he was a rough character, impulsive and autocratic, resorting only to threats and coercion to achieve his ends. I, however, prefer to win people over with virtue, understanding the need for targeted solutions. You have had the most contact with Jiang Bai and possess some understanding of him. I would like you to help me locate him and convey a message on my behalf. I am willing to collaborate with him, offering him 200 trucks of supplies. No, 500 trucks of supplies to be delivered by tomorrow evening. Chris shook her head with a smile. Director Chris, I have only met Jiang Bai twice. How can you be certain that I can find him? Chris smiled enigmatically, pointing to his own head, while observing his words and expressions, and making inferences. Whenever Roosevelt sought to target Jiang Bai, Agent Chris was always the first to step in and stop him. Perhaps Roosevelt was oblivious, but I could sense that Agent Chris harbored special feelings for Jiang Bai. Oh, really? Chris shrugged lightly. Trust me, Agent Chris, I genuinely wish to collaborate with him to demonstrate my sincerity. I am willing to provide Jiang Bai with 500 trucks of supplies and withdraw all warrants against him. Chris spoke earnestly. If I manage to encounter him, I will certainly relay Director Chris's message. With that, Chris rose from the sofa and made her way toward the office exit. Jiang Bai remained oblivious to the happenings at the Security Bureau. At that moment, he was fixated on the thousands of plump cattle in the ranch, his eyes gleaming. Each cow weighed approximately 500 pounds, with thousands of cows that amounts to 1,500 pounds of meat that, if he consumes 5 pounds a day, it would take him 100,000 days to finish. This is truly valuable material. Let us get to work and move them. Jiang Bai glanced around. Noting the ranch owner's absence, he pulled out a tranquilizer gun and swiftly put each cow to sleep, transporting them into the white space. AS for whether the white space could contain living beings? Certainly. However, within the confines of the white space, time ceases to flow. Everything remains in a state of stasis. The items that are placed within retain their original form upon removal. Whatever enters while warm exits in the same warm condition. There is no degradation or expiration. The same principle applies to living beings. Take, for instance, the cows before me. When Jiang Bai collects them into the white space, all vital signs Cellular activity and cognitive functions will be halted. Upon their release, they will be indistinguishable from the moment they were taken. The mysteries of time and the laws of space elude Jiang Bai's understanding. He is merely aware that his act of stealing cattle was witnessed by the ranch owner. Facing the imposing figure of the ranch owner, bald, adorned with tattoos on both arms, and wielding a shotgun with an unfriendly demeanor, Jiang Bai awkwardly smiled and proposed. "Boss, how about I perform a magic trick? This trick is called the Great Transformation of Living Beings." Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and Jiang Bai vanished from his original position in an instant. As a bullet struck the spot he had just occupied, the ranch owner, surveying the empty pasture, was consumed by fury. "Damn it. This is utterly infuriating. That was quite the close call." In his off-road vehicle, Jiang Bai exhaled a sigh of relief. Although being caught red-handed was unpleasant, he felt no remorse. That it was not that he lacked a sense of shame. Rather, after 7 years in the apocalypse, he had witnessed too many of the actions of the Eagle Sauce Nation's people. They were not human at all. Their behavior was akin to that of unabashed brigands. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the thieving and double-standard traits inherent in the Eagle Sauce Nation's people manifested in full force. They possessed a narrow perspective, devoid of any sense of the greater good or compassion. In his previous life, he witnessed how the Eagle Sauce Nation dispatched troops to seize supplies from a populous base city for their own benefit. He also observed them unleash a horde of zombies upon a small base city for the sake of their research. Most vividly etched in his memory was when the Eagle Sauce Nation, seeking to verify the efficacy of nuclear weapons in the apocalypse, deliberately launched a nuclear missile at the southern continent. This missile resulted in the mutation of all ferocious beasts in the region, leading to the death of millions at the hands of these beasts, transforming the southern continent into a haven for monsters. Yet, as the instigator of this calamity, the Eagle Sauce Nation remained silent about their transgressions, brushing it off with a mere suspicion that the southern continent was breeding these ferocious creatures. In stark contrast to the actions of the Eagle Sauce Nation, what he had done seemed trivial. As the saying goes in the various base cities of his past life, once the Eagle Sauce Nation is eradicated, peace shall return to this planet. Ding-cling. The phone rang, and Jiang Bai answered. "Master, could you come to the Minuet Hotel? I accidentally killed Cruz Wayne." The terrified voice of Jean trembled through the line. Jiang Bai frowned, displeasure etching his features as he replied, "Are you saying you killed Cruz Wayne?" "Why, yes," Jean stammered, her tone laced with fear. "Wait for me." Jiang Bai hung up, igniting the engine of his off-road vehicle and heading towards the Minuet Hotel. Jean's call left him with a sense of regret. In his previous life, Cruz Wayne had toyed with him like a deity for several months. Just as he was about to exact his revenge, Jean had gone and killed Cruz. Now, he harbored doubts about Jean's capabilities. 2 hours later, Jiang Bai parked his vehicle in front of the Minuet Hotel and instantly teleported to Jean's room. Inside, apart from Jean, there were two individuals, a lifeless old man bound to a chair and Cruz Wayne, who lay in a pool of blood with a dagger embedded in his heart. "Master," upon seeing Jiang Bai. Jean knelt, unable to raise her head. Jiang Bai approached Cruz Wayne, confirming his demise before gripping Jean's hair, his voice low and menacing. "He still owed me many debts, and you let him die so easily? Do you realize that your actions have greatly aggravated my temper?" "Understood, Master." As a woman from an open nation, Jean was well aware of Jiang Bai's expectations that you're still somewhat useful. Jiang Bai conceded with a nod, retrieving his camera to take several photos of Cruz Wayne's corpse. Subsequently, he sent the images to Zhao Wuji using a remembered phone number. After the successful transmission, he opened the latest news. The latest report stated that last night, Mrs. Yuri had unfortunately contracted a disease and had been taken to the first hospital for treatment. Insiders revealed that the first hospital was attacked by criminals last night, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of dozens of nurses and doctors. According to the Ugly Promise Daily, a rabies-like illness had erupted in various hospitals last night, with patients behaving as if they were mad, biting anyone in sight. Dozens of patients and nurses had already been bitten. Experts speculated that the outbreak of rabies was caused by a stray dog, urging all bitten individuals to seek immediate medical attention. Jiang Bai scrolled through the news articles. A disdainful smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, regardless of the nation, whenever capitalists were involved, the truth would be obscured. Claims of hospital attacks and rabies outbreaks were simply a ruse employed by the Eagle Sauce Nation to placate the populace. In the early days of the apocalypse, once bitten by a zombie, there was little hope for salvation. The only choices were suicide or transformation into a zombie. Of course, nature had its own methods to counteract the zombie virus. Despite its ferocity, several hours later, Jeanne swallowed hard, lifting her head to gaze at Jiang Bai with a flirtatious look. "Master, is your mood much improved?" "It's acceptable," Jiang Bai replied, his expression impassive as he made his way towards the door. It was now 1 p.m. There remained 31 hours until the apocalypse would commence. Tomorrow night, at 8 p.m., the moon would transform into a blood moon, casting a crimson hue over the world. Cosmic energy would erupt at that moment, sweeping across the globe and dismantling the existing human order. Half an hour later, all anomalies would vanish, and the world would return to normalcy as humanity faced its destined apocalypse. It was a grand era, yet also a chaotic one, with factions vying for power and countless lives sacrificed to pave a path to divinity for this planet. Regrettably, in his previous life, he was devoid of any extraordinary abilities, leading to a bitter end in this life. Equipped with a replication system, he yearned to explore beyond the stars, to discover whether other civilizations existed in the cosmos, or if it was merely a realm of countless deities. Jiang Bai drove away from the Mingyue Hotel, heading towards the largest library in Choyu City. Knowledge was power. The Choyu Library housed approximately millions of volumes, spanning various fields, perhaps in the eyes of other survivors. These tomes held no value after the apocalypse, but to him, they were immensely useful. Even using the pages of these books for rudimentary tasks was preferable to employing stones or leaves, which were exceedingly uncomfortable. Lost in thought, Jiang Bai failed to notice a figure sprinting onto the road ahead. With a loud thud, the front of the vehicle collided with the figure, sending it flying several meters. Jiang Bai snapped back to reality. Slamming on the brakes and looking towards the figure, it was a woman with an East Asian appearance, her long hair tied back, clad in a blue professional outfit. The impact appeared quite severe. The woman struggled on the ground multiple times, yet could not rise. "Are you all right?" Jiang Bai hurriedly exited the vehicle and approached her. "I'm fine. Just help me up." The woman gritted her teeth, extending her right hand towards Jiang Bai for assistance. "Oh, all right." Jiang Bai took hold of her right arm, slowly helping her to her feet. It was then that Jiang Bai truly beheld the woman's visage. She possessed a delicate face, exuding the unique elegance of Eastern women, her skin resembling a fresh lotus blossom. Li Xinhua. "You are Li Xinhua." Jiang Bai's tone carried a hint of surprise as an attribute panel materialized in his mind. Name, Li Xinhua. Gender, female. Ability, ice element, unawakened. Can be replicated. "Do you recognize me?" Li Xinhua queried, astonishment evident on her face, as she was certain it was their first encounter. Jiang Bai nodded, silently reciting, "Replicate. Replication in progress. Replication successful. Name, Jiang Bai. Gender, male. Body strength, 6. Ability. Space LV2 strong. Mind control LV1. Ice element LV1. Slots used, 33. Distance to system upgrade, 110. Li Xinhua, the Ice Queen, one of the 5 great warlords in his previous life. She had mastered ice abilities to perfection, with her highest achievement being the ability to freeze an entire mountain with a single strike, causing it to remain frozen under scorching heat for days. Alongside Guling, she was revered as one of the 2 goddesses among numerous Eastern survivors in the apocalypse. As for the West, they had their own deities. "Hurry, that woman is over there. Do not let her escape." A furious shout rang out at that moment. "I won't hold you responsible for now. I have other matters to attend to. Once I resolve them, I will return to discuss compensation." Elishina managed to wriggle free from Jiang Bai's support, limping as she hurriedly ran ahead. Her expression was one of palpable urgency. Jiang Bai glanced back, only to see 6 or 7 burly men brandishing clubs, pursuing Li Xinhua with great fervor. Their aggressive demeanor suggested a deep-seated grudge against her. "Do you need my assistance?" Jiang Bai called out, quickening his pace that he stepped forward, approached Li Xinhua, and swept her into his arms in a princess carry, making his way toward the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle. "Hey, what are you doing? Let me go." Li Xinhe exclaimed anxiously, her small fists pounding against Jiang Bai's chest. Stay still. I'm helping you, Jiang Bai replied tersely. Upon reaching the passenger door, he placed Li Xinhe inside, shut the door with a decisive click, and awaited the approach of the men. Hurry up and get in. You can't handle them alone, Li Xinhe shouted, banging on the window. She attempted to open the door, only to find it had already been locked by Jiang Bai. This is it, she thought, closing her eyes in resignation as the men drew nearer. In her estimation, there was no way Jiang Bai could contend with 6 or 7 of them. Kid, hand over that woman. Otherwise, don't blame us for being uncivilized. The group surrounded Jiang Bai, their tone laced with menace. That it was clear that any refusal on his part would result in a violent confrontation. Jiang Bai chuckled, a hint of disdain in his smile. With a flick of his wrist, an AK-47 materialized in his hand, aimed at the men. Gentlemen, I am curious. How exactly do you plan to be uncivilized with me? The act of summoning objects from thin air revealed him to be the notorious thief. Jiang Bai point one of the men gasped in shock, and the others, upon witnessing the firearm, quickly discarded their clubs onto the ground and crouched down. Hands on their heads, everyone squat by the roadside and sing conquer. Each of you must sing it 100 times, Jiang Bai commanded imperiously. Although the men were unfamiliar with the song, the threat of the gun left them no choice but to comply, obediently squatting by the roadside. Just like this, conquered by you, drinking down the poison you've hidden away. As the music began to play, Jiang Bai tossed a phone in front of the men and ordered, sing and follow the music. A typical song lasts about 4 minutes. So 100 repetitions would take around 400 minutes. Approximately 7 hours. That I shall return in 7 hours, and if I find any of you have fled, I will break your legs. Yes, yes. The men hastily nodded, not daring to argue that a name carries weight. They had heard of Jiang Bai's infamous reputation as a ruthless individual, one known for live-streaming a building explosion. Gradually, the men began to sing, just like this, conquered by you. Jiang Bai, satisfied, nodded and returned to the vehicle. As soon as he entered, he noticed Li Xinhe staring intently at him. What? Is there something on my face? Jiang Bai inquired nonchalantly, fastening his seatbelt. A faint blush crossed Li Xinhe's cheeks as she quickly averted her gaze, shaking her head. No, it's just that I didn't recognize you earlier as the legendary thief. I am quite curious. Do you truly possess spatial abilities? Jiang Bai turned to Li Xinhe, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. I have a question for you as well. What question? Li Xinhe asked, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Is this your first time? Li Xinhe's face flushed crimson at once. She shot a glance at Jiang Bai and shyly nodded. I knew I was right. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, starting the car and heading toward Li Xinhe's home. In truth, he had already discerned the answer from her thoughts moments ago, but he desired to hear it from her own lips. This was tied to a secret from his past life, in his previous existence. Half of the male survivors in the East speculated whether Gulinger and Li Xinhe were still virgins if they lacked abilities. How much could they be worth? He was no exception. He had wagered a whole box of instant noodles on it. The off-road vehicle sped along the road, coming to a halt in front of an old residential complex half an hour later. Jiang Bai carried Li Xinhe out of the vehicle and, with a swift motion, appeared in her bedroom, tossing her onto the bed and firmly grasping her right ankle. What are you doing? I warn you. Don't get carried away, Li Xinhe said warily, struggling fiercely. Stay still. I'm just examining your injury, Jiang Bai replied earnestly. Ignoring her guarded gaze, he tore her pants with a swift motion. After confirming that her thigh bone was unbroken and only sustained superficial injuries, he turned and walked out of the room. Where are you going? Li Xinhe felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. She was humiliated that this man had touched her leg, even if it was under the pretense of treating her. She was furious that he had collided with her without so much as an apology. You are not to leave this house before tomorrow night. If I come back tomorrow and find you gone, I will break your legs, Jiang Bai stated coldly, disappearing from her home. What do you think I am, a pet to be kept? Li Xinhe shouted at the empty room, yet a sweet smile crept on her face. For reasons unknown, despite this being their first encounter, she felt a strong affinity for Jiang Bai. Could this be love at first sight? She pondered. Inside the off-road vehicle, Jiang Bai wore a slight smile. There is no such thing as love at first sight, All instances of it stem from physical attraction. He had merely employed a touch of mental influence on Li Xinhe, paving the way for their future interactions. As for how to proceed from here, he had yet to make up his mind. Should he remain a lone wolf, wandering the world and witnessing its joys and sorrows, or establish a base city and become a powerful figure? He was unsure how to choose. Nonetheless, this did not prevent him from securing allegiances with potential future allies. The apocalypse was not a solitary affair. Even the most solitary of wolves needed companions. Li Xinhe was his first target, and he had already identified suitable candidates for his second and third. T2. 20 p.m., Jiang Bai finally arrived at the ugly great library, observing the men and women engrossed in their reading. He set aside any pretense of modesty or caution, placing his hands on the bookshelves and activating his spatial abilities. Shelves and books rapidly vanished from the library. This action naturally drew the attention of others. "Oh my God, it's the thief. He even stealing books." Someone exclaimed, "Is he planning to establish a nation in the South with all these resources? We must stop him. These books belong to our eagle nation." A person proposed tea that moment. Several young individuals, spurred by the suggestion, began to stir. "Damn it, you despicable, scurrying little monkey, you sickly Oriental. Cease this behavior at once," boomed a large man in a security uniform, his dark skin glistening. "Do you have the guts to face me in battle, so I can smash your bladder?" Jiang Bai's gaze turned icy as he shot a sidelong glance at the man. "What did you just call me?" "Little monkey, sickly Oriental," the man taunted. "But you're asking for death." Jiang Bai's expression darkened, an intense murderous intent igniting within him, but a dagger appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed past the man. "Ew." The man's words were cut short as his head flew off, a fountain of blood spraying onto the floor as his headless body crumpled to the ground. He's killing people. "Let us get out of here." The crowd inside the library, witnessing the murder, scrambled toward the exit. Jiang Bai paid them no mind, stepping on the corpse with an impassive expression. "Did you think that the plaques our ancestors shattered with their lives were mere ordinary plaques? Their destruction signifies that the rabbits who have weathered a century of storms are once again standing tall. You dare use such a term to describe me. You shall pay dearly." Spitting on the man's body, Jiang Bai continued to collect books. The incident with the man solidified his resolve. During this recent acquisition of books, not even a single sheet of toilet paper was left for the library. Alas, alas, just after Jiang Bai had collected the majority of the books, an alarm echoed from outside the library. Chris entered the library, accompanied by Chris. Chapter 23. The Creation of Spatial Rings. Upon seeing Jiang Bai, Chris's eyes brightened instantly as he quickly approached him, extending his right hand with a broad smile, saying, "Esteemed Lord Jiang Bai, it is a pleasure to meet you in person. I am Chris, the director of the Security Bureau. May we find a moment to converse? Whatever you wish to discuss can be done right here," Jiang Bai replied, feigning ignorance as he casually absorbed the last two bookshelves into the white space. Chris's pupils contracted. It was his first encounter with spatial abilities. Maintaining a facade of calm, he said, "Lord Jiang Bai, I understand that your perception of our Security Bureau and the Eagle Sauce Nation has been skewed due to Roosevelt's actions. However, our intentions are noble. We merely seek cooperation with you. All unpleasantness stems from Roosevelt's misdeeds. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to offer you an additional 300 trucks of supplies on top of the 200 you requested." 200 trucks? Jiang Bai glanced at Chris. Quickly comprehending the situation, he patted Chris on the shoulder and chuckled. "Director Chris, I have heard that you have a son studying in our country. Is that true?" A chill ran down Chris's spine, and he awkwardly laughed. "Lord Jiang Bai, you jest. I have no son. Is that so?" Jiang Bai sidestepped him, walking to the library window and gazing outside, pointing a finger assertively. He declared, "It's 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. 500 trucks of supplies will arrive at the entrance of Jingdan School. Once the goods are delivered, we can discuss cooperation further. And if the supplies do not arrive?" Jiang Bai paused, turning his head with a glint of menace in his eyes. "If the goods do not arrive, your son will perish." The final word was heavily emphasized by Jiang Bai. "Lord Jiang Bai." Chris attempted to respond, but Jiang Bai vanished from the library before he could finish. Chris was left in a state of despair. Chris shrugged, turning to exit the library. The The system's mechanical voice resonated in Jiang Bai's mind within an empty hotel room. Detection of spatial ability proficiency at maximum. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. Current level. Level 3. A warm current coursed through him, causing Jiang Bai's body to twitch, revealing a look of discomfort. He closed his eyes, beginning to sense the changes following the upgrade of his spatial abilities. This upgrade did not increase the area of the white space nor the distance of teleportation. Rather, it introduced a new skill, space cutting and dimensional reduction. The utility of this skill was evident from its name, cutting space and reducing dimensions. However, what thrilled Jiang Bai was the remarkable aspect of this skill. It enabled the creation of spatial rings by cutting a section of space and integrating it into a medium through dimensional reduction. He could craft these rings. Let me give it a try, Jiang Bai thought as he firmly shut his eyes, delving into the white space to locate several silver rings adorned with purple diamonds. Subsequently, he cut a piece of space approximately 1 cubic meter in size and, after multiple dimensional reductions, attempted to merge it into the rings. Closer, there was no repulsion between the two, gradually merging into one. Gradually, sweat beaded on Jiang Bai's forehead. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. After an indeterminate duration, the severed space completely integrated into the silver ring. Jiang Bai opened his eyes, wiped the sweat from his brow, and directed his consciousness into the ring. It was neither too large nor too small. A square space appeared in Jiang Bai's mind. Success! Joy surged within him, a smile breaking upon his face. Although the spatial ring held no immediate utility for him, it would prove invaluable should he establish a faction in the future. Name: Jiang Bai. Gender: male. Physical strength: 7. Abilities: space LV3 strong, mind control LV1, ice LV1. Use slots: 33. Distance to system upgrade: 110. Physical strength increased by 1. Jiang Bai remained oblivious to anything else, engrossed in the creation of spatial rings. The essence of spatial abilities lies in dimensions. Increasing physical strength was not their hallmark. In the future, rare materials would emerge in this world, capable of dramatically enhancing physical strength. The second spatial ring was completed. The third, the fourth. Time passed incrementally. After successfully crafting 7 spatial rings, Jiang Bai finally ceased his efforts. The time had reached 7 in the evening. Jiang Bai rubbed his somewhat hungry belly and retrieved a roasted chicken from the white space, devouring it heartily. Aru! The slumbering fat tiger nearby awoke at the scent, immediately glaring at Jiang Bai with a howl. Are you hungry too? Jiang Bai tossed a raw beef leg to Fat Tiger. Aru! Fat Tiger ignored the beef leg and continued to howl at Jiang Bai. Could it be that you also desire cooked food? Jiang Bai boldly conjectured, tossing a whole roasted lamb to Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger lowered its head, beginning to devour it voraciously. In mere moments, the entire roasted lamb was consumed. Subsequently, the satiated Fat Tiger leaped onto the bed, covering its head with its paws, falling into a deep slumber, occasionally emitting soft snoring sounds. This left Jiang Bai somewhat speechless. Is this truly the fierce and majestic tiger he had encountered in his previous life? The more he looked, the more it resembled a simpleton. I shall take a nap. I will continue my endeavors tonight. Jiang Bai lay on the bed, closing his eyes. The onset of the apocalypse drew ever nearer, and he still had significant matters to attend to. He lacked for materials, but was in dire need of abilities. He needed to stockpile these powers. Once the apocalypse struck, 80% of the global population would transform into zombies. It is essential to note that once a person becomes a zombie, they cannot awaken any abilities. This would result in the disappearance of many powerful abilities along with the host mutation. For instance, his roommate Liu Yan. Had Liu Yan survived the early stages of the apocalypse, with his spatial abilities, he would undoubtedly have become a formidable figure in the later stages. Regrettably, Jiang Bai had never heard Liu Yan's name in his previous life, nor had he heard of anyone possessing spatial abilities. With Liu Yan's death, spatial abilities vanished completely from this world. At 9:30 that evening, Jiang Bai awoke from his slumber, tidied himself, and, carrying the still sleeping Fat Tiger, vanished from the room. Before stockpiling abilities, he needed to make a trip to the hospital to upgrade the system. The first hospital this moment. The first hospital was entirely transformed from its previous state. The myriad patients had disappeared, replaced by fully armed soldiers and security personnel, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings as if guarding against some impending threat. Jiang Bai glanced at the inpatient building and, with a swift motion, appeared before the nurse at the front desk, activating mind control. Mrs. Yuri is on the third floor? Jiang Bai murmured, and, in the nurse's fervent gaze, he vanished from sight. On the third floor, the lights shone brightly. Yet the nurses were few. Following Mrs. Yuri's arrival, her aggressive behavior towards anyone she encountered had led many nurses to resign. Jiang Bai materialized in room 301, observing a female zombie bound to the bed. A slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, that he drew a dagger and severed the zombie's head, extracting a crystal core from within. Last night, he had merely intended to retaliate, wanting the Eagle Sauce Nation to experience the taste of poisoning. Little did he expect, a serendipitous outcome would arise. The zombie crystal core served as the medium for the system upgrade. Ding! Energy required for system upgrade detected. System is absorbing energy. Distance to system upgrade. 210. Next, Jiang Bai proceeded to room 302. Inside was another female zombie. Upon seeing Jiang Bai, who was very much alive, the zombie struggled fiercely. However, its limbs were bound to the bed, rendering it unable to rise and bite Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai replicated his previous actions, obtaining yet another zombie crystal core. Rooms 303, 304, and 305 followed suit, with Jiang Bai systematically moving through each one, drawing ever closer to the system upgrade. Just as he retrieved the crystal core from Mrs. Yuri's head, the mechanical voice of the system rang out in his mind as he had hoped. Ding! System energy is full. The system is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Current level. LV2. Slots, 34. Due to the system upgrade, the host is granted one ability enhancement. Enhanceable abilities. Mind control, ice. Jiang Bai slightly furrowed his brow. The system upgrade presented a mixed bag of outcomes for him. What he had not anticipated was that the system's first upgrade would only grant him an additional ability slot. Fortunately, he had also received an opportunity for ability enhancement. Although he could not further enhance his spatial abilities, he felt a profound sense of contentment. Through his recent studies on spatial powers and other abilities, he had uncovered a significant observation. The mental toll of spatial powers on his psyche was considerably less than that of the other two abilities. Furthermore, the power generated by spatial abilities was several times greater than that of the other two. In essence, the system's enhancement was not solely focused on the might of the abilities, but also on the mental expenditure they incurred. With the same physical stamina, he could teleport continuously over 100 times without feeling particularly fatigued. However, if he employed his mind control ability just 5 times in succession, he would soon be left feeling dizzy and disoriented. Of course, whether this was truly a result of enhancement remained to be tested. System, enhance my mind control ability, Jiang Bai silently commanded. Enhancement in progress. The mechanical voice of the system resounded, and a fantastical vision unfurled within Jiang Bai's mind, that he seemed to witness the cycle of life and death. The emergence of spring and the demise of winter. It was as if he had attained a divine perspective, gazing down upon the planet from the vast expanse of the starry sky. As the scene zoomed in, he observed the happenings outside a hospital room. Lights illuminating the surroundings, a nurse disposing of leftover food into a trash bin. The vision faded, and Jiang Bai rapidly regained his composure. A violet glow flickering within his pupils, he could distinctly sense that his mind control ability had indeed strengthened. Name: Jiang Bai. Gender: male. Physical strength: 7. Abilities: spatial LV3 strong, mind control LV1 strong, ice element LV1. Use slots: 34. He decided to test its power. With a swift teleportation, Jiang Bai exited the hospital and found himself on the bustling street outside. His gaze fell upon a foreign woman standing by the roadside. Gesturing enticingly, he approached her, and a flash of violet light flickered in his eyes. The foreign woman initially appeared perplexed, but soon addressed him with utmost reverence. Master. Indeed. Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction. The enhanced mind control had indeed reduced its consumption significantly, while also augmenting its potency. Previously, to control someone's mind, he would require at least 1/5 of his stamina and mental energy. Yet just moments ago, his mental exertion had hardly been taxed, not even consuming a tenth of his capacity. "Master, do you have any commands for me? Do you require my services?" the foreign woman inquired sweetly, extending her arms to wrap around Jiang Bai's neck. He pushed her away, vanishing from sight and reappearing inside a vehicle. He was no ravenous wolf, indiscriminately pursuing any woman. From his observations the previous night at Madame Yuri's villa, there were certainly more than 30 affluent ladies in attendance. Yet, after scouring all the rooms on the third floor, he found only 9, including Madame Yuri. This indicated that as long as he could locate the remaining wealthy ladies, he could still acquire at least 21 zombie cores, a sufficient amount to elevate his system to the next level. Wait! Just as Jiang Bai prepared to start the car, a flash of inspiration struck him, but he swiftly retrieved his phone and opened today's news. According to informed sources, the first hospital had been attacked by criminals last night, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of dozens of nurses and doctors. That was a close call, Jiang Bai mused with self-deprecation before exiting the vehicle and teleporting to the morgue of the Sanctum Hospital. If his suspicions were correct, the deceased doctors and nurses must have been transformed into zombies after being infected by Madame Yuri, ultimately shot dead by security personnel. Why was he so certain? Firstly, few terrorists would target a hospital. Secondly, it was too coincidental that Madame Yuri had just been hospitalized when the attack occurred. It was an insult to intelligence. The morgue of the first hospital was located in the basement. The dim lighting cast an eerie pallor over the corridor, but a nurse guided Jiang Bai to the door of a storage room, respectfully pushing it open. "Master, this is the morgue where the bodies of the doctors and nurses who sacrificed themselves last night are kept. Due to the suddenness of the incident, these bodies have yet to be processed." "Very well, I understand. You may leave now." Jiang Bai waved her off and stepped into the morgue. As he surveyed the room, he found dozens of bodies covered with white sheets. Jiang Bai approached one of the corpses and lifted the sheet. It was the body of a middle-aged man, his pallor identical to that of a zombie. With a gunshot wound on his forehead, it was evident that the cause of death aligned with his suspicions. He had likely been infected by Madame Yuri and subsequently shot by security. Jiang Bai felt no reverence for the corpse. Instead, he retrieved a scalpel, opened the man's skull, and delved his hand inside. Soon, a white core materialized in his grasp, point one after another. He skillfully extracted zombie cores from the bodies. Ding! System energy is now full. The system is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Current level LV3. Due to the system upgrade, the host is granted one ability enhancement opportunity. Enhanceable ability. Ice element. Slots used. 3-6. Energy required for next system upgrade. 0-40. All set. Time to wrap things up. Jiang Bai smiled contentedly as he exited the morgue. Chapter 25. Various peculiar abilities. Choiwa City, Commercial Street. As night descended, the number of visitors had not diminished. In fact, it had slightly increased compared to the daytime. Some night workers emerged from their homes to commence a new round of work. Jiang Bai strolled along the street, his gaze fixed upon the brilliantly illuminated buildings. Lost in reverie, he knew that tonight would be the last time these structures illuminated the street, marking the final evening of its splendor. Tomorrow, the entire street would transform into a paradise for zombies, and its former glory would vanish, never to return. Countless years hence, humanity would nostalgically reminisce about their current lives. This night would be recorded in history as the last night of happiness. Tomorrow, the apocalypse would arrive, marking the year zero of the end times. Jiang Bai murmured to himself, withdrawing his gaze from the grand edifices and scanning the passing pedestrians in search of impressive abilities. It is worth mentioning that he had not used his third enhancement on the ice element. Although powerful, it did not qualify as a high-end ability and was not worth wasting an enhancement opportunity on early in the game. Throughout the spectrum of abilities, many were on par with the ice element. There were elemental abilities such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Beyond the ice element, there existed numerous formidable powers, including time manipulation, magnetic field control, soul manipulation, and super strength. Name: Erica. Gender: female. Ability: stone spitting. Copyable: stone spitting. Erica can convert food ingested into stones and spit them at her targets. Name: Boda Jinkong. Gender: female. Ability: enchantment. Copyable: enchantment. Boda Jinkong can mesmerize others through seductive dance, causing them to lose themselves. Name. Luo Liite. Gender. Male. Ability. Flatulence. Copyable. Flatulence. Luo Liite can emit extremely foul-smelling gas. Incapacitating opponents. Name. Yang Minghua. Gender. Male. Ability. Grass growing on head. Copyable. Grass growing on head. Whenever Yang Minghua thinks, grass sprouts from his head. The more serious the issue he contemplates, the faster the grass grows. Rubbish. All of it is rubbish, Jiang Bai lamented as he walked back and forth along the street, failing to discover a single impressive ability. The majority of people possessed no abilities at all, and only a select few had powers that were utterly lackluster. For instance, Yang Minghua's grass-growing ability was akin to a slow-witted human. Was he expected to feed the grass growing on his head to zombies in hopes of sparing himself? Sighing deeply, Jiang Bai accepted a lamb skewer from a vendor from northeast China and sat at a nearby table to indulge in the food. "Brother, this is a gift for you," the vendor exclaimed warmly, placing 2 large kidneys in front of Jiang Bai in a gesture of camaraderie. "Thank you." Jiang Bai began to express his gratitude when suddenly his heart raced violently, a sense of impending danger washing over him. In an instant, he vanished from the table. Bang! Just as he disappeared, a sniper bullet struck the table with precision. How is this possible? How did he predict the bullet? On a rooftop hundreds of meters away, a male sniper gazed in disbelief at Jiang Bai, who had narrowly evaded the bullet. To ensure a successful shot, he had refrained from directly aiming at Jiang Bai prior to firing, fearing that Jiang Bai might detect his presence through some detail. Yet, despite his precautions, he had still failed. It was worth noting that he was ranked 3rd globally among snipers, capable of eliminating even some world leaders without fail. "Was that shot fired by you?" A dispassionate voice resonated behind the sniper. Startled, he quickly turned to see Jiang Bai standing behind him, aiming a handgun at him. "Do you have any last words to convey?" Jiang Bai inquired with an expressionless demeanor. "Aye," the sniper began to respond, but was abruptly silenced by the sound of a gunshot. Jiang Bai gazed at the sniper's lifeless body and nonchalantly blew away non-existent smoke from the gun's muzzle. "I merely asked if you had any last words. I did not expect you to actually speak. I have already discerned the identity of your employer, and I shall ensure they accompany you down." With that, Jiang Bai vanished from the rooftop and made his way to the street. Beholding a red sports car parked by the roadside, he entered it, igniting the engine through unconventional means before driving out of the commercial district. After his psychic control powers were enhanced, he acquired an additional passive skill, psychic warning. Whenever a crisis loomed, his heart would race violently in an instant. Through the thoughts of Sniper, Jiang Bai learned who sought his demise, the welfare family. The underground emperor of Choiwest City, wielding control over 80% of the city's arms shops. The motive behind the assassination was straightforward. His previous zero-cost purchase had undermined the interests of the welfare family. In the eyes of prominent families, profit reigned supreme. Should anyone dare to disrupt their interests, they would stop at nothing to eliminate that individual. That if they could not succeed, they would resort to various coercive tactics, such as threatening or abducting family members, friends, or classmates. The welfare family. Jiang Bai's gaze deepened as he pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the welfare family stronghold. The affluent of Eagle Sauce Nation differ markedly from those of Rabbit Nation. They prefer grand estates. The larger the estate, the greater the display of wealth and power. As the underground sovereign of Choiwest City, the welfare family's estate was naturally vast and easily identifiable. Old Welfare was in a foul mood today. Earlier that morning, he received intelligence from the Security Bureau. Roosevelt had been dismissed, and Chris intended to rescind the warrant for the thief. It must be noted that the thief had pilfered hundreds of their family's arms shops, resulting in losses worth billions. Had it not been for Roosevelt's relentless pursuit of the thief, he would have dispatched someone to deal with the thief long ago. Now, with Chris declaring that there would be no pursuit, what were the welfare family's losses? They were not a family to be trifled with. In the entirety of Choiwest City, who would dare to touch the welfare family's goods? "Have you located the thief's family?" Old Welfare inquired of his steward, leaning on a cane as he made his way toward the estate's grand hall, flanked by numerous bodyguards. The steward shook his head and replied with a forced smile. "Regrettably, Not yet, sir. However, our people have gone to Rabbit Nation to inquire. I believe it won't be long before we receive news. Hasten your efforts. I must capture the thief and demonstrate the might of the Welfare family to all major powers. Old Welfare declared with quiet authority as he entered the grand hall. Upon stepping inside, he beheld a man in white reclining casually in the central chair. "Who are you?" Old Welfare demanded, retreating a couple of steps and hiding behind his bodyguards. Jiang Bai, lounging in the chair, cast a glance at Old Welfare, swirled the glass of red wine in his hand, downed it in one gulp, and replied with a smirk, "Not long ago, you sent someone to assassinate me." "Who do you think I am?" Old Welfare furrowed his brow. Swiftly deducing Jiang Bai's identity, he signaled his steward with a glance and exclaimed, "You are that despicable thief who stole our family's arms and ammunition. What do you want in my home? Are you here to settle the score? And what do you suppose?" Jiang Bai replied, smiling, his pupils shimmering with a violet hue. "Huh." Old Welfare laughed, for as the underground emperor of Choiwa City, he had faced countless threats in his lifetime. With a cold smile, he declared, "I must concede, your abilities are indeed impressive. You possess the legendary spatial powers. But do you think that having spatial powers grants you the right to confront me? You greatly underestimate the means of our powerful factions. Kill him," Old Welfare commanded, pointing at Jiang Bai. Gunfire erupted. Yet it was not Jiang Bai who fell into a pool of blood, but rather the steward behind Old Welfare. Turning to see his numerous bodyguards revolting, each aiming their weapons at him, Old Welfare's expression remained stoic despite the surprise. "When did this happen? When were you bought off by him?" Old Welfare bellowed, his face betraying no fear. Jiang Bai rose from his chair, advancing step by step toward Old Welfare, looking down at him with a mocking demeanor. "Surprised? Delighted? Did you foresee this outcome?" Old Welfare's face contorted into a sneer, exuding arrogance. "Even if you have bribed these worthless fools, so what? Do you dare kill me? If you do, the Welfare family will not let you off easily, nor will the various factions of Choiwa City. And even Eagle Sauce Nation will once again pursue you to AT that time. You'll be like a rat in the street, hiding from all that that's so." Jiang Bai retorted, producing a handgun and gently pulling the trigger under Old Welfare's watchful gaze. With a gunshot, Old Welfare's eyes filled with disbelief as he fell to the ground. Even in death, he could hardly fathom that Jiang Bai truly dared to kill him. "Grandfather," at that moment, a cheerful female voice rang from outside the hall. A silver-haired girl in her early 20s bounced into the hall. Upon seeing Old Welfare's lifeless body on the floor, her expression froze momentarily before she turned and fled outside. Name: Luomancy Welfare. Gender: female. Ability: healing, not yet awakened. Copyable: healing ability. After injury, can accelerate recovery speed. Healing ability: Jiang Bai's eyes lit up as he teleported in front of the girl, grasping her shoulder. Copying, copy successful. Let me go." "Why did you kill my grandfather? You murderer, I will never let you off," the girl protested vehemently. Jiang Bai gazed upon her angelic visage, feeling a twinge of reluctance. But alas, he was not the protagonist and lacked the ability to inspire love from his foes. With a firm grip on her neck, he twisted slightly. A sharp crack echoed as the girl's head tilted, lifeless in Jiang Bai's grasp. "What a pity!" Jiang Bai discarded the girl's corpse nonchalantly, a look of regret crossing his face. She was indeed beautiful, yet she was his enemy, for using his psychic control powers to subdue her. Jiang Bai shook his head. He had never contemplated controlling the child of an adversary. He understood the principle of nurturing a tiger to its own peril. "Master." The bodyguards of Old Welfare approached Jiang Bai. Bowing respectfully, a cold glint crossed Jiang Bai's eyes as he commanded, "Go. Eliminate every member of the Welfare family. Leave not a single one alive." "Yes." The bodyguards nodded in unison before dispersing. Already under Jiang Bai's control, devoid of any resistance, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Bai appeared in a resplendent room on the second floor. Settling onto a sofa, he internally murmured, "System, I wish to enhance my healing ability. Enhancement in progress." Enhancement complete. This time, the enhancement did not yield the extraordinary phenomena of the previous two times. Yet Jiang Bai sensed a newfound vitality within his cells. He extracted a dagger and drew it across his right forearm, a slender wound appearing. Miraculously, Before blood could even seep from the cut, it began to heal rapidly. Jiang Bai smiled, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. This was merely the first level of his healing ability. If he were to ascend a few more levels, would he not resemble Deadpool? With spatial, psychic, and healing abilities at his disposal, who could possibly contend with him in this apocalyptic world? With less than 24 hours remaining, he resolved to gather additional supplies. Bored, Jiang Bai vanished from the welfare family's estate. Weapons, oil, food, clothing, he lacked for nothing. Thus, his current objective was to procure cooked food and delectable dishes from street vendors. In the wake of the apocalypse, ordinary people found it challenging to enjoy the savory meals that were once plentiful. The first reason was the scarcity of food post-apocalypse. It was already a great challenge to secure enough to satisfy one's hunger. The second reason was the difficulty in sourcing various seasonings, such as salt and sugar. Especially while traversing the wilderness, securing cooked food was a significant challenge, as even igniting a fire could attract ferocious beasts. Most individuals surviving in the wild resorted to eating dry rations if conditions permitted. Those less fortunate had to subsist on leaves and raw meat in the apocalypse. Everything revolved around mere survival. The Gourmet Street was a renowned culinary avenue in Choiwa City, lined with numerous eateries, Western, Chinese, Japanese. Virtually every globally recognized dish could be found here. At midnight, Jiang Bai entered a Japanese restaurant, a suitcase in hand. Approaching the front counter, he laid a wad of cash upon it and declared imperiously, "Have your chef prepare 1,000 servings of the dishes listed in your menu. I shall return shortly to collect them." The cashier was a timid woman, resembling a chicken in a basin. Upon recognizing Jiang Bai's visage, she meekly stammered, "Mr. Jiang, we do not possess sufficient ingredients to prepare 1,000 portions. Would that be acceptable?" Smack! Jiang Bai slammed his palm on the table, his face contorted with anger. "Utilize whatever ingredients you have to produce the required portions. Fail to do so, and I shall break your legs." Chapter 27. Buy one, get one free. The cashier, filled with trepidation, nodded hurriedly and dashed towards the kitchen. The chicken in a basin folk were rather contemptible. The more one chastised or struck them, the more respect they would show in return. Conversely, should one treat them with politeness, they would take advantage of it. Watching the cashier's retreating figure, Jiang Bai turned and entered a Han-style restaurant, similarly tossing a wad of cash and requesting a substantial quantity of meals to be prepared for him to collect later. Though the Han establishment specialized solely in kimchi, he would not overlook that delicacy phased at Ying's Karu style, Italian de Mao's. That night, as Jiang Bai recklessly dispensed his wealth, various restaurants became bustling with activity. As for why Jiang Bai opted not to take advantage of a $0 purchase this time, he shrugged helplessly. Ingredients could be acquired for free, but culinary skills could not. Nevertheless, even if he could not seize the skills, he could always procure a chef to create diverse and delectable dishes for him daily. Moreover, he had already set his sights on a particular chef. A beautiful maiden. 2 hours later, Jiang Bai returned to the Japanese restaurant. As he stepped through the door, he boisterously inquired, "Have you prepared the dishes I requested?" The restaurant owner, a middle-aged man, rushed forward upon seeing Jiang Bai, bowing and scraping. "Mr. Jiang, all the dishes you requested are ready. I shall have them brought out immediately." "Hurry, I am pressed for time," Jiang Bai replied with an air of arrogance. "Quickly!" The owner nodded vigorously, shouting towards the kitchen, "Meijin, hurry and bring out all the dishes Mr. Jiang requested. Do not keep him waiting." "Yes," came a female voice from the kitchen. Subsequently, a young woman dressed in a red qipao emerged. Accompanied by several waitstaff carrying the packed dishes, the owner leaned in towards Jiang Bai, ingratiatingly saying, "Mr. Jiang, I am aware of your extraordinary spatial abilities. To ensure you can savor these delectable dishes, I have taken the liberty of having them packaged separately in containers for your convenience." Jiang Bai paid no heed to the owner, his gaze fixed intently on the woman before him, as an attribute panel materialized in his mind. Name: Luchuan Meijin. Gender: female. Ability: Shadow System, unawakened. Can be replicated: Shadow System. Luchuan Meijin can meld into the shadows, rendering her undetectable, enabling her to strike with lethal precision. Wherever darkness exists, it is her domain. Luchuan Meijin. Jiang Bai's brow furrowed as he recalled the records from his past life regarding Luchuan Meijin. In his previous life, Lu Chuanmeizhen was one of the foremost formidable figures among the Chicken Basin, a woman who caused considerable distress among many powerful individuals. Her rise to prominence was unlike that of others. While most gained notoriety through slaying zombies and ferocious beasts, Lu Chuanmeizhen achieved her fame through assassination. Her highest record was a solo assassination of the Chicken Basin's leader, from which she emerged unscathed. That incident catapulted her name to fame, echoing throughout the land and instilling fear in the hearts of leaders across various bases. Regrettably, that name was fleeting. By the time it resurfaced, it had already become a relic of the past. A name forgotten. Experts from the previous era speculated that had Lu Chuanmeizhen survived until the end, she would have been the greatest rival to the formidable Zhao Wujin and the one most likely to succeed in assassinating him. The term formidable aptly described Zhao Wujin, whose abilities lay in strength, while the shadow system represented agility, two opposing forces that would perfectly counter one another. Noticing Jiang Bai's unwavering gaze upon her, the woman blushed and, placing the packaged dishes before him, timidly said, "Mr. Jiang, here are the dishes you requested." "Good." Jiang Bai nodded, collecting the packaged meals into his white space. Then turning to the owner with a query. "Owner, what is she to you?" "She is my fiancée." The owner beamed, a broad smile on his face. Jiang Bai lifted Lu Chuanmeizhen's chin, finding her countenance pleasing. Satisfied, he gave the owner a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Owner, you are truly a commendable citizen to purchase meals here. You even provide a fiancé. Rest assured, I shall take excellent care of your fiancé." The owner's expression momentarily faltered as he prepared to explain. However, Jiang Bai did not grant him the opportunity and, wrapping his arm around Lu Chuanmeizhen's shoulder, vanished from the establishment in an instant. The owner, now frantic, shouted, "Mr. Jiang, you misunderstand. Purchasing meals does not come with a fiancé. Return my fiancé." Alas, no matter how loudly he called, Jiang Bai offered no response. An hour later, after finalizing the meal preparations, Jiang Bai brought Lu Chuanmeizhen to a presidential suite in a 7-star hotel. Observing Lu Chuanmeizhen kneeling before him, massaging his feet, Jiang Bai silently commanded, "System, I wish to replicate the shadow system." Initiating replication. Success. Name, Jiang Bai. Gender, male. Physical strength, 7. Enhanced abilities. Space LV3, mind control LV1, healing LV1. Unenhanced abilities. Ice LV1, shadow LV1. Use slots. 56. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Jiang Bai felt a twinge of pain in his body, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Noticing this, Lu Chuanmeizhen gasped in alarm, quickly lowering her head and apologizing. "It was Meizhen who caused you discomfort, my lord. Please forgive me. It is of no concern." "Rise," Jiang Bai waved dismissively. Prior to arriving at the hotel, he had already exercised mind control over Lu Chuanmeizhen. At this moment, she, like Jean and Chris, regarded him as her very lifeblood. Yet, unlike the other two, Lu Chuan possessed abilities, holding substantial potential for future endeavors. Perhaps one day, she could become a pivotal piece in his grand strategy. However, before that could occur, he needed to conduct a thorough examination of Lu Chuanmeizhen. Minutes later, Jiang Bai let out a sigh of relief. Lu Chuanmeizhen bore no injuries or defects. She was indeed the genuine article. "My lord, do you require my assistance?" Lu Chuanmeizhen inquired with a gaze filled with affection. Jiang Bai shook his head. "No, I wish to rest for a while. You are not to disturb me unless commanded." "Understood," Lu Chuanmeizhen replied respectfully. Jiang Bai disregarded her further, choosing to close his eyes and rest. By this time, it had already reached 5 in the morning, with less than 15 hours remaining until the blood moon night. At 9 in the morning, the city returned to its usual clamor. Most individuals emerged from their homes, commencing a new day of work as they typically would. Little did they know, this would be their final day of labor. Chapter 28. The Eve of the Apocalypse. In the Security Bureau, Chris entered Chris's office, observing the latter, who sat at his desk with a furrowed brow, wearing a solemn expression. "Director Chris, 500 trucks of supplies are ready and en route to Jingdan University. They should arrive before evening. Additionally, the welfare family encountered a calamity last night. Every member was slain, leaving no survivors. Furthermore, The first hospital experienced a crisis last night, with all wealthy ladies awaiting treatment having their skulls severed. Chris, upon hearing this, rubbed his weary head, fatigue evident on his face. Agent Chris, I'm already aware of those matters. Prepare yourself. This evening, I shall hold a press conference to summarize the actions of the thief over the past week in front of numerous journalists. Additionally, we shall keep the incidents involving the welfare family and the first hospital under wraps until after the press conference. Yes, Chris replied before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Chris's eyes gleamed with determination. On the rooftop of the presidential suite, Jiang Bai gazed down at the bustling streets below, a multitude of emotions swirling within him. After tonight, how many among these individuals would succumb to becoming zombies? And how many would fall prey to their bites? The civilization and order humanity had established would be utterly dismantled by the onslaught of cosmic energy. Even if it were to be restored in the future, it would never regain its former splendor. My lord. The morning sun is delightful. Oh, you require my company for exercise. Lu Chuanmeizhen inquired from behind Jiang Bai. He shook his head, offering no reply, as he lacked the inclination to respond. Reflecting on the moments since his rebirth, from the initial feeling of helplessness to the joy of unlocking his system, to the urgency of stockpiling resources, and now to the current state of tranquility, he felt little stirrings of emotion regarding the impending apocalypse. These 7 days had felt akin to 7 years. My lord. Lu Chuanmeizhen knelt on the ground. 2 hours later, Jiang Bai departed from the presidential suite. Today, he had not made any special efforts to hoard goods. Instead, he drove aimlessly through the streets of Choiwa City, observing the various advertisements along the roadside and admiring the unique beauty of the city. Naturally, should he encounter shops with a substantial amount of merchandise, he would eagerly assist the proprietors in gathering all their goods to prevent them from being stolen by unscrupulous individuals. As for gratitude, there was no need for thanks. After all, he was inherently inclined to be helpful and to perform good deeds anonymously. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Bai wandered to the entrance of Jingdan University, glanced at the setting sun, and stepped into the campus. A thief, returning to school? Surely he did not intend to steal again, did he? Who knows? Nevertheless, he was undeniably handsome. But what use is good looks? Handsomeness does not alter the fact that he is a thief, a despicable one at that. Hasn't the Eagle Sauce Nation stolen enough from other countries? I believe Jiang Bai is a man of justice. Along the way, a group of students pointed at Jiang Bai, their opinions divided. Jiang Bai seemed oblivious, passing through the academic building towards his dormitory. Just as he reached the dormitory door, he overheard a heated discussion within. I would say, if I possessed Jiang Bai's spatial abilities, I would place a bomb beside the pillow. Oh my. Chang'e has made her presence known, and the moon has been dyed crimson, his blood flowing like a river. How terrifying this blood moon appears, to witness, is a blessing beyond measure. Whispers and screams echo throughout the campus. Dormitories and rooftops. Everyone gazes at the blood moon, oblivious to the impending crisis. On the rooftop, Jiang Bai observes couples hastily ascending to capture the blood moon in photographs, shaking his head with a smile. The more beautiful something is, the greater the danger it harbors. The blood moon signifies all that is to come. Care for a drink? Jiang Bai inquires, opening a can of beer and offering it to Guling. She declines, her voice icy. I do not drink alcohol, nor have I ever. Oh, what a pity, he muses, proceeding to indulge in his drink. The red mist in the air thickens, and gradually, one cannot see their own hand before their face. The couples on the rooftop disperse. Half an hour later, the crimson fog dissipates, and the lights once again illuminate the world, returning everything to its original state. Upon closer inspection, the world now appears much the same as before, save for the blood-red moon hanging in the night sky. Only Jiang Bai comprehends that the apocalypse has arrived, heralding a new chapter for the world. A chilling roar, reminiscent of both man and beast, reverberates across the campus. Most students' faces turn ashen, their eyes glimmering with a red sheen as they turn on their companions, biting at them. Hey! What are you doing? Why are you biting me? Madness has overtaken them. This group has become zombies. No, don't bite me. My dear, please, I beg you, spare me. Amid the chaos, screams and cries fill the campus. This truly is zombie apocalypse. They've all turned into zombies. On the rooftop, Gulinger gazes in astonishment at the scene unfolding in the campus below. In this world, there are numerous films and novels centered around the theme of zombies, making the concept familiar to most. Even those who have never seen a zombie film have heard the term. Wait, a sudden realization strikes Gulinger, and she directs her gaze towards Jiang Bai. She understands now why he has been stockpiling supplies. This man had foreseen the apocalypse a week prior. Gasping, Gulinger inhales sharply. Jiang Bai, aware of her thoughts, nods lightly, neither confirming nor denying. He remains unfazed by her deduction regarding his stockpiling. After tonight, any survivor with a modicum of sense will deduce his intentions. Some truths cannot be concealed. Even if he had chosen to hide his identity from the outset and engage in zero-cost purchases, the outcome would remain unchanged in this era of big data. No identity information is truly secret. Help me, please, below. A female student is surrounded by a horde of zombies, her desperate cries echoing in vain. Regrettably, her pleas do not summon aid. Instead, they attract even more zombies. In Jiang Bai and Gulinger's gaze, the female student is swallowed by the mass of the undead. What do you plan to do next? Gulinger suddenly asks, her eyes glinting with intensity as they fixate on Jiang Bai. Do you wish to accompany me? Jiang Bai casts a sidelong glance at her. Speaking plainly, Gulinger nods earnestly, offering no denial. The apocalypse has descended, and chaos reigns as a young woman. Her survival in this dystopian world necessitates finding a strong ally. And Jiang Bai undoubtedly represents the most formidable support. He possesses strength and resources, and he is quite handsome. Moreover, unlike many other young men, he does not evoke her disdain. Though this is only their second meeting, it does not hinder her judgment. Jiang Bai smiles, his figure flickering before vanishing from the rooftop and appearing amidst the chaos of the campus. Observing several staggering zombies, he retrieves a sword from his dimensional space, swiftly severing their heads and extracting their cores. Moments later, he teleports back to the rooftop and places 2 crystalline cores into Gulinger's hands, stating, "The apocalypse has arrived. Relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. I can grant you a supernatural ability for free. Would you be interested? Grant me a supernatural ability for free." Gulinger's expression momentarily falters, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Jiang Bai's words. Can supernatural abilities truly be given away? Jiang Bai nods earnestly, his demeanor serious. Indeed, I shall bestow upon you a powerful ability. I see remarkable potential in you. What ability? Gulinger inquires, curiosity igniting within her. A rare spark of fervor dances in her usually calm eyes. Mind control ability. Close your eyes and relax your mind while I perform the procedure. Jiang Bai instructs solemnly, though a mischievous smile tugs at the corners of his lips. Mind control ability? Gulinger murmurs, complying with Jiang Bai's request, her long eyelashes fluttering as she closes her eyes. The rapid rise and fall of her chest betrays her inner turmoil. Jiang Bai smiles softly as he channels the energy from the crystalline cores into Gulinger's body through the mind control ability. In the apocalypse, there are no methods for freely granting supernatural powers. However, there are 2 ways to activate them. The first method involves absorbing cosmic energy from the air, allowing the ability to awaken naturally over time. The second method entails a powerful individual, already possessing an awaken ability, serving as a conduit to forcibly awaken another's ability. Each method has its advantages and disadvantages. The first method poses a low risk of failure, as there is no life-threatening danger involved. Yet, it requires considerable time, and some may never see their abilities awaken before they perish. The second method, while quicker, has a prerequisite. The abilities of both the helper and the recipient must belong to the same elemental category, such as ice, water, or rain. They must never be opposing forces like water and fire or light and darkness, as this would result in backlash for both parties. In the worst-case scenario, one could even suffer permanent damage. Consequently, few individuals choose the second method to activate their abilities, as no one knows their elemental affinity prior to awakening. Fortunately for Jiang Bai, this is not a concern that he carries out the second method without a hint of trepidation. As the energy from the cores flows into Gulinger, beads of cold sweat form on her forehead, and her body begins to tremble uncontrollably. "Hold on. It will be over soon," Jiang Bai murmurs. intensifying the energy infusion that I in both this life and the last. This marks Jiang Bai's first attempt to awaken someone else's abilities that he is uncertain whether theory can translate into practice. Time ticks by, and as the energy within the crystalline cores diminishes, they gradually reduce to a fine powder, drifting from Gu Ling'er's grasp. Once they have completely dissipated, Jiang Bai retracts his mind control ability, wiping the sweat from his brow with a sense of relief. He has succeeded. This marks the completion of his first endeavor to help another awaken their abilities. Ji Linger opens her eyes, a glint of wisdom flashing within them. She senses a newfound strength within her, yet she cannot articulate its nature. You might try approaching Lu Yin and see if you can hear his thoughts, Jiang Bai suggests, feigning weakness as his body sways unsteadily, as though he might collapse at any moment. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Gu Linger asks urgently, concern etched across her icy features. I'm fine. You should go test your new ability. Jiang Bai waves her off weakly. Reluctantly, Gu Linger releases Jiang Bai and slowly approaches Lu Yin. Why? Why did you break up with me? Was it just because that guy is wealthy? Lu Yin's angry shouts echo in her mind. Gu Linger freezes, disbelief washing over her. She can assure herself that Lu Yin had not spoken a word. He lay on the ground, sound asleep. So where do these voices come from? Has she truly heard Lu Yin's thoughts? Her body trembles as she gazes at Jiang Bai, her eyes brimming with complex emotions that he has indeed gifted her a skill that enables her to eavesdrop on the thoughts of others. Thank you, Gu Linger manages to say, her gratitude unexpressed in mere words. Jiang Bai smiles and shakes his head, presenting her with a ring. The mind control ability not only allows you to hear the thoughts of others, but also grants you the power to control their minds. This is a spatial ring that I have placed some weapons and supplies inside. It will suffice for you to survive alone for 15 days. After 15 days, I hope you will harness the power of mind control and navigate this apocalypse independently. Gu Linger accepts the ring without hesitation, slipping it onto her finger. She turns to Jiang Bai, asking, "Aren't you coming with me?" Jiang Bai gestures to his own heart. "Can you hear my thoughts?" Gu Linger attempts to listen, but shakes her head. "Stay safe. 1 year from today, we will meet again on this very rooftop." Jiang Bai gently patted Gu Linger on the shoulder before vanishing with the inebriated Lu Yin atop the rooftop, disappearing without a trace. Gazing at the desolate rooftop, Gu Linger's heart suddenly felt heavy with disappointment. As she caressed the ring in her hand, a warmth flickered across her face, only to fade away again as she descended step by step from the rooftop. Inside an empty hotel room, Jiang Bai casually tossed Lu Yin onto the bed and administered a shot of sobering serum before taking a seat beside him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The reason he had aided Gu Linger in activating her abilities was that in this apocalyptic world, he required several formidable subordinates, and Gu Linger's powers were a perfect fit. Furthermore, by activating Gu Linger's abilities, he had confirmed a bold hypothesis. Gu Linger could not hear his thoughts, yet he could hear hers. This indicated that his power was significantly greater than that of Gu Linger and her peers. In essence, once this hypothesis was validated, he could confidently gather subordinates without the concern that they might surpass him. Chapter 31. Undertaking a grand endeavor. Where am I? After the sobering serum took effect, Lu Yin gradually awoke, his gaze wandering over the room's furnishings and landing on the grinning Jiang Bai. He hastily looked down at his attire. Seeing that his clothes were intact, he sighed in relief, rubbing his dizzy head and asking, "Jiang Bai, where is this place?" Jiang Bai pointed towards the window, smiling as he replied, "Lu Yin, before I answer your question, I suggest you take a look outside." "What's outside?" Lu Yin, filled with curiosity, climbed out of bed and approached the window, peering down at the street below. The scene was one of devastation, with zombies roaming freely, ready to attack anyone in sight. Is this a movie? Lu Yin was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend what his eyes were witnessing. Stepping up behind Lu Yin, Jiang Bai patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, "As you can see, the apocalypse has arrived. What are your plans from here?" Lu Yin watched helplessly as a woman was gruesomely attacked by zombies, then withdrew his gaze, offering a bitter smile. "Plans? What plans can I have? I can only sit here and wait to be bitten by a zombie." Though Lu Yin spoke lightly, Jiang Bai discerned the intense frustration and deep sense of helplessness in his eyes. With the apocalypse upon them, what could an ordinary person do? Their only option was to struggle to survive. Living one day at a time, that if I were to offer you a powerful ability, would you accept it? Jiang Bai's expression turned serious. Lu Yin shook his head with a wry smile, saying, Jiang Bai, don't joke around. Abilities can't be given away so easily. Even if they could, what would you do if you gave one to me? I'm asking you. Yes or no? Jiang Bai pressed, his tone firm. For the first time, Lu Yin saw Jiang Bai so serious, and his own expression shifted to match. Jiang Bai, are you serious? You really want to give me ability? Jiang Bai nodded, offering no further explanation. He pulled Lu Yin down onto the bed and handed him 2 crystalline cores, activating his spatial abilities. Although Lu Yin remained skeptical, he did not resist. Soon, as the energy from the cores flowed into him, he felt a cool current within his body, his consciousness drawn into a realm of white space. Minutes later, the 2 cores disintegrated into powder. Jiang Bai retracted his spatial abilities, quietly waiting for Lu Yin to awaken. Lu Yin's awakening took longer than Gu Linger's, and after several minutes, he finally opened his eyes. Seeing Lu Yin's excitement, a glimmer of purple light flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes, and he nodded in satisfaction. Tossing Lu Yin a spatial ring. Inside this ring, I have stored enough supplies and ammunition for you to survive for 15 days. Stay alive. 1 year from today, we shall meet again on the rooftop where we had a drink tonight. With that, Jiang Bai vanished from the room. In an instant, he had a significant task to undertake, something he had long wished to do, but had never dared to attempt before the apocalypse: to accumulate resources from the military base of the Eagle Nation. Base 003 was situated on an artificially constructed island along the coast of the Choyu region. The island stretched over 100 kilometers in length and several dozen in width. Surrounded by towering barbed wire fences, it was home to the elite Eagle Nation's top unit, the 15th Regiment, a seasoned force of 150,000 strong. Before the apocalypse struck, Jiang Bai had contemplated infiltrating the island to seize the resources of Base 003. But its defenses were formidable, with surveillance cameras and infrared sensors everywhere, and soldiers stationed at every corner. Even with his spatial abilities, the chances of successfully raiding the island were slim, as he risked being discovered by patrolling sentries before he could even set foot on the island. However, today was different. The apocalypse had arrived, and 80% of humanity had transformed into zombies. The elite forces of the 15th Regiment were no exception. Based on his estimates, at least 100,000 of the 150,000 elite soldiers had become zombies, and this number could easily exceed that with additional casualties. This was undoubtedly the most chaotic moment for Base 003, as the sudden onset of the apocalypse would catch its high-ranking officials off guard. The Eagle Nation could never have anticipated that their seemingly impenetrable base would crumble from within. Meanwhile, as Jiang Bai made his way to Base 003 in the office of the Security Bureau, Chris was seething with rage, his anger boiling over. Liars, they're all damn liars. Even he, despite his previous naivety, could now see that he had been deceived by Jiang Bai. Moreover, he was not foolish. Bastard, how many soldiers could I have sustained with 500 units of supplies in this wretched apocalypse? You scoundrel, you tricked me with a single sentence? Chris shouted angrily, his face ablaze with fury. As the head of the Eagle Nation's Choyu Security Bureau, he understood the mindset of the higher-ups. For some, the arrival of the apocalypse was not merely a calamity. It was, in fact, a boon. Many among them believed that the Eagle Nation did not require such a large population, and they harbored enormous ambitions. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open with a loud bang. Clarice entered with a stern expression, and upon seeing Chris, who was consumed with rage, she drew her handgun and aimed it at his forehead. Chris, I truly feel sorry for you. It seems you've unfortunately turned into a zombie. Allow me to send you on your way. Rest assured, I will take good care of your family after your demise. What do you want? Chris stammered, panic surging within him. Before he could finish his sentence, Clarice gently pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, a red dot appeared on Chris's forehead, and his body slumped backward in defeat. Clarice sneered coldly and exited the office. Upon reaching Base 003, Jiang Bai was met with the sounds of gunfire and the roars of zombies echoing within the compound, concealed in the shadows outside the base. He observed the chaos unfolding within. Everything was in disarray. The patrolling soldiers had vanished, transformed into wandering zombies. Blood pooled on the ground, and the surrounding cameras and scanning light Jiang Bai, filled with uncertainty, ensured that no one was present in the room before he plopped down onto the sofa in order to locate the base's warehouse. He first needed to find the control room to disable all surveillance. Only by doing so could he move freely within the base without being detected by its personnel. Moreover, he had only one chance. If his whereabouts were exposed, the higher-ups at the base would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to guard the warehouse vigilantly. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Jiang Bai swiftly shed his clothing, donning an outfit identical to that of the elite troops, equipped himself accordingly, and stepped out of the room. Naturally, to prevent the elite from recognizing him by his face, he deliberately smeared bloodstains across it. Outside the room lay a broad road, illuminated by bright streetlights. Surveillance cameras rotated 360 degrees along both sides of the road. This time, Jiang Bai refrained from using teleportation. He walked steadily along the road, mirroring the elite personnel, with his head held high and chest out, making his way toward the inner sanctum of the base. In this surveillance-laden environment, he knew that if he dared to teleport, he would be captured on camera immediately. It was far better to walk in step by step, that he was confident that among the 150,000 elite troops within the base, no one would be able to recognize all of them. Just as Jiang Bai had anticipated, as he proceeded on his path, the elite he encountered did not question his identity, and the surveillance cameras failed to detect any anomalies. On the contrary, Jiang Bai gleaned valuable information from the thoughts of these elite troops, learning their identifiers and the corresponding areas where their superiors were stationed. He discovered that the entire base was divided into 4 distinct zones. The leisure area where the upper echelon resided, the entertainment zone for relaxation, the training area for drills, and finally, the dormitory area for the elite troops. Utilizing his telepathic abilities, Jiang Bai navigated seamlessly into the leisure area. Arriving in front of a standalone villa, he gently knocked on the door and called out, "Is Dr. Duquay in? Commander-in-Nok Jian sent me to deliver a special gift." Dr. Duquay, a research expert at the base, possessed the authority necessary to access the control room and shut down the surveillance. With a creak, the door opened from within and a middle-aged woman with East Asian features peered out. Glancing at Jiang Bai with an authoritative demeanor, "Soldier, just hand it over to me." Jiang Bai shook his head, his pupils glowing with a purple light. "Madam, this item is of utmost importance. I must deliver it personally to the doctor. Would you not agree?" Yes. The woman's mind was instantly ensnared by Jiang Bai's control as she respectfully stepped aside. Jiang Bai entered the villa, surveying his surroundings, and spotted an elderly man with a bald head seated on the sofa. The man, appearing to be in his 70s, bore East Asian features and wore reading glasses as he quietly perused a newspaper. "You must be Dr. Duquay." Jiang Bai approached the elderly man with a smile, his eyes radiating a fierce purple glow. "What gift?" The old man set down his newspaper and turned his head. Upon seeing Jiang Bai's eyes, he froze, his mind overtaken. "Dr. Duquay, you are one of my carefully placed agents within the base. I have an important task for you that I need you to." Jiang Bai cast a fleeting glance at the middle-aged man, narrowing his eyes as a glimmer of cold light flashed across them. He recognized the man. To be precise, he had known him in a past life. The middle-aged man was named Carl, a general from Eagle Sauce Nation, a quintessential purveyor of terror and violence. Carl championed a doctrine of elitism, believing that humanity should be treated like certain commodities, purging the excess refuse and mediocrity, retaining only the elite. In his previous life, Carl relentlessly pursued this ideology, launching assaults on various bases, leaving behind only the elite while eliminating the rest without mercy. However, Carl's reign of terror did not last long, as he was ultimately slain by Gulinga. "Where the hell is my aircraft carrier? Can anyone tell me where it has gone?" Carl bellowed in exasperation, his eyes blazing with fury as he surveyed the desolate shoreline. The elite soldiers around him stood in stoic silence, as if deaf to his outburst. "Damn it! That audacious thief dares to steal our aircraft carrier. I will not let him escape," he shouted, his voice echoing with indignation. Everyone immediately searched the surrounding area and the sea centered around me. I refuse to believe that the thief has boundless stamina. He ran from the ammunition depot to the shore and still had the energy to flee our base. With that, the elite soldiers dispersed in all directions. Observing this, Jiang Bai's eyes lit up as he swiftly donned a uniform identical to that of the elite troops. In a flash, he appeared in an unnoticed corner. Feigning a diligent search while gradually distancing himself from the shoreline. Boss, nothing was found to the east. Boss, nothing was found to the west. Reports trickled in from the elite soldiers about half an hour later. Damn it! Carl clenched his fists, in a fit of rage, throwing his hat to the ground. But why this time? Jiang Bai had already returned to the base. He turned back to glance at the increasingly distant shoreline. A smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. In fact, during that brief interval, Carl's peripheral vision had scanned him multiple times, yet no matter how hard Carl racked his brain, he could never fathom that Jiang Bai would seize the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Moreover, Jiang Bai approached an armed vehicle parked by the roadside, opened the driver's door, and with a press of the accelerator, sped out of the base towards ugly Contract City. The following morning, within the conference room of Eagle Palace, useless, simply a heap of rubbish. What are you good for? How could you allow that thief to steal such a vital strategic weapon? The Grand Eagle Sauce, standing before a multitude of lawmakers, pointed an accusatory finger at Carl, spitting with fury. Carl, feeling like a child caught in wrongdoing, hung his head in silence, knowing that no amount of words could remedy the situation. The previous night, Base 003 had lost a staggering 70% of its supplies and equipment. Were it not for the apocalyptic circumstances necessitating manpower, he would likely have been stripped of his position and imprisoned by now. Damn it! This thief has been running rampant, opposing our Eagle Sauce nation. He must not be allowed to remain at large, the Grand Eagle Sauce declared, hands on hips, his eyes gleaming with a fierce, murderous intent. I strongly suggest we exert pressure on Rabbit Nation, demanding reparations for our losses and capturing the thief. A legislator raised his hand to voice his agreement. Indeed, the thief possesses spatial abilities, making him exceptionally difficult to apprehend. Our only option is to let Rabbit Nation take action. I refuse to believe the thief would betray his own country and people. Carl's eyes brightened at this, formulating a plan. Esteemed colleagues, I propose an even more ingenious strategy. While we may not be able to capture the thief, we can employ certain methods to compel him to reveal himself. For instance, we could seize some individuals from Rabbit Nation and coerce the thief. Should he refuse to show himself, we will execute these individuals. Chapter 34. Jiang Bai, the ring distributor, much more comfortable. In a modest hotel room, Jiang Bai stretched lazily as he rose from bed. Enveloped in an indescribable sense of ease, after a night of rest, his vitality had nearly been restored. Observing the sun outside and the hordes of zombies roaming the streets, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and, having finished breakfast, made his way to Li Xinhui's residence. 2 days prior, he had cautioned her not to leave her home, and he was uncertain if she had heeded his advice. He was particularly concerned about this future Ice Queen. Don't come over. Help me. Please, save me. As he walked, he witnessed dozens of individuals falling victim to zombies. Men, women, the elderly and the young alike. Yet he did not intervene even once. Passing by these scenes, as if blind to their plight, it was not that he was callous. Rather, his 7-year experience in the apocalypse had taught him that good people often meet untimely ends, while those who repay kindness with malice thrive in this era. The human heart had rotted to its very core. Of course, Jiang Bai was not devoid of compassion. He had indeed performed good deeds. Spotting an elderly man leading zombies towards him, he pulled out a handgun and shattered the man's kneecap, allowing the zombies to feast. No need to thank him. He simply delighted in lending a hand. After several minutes, Jiang Bai arrived at the community where Li Xinhui lived, teleporting directly into her living room. As he reached for the bedroom door, he suddenly heard her muttering, "That scoundrel Jiang Bai. That liar Jiang Bai. He promised to come yesterday. Yet here I am, still without a trace of him. You're nothing but a fraud, a big fraud. The mouth of a man is a deceiver. No, he hasn't turned into a zombie. Has he?" Listening to Li Xinhui's grumbling, Jiang Bai smirked and settled onto the sofa. He had been concerned about her venturing outside and becoming zombie fodder, only to discover she was berating him in her bedroom. With a creak, the bedroom door swung open, and Li Xinhui emerged, visibly flustered upon seeing Jiang Bai seated on the sofa. Recalling her earlier soliloquy, a blush crept across her cheeks as she stammered. "Why, you haven't turned into a zombie. When did you arrive? You didn't hear anything just now, did you?" Jiang Bai shrugged casually. "I just got here. I didn't hear anything." "That's good." Li Xinhui sighed in relief, walking over to sit beside him. Today she donned a deep blue body-hugging dress, her legs adorned with black lace. It seemed she had also spritzed on perfume, a faint, delightful scent wafting into Jiang Bai's nostrils. "Did you come today to take me away?" she suddenly inquired, her face flushed with bashfulness, yet her gaze brimming with anticipation. Jiang Bai shook his head. "No, I am here to grant you a set of abilities that will ensure your safety in the apocalypse." "Oh," Li Xinhui replied softly, her expression falling into disappointment as her head drooped. Jiang Bai recognized her inner thoughts. Placing his left hand on her thigh, he retrieved 2 crystal cores and presented them before her. "With the apocalypse upon us, humanity has regressed to a primitive state, and life has become as expendable as grass. As a woman, it is exceedingly challenging to survive without some form of ability. More often than not, women are treated as mere exercise equipment. Therefore, I have prepared to bestow upon you a powerful ability, ice manipulation. Now, follow my instructions. Close your eyes and relax your mind for some reason." Li Xinhui felt an inexplicable allure in Jiang Bai's words, compelling her to comply. "Yes, just like that. Relax your mind," Jiang Bai whispered, subtly guiding her consciousness as he helped her refine the energy of the crystal cores. Activating her ice ability, crackling sounds filled the air as the energy from the crystals infused into her body, a thin layer of ice forming on the surface of Li Xinhui's skin. The ice continued to thicken, gradually spreading across the sofa and coffee table. Yet, within the icy center where Jiang Bai and Li Xinhui sat, they felt no chill whatsoever. At last, the energy from the 2 crystal cores was fully absorbed. Jiang Bai withdrew his mental influence, and Li Xinhui slowly opened her eyes. Raising her hand, she discovered a delicate white-blue ice flower blossoming in her palm. This ice manipulation, she marveled in disbelief. The concept of abilities was not foreign to her. She had heard of it before. Anyone who had read a novel would know. Furthermore, Eagle Sauce Nation had a penchant for producing sci-fi films that showcased their individual heroism. Jiang Bai nodded, producing a spatial ring and handing it to Li Xinhui. "This is a spatial ring. I have stored enough for you." Before Jiang Bai's words could fully escape his lips, Li Xinhui swiftly reached for the spatial ring and, without hesitation, adorned her right middle finger with it. Declaring, "I know you placed a gift inside. I accept your confession." Jiang Bai was momentarily rendered speechless. When did he confess? How was he unaware of it? "From this moment on, I am yours," Li Xinhui proclaimed, not allowing Jiang Bai a moment to react, as she forcefully pushed him onto the sofa and kissed him. Jiang Bai was utterly stunned. He was actually being taken by surprise. Moreover, it was by a stunning beauty, the goddess of his past life. This should have been a joyous occasion, yet a wave of despondency washed over him. After the kiss, Li Xinhui released him, vigorously wiping her lips, her demeanor so brazen it was as if she might toss him some money. Jiang Bai straightened his attire, sat upright, and with a frosty expression, grasped Li Xinhui's chin with his right hand, stating, "This is the first and the last time. Women only serve to slow my draw on the trigger. Inside the spatial ring, I just gave you a supply sufficient for your survival for 15 days. That if you manage to live for a year, then on August 15th next year, come to the rooftop of the Jingdan University dormitory to find me. If you do not survive the year, I shan't concern myself with your remains." With that, Jiang Bai's figure flickered and vanished from Li Xinhui's living room. "What a cold-hearted little brother," she mused, "but I like it." Li Xinhui licked her lips, a triumphant smile gracing her face. "Women. On the street," Jiang Bai scoffed. "Never mind, let us go see Lu Chuanmeizhen." With a flash, Jiang Bai reappeared in Lu Chuanmeizhen's room. "Master." Upon seeing Jiang Bai, Lu Chuanmeizhen hurriedly knelt and offered him a pair of slippers. Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction, glancing at Lu Chuanmeizhen's face and recalling the scene in Li Xinhui's living room which had not allowed her to raise her head for 2 hours. 3 hours later, Lu Chuanmeizhen caressed the ring on her finger, her figure melting into the shadows. That moment, Jiang Bai had returned to the campus of Jingdan University. observing the other students who had mustered the courage to venture onto campus in search of food. Jiang Bai strolled leisurely towards his dormitory, a chilled cola in his left hand and fried chicken in his right. Along the way, the zombies that would terrify ordinary people were unable to even grasp the hem of Jiang Bai's clothes. Jiang classmate, Jiang classmate. Just as Jiang Bai was passing by the teaching building, someone suddenly called out his name. He turned to look at the third-floor window. A man sporting a flamboyant hairstyle was enthusiastically waving at him. "Ah, it's Director Hao!" Jiang Bai exclaimed. "Director Hao, what brings you here?" His tone was innocently naive, while memories of past grievances with Director Hao flooded his mind. This recollection reminded him of some rather unpleasant experiences. Director Hao, originally named Hao Jiangwo, had changed his name to Hughes Hao upon arriving in the Eagle Sauce Nation. He served as the director of the education department at Zhengdan University, a cunning individual who concealed a vile nature beneath a sacred profession. He had repeatedly exploited his position to oppress students and parents, particularly targeting female students. Should any student dare to defy him, he would subject them to various forms of harassment, deducting credits, issuing severe reprimands, or even withholding their graduation certificates. He recalled narrowly escaping expulsion from Zhengdan University due to Director Hao's machinations on several occasions. Their current encounter could indeed be described as a case of fateful enmity, allowing him to settle old scores. Unbeknownst to Director Hao, Jiang Bai's thoughts were racing. He glanced at the zombies and quietly called out, "Jiang classmate, could you come to my office?" A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes as he nodded, instantly teleporting to Director Hao's office. Inside the office, in addition to Director Hao, two men in their 30s wearing glasses were seated. They bore an air of righteousness and exuded a refined, upright demeanor. However, appearances can be deceiving. As the saying goes, the heart of man is inscrutable. Activating his mental control ability, Jiang Bai instantly discerned the thoughts of the three individuals, including Director Hao, who were feigning a reserved demeanor. "Director Hao," he began, "may I inquire as to why you summoned me?" Director Hao and the other two men had yet to recover from Jiang Bai's sudden appearance when they heard his question and quickly regained their composure. The three exchanged glances before nodding subtly. Director Hao stepped forward, patting Jiang Bai on the shoulder with a benevolent smile. "Jiang classmate, there's no need for you to be so anxious. We called you here for a commendation regarding your performance this semester. You have been exceptional. However, there's a matter at hand." Director Hao's tone shifted, his expression turning grave as he spoke earnestly. "Jiang classmate, based on your performance this semester, you could have easily been promoted to the position of student council president. But as you can see, the situation outside is dire. Zombies are rampant, and countless students have fallen prey to them. Thus, your position as student council president must be temporarily set aside." However, Director Hao's tone shifted once more, a smile returning to his face. "After careful consideration, we have decided to grant you another opportunity, a test. Jiang classmate, rest assured this test will be quite simple for you. We are aware of your spatial abilities, and we hope you can use them to escort us out of the school to base 003, where we can seek assistance from the military. We need the military to send troops to rescue the other students. As long as you can transport us to base 003, you will have completed your test and will become the future student council president." "Indeed," the other two men chimed in, nodding in agreement. Jiang Bai feigned interest, yet internally he scoffed that I end this apocalypse. Who truly valued the position of student council president? Did they think he was a fool? Director Hao's grandiose words, claiming they sought military help to rescue other students, were merely a fade for his own selfish desires. Their true aim was to escape to base 003, seeking protection from the military. Noticing Jiang Bai's growing interest, Director Hao quickly pressed on. "This is the position of student council president, a dream role coveted by many. Moreover, Jiang classmate, the lives of all the faculty and students now rest in our four hands. Only by persuading the military at base 03 can we save them. They are not just your teachers and classmates. They are living, breathing individuals, the pillars of society's future. Can you bear to watch them perish at the hands of zombies without intervening?" Director Hao spoke passionately. Yet Jiang Bai found himself stifling laughter in his heart. First, he was offered a sweet deal, and then they attempted to morally blackmail him using the lives of the entire school. Truly, Director Hao was a master at this game. His skills honed to perfection. One could not help but feel disgusted by individuals like Director Hao, who first erected a facade of righteousness before standing on a moral high ground, using lofty principles to manipulate others for their own gain. To sum it up, those who habitually resort to moral coercion are often the most immoral individuals. Their hearts are twisted, yet they present themselves with feigned virtue. Jiang, classmate, the entire school is counting on you. What are you hesitating for? If I were you, I would have already agreed. You must not disappoint us, nor squander Director Hao's goodwill. The two men chimed in. Jiang Bai nodded, feigning reluctance, but with my current abilities, I can only escort one person at a time. Who among you shall go first? Well, Director Hao hesitated briefly before addressing the other two men with a righteous demeanor, given the dangers lurking outside. None of us can truly fathom the extent of peril. You are both young, with bright futures ahead that I, on the other hand, am nearing 50 as your elder. It is my duty to pave the way for you. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Allow me to take the first turn. Should misfortune befall me, I implore you to live well and continue to teach. With that, Director Hao did not afford the other two men an opportunity to voice their opinions. Nodding towards Jiang Bai with a resolute expression, Jiang, classmate, let us go. The lives of all the faculty and students depend on you and me. All right, a cold smirk flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes as he grasped Director Hao's shoulder. Vanishing from the office, when they reappeared, they found themselves beneath a willow tree on campus. As Director Hao prepared to exhale a sigh of relief while gazing at the distant office, Jiang Bai produced a pair of handcuffs and swiftly cuffed Director Hao's right hand to the tree trunk. Jiang, classmate, what are you doing? Why are you handcuffing me? Director Hao wore a perplexed expression, his right hand anxiously trying to free itself. Jiang Bai smiled faintly, brandishing a large loudspeaker before Director Hao and chuckling. Director Hao, your intention is not to save the lives of all the teachers and students in the school. Rather, you seek to deceive me into escorting you to Base 003 to join your relatives who are working there. I must admit, your acting is commendable. However, it has been seen through by me that a jolt ran through Director Hao's heart upon hearing Jiang Bai's words. Glancing at the loudspeaker before him, he instantly surmised Jiang Bai's intention and began to struggle. Exclaiming, classmate Jiang, I believe you have misunderstood me. I genuinely wish to save the lives of all the teachers and students. Moreover, what you are doing is illegal. I am your director. Illegal? Jiang Bai scoffed derisively. The apocalypse has arrived. Who still cares about legality? Besides, before the apocalypse, Director Hao, you took full advantage of your position to commit numerous wrongdoings. This could be seen as ridding the world of evildoers. Hey, Jiang Bai lifted the loudspeaker, tested its volume, and flashed a grin at Director Hao. Please, I beg you, do not shout, Director Hao pleaded desperately, shaking his head. Jiang Bai, feigning ignorance, took a deep breath and, mimicking Director Hao's tone, shouted into the loudspeaker, Attention all students, attention all students. I am your director, Hao Jiangwo. I am your director, Hao Jiangwo. Next, I will lead the zombies away to grant you time to escape, Zombies, I am your father. I raised you this far, yet you remain disobedient. Come here, come here. The loudspeaker's voice echoed throughout the campus, carried by the wind. In an instant, a horde of zombies converged from all directions toward Director Hao's location. Save me! Please, save me! Director Hao cried out in panic. He wished to sever his own arm to survive, yet he feared the pain and could not bring himself to do it. I hope you enjoy your time. Jiang Bai said, stowing away the loudspeaker, his figure flickering before vanishing for Director Hao's sight. Chapter 36. A hot pot feast roar. The zombies advanced toward Director Hao with a cacophony of growls. No, please do not come any closer. I beg you, spare me. Director Hao shouted, his pleas growing increasingly frantic as the zombie horde drew nearer. His legs quivered, and he was overcome with terror, ultimately losing control of his bladder. Unfortunately, his cries and pleas did not elicit even a trace of mercy from Jiang Bai. Instead, they attracted even more zombies. Come on, my little darlings, soon, an innumerable mass of zombies engulfed Director Hao. No. His anguished screams reverberated throughout the campus. Mere moments later, the horde dispersed. Director Hao had been reduced to a mere pile of bones, lacking even the chance to turn into a zombie. Jiang Bai stood upon the rooftop, gazing down at the remains of Director Hao, a sneer curling his lips. This was the fate that awaited those who dared to morally blackmail him. Those who attempted to bind him with moral constraints must be prepared for the consequences of their actions. After today, all faculty and students would believe that Director Hao had died a martyr's death, unaware that he was the true villain. Just two more. Jiang Bai cast a glance at Director Hao's office and made his way into the campus. He had not forgotten that there were still two hypocrites within the office. Roar. 4 zombies, wandering in a group, spotted Jiang Bai and approached him with bared teeth and claws. You are the ones. Jiang Bai smiled, producing a length of rope, and with a flicker of movement, he bound the 4 zombies together. He then dragged them to the window of the office. Inside the office, 2 men sat on the couch, trembling in fear. They had heard Director Hao's final cries all too clearly. They could discern that Jiang Bai had outsmarted them. He had not been fooled, but had instead treated them like fools. Now, they desperately hoped that Jiang Bai would spare them and not pursue them any further. Thud! At that moment, a shadow was tossed through the window into the office. The 2 men looked over and were instantly horrified. A zombie an intact zombie. Thud! Another zombie was hurled through the window. Thud! Thud! More and more zombies were being thrown into the office. Run! Quick, run! The 2 men turned and fled in panic toward the office door. Just as they reached the entrance, they were greeted by an innocent face standing outside, smiling at them. Hello. Jiang Bai stood at the door, grinning at the 2 men and casually locking the office door behind him. Classmate Jiang, let us out. You must let us out. We understand our mistake. We should not have morally blackmailed you. The 2 men shouted, banging on the door with all their might. Jiang Bai appeared to be oblivious, tossing the key out into the corridor before turning away. No. The office was soon filled with agonized screams. Minutes later, Jiang Bai returned to his empty dormitory, letting out a long sigh. Perhaps today was the last time he would set foot in this place. In the future, he would not return to this location, and on the wall hung a photograph of the 4 of them taken when they first moved into the dormitory. It was a reminder of youthful days. As night deepened, the campus was pierced by the sounds of gunfire, jolting Jiang Bai from his slumber. He rose from his bed, glanced at the time. It was just past 8:30 p.m., and made his way to the window to peer out at the campus. He saw a group of about a dozen students attempting to break through the horde of zombies, rushing towards the campus exit. Jiang Bai paid little heed, fully aware that these students were on the brink of death. The modest number of zombies within the campus would barely cause a ripple in the outside world. With a residential population exceeding 10 million in Choiwa City and 80% having turned into zombies, that amounted to over 8 million zombies. This did not even account for the tourists who had come to visit. When combined, the number of zombies would reach a staggering figure. Moreover, zombies were far more formidable at night. Their sense of smell and hearing would be heightened in the dark. According to experts from his previous life, the reason zombies could roam the streets unceasingly without needing to replenish energy was due to the night. Each night, an unknown energy would emerge, sustaining the zombies' mobility and even prompting their evolution to a higher level. Jiang Bai distinctly remembered that the first evolution of the zombies would occur a week later, coinciding with the awakening of the first batch of supernatural beings. Why dwell on such thoughts? Let's eat first. Jiang Bai muttered to himself, arranging the tables in his dormitory. While there was still electricity available, he lit a lamp that he then released Fat Tiger from the white space, taking out pots, bowls, and plates. Lettuce, seaweed, tofu, beef, lamb, and dipping sauces were all laid out on the table. His preparations indicated that he intended to indulge in hot pot. Before long, all the food was ready. Jiang Bai picked up his chopsticks and began a feast. Prior to starting his meal, he even played a soft piece of music and opened a bottle of red wine. The night was tranquil. Throughout the campus, aside from the howls of zombies, there were no sounds of living beings. Inside a classroom within a teaching building, Wang Meng and the chubby student, along with 2 other male students, were huddled together, gnawing on pieces of dry bread. Suddenly, a waft of hot pot aroma reached their noses. The chubby student inhaled deeply, swallowing hard as he exclaimed, "Hot pot! Someone is eating hot pot, and it's a spicy broth." "Enough with the talk. Just eat your bread," Wang Meng replied flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. He too had caught the scent of the hot pot and had already guessed who was indulging in it. In the entire Zhejiang University, the only person daring enough to eat hot pot amidst the apocalypse was undoubtedly Jiang Bai. Old Wang, when I suggested you build a good relationship with Jiang Bai, you refused. If we had cultivated that relationship back then, perhaps we could be enjoying hot pot now instead of gnawing on this bread. The chubby student lamented, glancing at the bread in his hand with little appetite. Little did he know that in just a couple of days, they would be left with no bread to eat. You have quite the audacity daring to eat hot pot in the apocalypse, Gu Linger said, swaying the wine glass in her hand as she sat before Jiang Bai. Unfazed, Jiang Bai picked up a piece of well-cooked beef, savored it, chewed a few times, and swallowed it, replying, "You have no less audacity than I. You actually dared to run alone from the girls' dormitory to my place. Then aren't you afraid of becoming zombie bait? Moreover, do you realize what it signifies when a girl visits a boy at such a late hour?" Chapter 37. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. Ji Linger nodded. I know, but I've come to find you for a specific reason. What is it? Jiang Bai feigned confusion, casually placing a piece of meat into Gu Linger's bowl. Gu Linger, from the backpack behind her, retrieved a notebook, entered a website, and handed it to Jiang Bai with a serious expression. Earlier today, out of sheer boredom, I infiltrated the information system of the Eagle Country and stumbled upon an email sent from them to the Rabbit Country. This email concerns you. You might want to take a look. Jiang Bai's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he glanced at Gu Linger before focusing on the notebook. The content of the email indeed pertained to him. Essentially, it stated that the Eagle Country requested the Rabbit Country's cooperation in apprehending him and demanded compensation for all their losses. Jiang Bai, you truly went too far last night, Gu Linger remarked. You brazenly stole 3 aircraft carriers and 7 nuclear warheads from the Eagle Country's Base 003, along with a substantial amount of weaponry and supplies. This is no longer a secret among the great powers. The Eagle Country is furious, and the Great Eagle has personally ordered a nationwide manhunt for you. What are your plans now? Gu Linger asked, her face etched with concern. Jiang Bai lifted his wine glass, swirled it, and downed it in one go, shrugging nonchalantly. Let them hunt me if they wish. Before the apocalypse, they could do nothing to me. After the apocalypse, what could they possibly do? If they push me too far, I might just detonate all 7 nuclear warheads. Not a single person from the Eagle Country would survive. Ji Yuling couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth, swallowing the multitude of words she had prepared. What kind of divine language is this, to threaten to detonate nuclear bombs over a disagreement? 7 of them, no less. These are nuclear warheads, not mere firecrackers. As for their flavor, sweet or not, one would have to ask the foot basin chicken. In this regard, the foot basin chicken is the only qualified commentator globally. And what plans do you have for the future? Do you intend to establish a base city and become a leader? Or do you prefer to wander alone in this apocalypse? If you wish to create a base city, I can assist you. The abilities you granted me allow me to serve you willingly. Gu Linger deftly shifted the topic, unwilling to delve further into the nuclear bomb issue. Jiang Bai chuckled and shook his head. Establishing a base city is your affair, not mine. Otherwise, why would I have taught you the art of mind control? As for me, the world is vast, and I have longed to explore it. That I plan to set off tomorrow morning to travel the globe and observe the differences in zombies across various countries. Gu Linger opened her mouth, feeling as though Jiang Bai had sold her out. She understood now. Jiang Bai wished to be a hands-off boss, a behind-the-scenes figure. Moreover, this man did not seem to regard the apocalypse as an apocalypse at all. In a world engulfed in a biochemical crisis, where mere survival had become a luxury for many, this man before her intended to travel the world and witness the distinctions among zombies in different nations. What behavior was this? Undoubtedly a display of arrogance. In an instant, Gu Linger felt a pang of envy. She too yearned for the life Jiang Bai envisioned. She now harbored doubts about whether Jiang Bai genuinely intended to travel the world. The major shopping centers of Choyu City remained empty due to Jiang Bai's presence, daring not to display a plethora of goods. Should Jiang Bai venture to other cities and encounter stores brimming with items? She couldn't fathom the outcome. All she wished to say was, leave some resources for the other survivors. Silence enveloped the dormitory. Jiang Bai savored his hot pot. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he glanced around the table. Ingredients, beer, and music were all present. Beauty and the Beast. He had that too. Suddenly, Jiang Bai's gaze fell upon the pristine white wall of the dormitory, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He realized what was missing. On this long night with hot pot, beer, and beautiful women, how could there be a lack of movies? He hung a projector from the ceiling, initiating a screening of a film. The movie began with a woman walking down the street, soon followed by a man, and they stood face to face, engaging in conversation. The scene shifted as the woman invited the man to her home for a visit, personally pouring him a cup of tea. They began to laugh and converse. Then, Gu Linger's frosty expression turned crimson as she cast a glance at Jiang Bai, downing her wine in one go. Ah Wu. Pang, who covered his eyes with his chubby paws, scurrying under the table, unwilling to witness the film. Yet, Jiang Bai watched with great interest as the film progressed. Gu Linger finally could no longer bear it. She turned to Jiang Bai, her face flushed. Jiang Bai, is this the type of film you usually watch? Aren't you afraid of getting overheated? Jiang Bai shook his head, maintaining an impassive demeanor. What is there to be heated about? What boy hasn't a few gigabytes of such content? However, Gu Linger hesitated, feeling her face ablaze. All right, you watch it yourself. I'm going to sleep. Jiang Bai picked up Pang Hu and walked toward the bed. Ah Wu. Ah Wu. Pang Hu struggled vigorously, proclaiming itself a male tiger, not a female one. The movie continued to play, and Gu Linger, despite her discomfort, began to clean up the dishes, packing the remaining uneaten vegetables and meats. These were fresh ingredients, and she had no intention of wasting them. Jiang Bai lay on the bed, observing Gu Linger's actions without uttering a word to stop her. Fresh vegetables and meats abounded in his own space. He was not lacking. The items on the table were merely leftovers, and if Gu Linger wished to take them, so be it. Even if she didn't he would ultimately discard them. He was too lazy to tidy up. With the food in his space, he could survive to 100 years by merely eating a bite and discarding another. As for life after 100, he would contemplate that later. Soon, Gu Linger had packed the leftover food into her spatial ring. Sitting on a chair, she reminisced about the time before the apocalypse. A wave of emotion washing over her. Before the apocalypse, she was the belle of Zhengdan University, pursued by countless admirers. Whenever she craved something, it was delivered to her without fail. Never had she packed leftovers. Yet now, Gu Linger smiled bitterly. She felt satisfied by her current situation. Compared to other students, she could still fill her stomach and enjoy hot pot. While others this afternoon, she had witnessed two girls fighting over a bag of chips, leaving each other bloodied. She had seen several boys dragging a girl into a corner. Many students had perished at the jaws of zombies while searching for food. She had avoided such fates and hunger solely because of the man lying on the bed. This man had bestowed upon her the skills necessary to survive in this apocalypse, granting her the power of mind control. One must learn to be grateful. With this thought, Gu Linger resolved to stand up from her seat and walk to Jiang Bai's bedside. Chapter 38. Pang Hu, the fat tiger riding on power. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Bai cradled Pang Hu and left the dormitory. Gu Linger lay on Jiang Bai's bed, gazing at the empty space beside her, letting out a long sigh. She understood that today's parting would likely mean they wouldn't meet again for at least a year. Last night, they had done everything, yet nothing at all. As her monthly visitor arrived, just as they were about to take the final step, a year later, when they met again, looking at the photo of Jiang Bai hanging by the bed, Gu Linger carefully stored it away and left the dormitory. Where to first? Jiang Bai walked the streets with Pang Hu, pondering deeply. He had not deceived Gu Linger the night before. He genuinely intended to travel the world over the next year, to witness the landscapes of the post-apocalyptic world. In addition, he sought to locate his past enemies and the opportunities he had missed in his previous life. That he had decided, for the next year, he would be a lone wolf, a solitary wanderer. They asked for why he wouldn't establish a base city. Jiang Bai chuckled and shook his head. He did not wish to expend all his energy managing a base city. In the future, with the surge of cosmic energy, the strength of zombies and fierce beasts would only grow stronger. Among humans, some powerful individuals would also emerge. Spreading his focus too thinly in the early stages would be detrimental to his growth in the long run. Moreover, he was currently devoid of worries about food and drink. Should he choose to establish a base city, he might even have to dig into his own pockets to share the resources he had painstakingly acquired with the survivors of the base. In his view, such an act would be akin to charity, and he had no intention of being so magnanimous that, of course, this did not mean he would not establish a force if he refrained from building a power. Why would he activate the abilities of Gulinger and others? It would have been easier to eliminate them altogether to prevent future troubles to Awu. Suddenly, Pang Hu halted, baring its teeth and growling at something ahead. Jiang Bai snapped back to reality, looking forward to see a fully black-furred zombie dog blocking their path, baring its fangs at them. Its crimson eyes glowed with a chilling ferocity. Pang Hu, undeterred, displayed a fierce expression. "Go for it, Pang Hu!" Jiang Bai shouted, stepping back a few paces. Woof! The zombie dog, seemingly provoked, charged wildly towards Pang Hu. Upon glancing to his side and seeing Jiang Bai a few meters away, Pang Hu instantly lost his nerve and turned to flee. As he ran, he muttered under his breath, seemingly questioning Jiang Bai. "Why aren't you coming?" "Ah, what a useless tiger." Jiang Bai shook his head in resignation, observing the ferocious zombie dog sprinting towards him as an ice blade materialized in his right hand. With a swift motion, the dog's head was severed from its body, rolling a few times on the ground until it came to rest at Pang Hu's feet, with a triumphant stomp on the severed head. Pang Hu raised his chin, adopting a fierce demeanor as he howled skyward. "Oh, whoa. All right, enough howling. Extract its crystal core. We must be on our way," Jiang Bai replied, annoyance lacing his tone, increasingly tempted to stew Pang Hu. In all his lifetimes, he had yet to taste tiger meat. He had heard that tiger whip was a potent tonic. Its veracity, however, remained uncertain. With a resounding crack, Pang Hu smashed the dog's head and seized a crystal core from within, swallowing it down as he bared his teeth at Jiang Bai, as if to assert, "Are you instructing me, Pang Hu, on how to act?" Jiang Bai chose to disregard Pang Hu's antics and strode forward. Animals differ fundamentally from humans. They can directly consume crystal cores to enhance their energy and achieve evolutionary levels, while humans must slowly absorb the energy contained within. Should anyone dare to consume a crystal core directly, they would undoubtedly transform into a zombie. Of course, since the apocalypse, animals have had various methods of evolution beyond mere consumption of crystal cores. A.S. Jiang Bai traversed the streets. He cleared zombies while retrieving several well-maintained vehicles into the white space. One should not underestimate these automobiles. In the later stages of the apocalypse, they became vital resources. Pang Hu's task was to collect crystal cores, though most were hoarded by him for personal consumption. After traversing a street, Jiang Bai lost count of how many zombies he had dispatched, but the number of vehicles he had stored in the white space had long surpassed 100. At that moment, he found himself in the center of a broad crossroad in the distant sky. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed. Raising his gaze, he spotted several American helicopters, arranged in formation, approaching Choyu City. All residents listened intently as an announcement blared from the helicopters. The military intends to establish a survivor base city at Base 003, that all survivors who have received this message are to proceed to the base. As flyers cascaded from the sky, Jiang Bai caught one and squinted at it. Never underestimate the speed and determination of a great nation. Before the apocalypse, the United States had a population exceeding 500 million. Following the outbreak, estimates suggested fewer than 100 million remained. Yet, this remaining population constituted a crucial resource in combating zombies. Thus, the urgency mounted. The U.S. needed to consolidate its populace swiftly that a larger population equates to productivity and soldiers. However, could the U.S. simply gather its population at will? Observing the helicopters above, Jiang Bai smirked coldly and turned toward Base 003. In the words of a previous life, the U.S. the source of global chaos. Only by dismantling it can peace be restored to the world. Therefore, for the sake of global harmony, love, and justice, he resolved to deliver a grand gift to the United States. At Base 003, Carl sat in his office, seething with anger. Their military strength, once ranked among the top 3 in all U.S. military bases, had plummeted to 3rd from last due to Jiang Bai's pilfering of their supplies. His reputation had been utterly tarnished before other military bases. Damn Jiang Bai! If it weren't for that wretched rabbit, how could I be mocked by other bases? That accursed fellow better not fall into my hands. Carl fumed that a sudden knocking interrupted him. Chris entered respectfully. Saluting Carl, General Carl. We have received a response from Rabbit Country. They claim that Jiang Bai's actions in our territory are of no concern to them and will not assist us in capturing him. Rabbit Country emphasized that should we capture Jiang Bai, we must send him back to them for trial. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Carl's fury escalated, and he swept everything off his desk onto the floor. Chris remained unfazed and continued. Additionally, the soldiers we dispatched to the granary have reported that it is completely empty. There isn't a single grain remaining. Moreover, all major grain production facilities and supermarkets in Choyu City have already been stripped bare by Jiang Bai. In other words, we are out of food. Chapter 39. He is still just a child. Find him. Spare no effort to locate Jiang Bai, that I demand all the food and weapons returned to me. Carl shouted angrily as Chris was about to respond. A tremendous explosion resonated, causing the windows of the office to vibrate, as if in an earthquake. What is happening? What transpired outside? Carl steadied himself, demanding answers. Chris had no reply. How could she know what was occurring outside? At that moment, a soldier rushed into the office, saluting Carl. General Carl, it's bad. The bridge connecting our base to Choyu City has been blown up by thieves. We are trapped inside the base, and survivors cannot enter. What? Carl exclaimed in shock, grabbing the soldier by the collar. Enraged. Are you saying the bridge that allows us to enter and exit the base has been destroyed by thieves? Why, yes, the soldier nodded. Damn it. Carl forcefully shoved the soldier away, tossing his hat to the ground in a fit of rage, cursing under his breath. He couldn't fathom how their base 003 had offended Jiang Bai. Why was Jiang Bai so intent on tormenting them? First, he stole their supplies, and now he was blowing up their bridge. Even if one were to bully, must it always be them? General, what should we do now? The soldier asked cautiously. Carl suppressed his inner fury, gesturing for the soldier to leave. What could he do? He couldn't catch Jiang Bai, nor could he threaten him. Once the soldier exited, Chris approached and cautiously suggested, General, I have a potential plan for retaliating against Jiang Bai, but I'm uncertain whether I should share it. Speak, Carl urged, his anger simmering. Chris's eyes gleamed with a cold smile as she replied. General, I heard Jiang Bai has a brother named Zhao Wuji, a warrior from the Southern Continent's War God Hall, that I could launch missiles at the War God Hall to eliminate Zhao Wuji. At that point, Jiang Bai would undoubtedly be devastated. Carl furrowed his brow. Launching intercontinental missiles was no trivial matter. A misstep could lead to international disputes. However, this concern briefly occupied his mind before he dismissed it. The U.S. was the global superpower with countless subordinates. What did they have to fear from a minor international dispute? Furthermore, it was the apocalypse. Nations were preoccupied with their own survival. Who would care about such trivial matters? Besides, they had launched missiles at the southern continent before the apocalypse. Are you certain Zhao Wuji is Jiang Bai's brother? Killing him will bring Jiang Bai to despair. Carl questioned, his demeanor imposing. Chris's expression turned serious as she nodded affirmatively. General, this information was gathered by Director Chris before his demise. I assure you, Zhao Wuji is indeed Jiang Bai's closest kin. His death will plunge Jiang Bai into profound sorrow. Upon hearing Chris's assurance, a cold smile spread across Carl's face as he declared decisively, Very well. Inform the others. Utilize satellite positioning to locate the War God Hall. I want Jiang Bai to understand the consequences of crossing the United States. Understood. Chris saluted and exited the office. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai lay on the balcony of the building, enjoying the cool breeze as his left eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. What is going on? Why is my left eyelid suddenly twitching? Could something good be on the horizon? Reflecting on the superstitions surrounding eyelid twitches, a smile crept onto Jiang Bai's face. If the left eyelid twitches, good fortune is approaching. If the right eyelid twitches, it's mere superstition. If the right eyelid dares to twitch, it must be because I haven't rested well lately. Oh whoa. Oh whoa. Pang Hu bellowed at Jiang Bai. Are you hungry? Jiang Bai retrieved a whole roasted lamb, poised to toss it entirely to Fat Tiger, when suddenly he remembered that he too had not yet eaten. With a casual slice, he severed a leg of lamb and tossed the remaining roast to Fat Tiger, retrieving a can of cola, indulging in his meal with delight. Just as the man and the tiger were savoring their feast, a basin of cold water unexpectedly cascaded from above, drenching Jiang Bai. An immediate surge of anger ignited within him as he looked up to see a young boy standing on the balcony. Holding the basin, it was abundantly clear that the cold water had been poured down by the boy. Meeting Jiang Bai's gaze, the boy showed no sign of fear. Instead, he hurled the basin to the ground, made a face at Jiang Bai, and taunted, "I won't let you eat. You can hit me if you want." Jiang Bai chuckled, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, drenched and yet audacious. This was indeed a mischievous child, a quintessential rascal. It was surprising that even in this apocalyptic world, he would encounter such a child. However, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, he didn't mind indulging this childish antics, fulfilling the boy's desire for mischief. In an instant, Jiang Bai teleported to the balcony. Standing before the mischievous boy, startled by Jiang Bai's sudden appearance, the boy turned to flee, but Jiang Bai would not grant him that chance. Seizing the boy by the collar of his wet shirt, he retaliated with 2 resounding slaps. He had no inclination to adhere to the principles of respecting the elderly or cherishing the young. The slapping sounds echoed thunderously. The boy, stunned, felt the sting on his face and burst into tears. Wailing, "Mommy! Mommy! Someone is hitting me!" Inside, a woman rushed to the balcony, panic-stricken. She appeared to be around 30, wearing glasses, and had an air of cultured refinement. Upon seeing Jiang Bai clutching her son's collar, her anger erupted as she pointed at him and shouted, "You shameless creature! How old are you to bully my child? Do you have no shame? Hasn't your family taught you to respect your elders and care for the young?" "He drenched my clothes." Jiang Bai replied flatly is it merely a matter of soaked shirt? At your age, is it necessary to bicker with a child? He is still just a child. What does he understand? Besides, even if he splashed you, couldn't you just step aside? You could have avoided it. The woman shouted defiantly, her words devoid of any hint of apology. Her behavior resembled that of a shrewd. It was hard to believe she was a person of culture. Seeing the woman emerge, the boy suddenly found courage, emboldened by the presence of his protector, and continued to provoke Jiang Bai, declaring, "I splashed you. I'll keep splashing you. It serves you right for being below me. Not only will I splash you, but I'll also insult you. You're a big fool, a big fool." The boy must not be indulged. Jiang Bai struck vehemently, delivering slaps like a whirlwind, causing the boy's head to sway back and forth. The woman, witnessing Jiang Bai assault her child, charged at him with claws drawn, but Jiang Bai had no intention of indulging her. He swiftly kicked her to the ground, leaving her unable to rise. "Don't hit him. He's just a child." "Child?" Jiang Bai scoffed with disdain, delivering another fierce slap. The boy's 2 front teeth flew from his mouth into the air. What of it? Does being a child grant him the right to drench others with water? Can a child escape responsibility for their actions? Who decreed that? Who hasn't been a child? He is merely a baby who has lived for over 7,000 days. With each slap, the boy's face quickly swelled into that of a piglet. "Mommy," the boy whimpered, tears streaming down his face. The woman, witnessing this, felt her heart ache and struggled to get up, but a sharp pain seized her abdomen. Clearly, Jiang Bai's kick had not been gentle. He is just a child. How can you, a grown adult, stoop to such levels with a child? You struck him so hard. He only splashed you with a basin of water. Is it necessary to hold a grudge and hit a child? He is still young. What does he know? Her words reignited the anger that had briefly simmered down within Jiang Bai. He despised hearing the phrase, "Is it necessary?" Those who uttered such words were invariably those who stood unscathed, oblivious to the pain of others. Such individuals were even more repugnant than director. What does necessary mean? What does not necessary mean? If I merely lay in bed with your wife for a while, is it necessary for you to be angry? Is it necessary or not? Jiang Bai noted the woman's cultured appearance, but was struck by her utter lack of reason, her refusal to repent. He abandoned the boy and approached her, seizing her hair with his right hand and delivering a resounding slap. Behind every mischievous child lurks a mischievous parent. These parents are often more insufferable than the children themselves. To deal with them, reason must be abandoned. One must resort to slaps, using violence to answer violence. They must be made to understand what true punishment means. Otherwise, they might continue to think they are untouchable. Stop hitting me, you, a grown man, bullying a woman and a child. What kind of bravery is that? If you have the guts, go bully a zombie. The woman cried, covering her face, but was met with yet another slap from Jiang Bai. With a light chuckle, Jiang Bai remarked, Is it really necessary to scream just because I slapped you a few times? The woman, gazing at Jiang Bai's fierce demeanor, was suddenly engulfed by regret. She deeply lamented not having kept a close watch on the boy, allowing him to provoke Jiang Bai, this violent figure. Amongst all the men in the world, how many would dare to strike a woman or a child? Jiang Bai smiled, hearing the woman's inner thoughts. A scornful smile gracing his lips. Generally, he refrained from striking women, but when he did, he showed no mercy, especially to those like her, who possessed considerable education, yet chose to be unreasonable and obstinate. They were the epitome of I am weak, therefore I am right. Such individuals would escalate their antics if not dealt with. Minutes passed. The woman curled into a ball, her hands shielding her head, weeping as she pleaded with Jiang Bai, "Please stop hitting me. I was wrong, I was wrong. I senti that enough?" Jiang Bai halted his slaps and turned to the boy, commanding in you. "Do you understand your mistake now?" The boy, thoroughly cowed by Jiang Bai's actions, quivered in fear, nodding rapidly. "I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me." "Good, it's good that you understand your mistake." Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction, glancing toward the several zombies that had entered the room, their figures disappearing from view. "Are you all right, darling?" After Jiang Bai departed, the woman hurried to the boy, worry etched on her face. "Mommy, I want to kill that person from earlier. I will definitely kill him," the boy cried, throwing himself into his mother's embrace. The woman patted his back, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as she replied, "Don't worry, sweetheart. Mommy will have Uncle take care of him." The boy nodded vigorously, suddenly going stiff. Soon, cries of terror echoed from the balcony. Jiang Bai stood on the rooftop opposite, observing the mother and child being devoured by zombies, a cold smirk dancing upon his lips. He had never intended to spare them. It was not that he was heartless, unwilling to let even a child go. Rather, in his previous life, he had witnessed too many innocent lives lost at the hands of children. They knew how to exploit their youthful innocence to approach their targets and deliver fatal blows. In his past life, he had been deceived once, shortly after the apocalypse began, when a shred of kindness still lingered in his heart. He had seen a starving little girl on the roadside. Acting out of goodwill, he had offered her his meager rations. Little did he know, her near starvation was a ruse, designed to lure kind-hearted individuals like him closer. Their true intention was to consume human flesh. As the apocalypse unfolded, aside from a few large bases capable of growing food, survivors in smaller bases could only scavenge through the ruins of cities for sustenance and water. However, seeking food meant confronting not only zombies but also ferocious beasts, all while being prepared for the futility of their efforts. Consequently, some individuals' mindsets shifted, leading them to contemplate nefarious schemes in a world where food was scarce and the population abundant. Why could pork and lamb be consumed, while human flesh could not? A group of opportunists cast their gaze upon their fellow survivors. They turned cannibalistic, their actions more beastly than any animal. Cannibalistic tribes. Jiang Bai spoke to himself, his gaze sharpening with a glint of cold light as he turned and descended toward the rooftop. The appearance of the mischievous child was merely a trivial interlude in his grander pursuits. He had many more pressing matters to attend to as he walked down the street. A horde of zombies, drawn by his scent, surged toward him in a frenzied rush. Yet, Jiang Bai remained unperturbed, rather than immediately resorting to his firearms against the oncoming undead. He chose to hone his proficiency in his ice-based abilities. Fat Tiger, as before, trailed behind Jiang Bai, diligently excavating crystal cores. For every 2 cores unearthed, he greedily consumed one, stashing the other in the pouch at his chest. As he traversed the path, the once dreaded zombies fell before him like feeble chickens, collapsing one after another. Ding! The system energy is full. The system is upgrading. Upon completion, the current level is LV4 due to the system upgrade. The host receives a one-time enhancement of abilities, slots, 59, energy required for the next system upgrade, 080. Chapter 41. Enhancement of ice abilities. Ding! The system energy is full. The system is upgrading. Upon completion, the current level is LV5 due to the system upgrade. The host receives a one-time enhancement of abilities, slots, 513. Energy required for the next system upgrade, 0160. Available enhancements. Ice shadowed. I choose to enhance the ice ability. As the enhancement commenced, Jiang Bai found his consciousness drawn into an icy expanse. All around him, towering blue-white icebergs stretched infinitely into the horizon. The ice abilities, an evolution from water, lacked the nurturing qualities of water but possessed an indomitable nature. Strolling amidst the icebergs, Jiang Bai felt no chill. Instead, an overwhelming sense of warmth enveloped him, akin to a child returning to their mother's embrace after a long journey to the external world. As his ice abilities strengthened, Jiang Bai remained motionless, his body encased in a layer of ice-blue frost that rapidly spread outward. Along his path, zombies were transformed into frozen statues. Fat Tiger, intrigued, approached one of the frozen zombies and prodded it with his paw. Crack! As Fat Tiger watched in astonishment, the zombie shattered into fragments of ice. Whoa! Fat Tiger let out a low growl directed at Jiang Bai, seemingly exclaiming, "Impressive, my brother." With a series of cracks, the ice layer on Jiang Bai began to fissure. He broke free from its confines and delivered a powerful punch to the ground before him. Crack! Ice spikes shot forth at incredible speed, extending several meters ahead. Wherever these spikes passed, zombies were encased in ice, standing frozen in place. Excellent. Jiang Bai surveyed his handiwork. Nodding in satisfaction, he lifted Fat Tiger and vanished from sight in an instant. Shortly after his departure, residents from the buildings lining the street curiously peeked out. Upon witnessing the dozens of zombies transformed into ice sculptures, expressions of shock spread across the faces of the survivors and the Tian Taiyuan community. Jiang Bai sat atop a building, earnestly grilling a tiger whip in his hands. Fat Tiger lay beside him, brooding. Do not misunderstand. This whip was not Fat Tiger's, but rather one Jiang Bai had taken from another tiger at the ZOAS for Fat Tiger's glum demeanor. It was likely due to sentimentality. After all, he too possessed a tiger whip. Well then, Jiang Bai sprinkled some chili powder on the whip and slowly took a bite. Crunch! Delectable! Fat Tiger, would you care for a taste? Jiang Bai offered, presenting the whip. Ugh. Fat Tiger turned his head away, opting to ignore it altogether. If you wish to eat, then do so. If not, it matters not. Jiang Bai continued to enjoy the tiger whip, casually cracking open a bottle of chilled beer. Before the apocalypse, he had envisioned countless ways of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, yet he never imagined he would thrive to such an extent, more so than before the world fell into chaos. In comparison, his previous life had been a mere shadow of this existence, almost resembling that of a dog. Truly delightful. Jiang Bai savored the tiger whip. He gazed down the street, a gentle smile gracing his lips upon spotting two figures, one large and one small. The person he awaited had finally arrived. Hold on, little sister, you must endure. Trust in your brother. I will find the medicine to save you. Lin Fan, gripping a wooden spear in his left hand while supporting the girl on his back with his right, dashed frantically down the street. Panic and helplessness filled his heart. Just hours earlier, his sister had suddenly developed a high fever, her temperature soaring toward 40 degrees. He had administered fever-reducing medicine, as one would for any ordinary ailment. Yet it proved ineffective. Hours had passed, and not only had her fever not subsided, it had worsened. Even through layers of clothing, he could feel the heat radiating from her body. Cough, cough. Brother, you mustn't worry about me. Do not exert yourself for my sake. There are so many zombies outside. If you are bitten or scratched, you too will become one of them. Lin Miaoer, resting on Lin Fan's back, gasped out her words. She was acutely aware of her own condition. Her temperature was alarmingly high. Her nose was stuffy, and every swallow felt like swallowing shards of glass. The most discomforting sensation was the pervasive pain coursing through her body, penetrating to the marrow. Sister, what nonsense are you speaking? I am your elder brother. How could I possibly abandon you? I will find the medicine and help you recover. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his eyes scanning the storefronts lining the street in search of a pharmacy. Unfortunately, unlike other nations, pharmacies were scarce in this city. After scouring the entire street, Lin Fan found no pharmacy. Instead, he roused countless zombies, who began to surround them. Are we going to die, brother? As the zombies closed in from all sides. Lin Miaoer's expression remained curiously calm, devoid of any fear. Do not worry, sister. I will protect you, and ensure you grow up safe and sound. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the spear, his eyes reflecting a steely resolve. Lin Miaoer smiled brightly, wrapping her arms around Lin Fan's neck and resting her head against his back, speaking earnestly, "Brother, it's wonderful to have you. If only I could eat a can of peach slices before I die. It reminds me of our hometown. I miss it dearly. Perhaps I can fulfill your wish." A voice, tinged with playful nonchalance, rang out. Lin Fan and Lin Miaoer instantly felt a surge of alertness, glancing around. Before them, a frost flower blossomed rapidly, encasing the surrounding zombies in ice at an astonishing speed. Jiang Bai, cradling Fat Tiger, approached the siblings step by step along the street. "Who are you?" Lin Fan asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Brother, he seems to be a thief." Lin Miaoer quietly warned. "A thief?" Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, maintaining his guard. The notorious reputation of thieves had spread throughout the city, and he was well aware of it. But what did it matter? In this chaotic world, human intentions were as enigmatic as the shifting winds. He could not determine whether Jiang Bai's arrival signified friend or foe. "Perhaps I can fulfill your wish," Jiang Bai said, stepping closer to Lin Fan, his gaze fixed on Lin Miaoer with a smile. To bolster his credibility, he casually tossed Fat Tiger to the ground and produced a can of peach slices. "Why are you helping us?" Lin Fan asked warily. "Because I appreciate talent," Jiang Bai replied candidly. "Appreciate talent?" Lin Fan's brows knitted again. He knew his own worth better than anyone. He would not indulge in self-delusions of grandeur. Believing he possessed any talent worthy of Jiang Bai's attention, Jiang Bai stored the can of peach slices in a white space, clasping his hands behind his back and adopting a demeanor of a sage. "Indeed, it is about appreciating talent. In this post-apocalyptic world, order has crumbled, and there is an urgent need for powerful individuals to rise. And you, my friend, are among those I have chosen. Apologies, but I have no interest in becoming any sort of powerful individual right now," Lin Fan replied, turning away with Lin Miaoer on his back. His immediate priority was to find medicine for his sister. Other matters could wait until her health was restored. Jiang Bai observed Lin Fan's retreating figure, shaking his head with an amused smile. "Young man, why must you always be so impetuous?" Did Lin Fan not realize he was a walking pharmacy? "Wait, just a few steps away." Lin Fan suddenly paused, turning back with a piercing gaze fixated on Jiang Bai. "I remember now. You stole all the medicine from the Holy Hall Hospital. You must have the medicine to save my sister. Save her. And I will do anything you ask of me," he urged. "Very well." Jiang Bai nodded slightly. Observing the increasing number of zombies approaching them, he grasped Fat Tiger by the neck and, accompanied by the Lin siblings, vanished into the streets. When they reappeared, they found themselves on a rooftop. The reason they frequently sought refuge on rooftops was simple. Their elevation rendered it impossible for the zombies to ascend. Lin Fan and his sister gazed down at the street below, both engulfed in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, they had transitioned from the street to the rooftop. Jiang Bai disregarded their shock and placed his hands on their shoulders. "Name, Lin Fan. Gender, male. Ability, Fury, unawakened. Can be replicated, Fury. Lin Fan can exponentially enhance his combat prowess by burning his own energy. The more energy consumed, the longer the duration of the Fury. Name, Lin Miaoer. Gender, female. Ability, Healing, unawakened. Can be replicated, Healing. Lin Miaoer releases energy to cure ailments and injuries, including her own. Replicating, currently replicating. Replication successful. Cough, cough, cough." Suddenly, Lin Miaoer erupted into a fit of coughs. Jiang Bai withdrew his hands, silently contemplating. "System, enhance the healing ability for me." His choice to enhance the healing ability was not solely for the purpose of treating Lin Miaoer. He recalled a significant concern. Everyone falls ill at some point. Possessing self-healing abilities meant that if he were to fall ill one day and require surgery, he would need to ensure he could tend to himself. With the healing ability, he could indeed treat his own ailments. Enhancement in progress, a warm energy coursed through Jiang Bai's limbs. Cough, cough. Lin Miaoer's coughing grew more severe, her complexion reddening with each spasm. "Sister, hold on. I need medicine, quickly." Lin Fan looked at Jiang Bai with urgency. His eyes filled with worry. Jiang Bai smiled and shook his head, Placing his right hand on Lin Miao's back as the healing ability activated, a soft green glow emanated from his hand, flowing into Lin Miao's body. "That feels wonderful," Lin Miao instinctively exclaimed, the feverish heat from her body gradually dissipating alongside the soft green light. Minutes later, her complexion returned to normal. Jiang Bai retracted his right hand, wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, and smiled at Lin Fan, saying, "All right, you can let her down now that you've been carrying her for quite some time. Aren't you tired?" Lin Fan remained unmoved, turning his head to cast a skeptical glance at Lin Miao. After assessing her condition, Lin Miao nodded. "Brother, please put me down. I'm really better now." "Really better?" Lin Fan's expression was one of disbelief. Aware of his doubt, Lin Miao jumped from his back, spun around in place, and cheerfully declared, "See, I'm really well." Seeing this, Lin Fan finally sighed in relief and turned to Jiang Bai, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Jiang Bai maintained a silent smile, his gaze directed at Lin Miao, asking, "What do you think of the healing ability I just demonstrated? Would you like to learn it?" "Me?" Lin Miao pointed to herself. Incredulous, Jiang Bai nodded quietly. He found himself genuinely fond of this little girl, who remained unflinching in the face of the surrounding zombies, undeterred by the specter of death. Of course, this affection was not of a romantic nature, for Lin Miao was merely 12 years old, on the cusp of entering middle school. "Can I really learn it?" Lin Miao inquired cautiously. Of course, Jiang Bai shrugged, producing 2 crystal cores and placing them in Lin Miao's palm. As the healing ability and mind control activated, Lin Miao felt a warm sensation within her, akin to basking in a gentle spring breeze, and instinctively closed her eyes. "Sister." Lin Fan, standing nearby, opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. Although he was unaware of Jiang Bai's intentions, he dared not interrupt. Time passed slowly. Soon, the energy from the 2 crystal cores was nearly fully absorbed by Lin Miao, and a green glow enveloped her body. Jiang Bai withdrew his abilities, and Lin Miao slowly opened her eyes. Upon sensing the energy within her, she joyfully leaped into Jiang Bai's embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother Jiang Bai." Unbeknownst to her, as she had closed her eyes, her mind was filled with visions of Jiang Bai, as if a voice were whispering to her that he was an immensely important person in her life. "And no need for thanks," Jiang Bai said, playfully tapping the bridge of Lin Miao's nose. What boy does not enjoy the company of little girls, especially one as innocent and charming as her? "Sister, come down quickly," Lin Fan urged, unable to suppress a hint of jealousy in his tone. "Oh," Lin Miao obediently replied, reluctantly hopping down from Jiang Bai's arms. Just then, a rumble of hunger emanated from Lin Miao's stomach. Lin Fan pulled a dry bun from his pocket, glanced at Jiang Bai, and then broke it in half. He handed one half to Lin Miao and, holding the other half, approached Jiang Bai, saying, "This is the last of our food. Please take it. Thank you for everything you've done for my sister." Jiang Bai regarded the dry bun in Lin Fan's hand, casually accepting it before tossing it onto the ground and stepping on it. Instantly, the dry bun transformed into a pancake, complete with a black shoe print. Just as Lin Fan was about to express his anger, he suddenly recalled something and bent down to retrieve the pancake. Jiang Bai did not stop him, looking down from his elevated position and stating, "Are you truly prepared to live like beggars, dragging your sister along with you?" Chapter 43. Another 2 little brothers acquired. Lin Fan halted. His hand lingered above the pancake as he looked up at Jiang Bai, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Bai did not respond immediately, but waved his hand, causing a table laden with delicious dishes to materialize on the rooftop. Striding over to the table, he pulled out a chair and gestured for the Lin siblings to join him. "Come, sit down. I imagine it has been quite some time since you've enjoyed such delectable fare." Gulp. Lin Fan swallowed hard but did not approach the table. As Jiang Bai had indicated, they indeed had not tasted restaurant food in a long while. Though the apocalypse had only descended 2 days prior, they had also lacked the funds for dining out before that. Not everyone in a foreign land is affluent and free from worries about food and drink. Neither Lin Fan nor Lin Miao moved, although she was famished and yearned for the sumptuous dishes on the table. They hesitated. "Come and eat. Miao has just recovered from her illness. If she doesn't replenish her strength, she may relapse at that point. Even I would be unable to save her, Jiang Bai said, his expression calm as he poured himself a cup of tea. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan nodded to Lin Miaoer and strode over to the table, taking a seat and picking up his chopsticks to devour the food ravenously. He had spent an extensive period searching for medicine for Lin Miaoer, and his own stomach had long since been in turmoil. Jiang Bai observed the siblings as they ate heartily, a look of contentment gracing his face. Lin Fan and Lin Miaoer were both orphans. In a previous life, he had once encountered them at a tea that time. The Lin siblings, like him, were scavengers, living day to day. It was a snowy day when they met in a room, seeking shelter from the cold. During their brief interaction, they shared a few words. While it could not be described as a deep camaraderie, they had enjoyed each other's company. Eventually, the snow ceased, and they parted ways, never to meet again. However, he later heard from other scavengers that the Lin siblings had awakened their abilities, rivaling even the four emperors in strength. Shortly thereafter, he received news of their demise, the cause shrouded in mystery. It was not until 7 years into the apocalypse, after falling into the hands of Cruz Wayne, that he learned the true cause of their deaths. According to Cruz Wayne, the Lin siblings had been brutally murdered by Zhao Wuji for defying his orders to capture them. Their death had inadvertently led to Cruz Wayne being tasked with capturing Jiang Bai. Zhao Wuji, the mere thought of his name, ignited an endless desire for vengeance within Jiang Bai. He yearned to eliminate Zhao Wuji at every turn. However, the distance from Eagle Sauce Country to southern continent was vast, and no direct flights existed between them. Thus, he had no choice but to allow Zhao Wuji to live for the time being. Just wait, Zhao Wuji. Soon, I shall present you with a significant gift, Jiang Bai murmured to himself, the murderous intent in his gaze fleetingly vanishing. The Lin siblings remained oblivious to Jiang Bai's unusual demeanor. Continuing to feast, they were well-mannered. Even in such dire circumstances, they only selected the dishes nearest to the may I inquire. If I were to grant you a power that would enable you to survive more effectively in a post-apocalyptic world, as well as to protect those you hold dear, would you accept it? Lin Fan recalled the scene he had just witnessed on the street, where Jiang Bai froze a zombie and employed teleportation. His eyes alight with fervor, Jiang Bai smiled, understanding Lin Fan's unvoiced thoughts. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Lin Fan. Producing 2 crystal cores from his hands, he communicated with the energy of the cores through his violent abilities, forcibly infusing it into Lin Fan's body. The pain was excruciating as the energy coursed through him. Lin Fan felt a sharp agony, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His originally black and white eyes gradually transformed into a crimson hue, emanating a fierce aura. Hold on, Jiang Bai urged, intensifying the energy output. Approximately 20 minutes later, the crystal cores dissolved into white foam. Lin Fan, sensing the energy within him, was about to rise to express his gratitude to Jiang Bai when the latter casually tossed him 2 space rings, saying, "These are 2 space rings containing supplies that will aid you in surviving the early stages. Meet me on the rooftop of the Zhengdan University dormitory on August 15th of next year." With that, Jiang Bai vanished from the rooftop, cradling the fat tiger, leaving Lin Fan and his sister without a moment to respond. "The great favor does not require thanks," Lin Fan murmured, caressing the rings. He was not one to forget kindness, fully aware that even a drop of grace should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. "I have gathered 2 more subordinates. I hope they all survive until a year from now." On a comfortable mattress, Jiang Bai lay back, stroking the fat tiger, conversing with himself. Including Lin Fan and his sister, he had amassed 6 subordinates: Gu Linger, Li Xinhe, Lu Yin, Lu Chuanmeijian, and the Lin siblings. Of these 6, apart from Lu Yin, the other 5 were formidable individuals from his previous life. Though they appeared weak now and required his assistance with space rings and supplies, he was certain that one day they would shine brightly, yielding him immense returns. Roar, roar. The fat tiger emitted a series of roars, flames suddenly erupting from its body, igniting Jiang Bai's clothing and causing blisters to form on his hands. "You useless tiger, are you trying to incinerate me?" Jiang Bai hastily tossed the fat tiger to the ground, extinguishing the flames with water. His outfit was ruined, casting a sidelong glance at the fat tiger. He recognized it was awakening its powers and chose to ignore it, Changing into a new set of clothes, he then retrieved several rings, beginning to craft more space rings. The last time, he had created 7, of which 6 had already been given away. He needed more space rings. Each one represented a powerful subordinate. Just imagine, years down the line, with a single snap of his fingers, a multitude of formidable followers standing behind him. What a glorious sight that would be. As for the possibility of betrayal among his subordinates, Jiang Bai scoffed at the thought that if, under the influence of his mind control ability, any of them dared to betray him, they would deserve their fate. As time passed, the flames engulfing the fat tiger grew larger, the aroma of roasting meat wafting through the room. Chapter 44. The Awakening of the Fat Tiger. Oh no, you won't end up roasting yourself. Will you? Jiang Bai quickly ceased crafting the space rings and rushed to the fat tiger's side. Observing the tiger nearly cooked through, he frantically produced a large bottle of mineral water and poured it over the fat tiger without a second thought. Boom! The moment the water hit, the flames not only failed to extinguish but surged violently instead. Jiang Bai was taken aback, glancing at the bottle to see high-proof alcohol emblazoned across it, his face flushing with embarrassment. Roar! The fat tiger shot a reproachful glance at Jiang Bai, lying on the ground, and allowing the flames to consume it, seemingly resigned to its fate. The room was thick with the scent of charred flesh. Apologies, Jiang Bai shook his head apologetically, placing his hands on the fat tiger point. One hand wielded healing powers while the other harnessed ice abilities, working to treat the tiger's injuries and extinguish the flames. Minutes later, the fire was extinguished, and the fat tiger's burns began to heal under the influence of the healing powers. That moment, the fat tiger had grown substantially, comparable to a calf. Roar! The fat tiger howled to the heavens, flames erupting from its mouth. Oh, have you learned to breathe fire? Jiang Bai chuckled, casually retrieving a leg of lamb and placing it before the fat tiger. Now that you are a great tiger, it's time to learn to cook for yourself. Use your true flame to roast it, and we shall feast shortly. Roar! The fat tiger protested, now transformed from an ordinary tiger into a fire-breathing beast. How could it, the king of beasts, stoop to such mundane tasks? Did it not have any pride? Are you reluctant? Jiang Bai grinned mischievously, rubbing his hands together, though he could not comprehend the language of beasts. The fat tiger's expressions conveyed its thoughts clearly. Roar! The fat tiger promptly unleashed a stream of fire upon the leg of lamb, continuously applying its fiery breath. With its powers awakened, it had become astute enough to recognize when to submit. As the saying goes, a good tiger does not fight with humans. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the tiger's youth. When chaos reigns, I, the fat tiger, shall ascend to immortality. Now that's more like it. Observing the lamb leg gradually cooking, Jiang Bai nodded with satisfaction and continued crafting space rings. Before long, several hours had passed. The leg of lamb was perfectly roasted. Jiang Bai stored the 12th space ring and approached the dining table with the fat tiger. They sat across from each other, gazing at the charred leg of lamb on the table. Jiang Bai's lips twitched before he pushed it toward the fat tiger, saying, "Tiger, don't say I mistreat you. You're still young and growing. This leg of lamb is best suited for you, that I've grown up, so I'll make do with a bit of king crab." Roar! The fat tiger shook its massive head, nudging the lamb leg back toward Jiang Bai, signaling for him to eat. That it was a tiger, but not a foolish one. At a glance was all it needed to recognize that the leg was charred and would surely taste terrible. Since you don't want it, let's just enjoy some instant noodles together. Jiang Bai casually retrieved 2 cups of instant noodles, prepared them, and handed one to the fat tiger. The two of them, one man and one tiger, devoured the noodles voraciously, completely indifferent to the charred leg of lamb before them. Naturally, one cannot enjoy instant noodles without some accompaniments. Lobster, king crab, roasted pig trotter. In any case, Jiang Bai was dining quite well. As for the fat tiger, had it not been for the fear of being accused of animal cruelty, it might have been left to subsist solely on noodles. After all, it had ruined the lamb leg. Robert, the scent of roasting meat I detected earlier seems to have emanated from this room. There must be other survivors inside. When you knock on the door, be sure to speak politely and see if they can spare us some food. Rest assured, Miss Diana, with me, Robert, around, I will certainly ensure you can savor some delectable roasted meat. Just as Jiang Bai was relishing his meal, The sound of a male and female conversation suddenly echoed from outside the door. Jiang Bai's expression froze as he exchanged glances with the fat tiger. In the tiger's eyes, a knowing smirk emerged as it rose from its seat and stealthily concealed itself behind the door. Outside the room, the imposing figure of Robert looked at the woman behind him, brimming with excitement, his hormones surging. The reason was simple. The woman was none other than the renowned star of the Eagle Sauce country. Miss Diana, a dream lover for countless men, a woman whose allures seemed to have stepped straight out of a comic book. He was grateful for this apocalypse, before the end of the world. He had merely been a fitness trainer, never even dreaming of getting close to Diana, that he could never have imagined that after the apocalypse, he would form a survival team with her, facing the end times side by side. He had it all planned out. Once he broke down the door, he intended to eliminate everyone inside and seize a glimpse of Diana's beauty for himself, as the saying goes in Rabbit Country. To die beneath the peony is to be a ghost who is still romantic. As long as he could possess Diana, he would willingly embrace death. Moreover, he had an even bolder idea. Robert quietly cast a glance at Diana. Gripping his shotgun, scanning the surroundings, seeing no zombies, he kicked the door open with a mighty crash. Bang! The door shattered, and Robert stepped into the room, whispering, "Nobody move. Hand over your food." As his words fell, silence enveloped the room. Robert swiftly scanned the area, failing to spot Jiang Bai, but noticing the remnants of food left by him and the fat tiger on the dining table. His eyes lit up, and he stowed his shotgun, striding over to the table, waving at Diana with delight. "Miss Diana, come over quickly. Guess what food I found? King crab, lobster, and a charred leg of lamb. My goodness, there's even beer." Diana stood motionless at the doorway, gazing in terror behind Robert, exclaiming, "Robert, you might want to take a look behind you. What is wrong behind me?" Robert curiously turned his head, only to be met by a pair of enormous eyes fixated on him. The hefty tiger scrutinized Robert, a glint of mockery in its gaze, as if to say, "Surprised? Aren't you?" Robert instantly faltered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. It is human instinct to fear animals, especially diminutive creatures like the hefty tiger. This fear is not dependent on size. It is an innate trepidation, for few can encounter a tiger without experiencing fear. The heavy breathing of the hefty tiger brushed against Robert's face, causing him to lose control of his bladder. A stream of yellow liquid trickled down his pants. Diana, in turn, dared not even breathe, fearful of attracting the tiger's attention. "You are Diana. I hear you are a superstar from the Eagle Sauce Nation." A detached voice whispered near Diana's ear. She swiftly turned around, but found no one beside her. A bold thought ignited in her mind. Could it be that she had encountered a ghost? Chapter 45. Where does arrogance come from? "I am not a ghost. Look ahead," Jiang Bai calmly stated while seated at the dining table. He was quite intrigued by the celebrity Diana, the goddess of the Eagle Sauce Nation, the dream of countless men. It was said that a wealthy mogul once offered $200 million for a night with Diana, but she had flatly refused. However, after the apocalypse descended, Diana seemingly vanished without a trace. Never to be seen again. Name: Diana. Gender: female. Abilities: none. Non-replicable. Name: Robert. Gender: male. Abilities: none. Non-replicable. I see. Upon hearing Robert's thoughts, Jiang Bai finally comprehended why Diana had not appeared during the apocalypse. Had she been captured by Robert, reduced to a mere fitness tool until death? "You are a thief." Upon seeing Jiang Bai's appearance, Diana's eyes brightened, and she instinctively moved closer, only to be halted by the predatory gaze of the hefty tiger. Causing her to hesitate, she could only covet the delectable food laid out on Jiang Bai's table, swallowing hard with hunger, especially the aroma of instant noodles, which made her stomach rumble after 2 days without food. Before the apocalypse, she had always eaten sparingly to maintain her figure. Who would have imagined that the end of the world would strike so suddenly? "Could you spare me some food? I've been starving for 2 days." Diana mustered the courage to ask Jiang Bai, setting aside her celebrity airs. Jiang Bai peeled a large shrimp and shook his head. "No, I have no extra provisions to share with a stranger. Someone irrelevant." Diana's face flushed with indignation. Her heart raced with frustration. Before the apocalypse, she had been treated like a queen wherever she went, with people catering to her every whim. never once facing rejection. Having already lowered her dignity, she found it appalling that a mere man could deny her, a renowned star, even a morsel of food. However, Jiang Bai shifted his tone, producing a bowl of instant noodles along with a dry bun, and remarked, according to the market value in this apocalypse, a star's worth for one night is equivalent to a bowl of instant noodles, but I am feeling generous, in addition to the noodles. I can offer you a bun. Consider your options. Shameless, utterly shameless. Diana glared at Jiang Bai, her expression radiating fury. She comprehended his insinuation. He was suggesting she sell herself for sustenance. What did he take her for? As a superstar from the Eagle Sauce Nation, was she truly worth no more than a bowl of instant noodles and a bun? Reflecting on her past, many affluent individuals had offered exorbitant sums for her companionship, all of which she had declined. What was a mere bowl of noodles worth in comparison? She had already stooped low enough to request food from Jiang Bai, granting him a significant favor. In the past, someone of Jiang Bai's stature would not even have had the right to approach her. Jiang Bai could clearly perceive Diana's inner thoughts. He smirked, a trace of mockery evident in his smile, and signaled to the hefty tiger, "Tiger, it seems Miss Diana has yet to grasp her predicament. Please enlighten her about her reality." With that, the hefty tiger lunged at Robert, sinking its teeth into his neck. Robert looked at Diana with disbelief. He couldn't fathom why Diana had not recognized the situation and why he was the target of her fate. As the tiger's bite severed Robert's neck, all his aspirations and dreams crumbled. He had yet to savor the taste of his dream goddess. He realized that she would soon belong to the man seated at the table. With a crunch, the hefty tiger decisively severed Robert's neck. Witnessing this, Diana's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Before the apocalypse, she had seen tigers kept by affluent individuals, yet she had never witnessed one kill. Especially not in this chaotic world. She could not guarantee what Jiang Bai intended to do next. Jiang Bai paid no attention to Diana. He felt indifferent towards her. However, her lofty pride irked him. Being a star did not confer any inherent nobility or superiority. He could not comprehend Diana's arrogance, believing she could look down on others simply because of her status. Before the apocalypse, Diana had been regarded as a saint by many, exalted and untouchable, refusing to succumb to any unspoken rules. Yet the true Diana was far from the pristine image portrayed online. The reason she had evaded such predicaments was that she had been kept by an octogenarian mogul. She was merely his private property. Moreover, she was not as innocent and unblemished as she appeared. Those who understood would know. Those who did not, no amount of explanation would suffice. The hefty tiger approached Diana, scrutinizing her closely, occasionally sniffing at her scent. IT recognized this woman. IT had seen her posters along the pet street. Yet it could not fathom why this woman was deemed attractive. She was gaunt and lacked substance. Far from the beauty of a female tiger, Diana, oblivious to the hefty tiger's comparison of her to a female tiger, looked at it in terror, exclaiming, "What do you want? Don't come any closer. I know how to fight." With a roar, the hefty tiger bared its blood-stained fangs, freshly coated from Robert's demise, before Diana's eyes. Diana's vision blurred, and she fainted in fear. Sighing, Jiang Bai shook his head, filled a basin with water from the tap, and splashed it onto Diana's face without a hint of compassion. This so-called star had such a fragile psyche. She was hardly resilient against fright, with the cold water jolting her awake. Diana opened her eyes to find a cold, indifferent expression before her. "Awake?" Jiang Bai stated flatly, casually shutting the door to the room. The wind outside was strong, and the open door was sending chills up his arms. "Please don't kill me. Spare me. Will you?" Diana pleaded, her face a portrait of vulnerability that tugged at the heartstrings. Jiang Bai shook his head, conjuring a bowl of instant noodles before her, waving it enticingly. "Do you see the noodles? Would you like to eat?" Gulping, Diana's eyes fixated on the noodles, perceiving them as a feast fit for royalty. "If you wish to eat, do as I say. One night. One bowl of noodles, and a bun, of course. You may refuse. I won't starve regardless." Jiang Bai smiled. Yet to Diana, his grin resembled that of a demon, instilling fear within her. She found herself in a dilemma. She was indeed starving, truly desperate. Yet if she acquiesced to Jiang Bai's terms, wouldn't that render her utterly cheap? She was a superstar from the Eagle Sauce Nation, a goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. You have 1 minute to decide. After a minute, even if you agree, I one tea provide you with noodles, Jiang Bai continued. Tears welled in Diana's eyes as she steeled herself, clenching her teeth. Fine, I agree to your terms. Excellent, Jiang Bai replied, nodding with satisfaction. Chapter 46. Our team. Diana rose from the ground, suppressing her inner turmoil, and began to unfasten her clothing. Was she feeling aggrieved? Inexpressibly aggrieved. She, a resplendent star, had fallen to such depths, bartering her very essence for a mere bowl of instant noodles and a bun. Jiang Bai shook his head, bemused. This woman was indeed self-righteous, foolishly blind to the prevailing circumstances that in stark contrast, Gulinger, the belle of Jingdan University, displayed far greater acumen. At the onset of the apocalypse, she instinctively grasped the necessity of aligning herself with powerful allies, even willingly offering herself for companionship. In terms of beauty, Diana, a long-time denizen of the entertainment industry, paled in comparison to Gulinger's innate allure. When it came to intellect, one was deluded by vanity, while the other clearly discerned the reality, a chasm of difference between them. Diana's garments gradually slipped away, her expression growing increasingly frigid and devoid of emotion. Soon, she was left clad in nothing but her undergarments. That the smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Jiang Bai's lips as he coldly remarked, "Put your clothes back on. Frankly, I have no interest in your physique or your appearance. Everything you mistakenly perceive as pride is utterly worthless in my eyes. Put it bluntly, you failed to ignite even a flicker of desire in me." Diana's icy visage instantly betrayed a flicker of anger, an affront, a flagrant humiliation. For a woman, the most unbearable insult is to be called ugly. Even more intolerable is the realization that despite her best efforts, she was rejected. This was a far greater torment than the violation of her personhood. The least a violation could afford her a sense of pleasure and an acknowledgement of her allure. In that moment, the weight of grievance within Diana could no longer be contained. She sank to the ground, weeping bitterly. Having cast aside all dignity, why must this man subject her to such humiliation? Did he not know her identity? Did he not comprehend how many had yearned for a night of indulgence with her before the world fell apart? Jiang Bai paid no heed to Diana, intending to return to the dining table, when suddenly an inexplicable sense of danger surged within him. He swiftly stepped forward, seizing the tufts of fat tiger's fur as they vanished from the room. Boom! Shortly after Jiang Bai's disappearance, a rocket struck the room, igniting a massive blaze. Not far from the room, on the rooftop of a residential building, 7 fully armed soldiers stood vigilant, gazing at the fiery wreckage. A young soldier turned to a middle-aged man beside him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Chief, that rocket should have taken out the thief, right? I thought he was formidable, but it seems he's just like the rest. Now dead at the hands of our squad." The middle-aged man remained silent, his gaze fixed on the inferno within the room, his expression grave. He sensed that matters were not so straightforward. If the thief were truly so easily dealt with, there would be no need for their elite squad to intervene personally. The squad, the most distinguished special operations force of Eagle Nation, comprised 7 members tasked with high-profile assassinations and decapitation missions. They had come to Choyu City with the intent to eliminate the thief, who harbored profound animosity towards Eagle Nation. "Chief, I believe the thief must be dead. What if he possesses spatial abilities? Can he foresee our rocket's trajectory and evade it?" The young soldier quipped, his tone flippant. Another female soldier approached, patting the young soldier on the shoulder, her expression serious. "Brady, how many times have I told you? You must never be careless during a mission. Your negligence could cost you your life and jeopardize our success. Whether the thief lives or dies will only be determined once the flames subside. As the old saying goes, alive, one must see the person. Dead, one must see the corpse." "Oh," the young soldier replied with a nonchalant hum. The female soldier ignored him, striding towards the middle-aged man, noting his furrowed brow. "Chief, what troubles you? I've never seen your face so solemn." The middle-aged man's brow creased further as he shook his head. "Hoo-woo, I have an instinct that the thief is still alive. Moreover, we are about to encounter significant trouble." "Your intuition is correct." A somber voice echoed in the air above the rooftop, but a layer of chilling ice spread across the ground. The middle-aged man and his companions swiftly turned to see a striking figure emerging from the ice sculpture, Jiang Bai. He was indeed alive. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Impossible. How could he have evaded our rocket? The young soldier expressed incredulity. We launched the rocket with precision, without hesitation. Gentlemen, in the spirit of reciprocity. It's my turn now. Jiang Bai's cold smile widened as a rocket launcher materialized on his shoulder, and he gently squeezed the trigger. Run. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted in alarm as he shouted. Leaping from the rooftop, the limited space on the rooftop offered no refuge from the rocket's explosion. Their only chance of survival lay in jumping from the building. The remaining 6 team members reacted swiftly, mimicking the middle-aged man's escape towards the rooftop's edge. Can you escape? Jiang Bai sneered from the high rise, reloading the rocket launcher to fire again at the rooftop below. Boom! Boom! Rocket struck the rooftop, causing the entire residential building to begin collapsing, debris raining down. The 7 members of the SHR squad grabbed onto the railings of nearby windows, dodging the falling rubble. Chief, we can't continue like this. A female soldier exclaimed, glancing upwards at Jiang Bai. This aging building cannot withstand the barrage of rockets. Moreover, she added, we have no idea how many rockets he possesses that I know. That I'm devising a plan. The middle-aged man shouted, his countenance grave. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations. He anticipated Jiang Bai would be troublesome, but never to this extent. They had no room for counterattack after their initial rocket strike. Farewell, everyone. Jiang Bai aimed at the midsection of the building, launching another rocket. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as the entire structure succumbed, collapsing in a cataclysmic fashion. Chapter 47. The Threat of Eagle Nation. Dust swirled, obscuring Jiang Bai's view of the ground and the fates of the SHR squad members. Unperturbed, he stowed the rocket launcher, perched atop the high rise, and leisurely opened a bottle of cola, sipping it contentedly. Time slipped by, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the dust finally settled. Observing the scene below, Jiang Bai noted that the building where the SHR squad had been stationed had become a desolate ruin. With a swift motion, he descended to the rubble, searching for the remains of the SHR squad members' .1 body, 2 bodies, 3 bodies. Only 3 corpses were visible. What lay beneath the debris remained unknown to him. However, as he surveyed the street ahead, he caught sight of a lone figure sprinting away, and a smirk crept across his face as he vanished from sight. Yet, a small mouse was still alive. Run, run. Serena was in a state of panic, utterly disheveled. As a member of the SHR squad, she had faced numerous daunting missions, even assassinating a head of state. Yet, none had left her feeling as hopeless as today's ordeal. Faced with that man, they were utterly powerless, mere lambs to the slaughter. They were all dead. Her comrades were gone, leaving her alone to struggle for survival. She had to live. Only by doing so could she avenge her fallen teammates. Gazing down the dimly lit alley, Serena stifled her sorrow and fled forward in a state of fright. She hoped that man had not noticed her continued existence. Where do you think you're going? A mocking voice echoed in the alley. Serena halted, terror gripping her as she stared ahead. Before her, an ice flower materialized, morphing into an ice sculpture, from which a figure emerged. It was Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, observing Serena's fearful demeanor, maintained his smile as he advanced toward her step by step. Run, without a second thought. Serena turned and dashed back the way she came. Do you think you can escape? Jiang Bai scoffed disdainfully, snapping his fingers with a flourish. A layer of icy frost enveloped Selena's calves, rendering her immobile. Selena attempted to struggle, but the ice thickened rapidly, swiftly encasing her hands. Jiang Bai approached her, reaching out to remove the helmet from her head, revealing her true visage. It was a face of striking beauty, marked by wild allure, with sapphire blue eyes and enticing, sensual red lips. One could only imagine the exquisite taste of those lips if they were to be kissed. Selena glared at Jiang Bai with loathing, yearning to utter something. Yet, she understood that any vitriol would merely incite his wrath, worsening her predicament. It would be wiser to feign innocence. Perhaps this man would be swayed by her looks to harbor other thoughts. Utilizing her beauty as a means to complete her mission and escape peril was a crucial lesson instilled during their training. Unbeknownst to her, her thoughts were laid bare in Jiang Bai's mind. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, dissipating the frost from Selena's right arm and removing a watch from her wrist, a satellite communication watch. This device could directly connect to the high echelons of the Eagle Palace, even reaching the esteemed Eagle Sauce. However, not everyone could utilize the watch to contact the Eagle Palace. It was safeguarded by layers of encryption, each demanding a unique password. Yet this posed no challenge for Jiang Bai. Drawing from Selena's innermost thoughts, he entered password after password, initiating a video call to the Eagle Palace. Meanwhile, within the Eagle Palace's conference room, Eagle Saw sat with a host of council members. They were deliberating on how to respond to the apocalypse. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse had disrupted their previously devised 10-year development plan. Prior to the apocalypse, the Eagle Sauce Nation boasted a population of around 500 million, plagued by severe aging, which had profoundly impacted their country's progress. The apocalypse had inadvertently facilitated their human culling plan, drastically reducing the population of the Eagle Sauce Nation. In their strategy, the nation aspired to thrive with just 20 million elite individuals. The remaining 480 million were deemed superfluous. Gentlemen, please share your thoughts. With the advent of the apocalypse, how shall we ensure the survival of these elite individuals? How shall our nation progress in the future? Eagle Sauce inquired. Eagle Sauce, I believe our foremost task is to establish a formidable armed military base. Its existence will enable us to consolidate our strength and safeguard our interests. Once the base is successfully erected, I propose we dispatch soldiers to various cities in search of elite individuals. One council member suggested, raising his hand. His proposal garnered unanimous support from the others. With the apocalypse looming, they recognized the necessity of a powerful base to protect their interests from the threat of zombies. Only thus could their status, identity, and wealth remain unscathed. Once the base was established, they could continue living as they did before the apocalypse, perhaps even in greater comfort. Given this, what do you all think? Before Eagle Sauce could finish his sentence, his encrypted phone vibrated insistently beside him. All eyes turned to him. Apologies. Eagle Sauce furrowed his brow as he picked up the phone, Selena's face immediately appearing on the screen. Selena, have you completed your mission? Has the thief been eliminated? Eagle Sauce questioned, his brow knitted with concern. The council members perked up. Jiang Bai's presence was a significant source of anxiety for them. Selena remained silent, her eyes darting around wildly. Dear Eagle Sauce, greetings. Jiang Bai emerged from behind Selena, greeting Eagle Sauce with a smile. The thief, you are still alive. This implies that the SHR team has failed their mission and fallen into your hands. Eagle Sauce remarked. Jiang Bai nodded slightly, and before Eagle Sauce's gaze, he wrapped his arms around Selena's neck and gave a gentle twist. With a sickening crack, Selena's head lolled to the side. Lifeless. You. Fury ignited in Eagle Sauce's eyes at the brazen act of Jiang by killing Selena before him. This was a blatant provocation, a challenge to both him and the Eagle Sauce Nation. Eagle Sauce, do not be too quick to anger. The complete annihilation of the SHR team is merely a small gift from me to you. I have an even grander present awaiting your acknowledgement. By the way, a friendly reminder. When you have the chance, do visit home often. You never know when you might find them gone, Jiang Bai said with a smile. Eagle Sauce's expression darkened, his eyes glimmering with menace. Are you threatening me? Do you understand that we, the Eagle Sauce Nation, fear no threats? No. This is not a threat. It is a benevolent reminder, Jiang Bai replied, shaking his head with a grin. Eagle Bai, do you truly wish to incite the ire of the Eagle Sauce Nation? Are you not afraid that I might declare war on your Rabbit Nation in a fit of rage? At that point, you shall be deemed a criminal, the instigator of the entire conflict, Eagle Sauce retorted darkly. War. Jiang Bai scoffed dismissively. Unconcerned, if you have the audacity, then declare war. What does it concern me? Oh, and if you genuinely intend to wage war, be sure to spend ample time with your family before it begins. I fear you may never see them again. With that, Jiang Bai unilaterally ended the call. Eagle Sauce stared at the darkened screen. A tempest of rage brewing within him threatened. As the leader of the Eagle Sauce Nation, he had never before been so openly threatened. Even the leaders of other nations spoke to him with utmost respect. How dare a mere thief challenge him? enough was enough. One failed task from a special forces team would not deter him. He would send out 10, 100 more till he refused to believe that a single individual could manipulate a superpower like his. Eagle Sauce. I believe for the safety of our families, we should bring them to the Eagle Palace for stricter protection. One council member proposed, and others quickly concurred. They could turn a blind eye to the deaths of civilians. But the loss of their own kin was unacceptable. As Jiang Bai's eyes shimmered with cold resolve, he cast the satellite watch aside and stepped out of the alley. And no sooner had he walked a short distance than several wandering zombies, drawn by the noise, lunged at him. Roar! One zombie bellowed, its teeth stained with blood, likely from a recent victim, a mere level 1 zombie. How dare it make such a ruckus? Jiang Bai chuckled lightly, summoning an ice blade in his right hand. Charging toward the zombies rather than retreating, the blade danced through the air. A chilling light flashed, and several zombie heads soared into the air. Crystals fell into Jiang Bai's hands, and without a glance at the fallen corpses, he continued onward. Zombies also came in tiers. Currently, the zombies were all the lowest level, the first tiered at in 4 days on the 7th night of the apocalypse. Some zombies would undergo self-evolution, reaching the 2nd tier. Insects would make their formal entrance. Moreover, a small portion of humans would also activate their unique abilities on that night. Compared to level 1 zombies, level 2 zombies would undoubtedly be stronger. Some would be larger. Some would move with several times the speed, and others would gain unique capabilities such as wall climbing, elongated tongues, clawed arms, and enhanced strength. Within a month of the apocalypse, most zombies would evolve to the 2nd tier, with a minority reaching the 3rd tier. Only then would humanity truly face the apocalypse. Flora would burgeon rapidly, giving rise to countless unknown life forms. Amphibious creatures from the oceans would also emerge, launching frenzied attacks on humanity. Certainly, these impending calamities were beyond the capacity of Jiang Bai to prevent. As he strode through the streets, Jiang Bai released Fat Tiger from the white space, casually collecting supplies from the shops along the way. Choyu City was vast, and the resources it harbored far exceeded those Jiang Bai had scavenged before the apocalypse. For instance, there were supplies hidden away by shop owners that he had not yet unearthed. Roast duck shops, clothing stores, ice cream parlors, and milk tea shops. Each establishment he passed saw its resources vanish without a trace, leaving nothing for other survivors. While gathering supplies, Jiang Bai ensured Fat Tiger remained busy, pocketing crystal cores one by one. Ding. System energy is full. The system is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Current level 6. Due to the system upgrade, the host is granted 1 opportunity for ability enhancement. Slots 718. Remaining energy until the next system upgrade. 0320. Available abilities for enhancement. Shadow. Berserk. Enhance Berserk for me. Enhancement in progress. That sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through Jiang Bai's body. He quickly grasped Fat Tiger and teleported into a nearby residence, enduring the agony as he dispatched 2 foreign survivors and shut the door behind him. It hurt. It hurt terribly. As the system enhanced his abilities, every inch of his body throbbed in torment. Moreover, his physical strength was rapidly depleting. A voice within him seemed to urging him to unleash his pent-up fury. Jiang Bai's eyes uncontrollably transformed to a crimson hue, exuding an aura of ferocity. This surge of power was as swift as it was fleeting. Moments later, the enhancement concluded. Jiang Bai lay upon the bed, panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat, his mind seething with frustration. This was utterly excruciating. Among the numerous enhanced abilities, the augmentation of his rage-infused power was the most agonizing. System. Display my personal attributes. Name. Jiang Bai. Gender. Male. Physical strength. 7. Enhanced abilities. Space LV3. Mind control LV1. Self-healing LV1. Healing LV1. Ice element LV1. Rage LV1. Unenhanced abilities. Shadow element LV1. Slots 718. Unbeknownst to him, he had fortified 6 abilities in comparison to his previous life. He was determined to survive longer in this one. Jiang Bai murmured to himself. After resting for a brief moment to regain some strength, he sat up, adjusted his attire, and stepped out of the room. His next destination was Huadun City. How dare Eagle Saw send assassins after him? This was intolerable. Those who dare to orchestrate his demise must be prepared to face retribution, even though Eagle Sauce held a unique status. Jiang Bai had no intention of sparing him. His words spoken through the satellite watch were not a mere warning to Eagle Sauce. Rather, they were a veiled suggestion for him to instinctively shelter his family within Eagle Palace. Allowing Jiang Bai to ensnare them all at once, as the ancient proverb states, wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will arise anew with the spring breeze. When a family acts, they must do so as a cohesive unit. Buzzing that a modified off-road vehicle sped along the rural road. Jiang Bai sat in the driver's seat, casting a disdainful glance at Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger had not bathed in over a week, emanating a pungent odor that was utterly intolerable to Jiang Bai. Thus, before heading to Huadan City, he needed to seek out someone that it should be a caretaker. Lu Rui, a captivating young woman, the culinary goddess of his former life. Unlike other women, Lu Rui possessed an unparalleled knack for nurturing. It was said that her great-grandmother served as a maid to the emperor. Influenced by this lineage, Lu Rui had learned the art of caregiving and culinary skills from a young age. Most importantly, her cooking was renowned for its exquisite flavor, earning her the title of culinary goddess among the major base cities. It is essential to recognize that not all meals are created equal. Some are merely sustenance, while others are a feast for the senses. Chapter 49. The future culinary goddess, Lu Rui. As far as he knew, before the apocalypse, Lu Rui was attending a gourmet feast at a hotel in Huadan City. At that time, he was preoccupied with scavenging various resources and had not thought to search for Lu Rui. Now, he wondered if she still remained in the hotel. Buzzing, the off-road vehicle raced ahead. Along the way, Jiang Bai encountered several fleeing groups and a handful of survivors. After the onset of the apocalypse, the inherent thieving nature of the Eagle Sauce citizens was laid bare upon seeing Jiang Bai alone. With an Asian visage, several groups attempted to rob him midway. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai unleashed a barrage of bullets, sending them to their demise. God has chosen me as his faithful Lu Rui approached the door of her room, gently parting it to gaze into the corridor. She was astute to the onset of the apocalypse. Sensing the danger, she hastily retreated to her chamber and secured the door behind her. She did not attempt to rescue anyone, nor did she engage with anyone. Deep down, she understood that if the apocalypse truly had arrived, her companions would pose the greatest threat. After all, one can never truly know what thoughts lie in the hearts of others. This was indeed the case. Last night, she distinctly heard a woman's piercing scream emanating from the adjacent room. It was a cry of defiance, a desperate lament, from the sounds of the shouting and the ensuing chaos. She clearly discerned the events unfolding next door. In that moment, she felt an immense relief at her decision to isolate herself. Truly, the tale she had read had not misled her. There were indeed benefits to indulging in novels. Chapter 50. Capturing Lu Rui. The loudspeaker continued to blare that a dozen zombies, drawn by the noise, staggered toward Jiang Bai. Yet he felt no fear. Instead, he conjured ice blades in both hands as he moved with agility. He became a fleeting shadow, slicing through the horde of zombies. With each rise and fall of his blades, heads were severed and fell to the ground. When Jiang Bai reappeared, he stood with his back to the remaining zombies. Droplets of dark red blood staining his ice blades. How exhilarating and handsome, stealing glances at Jiang Bai's silhouette. Lu Rui felt her heart flutter like a timid deer. It was her first encounter witnessing someone dispatch zombies with such ease, akin to chopping firewood. Particularly, the large loudspeaker in his hand made it abundantly clear that this man was indeed searching for her. But why was he looking for me? I don't believe I know him. After a moment of infatuation, Lu Rui's mind fell into contemplation that in this apocalyptic world, human intentions were inscrutable. Even though Jiang Bai was strikingly handsome, it did not diminish her wariness. Hey, what are you thinking about? A light laugh suddenly broke into Lu Rui's thoughts. She quickly turned to find that the figure in the corridor had vanished. Standing behind her was a remarkably handsome man, exuding confidence. What are you pondering? Jiang Bai inquired with a smile. The moment Lu Rui opened the door, he had noticed her. However, he was taken aback by her apparent intelligence. Instead of calling for help, she was quietly observing everything. Yet one must consider how many fools could survive in an apocalypse and still make a name for themselves. Fools would not last long in a world where humanity devours humanity. You're the thief. I saw your photograph on the news. What business do you have with me? Lu Rui asked timidly, her right hand stealthily reaching behind her back. Concealed at her lower back was a dagger. If Jiang Bai dared to make a move against her, she would fight to the death alongside him. Jiang Bai understood Lu Rui's thoughts and grasped her right wrist, chuckling. Why draw your weapon? I am here to save you. Save me? Lu Rui's expression reflected confusion, though the wariness in her eyes remained unyielding. They were not related. She could not fathom why Jiang Bai would come to her aid without reason. Jiang Bai nodded. Indeed, I am here to rescue you. I have heard of your exceptional culinary skills, and fortuitously, I am in need of a chef out of course. You may choose not to believe me. After all, in this vast world, you're not the only one who can cook. However, within this hotel, there are dozens of chefs hidden away, and I could easily seek them out. But if you miss this opportunity, you may very well starve in this room. That a contemplative look crossed Lu Rui's face. Just as Jiang Bai had stated, she had not savored a warm meal in 3 days since the apocalypse began. Were it not for the snacks she had on hand, she might have already succumbed to starvation. Jiang Bai remained patient, casually taking a seat on the sofa as he awaited Lu Rui's decision. This time, he refrained from using mind control. He sought a living, breathing individual, not a mere puppet, to obey his commands. Truth be told, had Lu Rui not been so captivating and renowned for her culinary prowess, he would not have bothered to rescue her. There were plenty of cooks he could easily control, but they were not what he desired. Consider this. When you awaken to find a beautiful young lady in a maid outfit serving you a meal, is that not a visual feast? Lu Rui glanced at Jiang Bai, recalling the scene of him slaughtering zombies and his remarkable spatial abilities. Her expression turned resolute as she stepped forward to Jiang Bai and declared, I will be your chef, but I have one condition. You must ensure my survival. She was astute, fully aware that in this apocalyptic world, all promises were but empty words that would only incite dissatisfaction in the man before her. It was far better to make a simple demand. After all, only if she remained alive could she continue to cook for him. Jiang Bai shrugged lightly. No problem. During your tenure as my chef, I assure you of your safety. However, I am rather hungry at the moment. You need to prepare a few dishes for me to sample your culinary talent. If your skills are lacking, I may very well seek another chef. With that, Jiang Bai waved his hand, summoning various ingredients onto the floor. Pork, lamb, shiitake mushrooms, sea cucumbers, and crabs, sufficient for 2 people. Though curious about Jiang Bai's capabilities, Lu Rui possessed absolute confidence in her culinary skills and gathered the ingredients. Making her way to the kitchen, the presidential suite was equipped with its own kitchen. Outside, Fat Tiger pounded on the door with great fervor, his mood decidedly irate. That man had prioritized his romantic pursuits over their companionship, leaving him behind to date a pretty lady. How did he know it was a pretty lady? Because he had overheard the girl's voice, while in his eyes, girls could not compare to a fierce tiger. At least she was female, and thus preferable to Jiang Bai. What noise is that outside? Lu Rui asked, her expression tense. Jiang Bai rose and approached the door, opening it to let Fat Tiger in. It was this fellow knocking. Focus on your cooking. You need not concern yourself with anything else, he instructed. Old Tiger, Lu Rui's anxiety intensified. Oh, whoa. Fat Tiger growled at Lu Rui, adopting a fierce demeanor. Clang, Jiang Bai delivered a light smack to Fat Tiger's head. Exasperated. What are you yowling about? Can't you see it's late? This is when the zombies are most active. Ah, Fat Tiger let out a low growl, trotting over to the sofa to settle down. Jealousy. The man before him was undoubtedly envious of his stature and might. Lu Rui, feeling apprehensive, turned her focus back to cooking. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai, with nothing pressing to do, sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding 2 crystal cores in his hands as he began his cultivation in this lifetime. It was his first time absorbing the energy from crystal cores to enhance his abilities in his past life. He had been a genetically engineered warrior, lacking any supernatural powers, and thus could not absorb crystal cores directly. He had to rely on a synthetic method, combining the cores with other materials to create potions for consumption. It is worth noting that this synthetic method was typically controlled by large base cities. To gain their assistance, one must offer a certain reward. For every 10 portions of potion materials sent to a large base city for synthesis, One could obtain at most one potion, while the other 9 would belong to the base city. Chapter 51. An unexpected visitor, black, that it truly was bleak. Whether before or after the apocalypse, those in power always held sway over the situation. They would not allow the masses to rise and disrupt the carefully laid rules. For the populace to ascend, there was but one path: adhere to the rules set forth by those in authority. This system of rules led to a plethora of skilled individuals emerging from large base cities 7 years after the apocalypse. While among the common folk, few could truly stand out that in his previous life, the acclaim of a god, for emperors and 5 war kings resonated throughout all base cities because they stood backed by powerful establishments. Thus, whether in his past or present, Jiang Bai felt indifferent to the large base cities. With Jiang Bai's cultivation, the energy from the 2 crystal cores transformed into a warm current flowing through his limbs. His physical strength steadily increased, albeit at a rather slow pace. Soon, the energy from both crystal cores was completely absorbed, and Jiang Bai felt a rush of joy. He had not anticipated that absorbing crystal cores could actually enhance his physical strength. It is crucial to understand that as long as his physical strength and stamina kept pace, he could unleash his supernatural abilities an infinite number of times. Imagine a scenario where other supernatural beings, unable to release their powers due to a lack of energy, were rendered powerless while he continued to unleash his abilities. What a remarkable sight that would be! Moreover, the more abilities he unleashed, the greater his proficiency became, and the quicker his powers improved. With this thought in mind, Jiang Bai immersed himself once again in absorbing the energy from the crystal cores, although a single crystal core provided him with minimal energy. Even the smallest of mosquitoes is still a morsel. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of cooking emanated from the kitchen, accompanied by the tempting aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air. Jiang Bai sat on the sofa, meticulously absorbing the energy from the crystal cores. After approximately several dozen minutes, Lu Rui emerged from the kitchen, carrying a variety of dishes, and placed them onto the coffee table before Jiang Bai. Observing Jiang Bai, who appeared as serene as a monk in meditation, Lu Rui swallowed hard. She was exceedingly hungry, truly famished, despite having some snacks over the past 3 days to stave off hunger. No amount of snacks could compare to the tantalizing flavors of a proper meal. With a sigh, Jiang Bai finished absorbing the 2 crystal cores in his hand, exhaling deeply as he opened his eyes. Noticing Lu Rui's gaze fixed upon him, he understood her thoughts and smiled gently, saying, "If you're hungry, you should eat first." "Then I shan't hold back," Lu Rui replied, seizing the chopsticks and devouring the food voraciously. Jiang Bai picked up a sea cucumber and popped it into his mouth, nodding in satisfaction. Lu Rui truly deserved her title as the future goddess of cuisine. The flavors of this meal surpassed anything he had ever had from a restaurant. Bang! Jiang Bai opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Lu Rui, inquiring, "Would you like some wine?" "It's from 82. Thank you," she replied, raising the glass and downing it in one gulp. At that moment, she exhibited no semblance of ladylike decorum. After satisfying their appetites, Lu Rui reclined on the sofa, contentedly rubbing her stomach. Compared to today's feast, the snack she had consumed over the past 3 days lacked any flavor whatsoever. Nonetheless, she felt grateful, at least having something to eat to fill her belly in the adjacent guest room. The lack of food had already led to several quarrels. "I must pack the leftover food," Lu Rui said, glancing at the remnants on the coffee table. Feeling her full belly, she stood up to gather the leftover dishes into a bag. Meanwhile, in the next guest room, Wang Long, the hotel owner, along with a dozen men and women, remained hidden within the confines of the room, silent as shadows. These individuals were guests participating in a culinary competition, comprising wealthy patrons from Huadun City, celebrities, officials, and, more prominently, guests from the Rabbit Kingdom. "Brother, there's talking and the aroma of food coming from the adjacent room. There must be someone inside. Let's go and snatch some food," a young man with dyed yellow hair whispered to Wang Long. "We've been out of food for 2 days, and even the flowers in the pot have been completely devoured. If this continues, we'll starve to death." Wang Long furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing toward the foreigner among the crowd. "Wang Long, since there's food next door, I don't care what method you use. You must bring it to me. I've been hungry for 2 days, and if you can't procure food, you'll regret it when I go out." The foreigner commanded in broken Chinese, his tone laced with authority. Wang Long's expression soured, feeling displeased. Over the past 2 days, all the delectable items have been monopolized by this foreigner, leaving the rest with mere scraps. Yet, even so, the foreigner remained unsatisfied, adopting an arrogant demeanor. Though he thought this, he dared not voice it in front of the foreigner, fearing the repercussions. Wang Long surveyed the faces around him, his gaze landing on several guests from the Rabbit Kingdom, nodding towards the young man with yellow hair. Understanding Wang Long's intent, the yellow-haired youth approached the guests from the Rabbit Kingdom with an air of superiority, declaring, "You lowly rabbits, have you heard Lord Brook's words? Lord Brook is hungry now and commands you to immediately go to the adjacent room and fetch some food for him." "Yes, yes," several guests from the Rabbit Kingdom replied, not daring to utter a word of dissent as they donned obsequious expressions towards Brook. They then stood up from the floor, tiptoeing towards the door as if Brook were their master and they his servants. Brook observed this with a proud smile on his face. "Let us follow them, lest these lowly rabbits hoard the food for themselves," Wang Long instructed the young man. The two trailed behind the guests as a group of 7 or 8 cautiously opened the door. The yellow-haired youth leaned forward, carefully peering into the corridor, and zombies. The entire corridor was devoid of any undead, only littered with a few corpses. "Brother, there are no zombies," the yellow-haired youth reported to Wang Long. "Let us quickly proceed to the next room." Wang Long's expression brightened. The group crept out of the room, treading lightly through the corridor, fearful of any sudden zombie appearances. Shortly after, they arrived at the door of the room occupied by Jiang Bai and Lu Rui. Having navigated their journey without incident, Wang Long pressed his ear against the door, confirming that there were indeed voices inside, and beckoned the yellow-haired youth. The youth understood, producing a magnetic card and gently placing it against the electronic lock on the door. Beep! The lock emitted a sound indicating it had been opened. Lu Rui, busy packing the leftovers, suddenly heard the door opening and turned to see Wang Long and his group storming in with menacing intent. Chapter 52. Some people kneel for too long upon seeing that only Jiang Bai and Lu Rui were present in the room. Wang Long's face broke into a cold smile as he drew a handgun. Aiming it at the pair, "Don't move. Hand over all your food. Don't try to deny it. I can already smell the food from your room." "Brother who?" The yellow-haired youth tugged at Wang Long's sleeve. Speaking in hushed tones, slap. Wang Long retaliated with a swift backhand to the youth's face, irritated. "You're the one who is a tiger. It's not a real tiger," the youth stammered, pointing at the plump tiger sprawled on the sofa. Wang Long glanced at the plump tiger and momentarily paused, but rather than displaying any fear, his smile grew even broader. "How wonderful! I was just worried about not having enough food to fill my belly. Now we can kill this tiger and feast on a banquet of tiger meat." "Plump tiger, do you have any manners? Even lying down you're in trouble? Truly, the tiger lies on the sofa, and the calamity comes from outside." The plump tiger wore an expression of innocence. Jiang Bai and Lu Rui exchanged worried glances, concerned about Jiang Bai's ability to handle the situation alone against the numerous armed intruders. "Don't panic," Jiang Bai replied calmly, leisurely opening his eyes, a flicker of purple light flashing in his pupils. In his hands, a machine gun materialized from thin air, and without hesitation, he aimed it at Wang Long and his group. Pulling the trigger, rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets flying towards Wang Long and his companions. Realizing the danger, Wang Long instinctively attempted to pull the yellow-haired youth in front of him as several bullets turned him into a sieve. "You're ruthless. You disregard the rules of engagement." Wang Long gasped, collapsing to the ground, his body weak and his gun falling beside him. "They've killed someone. Run." The remaining guests, in a panic, turned to flee. Cold bullets mercilessly pierced through their backs. After a barrage of gunfire, none of Wang Long's group survived. They all lay lifeless in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in death. "They're dead." You actually killed them all?" Lu Rui exclaimed in horror. Having grown up in a peaceful era, she had never witnessed such a bloody scene. The doorway was not only soaked in blood, but also littered with intestines that had been shot out. Staining the floor. Exhaling, Jiang Bai blew on the muzzle of his gun. Expressionless as he stood up from the sofa and walked towards the door, he had heard Wang Long's group's thoughts the moment they barged in. What astonished him was that even in the apocalypse, some still knelt for too long. Wang Long and his group, being from the Rabbit Kingdom, had the audacity to grovel before a foreigner, acting as dogs to him. No, even dogs understand loyalty, a concept utterly foreign to Wang Long and his cohorts. They groveled before the foreigner, while simultaneously degrading and insulting the very land that nurtured them. They claimed that the air in Eagle Sauce Country was sweet, while the Rabbit Kingdom was riddled with pollution. Such people were lower than dogs. They were nothing but traitors. Dog traitors, dog traitors. When referring to traitors, please refrain from adding the word dog, for they are even less than dogs. Hey, where are you going? Lu Rui suppressed the nausea in her stomach and hurriedly followed behind Jiang Bai. This man was her current pillar of support. Awu. Fat Tiger stretched lazily and approached the corpse of Wang Long, urinating on his head. How dare that mere human fantasize about consuming Fat Tiger's flesh? Such arrogance. This is the fate that befalls those who covet his meat. Outside the corridor, Jiang Bai led Lu Rui to the door of Brooke's room. Kicking it open and striding inside, I could see that moment. Brooke was engaged in some playful antics with two foreign actresses. Upon hearing the door crash open, Brooke halted and turned to see Jiang Bai and Lu Rui entering. His expression instantly shifting to one of fury. His gaze lingered on Lu Rui, a glimmer of lust flickering in his eyes as he bellowed at Jiang Bai, "You lowly rabbit from the east. Who allowed you to enter? Get out at once and fetch me some food. And that woman behind you is quite lovely that I want her. Have her come over and entertain me for a while." A cold smile curled at the corners of Jiang Bai's mouth as he casually tossed the machine gun to Lu Rui and strode towards Brooke. With lightning speed, he seized Brooke's hair and delivered a resounding slap. This foreigner truly believed himself to be something special. Did he think this was still the Qing dynasty? He was not like Wang Long and his ilk, who would act as sheepdogs, feeling the sting of pain on his face. Brooke's rage boiled over as he shouted, "Fuck you. Do you even know who I am? I'm a younger brother of the great Eagle Sauce's wife. You dare strike me? I will ensure you pay for this. Will you not let it go?" Jiang Bai scoffed, delivering another resounding slap. He held no regard for the great Eagle Sauce. What was a mere brother-in-law to him? Brooke began to struggle, and with each attempt, Jiang Bai only grew more exhilarated. The sound of slaps echoed continuously. Minutes later, Brooke's head had been thoroughly transformed into a grotesque mess. Jiang Bai, Lu Rui, holding the machine gun, hesitated, contemplating the implications of Brooke's words. If what he said was true, if he truly was the brother-in-law of the great Eagle Sauce, then Jiang Bai's actions were no trivial matter. However, Lu Rui did not step in to stop him. She trusted Jiang Bai's judgment and intentions that "I must kill you." Brooke mumbled incoherently. "Kill me." Jiang Bai's eyes narrowed as a dagger materialized in his left hand, tracing a circle around Brooke's neck with a slight exertion of force. He lifted Brooke's head, crimson blood gushing forth. "Da-da! He's killing him." The two foreign actresses screamed in terror. In their extreme panic, they had completely forgotten about the zombies lurking outside. Lu Rui could no longer hold back her nausea. Turning away to vomit, Jiang Bai, unfazed, wrapped Brooke's head in a white cloth and expressionlessly exited the room. As he reached Lu Rui's side, his steps paused momentarily, and his voice turned icy. "If you cannot handle this little scene, I suggest you find a place to end it all. The world ahead is far more blood-soaked and brutal than what you just witnessed." With that, Jiang Bai left the room without a backward glance. Lu Rui wiped the remnants of her vomit from her lips, suppressing her discomfort as she followed closely behind him. She understood the gravity of his words. The days ahead would likely never return to the peace of the pre-apocalypse. If she wished to survive in this new world, she would have to confront her own challenges and face the bloodshed that awaited. The two foreign women saw Jiang Bai and Lu Rui leave. They were about to breathe a sigh of relief when a black grenade rolled to their feet. Chapter 53. Can't we just enjoy a moment? No. With a deafening explosion, the room was engulfed in chaos. Lu Rui stood in the corridor, glancing back at the room. Perhaps this was the true apocalypse, cold and merciless. She could easily imagine the consequences had Jiang Bai not been present today, had Wang Long and his companions discovered her. The look in Brooke's eyes had already revealed everything. Is this what the apocalypse entails? Lu Rui chuckled bitterly. continuing to follow Jiang Bai. He did not respond to her unspoken questions and instead found a clean guest room to settle into. At this point, it was nearing 2 in the morning. Where will I sleep tonight? Lu Rui asked, observing Jiang Bai as he walked straight into the bedroom, her expression hesitant. While the presidential suite was luxurious, it only had one room to accommodate certain specific needs. Jiang Bai pointed to the sofa in the living room, his expression devoid of emotion. You will sleep on the sofa tonight. That I expect you to present breakfast to me at 8 tomorrow morning. Sharp. Oh, and by the way, Jiang Bai suddenly recalled something, waving his hand, causing various ingredients and an array of role-playing costumes to appear on the floor. Remember to change into these outfits before appearing before me tomorrow. Your current attire is too plain and will dampen my appetite. With that, Jiang Bai went straight into the room. Lu Rui glanced at the clothes on the floor, her face flushing a deep red. Maid outfits, nurse costumes, cat-girl attire, various cosplay outfits. How could he expect her to wear such things? This was truly excessive. Lu Rui mumbled to herself, yet her hands moved swiftly to gather the costumes. As night deepened, Lu Rui lay on the sofa, tossing and turning. Throughout the night, myriad thoughts raced through her mind. If she fell asleep and Jiang Bai suddenly emerged to do something inappropriate, what would she do? Resist or not resist? If she resisted, what if it provoked Jiang Bai, leading him to act violently against her? Yet if she did not resist, would their relationship progress too rapidly? Honestly, Jiang Bai was handsome, capable, and provided her with a sense of security. He was the ideal partner in her mind. However, Lu Rui pondered endlessly, but alas, she was clearly overthinking things. Soon enough, the sound of Jiang Bai's snoring filled the room. The next morning, Jiang Bai awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Lu Rui standing before him in a black cat-girl outfit, holding a simple breakfast, a cup of soy milk, an egg, and a serving of steamed dumplings. Jiang Bai, are you satisfied with my appearance? Lu Rui asked hesitantly, her face flushed. Jiang Bai nodded approvingly, his gaze appraising Lu Rui. Very nice. I would say you are a feast for the eyes. That I am quite pleased. First, set the breakfast aside and fetch me a basin of water to wash up. Help you wash up? Lu Rui exclaimed in disbelief. She was merely a cook. Her serving Jiang Bai breakfast in a cat-girl outfit was already pushing the boundaries. Now, Jiang Bai wanted her to fetch water to assist him in washing up? This was clearly treating her like a maid. What? Are you unwilling? Jiang Bai's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Lu Rui. Her heart raced at the memory of Jiang Bai's ruthless actions from the previous night. Quickly, she set the breakfast aside, forcing a smile on her face. I'll go get the water right away. As Lu Rui departed, Jiang Bai smiled faintly, rising to dress. How naive. Did Lu Rui truly believe that his saving her was merely to have her cook? Before the apocalypse, he hoarded supplies for a reason. To live comfortably in this new world, he lacked for nothing, as the saying goes. Having amassed such resources, could he not indulge a little, were it not for the constraints of his strength? He would have long gathered beauties from around the world, having them dress in various outfits and dance before him. Who wouldn't want to be a chancellor? Who wouldn't want to be Yang Guang? Who wouldn't want to relive the glory of the Zhou dynasty as King Zhou? Lu Rui moved swiftly, not keeping Jiang Bai waiting long before she appeared with a basin of warm water. Setting it beside him, she gently dampened his face, applying cleanser and oil. Meanwhile, at Jingdan University, Gulinger led dozens of students armed with sticks and various weapons, evading zombies as they reached the supermarket entrance. Gazing at the tightly locked doors, the students' faces lit up with joy, envisioning the vast amounts of food beckoning to them. It had been 3 days. Aside from the initial 2 days when they had some snacks to nibble on, they had not eaten anything the previous day. Sister Linger, let us break in. I can't wait any longer. A burly boy exclaimed, wielding a fire axe, his eyes filled with fervor, akin to a zealot gazing upon their deity. Gulinger nodded slightly. De Zhuang, you'll be in charge of breaking the door. Keep your voice down. We must not attract the zombies. I understand. A young man raised a fire axe and struck it forcefully against the supermarket's glass. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered into fragments. Ji Yulinga, accompanied by her students, entered the supermarket. As they stepped inside, everyone was momentarily stunned, including Gulinga. The place was utterly empty. The shelves within the supermarket were bare, devoid of any items whatsoever. This was beyond disbelief for the multitude of students at IT. Is worth noting that although the supermarket at Jinan University was smaller than those in the outside world, it was still substantial enough to cater to the needs of the entire student body. Yet now, the entire establishment had been completely cleared out. Not a single item remained. This scoundrel, Gu Ling'er, glared at the vacant supermarket. Her heart filled with indignation. She knew without a doubt that this was the handiwork of Jiang Bai. That man truly left her with nothing. Sister Ling'er, what should we do now? Voices of concern arose among the students. All eyes turned towards Gu Ling'er, awaiting her decision. Let us head to the cafeteria. I refuse to believe he left me with absolutely no supplies, Gu Ling'er declared resolutely. The group of students turned and made their way toward the cafeteria. Ah, this is delicious, Jiang Bai exclaimed, relishing a steamed dumpling and occasionally sipping on soy milk. Lu Rui stood beside him, meticulously peeling a boiled egg for Jiang Bai, and gently wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Open wide, Jiang Bai offered a dumpling dipped in vinegar near Lu Rui's mouth. Lu Rui obediently opened her small cherry-like lips and swallowed the dumpling whole. Fat Tiger, lying nearby, covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Chapter 54. Days of Indulgence. Soon, their breakfast concluded amidst their affectionate banter. Fat Tiger let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. He had consumed quite a lot of this dog food. Let us go, Jiang Bai said. Where to? To a safe place. Jiang Bai replied calmly, casually placing Fat Tiger into the white space before vanishing from the room with Lu Rui, though the hotel had many rooms. Its central location in the city made it unsuitable for long-term residents. In contrast, the outskirts of Eagle Sauce Country boasted numerous uninhabited villas, which would serve as their ideal refuge on the road. While driving an off-road vehicle with one hand, Jiang Bai turned to Lu Rui. Name, Lu Rui. Gender, female. Ability, luminous food. Can be replicated, luminous food. Lu Rui can create food that glows, delicious, and utterly irresistible. Do I have something on my face? Lu Rui asked, her cheeks slightly flushed in her cat-girl outfit. No, Jiang Bai replied, redirecting his gaze as he turned the vehicle toward a nearby gas station. Having emptied a large oil depot in Eagle Sauce Country, he knew it was unwise to rely solely on that supply. Passing a gas station, he decided it was not in his character to leave without refueling. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the off-road vehicle halted at the gas station. Jiang Bai and Lu Rui exited the vehicle, and he picked up the fuel nozzle to begin filling the tank, which was significantly larger due to modifications, holding nearly 100 liters. While waiting, Jiang Bai retrieved several large barrels from the white space, placing them beneath other fuel nozzles. Meanwhile, inside the gas station's convenience store, several armed men hid beneath the glass windows, observing Jiang Bai and Lu Rui, the pale-faced man, eyeing Lu Rui in her catgirl attire, instinctively licked his lips and said to a burly man, "Boss, there's a beauty. Let us take them." With a sharp slap, the man referred to as boss struck the younger man on the head, exasperated. "Are you out of your mind? Do you even know who that man is? He is an international thief. If you dare to lay a hand on his woman, do you not fear being eliminated in your sleep without a trace?" He continued, "I have a cousin whose second aunt's brother-in-law worked for the welfare family as a security guard. He told me that before the apocalypse, the welfare family sent assassins after that thief, provoking his retaliation, and ultimately the entire welfare family vanished. Not a single member survived. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag us down with you." The man recoiled, instantly cowed. Back at the gas station, as the off-road vehicle filled and the barrels reached their limit, in a moment of idle leisure, the rotund tiger encountered an unexpected dilemma. Chapter 55. On a windy night beneath a high moon, gazing upon a man, a woman, and a dog in the courtyard, the rotund tiger adopted a fierce countenance. Just moments ago, while meandering in the yard without a care, a dog suddenly dashed in from outside, barking aggressively at it. This blatant provocation ignited the tiger's ire as the king of beasts, a creature of noble lineage. The rotund tiger, despite its penchant for playful antics, could not tolerate such insolence from a mere dog. In a fit of rage, it pounced, pinning the dog to the ground and delivering a thorough thrashing. Unexpectedly, As it was in the throes of this assault, the man and woman rushed over. Without a moment's hesitation, they drew their guns and aimed at the tiger, ready to pull the trigger. Had it not been for the tiger's quick reflexes, it might have already found itself a lifeless carcass. The more the rotund tiger contemplated the situation, the angrier it became, its expression growing increasingly menacing, as if it could breathe fire at any moment. "Kane, what is going on? How could there be a tiger in the suburbs? Did it escape from a zoo?" The woman inquired, her face a mask of confusion as she turned to the man beside her. Kane, holding his rifle aloft, exhibited no fear in the face of the fierce tiger and chuckled. "Catherine, does it really matter where it came from? Haven't you always wanted a fur coat? Once I ta, it is inconceivable. How could anyone possibly celebrate with fireworks in such a post-apocalyptic world? No, it appears that a horde of zombies is approaching, and their numbers are quite substantial. Alert, quickly!" A sharp whisper suddenly pierced the air. All patrolling soldiers immediately stood at the ready, directing their gazes and rifles toward the street beyond the electric fence. "They are nearly upon us." Jiang Bai observed that the horde was now less than a street away from the electric barrier. In a blink, he vanished without a trace. Roar, the aimless undead, deprived of target, instantly became frantic, scurrying about like ants on a hot pan that a faction of the zombies staggered toward the electric fence. Their figures unwittingly revealing themselves to the vigilant soldiers. "Oh, not fire. Wait a moment." A man clad in a leadership uniform halted the soldiers' urge to shoot, his gaze fixed intently on the advancing horde. He was waiting, awaiting the zombies to disperse of their own accord. As long as they did not make a sound, the undead would naturally conclude that their path was obstructed, thus scattering into the surroundings. This was the result of numerous experiments conducted over the past 2 days. Although zombies possess acute hearing and sense of smell, their vision is notably poor. Rat-a-tat-tat. Just then, a barrage of gunfire erupted. A squad of 10 men unleashed a hail of bullets upon the horde. The gunfire illuminated the path of the zombies like a beacon in the night. Countless undead, drawn by the sound, surged toward the electric fence. The man was furious. He strode up to the squad and bellowed, "Who ordered you to fire? Did you not hear my command just now?" The squad disregarded his reprimand, continuing to squeeze the triggers of their weapons. Their orders were to engage the zombies. "Bastards, you insufferable fools!" The man cursed in exasperation. Watching the horde draw ever closer to the electric barrier, he hastily retrieved a radio and called out, "Reinforcements, request reinforcements. A large wave of zombies is approaching. The numbers are unquantifiable." Roar! The horde drew nearer to the electric fence. All soldiers held their breath, their palms slick with sweat as they awaited the man's command to fire. The man seized a rifle from one of the soldiers and, on the spot, executed the 10-man squad, shouting, "Everyone follow my orders. Open fire immediately. We cannot allow the zombies to breach the electric barrier. Furthermore, a single missile is insufficient. I require you to launch 10 missiles and reduce the war god palace to rubble." As he spoke, a fierce intent to kill emerged on Jiang Bai's face. He refrained from allowing Jiang to launch a nuclear strike, because the interaction of nuclear energy with cosmic energy could cause a plethora of ferocious beasts to mutate, transforming Nanzhou once again into a paradise for these beasts and repeating the tragic history of his previous life. Indeed, Jiang's face contorted momentarily before he stepped to the phone and dialed a number, stating, "General Carl, your previous suspicion regarding the War God Palace's covert research into biological viruses, which has plunged the world into a crisis, has now been confirmed that in my capacity as Jiang, I authorize your special operation. Please dispatch 10 missiles immediately to obliterate the War God Palace." And on the other end of the line, General Carl's face lit up with delight. Just 2 days prior, he had personally submitted a request to Jiang to utilize missiles against the War God Palace, only to have it suppressed for reasons unknown. This evening, however, Jiang had personally called him, specifically instructing him to destroy the War God Palace. It was a case of light breaking through the darkness. This time, he was eager to see who could save the War God Palace or Zhao Wuji. "Jiang Bai, let us settle our accounts beginning with your brother." Zhao Wuji, with a steely gaze. Carl hung up the phone and swiftly contacted the missile department. He could almost envision Jiang Bai's face contorted in despair. This was the fate that awaited those who dared to offend him. Carl boomed at a minute later. 10 missiles were launched simultaneously from Base 003, their target set for Nanzhou. Meanwhile, into Jiang's office, Jiang Bai, with an impassive expression, commanded, Jiang, I order you to immediately announce the dissolution of the Jiang nation. Jiang shook his head, responding to declare the dissolution of the Jiang nation. The unanimous consent of all 28 council members is required. I lack the authority. Then I command you to launch a nuclear strike against Jiaopenji and annihilate Jiaopenji Island. Jiang Bai reiterated his order. Once again, Jiang shook his head, saying, launching a nuclear strike against the country also requires the agreement of all 28 council members. I alone do not possess the authority. You are utterly useless, Jiang Bai muttered in dissatisfaction, his figure vanishing from the presidential chair. This time, he chose not to eliminate Jiang. His unique position might prove valuable in the future. Based on his estimations, the upper limit for his primary mind control ability was 20 individuals. This meant he could only control a maximum of 20 individuals simultaneously, with Jiang, Chris, and Gu Linger already under his control. He had managed to control 8 individuals, leaving him the potential to control only 12 more. Chapter 58. The 3-day training of Fat Tiger. Nanzhou, once a land of abundance, had failed to evolve into a developed nation due to the laziness of its residents. However, tonight's Nanzhou was distinctly different. Above the night sky, 10 beautiful fireworks streaked across the darkness, crashing into a valley below. Boom! The sound of fireworks exploded, and a small mushroom cloud appeared, instantly flattening the entire valley, taking with it an organization known as the War God Palace that you've returned. Lu Rui exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Bai's sudden appearance. Jiang Bai glanced at the time, noting it was already past midnight, and nodded, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Lu Rui pointed to the fat tiger sprawled in the living room, saying, "It seems hungry and has been whining incessantly, so I haven't gone to sleep." Jiang Bai turned to look at the fat tiger. He distinctly remembered feeding it earlier in the day. How could it be hungry? Could it be that the fat tiger was yearning for a mother tiger? A bold speculation crept into Jiang Bai's mind. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He turned away from the fat tiger, laid down on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. "This seems to be my bed, doesn't it?" Lu Rui thought to herself, staring at Jiang Bai on the bed. As the night deepened, snoring echoed through the room. Of course, the one snoring was undoubtedly the fat tiger, for it was a tiger that could not speak. The following morning, Jiang Bai was roused from his slumber by a delightful aroma. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lu Rui standing before him, holding breakfast. Today, Lu Rui was not clad in her usual catgirl outfit, but rather donned an alluring mature ensemble. Her long, smooth, fair legs were exposed to the air, and as for the rest, Jiang Bai preferred not to describe it, for it could lead to tempting transgressions. "Let's eat." Lu Rui placed the breakfast aside and personally began to peel an egg for Jiang Bai. The breakfast was quite simple: preserved egg and lean meat porridge. An egg, youtiao, fried dough sticks, and a small piece of fermented tofu. After peeling the egg, Lu Rui held it up to Jiang Bai's mouth, her face showing confusion. "I have a question that I don't understand. Given your immense power and the countless resources at your disposal, why don't you establish a base city? I see many powerful figures in apocalyptic novels establishing base cities to reign supreme." Jiang Bai took a bite of the egg, smiling as he shook his head. "Let me ask you this. Who do you think is more formidable, 100,000 heavenly soldiers or Sun Wukong?" "Of course, Sun Wukong," Lu Rui replied without hesitation. "Since Sun Wukong is formidable, why should I train 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Why not simply cultivate a group of Sun Wukongs?" Jiang Bai countered. Lu Rui was momentarily speechless, her mind deep in thought. Jiang Bai paid her no mind and continued to eat his breakfast. Just as he posed the question, while 100,000 heavenly soldiers seemed numerous, they were no match for a single stick wielded by Sun Wukong. Rather than waste resources training 100,000 heavenly soldiers, it was more prudent to concentrate resources to cultivate one Sun Wukong. Jiu Linger was a Sun Wukong. Lu Yan was a Sun Wukong. Li Xian and Lin Fan were both Sun Wukongs. This was akin to a classroom of 50 students, where the class leader was the dominant figure. He managed the entire class through the control of the monitor. study representative, and other roles, rather than abolishing those positions and directly managing the class. Gu Ling and the others currently played roles akin to monitors. They could operate independently or form factions, and he would not interfere. His only task was to maintain control over Gu Ling and ensure their obedience. Furthermore, if one were to liken the entire apocalypse to a pyramid, his goal was to ensure he stood at the apex. Below him would be the second tier occupied by Gu Ling and others, followed by the third tier beneath them. Before long, Jiang Bai finished his breakfast. Lu Rui tidied up the dishes and then brought hot water for Jiang Bai to wash up, indulging him as though he were an ancient landlord. Once everything was in order, the time reached 9:15 at observing the sight of one girl and one tiger before him. Jiang Bai resolved to initiate a new plan, the 3-day devil training. This training was solely aimed at the fat tiger, a tiger hailing from the northeast. The fat tiger's lackadaisical attitude was simply intolerable. Today marked the 5th day of the apocalypse, and in 2 days, the zombies would evolve to level 2. He needed to make the fat tiger train during these 3 days. It could no longer be bullied by mere dogs that hum. Jiang Bai lightly cleared his throat. Placing his hands behind his back as he stood before the girl and the tiger, his expression serious. Next, let me say a few words. A tiger, the fat tiger has been lounging around, merely waiting for death, which is utterly unacceptable. Therefore, I have decided to dedicate the next 3 days to training the fat tiger and restoring its former ferocity. Does anyone have any objections? I have no objections. Lu Ri was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Roar, roar. The fat tiger shook its head defiantly. Training was exhausting. It was far more comfortable to lie down. Jiang Bai ignored the fat tiger's protests and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Well, since there are no objections, I hereby announce that the fat tiger's devil training will commence in 10 minutes. Meeting adjourned. 10 minutes later, the fat tiger emerged from the room, a burlap sack slung over its back, looking utterly despondent as it walked towards the street. During those 10 minutes, it had vehemently opposed Jiang Bai's tyranny, protesting against the mistreatment of tigers. Unfortunately, its protests fell on deaf ears. Under Jiang Bai's authoritarian rule, it was forced to participate in devil training and had signed a contract stipulating that within 3 days, it must procure no less than 100 pounds of supplies each day. Should it fail, it would henceforth be renamed Fat Dog and would sit at the table with dogs. Roared out on the street, the zombie staggered toward the fat tiger. In a foul mood, the fat tiger raised its paw and swatted the zombie's head to the ground. Stomping on it, smash, the head shattered into pieces, brain matter splattering everywhere. The fat tiger disdainfully extracted the zombie crystal core from the remains, exhaling a burst of flame. This maneuver was one it had learned from Jiang Bai. Before consuming a crystal core, one should first sanitize it with high temperatures. Was it truly safe for the fat tiger to venture out alone in search of supplies? In the room, Lu Rui gazed after the fat tiger's retreating figure, her expression one of concern. Jiang Bai shook his head. It will be fine. It is a tiger, and moreover, a tiger that has activated its abilities that I in this world, aside from myself and the giant panda in our country. There are hardly any creatures that could contend with the fat tiger. Certainly, if fat tiger insists on confronting bullets with sheer physicality, then let it be as though I never spoke. One can only hope. Lu Rui's concern did not diminish even slightly. After a day of interaction, she found herself rather fond of fat tiger. After all, no girl can resist a chubby, furry pet. Jiang Bai said little more, gripping her shoulder before disappearing into the room. Howl! Fat tiger advanced, crushing the skulls of zombies and devouring their cores. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a small supermarket. Chapter 59, Jiang Bai's Strength. Howl! Gazing at the tightly locked doors of the supermarket, fat tiger halted, throwing its head back and howled. It could not pick locks, but it trusted that Jiang Bai was surely following behind. After all, he was quite the cunning one. Bang! A bullet shattered the supermarket's glass facade. Fat tiger shook its large head and stepped into the supermarket, retrieving the large sack from its back, holding it in its mouth, while its front paws diligently rummaged for supplies. According to Jiang Bai, this sack was no ordinary one, but a spatial sack capable of holding 500 kilograms of goods that, of course, it had no understanding of what a spatial sack entailed. It simply knew that filling it was the task at hand. Before long, The entirety of the supermarket supplies was plundered by Fat Tiger, with the now light sack slung over its back. It exited the supermarket and ventured down the street. Its mission was not merely to scavenge supplies, but also to slay 100 zombies and obtain 100 cores out on the street. An unusual scene unfolded that a plump tiger, bearing a sack, roamed the street, dispatching solitary zombies. Thud. Thud. One by one. The zombies fell beneath Fat Tiger's claws. For a creature endowed with extraordinary abilities, exterminating first-tier zombies was an exceedingly simple task. Jiang Bai, aren't you going to slay some zombies? Lu Rui inquired as she observed Fat Tiger from the rooftop. That I've read in many novels that cores can elevate the level of abilities and enhance strength. Jiang Bai shook his head and replied, no need. First-tier zombie cores are essentially useless to me unless they can be upgraded to second tier. They truly can upgrade. A knowing expression crossed Lu Rui's face, and her admiration for the authors of post-apocalyptic novels grew. Their imagination was remarkable in crafting such vivid scenarios of the end times. Jiang Bai understood Lu Rui's thoughts and slowly spoke. Whether they're zombies, ability users, or beasts with powers, they're uniformly classified into 9 levels. Above the 9th is the 10th level for kings, the 11th for emperors, and the 12th for gods. Among the 9 levels, there are further divisions. Levels 1 to 3 are classified as soldier rank, 4 to 6 as general rank, and 7 to 9 as commander rank, 8s for what lies beyond the god rank. There may be even higher levels, but I am currently unsure of the specifics. Lu Rui nodded in comprehension, her eyes suddenly brightening as she turned to Jiang Bai with curiosity, asking, what level are you at now? Me. A contemplative look crossed Jiang Bai's eyes. If calculated according to the 3rd level of spatial abilities, he should be at the pinnacle of soldier rank, on the verge of general rank. However, his powers have been enhanced by the system. His strength could not merely be assessed by rank. With his current spatial abilities, not even 10 peak general rank ability users could approach him as for his other abilities, though still only at the 1st level. Their power far surpassed that of others. For instance, with his ice abilities, he could effortlessly freeze everything within a 10-meter radius at the same 1st level, while others like Li Xinhe could only launch small ice projectiles. Most importantly, his physical strength was 10 times that of an average person. That it was no exaggeration to say that he could easily overpower Lu Rui with a single punch. What level exactly? Lu Rui grew increasingly curious, her gaze fixed on Jiang Bai, awaiting his response. Jiang Bai, coming back to himself, compared his strength with that of formidable individuals from his previous life, and, having reached a conclusion, stated, with my current strength, I will be invincible below the king level. And above the king level? Lu Rui pressed further, but trade off, Jiang Bai replied, his expression calm. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui began to play with her fingers, her face lighting up with joy. Currently, all zombies are at the 1st level, and you're comparable to someone at the 10th level, perhaps even stronger. So, after some time, Lu Rui's excitement grew as she pulled out a cigarette from somewhere, bending down to offer it to Jiang Bai, saying a smoke for the big shot. Jiang Bai ignored her, focusing on Fat Tiger, which was being pursued by countless zombies. In a flash, he positioned himself in front of Fat Tiger. Howl! Fat Tiger, seeing what it perceived as a savior, quickly put on a cute act, hiding behind Jiang Bai and cautiously peeking out. Stay back. Jiang Bai gently kicked Fat Tiger, his expression unfazed as he regarded the approaching horde of zombies. An aura of ferocity emanated from him, and in an instant, his violent abilities activated. He struck the ground with a fist, shouting, Ice Spike, crackle. Ice spikes erupted from the ground, swiftly encasing the earth in ice as they surged toward the zombie horde. Along the way, countless zombies were rapidly frozen. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The speed of the ice spike spread increased, and more zombies were immobilized in place. 50 meters, 80 meters. Only after the entire horde of zombies had been frozen did Jiang Bai retract his abilities. A glance ahead revealed a landscape of ice and snow. The street where he and Fat Tiger stood was nearly entirely covered in ice spikes. Lu Rui stood on the rooftop, her face a mask of astonishment. Deeply shaken within, from her elevated vantage point, she could see no fewer than 1,000 zombies encased in ice on the street, forming a line that undoubtedly exceeded 100 meters. How is this even possible? Lu Rui murmured to herself, scarcely believing her eyes. Not just her. Even Fat Tiger was rooted to the spot, staring at the multitude of icy zombie sculptures. Ait hurriedly rubbed its eyes with its front paws, having thought that even if Jiang Bai was stronger, it couldn't be by much. But now, Fat Tiger shivered uncontrollably, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief that It was fortunate that it had obediently followed Jiang Bai's commands and hadn't dared to challenge him. Otherwise, the fate of the frozen zombies would undoubtedly have been its own. Jiang Bai exhaled a breath of stale air. After unleashing this attack, he had expended roughly 1/5 of his stamina that he was confident he could execute 4 more attacks of the same caliber. In his previous life, Li Xinhe had, upon reaching the king level, fully unleashed her powers to encase a mountain in ice. And now, if he were to unleash his ice abilities after activating his violent powers, he could likely achieve the same feat. This meant that even if he was weaker than Li Xinhe during her king-level days, he was not significantly so. Moreover, his most formidable ability was not ice, but rather spatial manipulation. Jiang Bai mused inwardly, gaining a clearer understanding of his current strength, that if he unleashed his full power, he could undoubtedly rival the king-level experts of his past life. Reflecting on his previous existence in contrast to the current one, Jiang Bai couldn't help but chuckle at himself. In his former life, after 7 arduous years of struggle during the apocalypse, he had barely attained the strength of a 9th-level genetic warrior. Yet in this life, having done virtually nothing, he found himself possessing strength comparable to that of a king-level expert by the 5th day of the apocalypse. Sometimes, one must concede that fate can be quite capricious. The effort of 7 years in his former life paled in comparison to the mere 5 days of idleness in this one. Chapter 60. The unfathomable human heart. Sigh. Jiang Bai sighed with a wry smile. Teleporting Lu Rui to Fat Tiger's side and giving the creature a gentle kick, saying, "The zombies on this street have essentially all been turned into ice sculptures. You two should go collect their cores." Lu Rui exclaimed, momentarily at a loss. She was merely a cook. Jiang Bai paid her no mind, seating himself nearby to recover his stamina. What of being a cook? A cook in a fit of panic can still wield a knife against ghosts. No, rather, against zombies. This is the trend of the future, that if Lu Rui cannot even dare to collect a core, she might as well feed the zombies, lest she waste food by living. All right then. Realizing Jiang Bai's indifference, Lu Rui understood that no amount of protest would change his mind. Drawing an axe from her spatial ring, she approached the zombies with trepidation. "Don't be nervous. You can do this, Lu Rui. Just stay calm." Lu Rui drew a deep breath, summoning her courage, and swung her axe with precision at the zombie's head. Crack! The ice shattered, and the decapitated head rolled to the ground. Pang Hu approached the severed cranium and smashed it with a single strike of his palm. Extracting the crystalline core, it seemed as though a tacit understanding had been reached between the girl and the tiger. Lu Rui continued to sever the heads of zombies ahead, while Pang Hu diligently collected the cores from behind. Gradually, as the cores accumulated, the distance between the duo and Jiang Bai increased. Once they had distanced themselves from Jiang Bai, Pang Hu scanned the surroundings and noticed that Lu Rui was preoccupied with her task. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly stuffed several crystalline cores into his mouth. Then, feigning innocence, he resumed his collection, taking one core and secretly consuming another, repeating the cycle to satisfy his gluttony. Jiang Bai paid little heed to the actions of the pair. At that moment, he was recovering his stamina while observing his attributes panel. Name: Jiang Bai. Gender: male. Physical strength: 10. Enhanced abilities: Space LV3, Mind Control LV1, Self-Healing LV1, Healing LV1, Ice System LV2, Fury LV1. Unenhanced abilities: Shadow System LV1. Slot: 718. Just moments ago, his ice ability had successfully leveled up to 2, granting him a new skill: Snowfall. This skill allowed him to condense moisture from the air into snowflakes that would fall gently, instantly freezing anyone who came into contact with them. However, the effectiveness of this ability depended on the relative strengths of both parties. Should the opponent be too powerful, the snowfall would merely appear as an ordinary flurry. While if Jiang Bai were stronger, he could manipulate the climate of an area, summoning blizzards to encase everything in ice. Jiang Bai decided to experiment with his new skill. Suddenly, amidst the bright, sunlit sky. A handful of tiny snowflakes began to drift down. Point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at Jiang Bai counted the snowflakes, which, despite their limited number, instilled a chill within him. What are you doing? Those are our crystalline cores. By what right do you take them from us? A howl erupted from the distance, breaking Jiang Bai's concentration. He turned to see Lu Rui and Pang, who confronting a group of over a dozen survivors on the street ahead. That we killed these zombies. You must return our crystalline cores. Lu Rui exclaimed angrily, glaring at the group of men, women, and children before her. Just moments ago, she had been collecting cores alongside Pang, who in this group had suddenly emerged from a nearby residential building. Without hesitation, they mimicked her actions and began extracting the cores from the fallen zombies. Within mere minutes, dozens of cores had found their way into their pockets. The audacity of these individuals was infuriating, as they even attempted to seize the cores from Lu Rui and Pang Hu. Although Jiang Bai had mentioned that these first-level zombie cores were not particularly valuable, she could not allow them to be taken so easily. These zombies had been slain through Jiang Bai's hard work. The cores rightfully belonged to them. How dare you? Pang, whose expression mirrored her ferocity, the audacity of these people to attempt to rob him of his cores was utterly intolerable. With the cores snatched away, how could he continue to indulge himself? Your cores. You claim these zombies were slain by you? By what proof do you assert that? I could just as easily say these zombies were killed by us. Wouldn't you agree? A young man from the group, his face twisted with disdain, shouted defiantly. Indeed, we're the ones who killed these zombies. You are the ones attempting to steal our cores. Return them at once. The chorus of voices grew louder, each person echoing the call to reclaim their cores. You. Lu Rui stared in disbelief at their blatant distortion of truth, her words faltering as she struggled to respond. You young girl, do you not understand the virtue of respecting your elders? At such a young age, you dare to rob these elderly folks of their cores. Have you no shame? Do you think it easy for us old ones to kill a few zombies? You are pushing us toward our demise. If you do not return our cores, how are we to survive? An elderly woman feigned distress, her expression one of pitiful despair. Lu Rui trembled with rage. Speechless, she had never encountered such unrepentant shamelessness before. The zombies had clearly been slain by Jiang Bai, yet they were twisting the narrative to claim credit for the kills. This inversion of right and wrong was utterly shameless. In that moment, she felt akin to Do-E, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, wishing to eradicate everyone in sight. Seeing Lu Rui at a loss for words, the elderly woman seized the moment, dramatically collapsing to the ground and wailing, "Look, someone is stealing from this old woman. Is there no one who will help me survive? This girl, emboldened by the presence of a tiger, seeks to bully us elderly. Is there no sense of justice left?" The others, witnessing the woman's theatrics, pointed fingers at Lu Rui, their voices filled with indignation. You, young girl, are far too excessive. How can you bully an old woman? Do you not understand the difference between young and old? What kind of upbringing did you receive? You show no respect for the elderly. Pang Hu, kill that old hag. Jiang Bai's voice suddenly rang in Pang Hu's ear. Enraged and gritting his teeth, Pang Hu lunged at the elderly woman, jaws poised to snap. Though he was a beast, he could sense the malice emanating from the group. Help! Someone save me! The elderly woman panicked, struggling violently, but her efforts were futile against the might of Pang Hu. With a single bite, he clamped down on her neck. You dare unleash a tiger to kill? The young man pointed a trembling finger at Lu Rui, his voice quaking with fear. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted as the young man's right arm was severed at the shoulder. Run! Everyone run! The rest of the group immediately panicked, abandoning their verbal sparring, and fled in terror toward the residential building. Chapter 61. Rounding up. Unfortunately, how could two-legged humans outrun a four-legged tiger with a swift pounce? Pang Hu tackled the young man who had been the most boisterous, the one who had extracted the most cores. Tiger brother? No, Tiger dad. Please spare me. Don't eat me. The young man begged frantically, desperation evident in his eyes. With a disdainful snort, Pang Hu unleashed a burst of flames upon the young man's head, regarding him with contempt. Though he was a tiger, he had no appetite for human flesh. Why would he wish to become a savage beast? Furthermore, What could human flesh possibly offer compared to the crispness of crystalline cores? No, no, the young man screamed, his cries piercing as his head began to blacken under the searing flames. The smell of roasting meat wafting through the air. Lu Rui, catching a whiff of the scent, couldn't suppress a wave of nausea. She resolved then and there that she would not indulge in roasted meat for quite some time. With a final disdainful glance at the young man, Pang Hu bounded off in pursuit of the remaining survivors. Jiang Bai made no move to stop him. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Pang Hu truly embodied the essence of a tiger, as for unleashing a tiger to kill. What did it matter? Before the apocalypse, humans had always been the ones to kill, and now, in this new world, what was the harm in taking a few lives? In times of chaos, only the fittest would survive. What malice could a large cat possibly harbor? Please, spare me. The interior of the residential building echoed with desperate cries. Minutes later, Pang Hu sauntered out, content and unhurried. Continue collecting the crystalline cores, Jiang Bai instructed casually, settling down to one side and producing a dagger to slice into his own arm. There was no way around it. He did not wish to harm himself, but how else could he hone his self-healing ability? Jiang Bai, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Lu Rui rushed forward, alarmed as blood flowed from his arm. Jiang Bai merely smiled and remained silent. Before Lu Rui's astonished gaze, the wound on Jiang Bai's arm began to heal rapidly. Lu Rui was stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. Continue with your tasks. There is no need to concern yourself with me, Jiang Bai instructed. All right. Reluctantly, Lu Rui turned her attention back to the frozen zombie before her, resuming her task of severing its head while stealing glances at Jiang Bai. If her instincts were correct, Jiang Bai must possess an ability akin to self-healing. Otherwise, how could his wounds mend so swiftly? As far as she knew, Jiang Bai already wielded both space and ice abilities. If he were to gain self-healing as well, this man would truly be enigmatic. In that instant, she felt an impulse to delve deeper into Jiang Bai, to uncover how many abilities he truly possessed. Stop daydreaming and focus on collecting the crystalline cores. Otherwise, you shall find yourself without dinner tonight. Jiang Bai's expression remained calm as he spoke. Lu Rui's idea is perilous and must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to eliminate her. In terms of work, Fat Tiger performed admirably, singularly focused on collecting crystal cores. He labored from dawn until dusk. The collection of crystal cores from over 1,000 zombies took Lu Rui and Fat Tiger several hours. By the time all the cores were gathered, the sun had already reached its zenith, around 3 in the afternoon. Lu Rui approached Jiang Bai, her gaze fixed on a pool of blood on the ground. Concern etched on her face. Jiang Bai, are you all right? Why resort to self-harm when you have nothing else to do? Look at how much blood you've lost. If you continue this way, you could bleed to death. Jiang Bai glanced at Lu Rui, his expression impassive. If you bled for 7 days, would you die? He instructed, go home and stew a chicken for me. Make some broth. I need to replenish my strength. Lu Rui's mind raced, and a sudden blush crept on her cheeks. Whoa! Fat Tiger howled, expressing his desire for chicken as well. Let us go outside. We'll call it a day. Jiang Bai rose, carrying Fat Tiger in one hand and Lu Rui in the other as they vanished into the streets. Not long after they left, 2 burly men stealthily approached the street, hoisting the young man's charcoal black head and retreating into the residential building, the cottage on the outskirts. Fat Tiger and Lu Rui stood solemnly on the ground, quietly watching Jiang Bai on the sofa. Jiang Bai removed the burlap sack from behind Fat Tiger, channeling his energy into it, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, Fat Tiger performed excellently today, bringing back supplies from a supermarket. In total, these supplies should weigh nearly 400 pounds. Rounded off, let us say it's 100 pounds for you. Congratulations, Fat Tiger, that you've successfully completed today's task. Tonight, I'll reward you with a chicken leg. I hope you continue to excel tomorrow. Whoa. Fat Tiger growled in discontent, feeling slighted that over 400 pounds of supplies were only considered a meager 100. Jiang Bai paid no heed to Fat Tiger, instead pulling out the crystal cores collected that day and placing them on the coffee table. Each core was the size of a large glass ball, filling the table to the brim. Gulps, Fat Tiger, eyed the crystal cores, salivating to him. They seemed as enticing as candy to a child. Jiang Bai glanced at Lu Rui and Fat Tiger, beginning to distribute the cores evenly as the head of the household. He naturally would not shortchange either of them. Point one for him. One for Lu Rui, one for Fat Tiger. Minutes passed, and all the cores were divided into 3 portions. I can't believe I have so many crystal cores. Lu Rui exclaimed, reaching for a share. Hold on, I haven't finished distributing yet. Jiang Bai raised a hand to stop Lu Rui, and under Fat Tiger's watchful gaze, he proceeded to allocate the portion meant for Fat Tiger. 1 for him, 1 for Lu Rui, 1 for Fat Tiger. Point 1 for him, 1 for Lu Rui, 1 for Fat Tiger. Soon, only 2 cores remained in front of Fat Tiger. Jiang Bai unceremoniously picked one up and placed it in front of himself, declaring, "All right, it's all divided now." Fat Tiger glanced at the solitary core before him, then back at the mountain of cores in front of Jiang Bai, and immediately grew furious. With a loud thud, his front paw slammed down on the coffee table, glaring furiously at Jiang Bai. "Oh, have you learned to pound the table?" Jiang Bai said with a playful smile, the temperature in the room dropping several degrees. "Oh, whoa." Fat Tiger shivered involuntarily, instantly cowed, that he quickly pushed his remaining core towards Jiang Bai, his face displaying a sycophantic grin. "At least you know your place." Jiang Bai shot a glare at Fat Tiger, but did not take away its last core. He turned to Lu Rui and said, "You did a great job chopping off zombie heads today. These crystal cores are your reward. However, since you currently lack any abilities, you won't be able to use these cores just yet. I'll keep them for you until you can make use of them." Chapter 62. System Upgrade. Ditto. Alright. Faced with Jiang Bai's genuine concern for her, Lu Rui dared not voice any objections. Merely nodding in acquiescence, Jiang Bai collected all the crystal cores and stood up from the sofa, clapping his hands. "Alright, all the cores have been divided. You both can go about your business now. Tomorrow morning at 8, we set out again to strive for a better tomorrow." "Oh." Lu Rui and Fat Tiger turned to leave. Jiang Bai, observing Fat Tiger's dejected figure, couldn't help but smirk. This Fat Tiger truly believed he was unaware of its pilfering. Didn't he? Just considering today, the crystal cores Fat Tiger had snatched were more than what Jiang Bai held. Now it even dared to demand a share of his cores. How brazen, with that thought. Jiang Bai silently muttered to himself, "System, upgrade, ding. The system energy is full. The system is upgrading. Upgrade complete, current level. LV7. Due to the system upgrade, the host is granted 1 ability enhancement. Slot 724. Energy required for next system upgrade. 0640. Can enhance ability. Shadow. Ding. The system energy is full. The system is upgrading. Upgrade complete, current level. LV8. Due to the system upgrade, the host is granted 1 ability enhancement. Slot 731. Energy required for next system upgrade. 01240. Can enhance ability. Shadow. With 2 upgrades, Jiang Bai consumed the majority of his crystal cores. Just like the previous upgrades, the system granted him 2 enhancement opportunities. Should he enhance the shadow ability? Jiang Bai found himself in a quandary. In this vast world, there were countless abilities stronger than shadow, yet opportunities for enhancement were rare. To be frank, the shadow ability held little value for him. Never mind, let us wait for now. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Bai decided to temporarily forego enhancing the shadow ability and headed outside in the courtyard. Fat Tiger lay glumly on the lawn. Jiang Bai approached, preparing to light a fire, boil water, and enlist Fat Tiger as fiery abilities to heat the pot. Of course, he had no intention of cooking Fat Tiger. He needed Fat Tiger's fire ability to bring the water to a boil. With Jiang Bai's authoritative presence, Fat Tiger had no choice but to comply, unleashing a flame beneath the pot. Soon, a pot of water was boiling. Jiang Bai added several crystal cores to the pot, urging Fat Tiger to increase the flames. He intended to concoct a genetic potion. In his previous life, the lower the grade of the genetic potion, the easier it was to refine. The simplest method was to melt the crystal cores into a pot of soup, which could be consumed once cooled. Though this method was straightforward, it resulted in considerable energy loss. 10 cores might yield only the energy of 1 core. Yet, even the energy from single core would suffice for Lu Rui for a time. Lu Rui's ability was cooking, which, even after awakening, couldn't enhance her combat power. It was more beneficial to use genetic potions to strengthen her body. As Fat Tiger, as flames grew fiercer. The cores in the pot gradually transformed into a viscous white soup. Jiang Bai instructed Fat Tiger to cease the flames, and once the soup cooled, he poured it into a glass and walked into the room. At that moment, Lu Rui was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Jiang Bai entered and handed her the potion. "Drink this soup tonight." "What is this?" Lu Rui asked, her face a mask of confusion. It is a miraculous potion." Jiang Bai replied with a smile, turning to leave the kitchen. Night deepened. After dinner, Jiang Bai settled onto the sofa, switching on the tablet to watch a television series that featured a monk, a fool, and a disgraced prince gallivanting around. Notably, with the arrival of the apocalypse, the entire territory of the Eagle Sauce Nation had long lost power. This meant that when the tablet ran out of battery, it could simply be discarded for a new one. "Oh, whoa!" Fat Tiger approached Jiang Bai, signaling him to scoot over, eager to watch as well. "What a glutton!" Jiang Bai said, slightly irritated, shifting to make room. Fat Tiger plopped down on the sofa, its large eyes glued to the screen. The two sat side by side, silently engrossed in the show. It was hard to imagine that this was life after the apocalypse. Meanwhile, in the room, Lu Rui stared at the potion in the bottle. Her face flushed, growing increasingly uneasy. The more she looked at the potion, the more it resembled a certain liquid, albeit with a bit more substance. "Never mind, I'll drink it. Even if it is that liquid, it belongs to that man." Lu Rui thought to herself, closing her eyes, steeling her resolve, and gulping the liquid down. It was sweet, with a hint of a fishy taste, as the potion slid down her throat. A wave of warmth surged through Lu Rui's body. So hot. She instinctively began removing her clothes. So hot. Despite shedding her garments, the heat on her body proved persistent. Thoughts of certain matters flooded her mind, and she called out into the night, "Jiang Bai, I'm so hot. Can you help me? Women are truly troublesome." Jiang Bai, upon hearing the call, switched off his tablet and entered Lu Rui's room. Observing Lu Rui's flushed complexion, he cast an ice-based ability towards her, encasing her entire body in ice, save for her head. With an expressionless demeanor, he stated, "In a while, the ice and heat enveloping you will dissipate naturally. There is no need for concern. Furthermore, next time you take the potion, there is no requirement to disrobe." Lu Rui nodded, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. This man was exceedingly dull, despite her having removed her clothing. He made no move to come closer and embrace her. A stunning beauty. Lu Rui possessed absolute confidence in her appearance. It is no exaggeration to say that before the apocalypse, suitors had lined up to pursue her. "You are too weak to endure this," Jiang Bai remarked before leaving the room and returning to the sofa to continue watching his show. Just as he had stated, Lu Rui's physical strength was inadequate. One attempt could cost her life. If they wished to engage in more intimate activities, they would have to wait until her strength improved. He wondered how those other individuals were faring. Suddenly, images of Gu Ling, Li Xenhe, and Lu Chuan, Meizhan flashed through Jiang Bai's mind, with the last image freezing on Lin Miao. Damn, she's still just a child. Jiang Bai hastily dispelled the wicked thoughts from his mind and focused intently on the show. As night deepened, the house fell into an eerie silence. In the courtyard, Fat Tiger lay snoring on the lawn, while Mosquito took a sip of blood from him before flying off into the distance. The next morning, on the 6th day of the apocalypse, Jiang Bai roused Lu Rui and Fat Tiger, and the trio set off once more. Their destination for the day was a farmstead rumored to be abundant in fresh vegetables. As for what kinds of vegetables, Jiang Bai was uncertain. However, even cabbage was a rare commodity in these dire times. Chapter 63. The ironclad man, the farmstead was vast, just as Jiang Bai had anticipated. The grounds were filled with rows upon rows of cabbage, starkly contrasting with the grassy yard surrounding it. The farmer, a burly man in his 40s wielding an iron rod, stood guard at the entrance. His expression hostile as he addressed Jiang Bai, Lu Rui, and Fat Tiger. "Who are you? What brings you to my farm? Leave at once, or I will not hesitate to show you no mercy." Lu Rui instinctively glanced at Jiang Bai, seemingly seeking his counsel on whether to depart. Jiang Bai smiled and shook his head, his gaze revealing the man's ability panel. Name: Zhong Kun. Gender: male. Ability: Steel Transformation, Awakening Unachieved. Can be replicated: Steel Transformation. When activated, Zhong Kun's flesh and blood will transform into steel, rendering him an indestructible Iron Man. Leave my farm at once. Zhong Kun, sensing that Jiang Bai and his companions had no intention of departing, swung his iron rod menacingly and shouted again. He had an inkling that the trio before him were not of good character, especially that fat tiger, who wore a rather smug grin. You are Zhong Kun, the sole disciple of the 5 flowers and 8 sticks, who came to Eagle Sauce Country at the age of 8. And you have a dim-witted brother, am I correct? Jiang Bai spoke with an unperturbed demeanor. How do you know? Who are you? And how did you learn my identity? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered across Zhong Kun's face as he instinctively aimed his iron rod towards Fat Tiger. His identity as the sole disciple of the 5 flowers and 8 sticks was a closely guarded secret, never before disclosed. Now that Jiang Bai had exposed it, he felt the need to be more cautious. He had already devised a plan. If Jiang Bai and his companions truly posed a threat, he would eliminate Fat Tiger first, for he perceived it as the greatest danger. With Fat Tiger out of the way, Jiang Bai, a pretty boy, and Lu Ru-yi, a mere girl, would not pose much of a threat to him. Jiang Bai grasped Zhong Kun's thoughts and raised his right hand, conjuring a blossom of ice in his palm. Smiling slightly as he said, "We are here to save you. The apocalypse has already arrived. How many zombies can you defeat with that iron rod?" Zhong Kun regarded the ice flower in Jiang Bai's hand, his brow furrowing as he replied seriously, "I do not require your assistance. Do you think some trickery will convince me to trust you? I repeat, leave my farm at once, or I shall be forced to act. Try being rude and see what happens." Jiang Bai's tone grew cold. Initially, he had hoped to subdue Zhong Kun through peaceful means, but it seemed that approach would not suffice. Jiang Bai had heard of Zhong Kun in his previous life. He possessed a certain renown. It was said that his mastery of the cane was extraordinary, having battled against the Sword Emperor over 100 rounds without defeat. Yet he was too rigid. Much like his ability, an Iron Man who did not know how to adapt to enhance his own strength. Zhong Kun roamed the apocalypse, challenging various masters, thus making countless enemies that in the end, he was besieged and killed by dozens of experts in the Steel Cliff Valley. His life extinguished, his demise was undoubtedly a great loss for humanity. Throughout history, many had emerged with strength comparable to the 4 emperors, yet they all ultimately fell, leaving only one deity for emperors and 5 war kings alive. The ones who killed them were not ferocious beasts or zombies, but rather humans themselves. Infighting had always been humanity's nature, whether driven by jealousy, hatred, or the pursuit of gain. Let us see how it goes. Kind words are wasted on the damned. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Zhong Kun shouted fiercely, abandoning his focus on Fat Tiger, and swung the iron rod toward Jiang Bai's head. The rod sliced through the air with a fierce momentum. Lu Ru-yi quickly retreated a few steps with Fat Tiger, confident that Jiang Bai would manage Zhong Kun. Jiang Bai remained unfazed, standing his ground as Zhong Kun's full-force strike approached. He leisurely raised his right hand. With a resounding thud, the iron rod fell, caught firmly in Jiang Bai's grip. How is this possible? Zhong Kun was taken aback, staring incredulously at Jiang Bai. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he understood the weight of the blow he had just delivered. The last time he struck with such force, he had killed a wild boar. Yet now, someone had caught his full-force attack with one hand. This was no martial arts film. There is nothing impossible. Your proud cane techniques are simply too weak. Jiang Bai's expression turned disdainful as he gripped the iron rod, his right arm's strength surging forth, gradually lifting Zhong Kun off the ground. Impossible! Zhong Kun exerted all his strength in an attempt to stabilize himself. But his efforts were utterly futile against Jiang Bai's might. Gradually, he found himself suspended in mid-air. Damn you! Jiang Bai's right arm swung forcefully, hurling Zhong Kun through the air. With a crash, Zhong Kun collided with a tree trunk, blood spurting from his mouth. This is impossible. How can this be? Compared to his physical injuries, Zhong Kun's psyche was even more tormented. I have lost. He had been defeated in one strike. After over 30 years of diligent practice with his cane, he had been bested by someone empty-handed in a single move. This the famed 5 flowers and 8 sticks. Truly pathetic. Jiang Bai approached Zhong Kun, a look of scorn plastered across his face, his words dripping with mockery. Zhong Kun pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Bai, struggling to rise for another round. "You villain! Do not bully my brother!" A thunderous voice erupted as a hefty man, weighing over 200 pounds, lumbered forward, brandishing a wooden stool aimed at Jiang Bai's back. Jiang Bai turned, delivering a punch that shattered the stool and struck the man squarely in the chest, sending him staggering back several steps. "Oh, not hit my brother!" Zhong Kun shouted in anguish. Jiang Bai retracted his fist, placing his hand behind his back and gazing down at Zhong Kun. "Oh, you still believe your 5 flowers and 8 sticks are impressive? To be frank, I did not even exert 1/10 of my strength in that last blow." Zhong Kun, disbelieving, fixed his gaze on Jiang Bai. Through the iron rod's transmission, he had felt Jiang Bai's immense power, far beyond what he could withstand, surpassing human limits. If that was merely 1/10 of Jiang Bai's strength, then how formidable was his true power? He could not fathom that Jiang Bai's abilities could be so astonishingly high. It seemed utterly unscientific. Understanding Zhong Kun's skepticism, Jiang Bai exerted a slight force with his feet, causing a thin layer of white ice to spread rapidly from his feet throughout the entire farmstead, freezing everything in its path. In that moment, Zhong Kun's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something beyond comprehension. But that was not all. Jiang Bai lifted Zhong Kun's body and vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they were standing atop a building. Zhong Kun was engulfed in shock. The worldview he had held for over 30 years shattered in an instant. "Now, do you believe? The apocalypse has arrived. The world is no longer as it once was. Have you not always desired to grow stronger and restore the reputation of the 5 flowers and 8 sticks? Only I can assist you in becoming powerful and embarking on the true path of a warrior." Jiang Bai spoke calmly, exuding the demeanor of a reclusive master. The true path of a warrior. Zhong Kun murmured to himself as he gazed upon the icy surface beneath him and the iron rod that lay discarded on the ground. Seemingly lost in thought, suddenly he knelt before Jiang Bai, his demeanor reverent as he proclaimed, "I wish to take you as my master. Please teach me the ways to become stronger. Master, please accept my bow." With that, he bowed his head 3 times with a resounding thud, not affording Jiang Bai a moment to respond. "Master," Jiang Bai chuckled softly. In all his lifetimes, this was the first time he had heard anyone address him in such a manner. However, he noted Zhong Kun's commendable potential and deemed it a worthy addition to his OWNAS for his character. After listening to Zhong Kun's inner thoughts for a while, Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction. What malice could there be in a man who had dedicated over 30 years to cultivating his martial skills, grown solitary, and had only ever tilled the earth? If one were to assess the depth of one's intentions, it could be argued that even Pang, who possessed more cunning than Zhong Kun. With this in mind, Jiang Bai extended a hand to help Zhong Kun rise and said, "Get up. I will accept you as my disciple." "Thank you, Master," Zhong Kun exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he respectfully positioned himself behind Jiang Bai. Having practiced the staff technique for over 30 years and having been bested by Jiang Bai in a single move, he recognized Jiang Bai as a formidable figure. Have the opportunity to learn from such a master was a blessing he willingly embraced. Martial practitioners value swift retribution and deep gratitude. Who among them does not yearn to enhance their strength and traverse the world with confidence? Alas, in the era before the apocalypse, the world adhered to the rule of law, existing in an age of firearms. Even those skilled in martial arts could not withstand a single bullet, left to lament the whims of fate and the cruel hand of timing. Yet, Jiang Bai's appearance rekindled the long-buried embers of hope within him. The extraordinary methods he displayed illuminated a path toward a brighter future that a voice within him urged him to follow this man before him. Understanding Zhong Kun's sentiments, Jiang Bai placed his right hand upon his shoulder and silently intoned. System, replicate the steel power ability. Replication in progress. Replication successful. With the steel power ability now in his possession, a smile graced Jiang Bai's face as he remarked, "Zhong Kun, since you have chosen to be my disciple, I must bestow upon you 3 gifts. The first gift shall be the healing of your injuries and hidden ailments. As he activated the healing ability, Zhong Kun felt a warm sensation enveloping him. A torrent of warmth coursing through his body. The wounds he had just sustained healed at an astonishing rate. Minutes later, as Jiang Bai withdrew his hand, Zhong Kun, astonished, began to move his body, feeling an indescribable sense of refreshment. Not only had his recent injuries healed, but even the hidden ailments accumulated from years of training vanished completely. Put it succinctly, his waist no longer ached, nor did his legs throb. Next, allow me to present you with your second gift. Before Zhong Kun could fully revel in his newfound state, Jiang Bai produced 2 crystal cores and placed them in his hands. The steel power ability activated, aiding Zhong Kun in absorbing the energy from the cores, awakening his latent powers that it hurts. It hurts immensely as the energy flowed into him. Zhong Kun felt as though he were being pierced by countless steel wires, pain unlike any he had ever known. Despite his years of martial training, none had caused him to grit his teeth in agony like this. Endure, Jiang Bai encouraged. The gift I present to you is an ability known as steel transformation. Once mastered, there shall be none in this world, aside from me, who can harm you. Understood, Zhong Kun gritted his teeth in response. Gradually, the energy from the 2 crystal cores was fully absorbed, transforming into a fine powder. At this point, Zhong Kun was drenched in sweat. Jiang Bai stood with his hands clasped behind his back and declared, Zhong Kun, I have imparted the steel transformation ability to you. Now, use the energy within you to attempt to release this power. Very well. Nodding, Zhong Kun concentrated, and his arms transformed into stainless steel, rapidly enveloping his entire being. Zhong Kun's expression shifted as his steel-clad arms clashed together, producing a resonant clang. He could feel the immense strength that the transformation conferred upon him. It was no exaggeration to say that should he cover himself entirely in stainless steel, blades would be rendered ineffective against him. Previously, he had been unable to withstand even a single bullet despite his proficiency in staff techniques. Now, even if faced with a Gatling gun, he felt confident he could strike down his opponent with a single blow. This the benefit of apprenticeship. With a sudden thud, Zhong Kun knelt once more before Jiang Bai, respectfully bowing his head as he expressed, Master, I am deeply grateful for your granting me this power. Rise, Jiang Bai said, helping him up and teleporting him before a hefty figure weighing over 200 pounds. The large man, seeing that Jiang Bai was not bullying Zhong Kun, wore a foolish grin on his face. That it was evident that he was not the sharpest tool in the shed. Name. Zhong, gender, male, ability, strength, can be replicated, strength, the most powerful ability in the world. Once activated, it grants Zhong an immeasurable might. Zhong Kun, your brother has quite the appetite, Jiang Bai remarked, placing a hand on Zhong's shoulder. Replication in progress. Replication successful. Please forgive me for my brother's foolishness. He is naturally simple-minded and lacks any skills aside from eating. Consequently, I have no choice but to cultivate vegetables in the estate, lest my meager salary be insufficient to feed him. Zhong Kun spoke with respect, his gaze toward Zhong and devoid of disdain. Indeed, your brother possesses potential as well. With the apocalypse upon us, I shall bestow upon him an ability as well. Jiang Bai stated, retrieving 2 crystal cores and placing them in Zhong's hands, activating the strength ability. Zhong attempted to resist, but a mere glance from Zhong Kun silenced him. Strength, though hailed as the most formidable ability, varies from person to person. It is not singular. You possess strength, I possess strength. It is unique to each individual. Merely acquiring the strength ability does not guarantee invincibility. In truth, there is no universally strongest ability. Rather, it depends on the wielder. It is akin to the present scenario where a single finger from Jiang Bai could easily dispatch Zhong and as the energy from the crystal cores entered his body. Zhong's hefty frame began to shrink rapidly. His formerly rotund arms and belly gradually transformed into a more athletic physique. Minutes later, Zhong's ability awakened. Though he remained somewhat plump, he had shed the previous bulk, now exuding an aura of robustness. Zhong Kun gazed at Zhong and in disbelief. His heart raced, Overwhelmed by the multitude of astonishing revelations today, Jiang Bai did not allow him time to process. He produced 2 spatial rings and handed them to Zhong Kun, stating, as the saying goes, "A master leads the way, but cultivation is up to the individual. I have bestowed upon you both your powers. The path ahead is for you to forge. These rings will accompany you as you venture forth. Return to the rooftop of the male dormitory at Zhengdan University on August 15th next year to find me." Encouraged by Jiang Bai, Zhong Kun departed with Zhong In, filled with hope for the future as they left the estate. Observing their retreating figures, Jiang Bai retrieved a machete and tossed it at Lu Rui's feet, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you see the cabbages in this estate? Pick up the knife and start chopping." Oh, Lu Rui, caught off guard, opened her mouth to speak, but faltered. Stealing a glance at Jiang Bai, she picked up the machete and approached the cabbages. Rawr! Pang, who obediently followed Lu Rui, thoroughly impressed by Jiang Bai's ability to persuade 2 subordinates with mere words. As Jiang Bai watched the girl and the tiger, he turned and walked into the adjacent room. The interior was immaculate, devoid of dust, a testament to Zhong Kun's meticulous nature. Seated on the bed, Jiang Bai silently commanded, "System, I wish to enhance both the steel transformation and strength abilities. Enhancement in progress. Pain. Excruciating pain that in an instant, a wave of intense agony washed over Jiang Bai. He had anticipated the pain that would accompany the enhancement of steel transformation while awakening Zhong Kun's ability. Yet he had not foreseen such severity. This was a torment that pierced to the marrow, a suffering beyond what most could withstand. "System, I curse you." Jiang Bai seethed, darkness enveloping him as he succumbed to the pain. Yet the ordeal was far from over. Mere moments later, Jiang Bai regained consciousness, only to be greeted by pain once more. Fainting and awakening, he oscillated between consciousness and oblivion. He lost track of how many times he had succumbed to the pain and been jolted awake again. All he knew was that even after consuming several painkillers, relief eluded him. Desperate, Jiang Bai endured the agony and retrieved a powerful anesthetic from the white space, injecting it into his arm. Crack. The needle failed to penetrate as he had envisioned. Breaking upon contact with his skin, stunned, Jiang Bai once more lost consciousness. Time passed. After what felt like an eternity, the pain subsided, and Jiang Bai awoke, exhaling deeply like a tea this moment. His skin and hair shimmered with a silvery hue, transforming him into a veritable steel man. This was, upon experiencing the extent of his own strength, Jiang Bai was momentarily taken aback. His power had significantly increased. If his previous strength was quantified as 10, it now stood at 10. Moreover, as Jiang Bai sat up, he retrieved a cleaver and struck forcefully at his left hand. With a resounding thud, his left hand remained unscathed, while the cleaver bore a substantial dent. Remarkably resilient, if he were to sleep with his body hardened like steel at night, he would no longer fear mosquito bites, Jiang Bai remarked with a gleeful expression. Subsequently, he retracted his steel-like ability, adjusted his attire, and exited the room in the manner. Lu Rui was vigorously chopping cabbage. She had come to realize that Jiang Bai's motive for rescuing her was far more than merely having her cook. He viewed her as a mere tool, assigning her all sorts of menial tasks. "Jiang Bai," Lu Rui muttered discontentedly as she severed a large cabbage, seemingly envisioning the vegetable as Jiang Bai himself. "Are you insulting me?" A flippant voice suddenly interjected. Lu Rui's heart raced, and she swiftly turned her head. There stood Jiang Bai, beaming at her. "I just heard you call me Jiang Bai." Jiang Bai chuckled. Lu Rui quickly shook her head, plastering a smile on her face. No. How could I dare insult you?" "That's good. Keep working diligently," Jiang Bai said, patting Lu Rui on the shoulder before turning to leave. The reason he had asked Lu Rui to chop cabbage was to aid her in better absorbing the genetic serum she had ingested the previous night. The serum was a medication that could not instantaneously enhance a person's physical strength. It required a process known as the silent period. "I truly am a good person, fretting over their well-being," Jiang Bai sighed, shaking his head as he settled into a grandmaster chair to bask in the sun. Nightfall descended unnoticed. Lu Rui had long since finished chopping the cabbage and prepared dinner. "I wonder if Fat Tiger is all right. It's already past 9 in the evening, and it still hasn't returned," Lu Rui said, glancing at her watch with concern. Jiang Bai, chewing on a lamb skewer, dismissively shook his head. What could possibly happen to it? It's a tiger, and a capable one at that. Given its nature, if it were to encounter any real danger, it would promptly return for help. During Jiang Bai's words, Fat Tiger came bounding into the manor, looking disheveled and rushing towards them. Fat Tiger, where have you been? Why are you covered in dirt? Lu Rui inquired, her curiosity piqued. Ignoring her, Fat Tiger gazed up at Jiang Bai with pleading eyes, its front paws tugging at Jiang Bai's trousers. Are you trying to say you were bullied outside? Jiang Bai replied, his expression unperturbed. Fat Tiger nodded earnestly, grasping Jiang Bai's pants with its mouth, signaling him to follow. Lead the way. Let's see which dog has been tormenting you this time, Jiang Bai said, rising from his seat. Fat Tiger hurriedly took the lead. Reflecting on the earlier bullying incident, Fat Tiger felt a swell of indignation. Hours earlier, while Lu Rui was busy with the cabbage, it had been wandering the streets alone, searching for supplies and crunchy snacks. Everything had gone smoothly, and it had found plenty of resources. However, just as it prepared to return, a foul odor caught its attention. Driven by curiosity, it followed the stench to a livestock farm, where it spotted numerous plump little creatures. Without hesitation, it charged into the farm, intending to capture a few animals for Jiang Bai's future meals. Little did it know, lurking behind the small animals were several larger ones. Had it not been for its quick reflexes, it might not have made it back. As Fat Tiger pondered this, it could not contain its frustration and let out a howl. Oh, stop howling and lead the way. I still want to get back to my show, Jiang Bai retorted, his annoyance growing as he observed Fat Tiger. This creature was nothing like the fearsome beast he had envisioned from his past life. He found himself puzzled over how Crusoe Wayne had managed to train Fat Tiger into such a formidable presence. Could it be that this tiger was not the same? Had he mistakenly chosen the wrong tiger? A bold idea suddenly took root in Jiang Bai's mind, as tigers generally bore a resemblance to one another, and he had never seen what Crusoe Wayne's tiger looked like as a cub. The duo followed Fat Tiger along the path. Since they were in the outskirts, zombies were scarce. Even if a few appeared, Jiang Bai effortlessly dealt with them. Soon, Fat Tiger led them to the vicinity of the livestock farm, where a foul odor permeated the air. Chapter 66. Fierce Beasts. Jiang Bai retrieved an N95 mask and handed one to Lu Rui. As for Fat Tiger, he had no means to provide a mask of that size. Fat Tiger forged ahead, its face adorned with a mischievous grin as they neared the farm. Previously, it had fled in disgrace. This time, it had brought reinforcements. IT intended to make those larger animals aware that a tiger does not let grievances go unavenged. Those who dared to bully Fat Tiger would meet their demise. IT was a pig farm as they approached. Jiang Bai and Lu Rui beheld dozens of pigs, each weighing over 300 pounds, leisurely roaming the premises. "Oh, Fat Tiger shouted at the herd. Are you saying that this group of pigs bullied you?" Jiang Bai inquired, curiosity piqued. Fat Tiger nodded seriously. Excellent. Absolutely outstanding. IT that moment, Jiang Bai found himself at a loss for words to describe Fat Tiger. The last time it had been bullied by dogs, he could understand. After all, a tiger in a lowly place could be bullied by dogs. But now, Fat Tiger had been bullied by pigs. What a disgrace for a tiger. "Oh, whoa," Fat Tiger exclaimed, seemingly lamenting that there were too many pigs for a noble tiger to engage in battle with. Jiang Bai sighed helplessly, yet his thoughts had not strayed from the pig herd. What did the presence of pigs signify? Meat. Judging by the number of pigs in front of him, it was reasonable to estimate that there were no fewer than 50, with each pig weighing 300 pounds. That amounted to over 15,000 pounds of pork. 1 pound of pork could yield a night with a celebrity, equating to over 15,000 nights. The large pigs in the herd, recognizing Fat Tiger as the culprit behind the theft of their piglets, charged at it in unison, filled with rage. "Oh, whoa," Fat Tiger called out, swiftly retreating behind Jiang Bai. Although the pigs lacked formidable combat prowess, a single charge could still prove troublesome for Fat Tiger. Better to hide behind Jiang Bai and quietly observe the spectacle of pigs being subdued. It truly was a clever little creature. "You join me back here as well," Jiang Bai instructed Lu Rui, and as the pigs charged, he activated his ice abilities. Ice spikes, sharp ice spikes materialized beneath his feet, extending toward the pig herd. Crack, crack, one by one. The pigs were swiftly encased in ice as the spikes passed through. Jiang Bai stepped onto the icy surface, casually collecting the frozen pigs into his white space. Currently, he had no shortage of pork, but he had developed a penchant for hoarding supplies, akin to a hoarder. The more resources he amassed in the white space, the more secure and at ease he felt, a sense of safety that even the system could not provide. Fat Tiger, take note. Jiang Bai wields ice, while you command fire. How can your strengths differ so greatly? Lu Rui remarked, stroking Fat Tiger's head while keeping her gaze fixed on Jiang Bai. He was simply too impressive. Ignoring the pair behind him, Jiang Bai turned his attention to the piglets. The larger pigs were for consumption. While the piglets could be raised, if the world were to end, he would become a walking ark. Collect. I collect. Jiang Bai quickly encased the piglets in ice, storing them within the white space. Before long, the entire pig farm was devoid of any pigs. Let us leave, Jiang Bai said as he approached Lu Rui, ready to depart with both her and Fat Tiger. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. As if something were watching him, he scanned the surroundings, and outside the farm stood a black wild boar, roughly the size of an adult cow, fixating its crimson eyes upon him. Intriguing, Jiang Bai thought, recognizing that a fierce beast had emerged at this hour. Perfect. I shall use you to test the extent of my current strength. With a smile, Jiang Bai began to stride towards the black wild boar. Roar. The boar glared at Jiang Bai, steam billowing from its nostrils in anger. It had merely ventured out for a stroll, only to return to find its newly acquired mates vanished. The culprits behind this disappearance were undoubtedly the three beings before it. The black wild boar ground its forehooves, brandishing its two tusks as it charged at Jiang Bai. With each step it took, the ground trembled beneath its weight. This is good. Jiang Bai did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Just as the black wild boar was about to close the distance, he leaped forward, activating his steel transformation ability and channeling his power, delivering a powerful punch to the boar's head. With a resounding crack, the punch landed, shattering the boar's tusks and sending a crack of bone reverberating through its skull. The boar, its expression twisted in defiance, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, utterly defeated. With a howl, Fat Tiger rushed to the fallen boar's carcass, tearing at its head with vigor. It seemed he possessed other abilities. Is he transforming into a steel man now? Lu Rui mused internally, her cheeks flushing with a sudden warmth. She finally comprehended the implication of Jiang Bai's words from the previous night. It had been a long time since she had savored the flesh of a fierce beast. Tonight, she would indulge in this feast. As Jiang Bai retracted his steel transformation, he reached out to collect the boar's body. Suddenly, his heart began to race violently, a deadly sense of urgency welling up within him. Instinctively, he turned his head to the side, clanged that a bullet grazed his hair, embedding itself in the wall of the breeding farm. Buzzing, dozens of vehicles with their headlights blazing raced toward the farm from a distance. Seeking death, Jiang Bai's expression turned cold as he stood still, awaiting their arrival. I could see that moment. A murderous intent filled his heart. The last time, the old foolie had dispatched assassins to eliminate him, only to have him annihilate their entire clan. This time, he would inevitably unleash his wrath once more. Buzzing, the swarm of vehicles drew ever closer to Jiang Bai, Lu Rui, and Fat Tiger, soon surrounding them completely. The glaring headlights illuminated their figures with a clatter. The car doors swung open. From the vehicles emerged over 100 foreign men wielding firearms. They bore different skin tones and appearances, yet all wore mocking smiles, eyeing Jiang Bai and Lu Rui with malicious intent. Some even brazenly scrutinized Lu Rui. Little sister, do not be afraid. Your outfit is quite captivating. Come over and let the brothers take a good look, a foreign man with braids said, his tone frivolous. His words elicited grins from the other men that a woman clad in a revealing outfit, statuesque and alluring, would captivate any man's attention. Was that bullet fired by you? Jiang Bai inquired, his face devoid of emotion, his voice betraying no hint of anger or sorrow. Indeed, it was we who fired the shot. Kid, if you know what is good for you, hand over your girlfriend. Who knows, we might be in a generous mood and spare your life. But if we have to act ourselves, I assure you, you will witness her fate, the braided man boasted arrogantly. It was unclear whether the multitude of men behind him lent him courage or if the gun in his hand made him believe he had Jiang Bai at his mercy. Lu Rui felt a complex mix of emotions. "Did you hear that? They want me to hand you over," Jiang Bai said, turning to smile at Lu Rui, though a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Lu Rui wrapped her arms around Jiang Bai's waist, shaking her head. "No, I am yours in life and your ghost in death." Although fear coursed through her, she was not truly worried for her safety. She had faith in Jiang Bai's strength to deal with these men, even with their guns. Truly ignorant of the situation, the braided man signaled, and several burly men approached Jiang Bai and Lu Rui with ill intentions. To them, a pretty boy and a little sister posed no threat. Tonight was destined to be a splendid evening. "Ha!" Jiang Bai chuckled lightly, and in an instant he vanished alongside Lu Rui. Where did they go? Where have they disappeared to? The expressions of the hundreds of men shifted to disbelief as they rubbed their eyes in astonishment. Could they be ghosts? One man gasped, wide-eyed and terrified. Vanish in a thin air. Ghosts? Another muttered, lost in thought. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he shouted, I know who he is. He is a notorious international thief." "What?" the braided man exclaimed, seizing the collar of the speaker and bellowing. "Are you saying he is the thief who annihilated the Fuli family?" Yes, the man stammered, trembling to death. How could it be this guy? The braided man shoved the man aside, a flicker of panic crossing his face. "I am the entire Eagle Sauce Nation, who was unaware of Jiang Bai's infamous exploits. He was a wolf among sheep, and even the government felt powerless against him. To defend him was akin to courting death. One could never know when he might sever your head from your shoulders. Perhaps while you were in the restroom or engaged in something else. What do? We have angered a thief. This is the end." The remaining men were also thrown into disarray, despite their numbers exceeding 100. They could not remain together indefinitely. Once they dispersed, they would be vulnerable to Jiang Bai's relentless pursuit. Panic set in. The hundreds of men gazed into the inky darkness of the night, their hearts gripped by fear. "Damn it, oh hell with it." The braided man gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and suddenly knelt on the ground, shouting, "Thief Grandpa, I was wrong. That was just a misunderstanding. Please have mercy and do not hold it against me. I am willing to offer you 10 beautiful women." Fat Tiger, hiding behind the black wild boar, revealed a look of shock upon hearing the braided man's words. Akati had thought it understood the essence of being wise in the face of danger, only to realize that this man surpassed it in cunning. "Thief Grandpa, we truly recognize our mistake. Please, reveal yourself. We have 100 blonde beauties in our base, and I will let you choose any you desire." The braided man shouted, his eyes gleaming with ulterior motives. "Misunderstanding. You can explain that to the king of hell." Jiang Bai's indifferent voice echoed around the breeding farm. Suddenly, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. "What is happening? How can it be snowing in August?" A man exclaimed in confusion, reaching out to catch the snowflakes. Crack! The moment his hand brushed against a snowflake, it was swiftly encased in ice, the chilling layer rapidly spreading throughout his body. "Help me! Please help!" he cried out in terror. Yet the other men, far from offering assistance, scrambled back toward their vehicles in a panic. Howling, Fat Tiger observed the black wild boar encased in ice and bolted away, fleeing from the snowfall. "Now is your turn. Eliminate them all." On the rooftop of the breeding farm, Jiang Bai handed Lu Rui a rocket launcher, his expression lethal dummy. Lu Rui hesitated to take the weapon, for she had never harmed so much as a chicken in her life, let alone a person. "If not you, then who? Do not forget how they gazed at you just now. Do you wish to become their plaything?" Jiang Bai stated flatly, devoid of any tenderness. Already 6 days into the apocalypse, if Lu Rui cannot muster the courage to slay a few hundred men, I will have no choice but to regard her as merely a maid. "But," Lu Rui faltered, uncertainty flickering across her face. "No buts." Jiang Bai understood her hesitation and tossed the rocket launcher in her hands, disregarding her further. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He had no surplus food to spare for someone soft-hearted. The opportunity lay in Lu Rui's hands. It was up to her to decide to kill or not to kill. Lu Rui found herself in turmoil, gazing at Jiang Bai's indifferent visage, She recognized that if she did not find the resolve to eliminate these men today, Jiang Bai might truly abandon her. Without Jiang Bai's protection in this apocalyptic world, how could a mere woman like her hope to survive? She would likely end up like countless others, reduced to a mere plaything. Contemplating such a dismal fate, Lu Rui's heart hardened. She grasped the rocket launcher and aimed it at the throng of men below, pulling the trigger. Boom! The rocket streaked forth, striking a truck and instantly obliterating a dozen men. After firing the rocket, Lu Rui turned to Jiang Bai and asked, "Is there more?" "Indeed." Jiang Bai retrieved a box of rockets and placed it before Lu Rui. Loading, arming, firing. Lu Rui appeared to shatter the shackles of her inner turmoil. Repeating these actions with fervor, one rocket after another soared into the air, striking the trucks with a resounding boom. Trucks were sent flying in the aftermath. The burly men attempted to disembark and retaliate. Yet they were swiftly dispatched by Jiang Bai's keen marksmanship with his sniper rifle. Before long, the entire box of rockets had been expended. Flames erupted within the breeding farm, the ground littered with severed limbs and blood pooling everywhere. Lu Ri abandoned the rocket launcher and, with reckless abandon, threw herself into Jiang Bai's embrace. Her shoulder had long succumbed to the numbing impact of the recoil, leaving it bruised and bloody, yet burdened as she was. She felt no pain. She had taken lives, many lives. Jiang Bai patted her back and effortlessly healed her shoulder, saying, "Killing is a perfectly normal act. If you do not vanquish them today, they shall end your life. You must understand, in this apocalyptic world, human nature cannot withstand the trials it faces. Congratulations on taking your first step." Lu Rui remained silent, simply resting her head against Jiang Bai's chest. Sighing deeply, Jiang Bai felt a sense of helplessness. Sometimes possessing too much strength can be a burden. Chapter 68. The Wrong Fat Tiger Awoke. Fat Tiger stood on the ground, gazing up at Jiang Bai and Lu Rui, letting out a mighty roar. It was a tiger, not a dog, merely lacking a companion. "Let us go. A tiger is displeased." Jiang Bai pushed Lu Rui aside and, in an instant, transported them both to the ground. That moment, the dozens of men, including the one with the small braid, had already been reduced to lifeless corpses. In this era of advanced weaponry, killing was astonishingly simple. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower, as long as one maintained fire superiority. Numbers mattered little. However, in due time, firearms would gradually become less effective. Once abilities reached level 3, human prowess and reaction times would see a significant enhancement. Ordinary bullets would struggle to strike them, inflicting lethal harm. Moreover, certain special zombies and beasts could completely disregard bullets. When abilities reached level 5, cold weapons would make a grand entrance. The notion of blades cleaving bullets would no longer be an exaggeration. Jiang Bai collected the corpse of the black wild boar and departed the breeding farm with Lu Rui and Fat Tiger. As for the bodies of the men with small braids, he chose to disregard them entirely. The trio ambled along the path, with Fat Tiger appearing particularly jubilant. Just moments ago, it had unearthed a large, crunchy morsel from the boar's head and devoured it. Naturally, such a delightful act had been clandestinely executed behind Jiang Bai's back. Meanwhile, upon Jiang Bai's return to the manor, in a lavish room of a grand estate in Choyu City, Lu Yin lay on a bed. Engaged in a game of cards with a young woman that a day prior, he had intended to scour the manor for provisions, only to be spotted by the woman who insisted on dragging him into a card game. And thus, the hours slipped away. "My dear, what are you up to in there?" "I can hear man's voice," boomed a coarse voice from outside the room. The woman immediately panicked, hastily pushing Lu Yin away, her face awash with urgency. "Quick, you must hide. My husband disapproves of me playing cards. If he discovers me, he will surely kill me." "Rest assured, he will not find me," Lu Yin replied with a smug smile, his figure flickering before vanishing from the room. When he reappeared, he was already in the adjacent chamber. He realized that the spatial abilities bestowed upon him by Jiang Bai were indeed quite effective. Each teleportation allowed him to traverse a distance of 20 meters, with the potential to do so multiple times a day. This meant that in whatever endeavor he undertook, the average person would find it nearly impossible to catch him. With a creak, the door to the young woman's room swung open, revealing a foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes who entered, asking, "Darling, What were you doing just now? Did you hear anything? The woman, cocooned in her blanket, feigned sleep and shook her head. Nothing. I was just resting. I heard no sounds at all, though. Is that so? The man, skeptical, searched through the wardrobe and under the bed, confirming that there was no one else in the room before leaving with a look of confusion. It was strange. He was certain he had heard a man's voice. Could it be a thief? He muttered to himself. Achoo. Just as Jiang Bai returned to the manor, he suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose and decisively addressing Lu Rui and Fat Tiger. Lu Rui, please gather some ingredients. We shall prepare a meal of pork stew shortly. Fat Tiger, go collect some firewood. Tonight's dinner will include you as well. All right. Although Lu Rui's enthusiasm was lacking, she nonetheless turned and headed towards the kitchen. Awoo. Hearing that there would be food for him, Fat Tiger gleefully set off to gather kindling. Truly, when one cannot win in a fight, one must excel at dining, Jiang Bai quipped before teleporting back to his room. Ding! Detecting that the proficiency of spatial abilities is at maximum. Upgrading in progress. Upon completion, the current level was updated to LV4. The sudden voice of the system momentarily startled Jiang Bai, as a new skill formed in his mind, Spatial Shield. As the name implies, it allows one to carve out a piece of space to create a shield that protects against all attacks. Without absolute strength, one could not breach the spatial shield nor harm Jiang Bai. Concurrently, the area of the white space expanded once more, doubling in size, and the teleportation distance reached an impressive 400 meters. Name: Jiang Bai. Gender: male. Body strength: 20. Enhanced abilities: Spatial LV4, Mind Control LV1, Self-Healing LV1, Healing LV1, Ice LV2, Berserk LV1, Strength LV1, Steelization LV1. Unenhanced abilities: Shadow LV1. Slots: 931. After enhancing the strength and steelization abilities, both contributed an additional 10 points to his physical strength. Spatial Shield. With a mere thought, an invisible shield materialized before him. Fat Tiger, come here, Jiang Bai called out loudly. Hesitating for a moment, Fat Tiger ambled into the room, its expression one of confusion. With all your might, unleash your fiercest flames at me, Jiang Bai instructed. He sought to test the defensive capabilities of the spatial shield. Fat Tiger tilted its head, sensing something amiss. With its level of intelligence, it discerned that Jiang Bai's request was somewhat dubious. Was this man attempting to find an excuse to provoke it? Quick, breathe fire at me. I assure you, I will not cause you trouble afterward, Jiang Bai assured confidently. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's guarantee, Fat Tiger's expression morphed into a mischievous grin. This was a request made by Jiang Bai himself. It was not Fat Tiger's fault if things went awry. With that thought, the grin on Fat Tiger's face widened as it unleashed a torrent of flames toward Jiang Bai, envisioning the scene of him being engulfed in flames. Regrettably, Fat Tiger's imagination was too vivid. The fire, upon reaching Jiang Bai, was entirely halted by the spatial shield, leaving Jiang Bai unscathed. Fat Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Why did the flame stop before reaching Jiang Bai? Could it be that it lacked the strength to produce fire due to hunger? Surely, that must be it. With a determined huff, Fat Tiger gathered all its strength and unleashed an even more ferocious blaze toward Jiang Bai. This time, it poured all its might into the effort. As before, the flames met the spatial shield and ceased to advance, failing to harm Jiang Bai in any way. Jiang Bai cast a sidelong glance at Fat Tiger. Teleporting behind it and delivering a swift kick to its rear, he discerned that Fat Tiger's fire was laced with personal grievances. Whoa. Fat Tiger ceased its fiery assault and turned to Jiang Bai, its expression one of grievance, as if to say, "We had an agreement not to hold grudges." "Apologies, I simply slipped," Jiang Bai replied, maintaining a straight face. Chapter 69. The Blood Moon reappears. Fat Tiger trudged out of the room. Feeling dejected, he had been tricked. That man was truly cunning, having promised not to hold it accountable later. Yet, 3 minutes prior, Jiang Bai observed the disgruntled Fat Tiger and approached it, playfully tugging at its ear. "Fat Tiger, do not say I did not provide you with an opportunity. I offered you a chance, yet you could not deliver. I stood here for you to attack, and you could not even graze me." Sighing, Fat Tiger wandered beneath a tree, discreetly digging out a crystal core and popping it into its mouth. Truly, a lackluster tiger. Inside the room, Jiang Bai watched Fat Tiger's actions with a resigned sigh. Judging by the intensity of the flames Fat Tiger had just unleashed, its strength was at least above level 2. This implied that if Fat Tiger were to face the black wild boar alone, aside from its slightly inferior physique, the black wild boar would undoubtedly not stand a chance against Fat Tiger. However, Fat Tiger is far too fond of slothfulness, preferring to return and seek assistance rather than take matters into its own hands. Well, let us take a day off tomorrow and continue training Fat Tiger the day after. Jiang Bai closed the window and lay down on the bed to rest. The night was deepening. In a large iron pot in the courtyard, a stew of slaughtered pig was simmering, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the yard. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, Jiang Bai awoke from his slumber and gazed out the window. The sky was ominously overcast. Today marked the 7th day since the apocalypse began, and it was also the time for the second wave of cosmic energy to erupt. After tonight, some zombies and ferocious beasts would evolve to level 2. With insects making their grand entrance, spiders the size of wash basins, ants as large as small dogs, and swarms of mosquitoes, among others. Their emergence would undoubtedly complicate humanity's plight. However, as all things coexist in a cycle of creation and destruction, the vast variety and number of insects would also accelerate human evolution through the crystalline cores within them. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and a torrential downpour followed closely behind. Fat Tiger stepped into the room. Appearing somewhat lackluster today, as soon as it entered, it collapsed on the floor, motionless. "What is wrong with Fat Tiger? Is it sick?" Lu Rui inquired, bringing food to Jiang Bai with a worried expression. Jiang Bai glanced at Fat Tiger and immediately understood that it was on the verge of evolution. Shaking his head, he reassured her it's nothing, that it has merely consumed too many crystalline cores recently, causing its energy to be at capacity, and it is now evolving. After today, perhaps Fat Tiger will no longer be the same Fat Tiger. Is that so? The worry on Lu Rui's face did not diminish in the slightest. Her Fat Tiger was akin to the cats and dogs kept before the apocalypse. Though not particularly useful and often a source of trouble, it was nonetheless a cherished member of the household. Let us not worry about it. Let us eat. Jiang Bai picked up his chopsticks, taking the lead in serving the food. After the meal, Lu Rui went to wash the dishes while Jiang Bai settled on the sofa to watch Tom and Jerry. Time passed steadily by 8 in the evening. The sky had completely darkened, and the blood moon hung ominously overhead, shrouded in crimson fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. "What is this?" Lu Rui looked outside, suddenly feeling a wave of anxiety. The second arrival of the blood moon complicated the apocalypse further. However, these are matters beyond our control. "Let us wash up and go to bed," Jiang Bai said from behind her. Lu Rui turned to face Jiang Bai, her eyes glinting with a hint of expectation as her cheeks flushed. "Can you sleep with me?" Jiang Bai shook his head, pointing at the sluggish Fat Tiger. "That I can't. I need to keep an eye on this fellow to prevent it from failing its evolution and causing any mishaps." "All right then." Lu Rui's expression instantly shifted to one of disappointment as she turned and returned to her room. If Jiang Bai desired it, she would oblige. 7 days had passed since the apocalypse descended. And aside from the initial 3 days of sheer terror, the subsequent 4 days felt no different from life before the catastrophe. She understood well that the tranquility she now enjoyed was entirely due to Jiang Bai's protection. With his formidable strength, he safeguarded her and Fat Tiger, creating a safe haven for them. "I'm sorry, really isn't possible right now," Jiang Bai murmured to himself as he returned to the sofa. He understood Lu Rui's feelings. What man does not appreciate beauty, unless he were a eunuch or of a different inclination? However, his thoughts were elsewhere, and Lu Rui could not bear the weight of such feelings. "Oh, whoa." Fat Tiger lay on the ground, occasionally releasing a burst of flame from its mouth. Meanwhile, the return of the blood moon and the crimson fog left countless survivors restless through the night. The first appearance of the two phenomena 7 days ago had plunged the world into chaos, and one knew what changes this second occurrence would bring at Tijidan University in the dormitory. Gulinger sat by the bed, her head bowed as she gently caressed a photograph of Jiang Bai. The last time the blood moon appeared, she had watched Jiang Bai drinking from the rooftop, gaining the power of mind control. With the return of these phenomena, she suddenly yearned for that previous encounter, reminiscing about the night she and Jiang Bai spent alone in the dormitory at I'll wait for you. There are still 358 days until we meet again, Guling murmured to herself, putting away the photograph of Jiang Bai and absorbing the energy from the crystalline core. She had a feeling that after tonight, she would break through to become a level 2 ability user. In a residential room, Li Xian sat cross-legged on the floor, holding a crystalline core in each hand. As energy flowed into her body, a thin layer of ice gradually covered her surroundings, a characteristic of a level 2 ability user. In the Brooklyn district, Lin Fan shot a cold gleam that pierced through the head of a zombie cat, extracting a crystalline core before returning to the villa behind him. He couldn't help but marvel at the formidable nature of level 2 ability users. And Kati the third zoo of Choyu City. A sleeping tiger began to swell in size at a visible rate as cosmic energy surged within it. The king's symbol on its forehead gradually transformed into a golden hue. The tiger awoke, emanating a fierce aura, its eyes flashing with ferocity as it let out a mighty roar. Alwo! Alwo! Fat Tiger roared furiously within the room. I could see this moment. It had completed its evolution, successfully advancing to a level 3 ability beast. Its physique had undergone slight changes. Out of curiosity, Jiang Bai took out a measuring tape to gauge Fat Tiger's size, finding it to be about 1 meter tall and 2 meters long. With a back width of 80 centimeters, its weight had even increased noticeably. Stop the nonsense. Unleash your full strength, and let me see what evolutions you've undergone this time, Jiang Bai said, giving Fat Tiger a light kick on its behind. Fat Tiger stood proudly, stepping outside the room. IT glanced back at Jiang Bai and opened its mouth to blow forcefully. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the blood fog that lingered for dozens of meters in front of the room. Wind abilities? Shouldn't it be lightning abilities? Jiang Bai frowned. Alwo! Fat Tiger let out a triumphant roar, as if to show off to Jiang Bai. Is that all? Jiang Bai responded dismissively, his tone laced with scorn. He was now 80% certain that he had indeed mistaken the tiger. Fat Tiger was not the tiger of Crus Wayne. The first ability of Crus Wayne's tiger was fire, just like Fat Tiger's, but its second ability was lightning, not wind. With wings sprouting from its back, surrounded by lightning and treading upon flames, that was the true representation of Crus Wayne's tiger. In contrast, Fat Tiger was plump, lazy, and gluttonous, lacking the dignity of a tiger. What should I do? Should I slaughter Fat Tiger for meat? Jiang Bai pondered silently before shaking his head, dismissing that notion from his mind. No matter how mischievous a dog might be, one never saw anyone take a knife to it for a meal. Fat Tiger, regardless, was nurtured from a young age with crystalline cores. Although Fat Tiger had a penchant for sloth and indulged in stealing crystalline cores, one's heart is made of flesh. After nearly 10 days of companionship, he had grown accustomed to Fat Tiger's mischievous demeanor. Forget it. Since I was mistaken from the beginning, let it be a mistake all the way through. Even if your might does not compare to that tiger, what does it matter? With enough crystalline cores, I shall mold you into a fierce tiger that roars over all creatures. Jiang Bai made up his mind, casually pulling out dozens of crystalline cores and placing them before Fat Tiger. He squatted down, gently patting its large head. Eat up, hamordada. Perceiving Jiang Bai's change, Fat Tiger's eyes softened, nudging Jiang Bai's hand with its large head. Hurry and eat. There's more after you finish, Jiang Bai said in a calm tone. Whoa. Fat Tiger shook its head, refusing to eat the crystalline cores. Instead, it patted Jiang Bai with its forepaw and moved forward, glancing back several times as if beckoning Jiang Bai to follow. Where are you taking me? Jiang Bai asked curiously, glancing back at Lu Rui's room as he followed behind Fat Tiger. The figures of man and beast soon vanished into the crimson fog. After a dozen minutes, Fat Tiger led Jiang Bai to a grove and came to a halt. What are we doing here? Jiang Bai questioned, perplexed. Fat Tiger could not speak human language and instead conjured a large fireball, obliterating dozens of trees before it. Then, it approached one of the destroyed trees and began to dig vigorously with its forepaws. There's something beneath the tree, was Jiang Bai's first thought. Watching Fat Tiger laboriously digging, he retrieved a shovel from his white space and joined in the excavation. Before long, the two had unearthed a pit over a meter deep beneath the tree. In the depths of the hole lay a pale green, hexagonal crystal, which caught the eyes of both man and beast. Wood spirit crystal. Jiang Bai's expression momentarily froze, taken aback. The wood spirit crystal, a rare essence formed from the absorption of cosmic energy by flora, was an invaluable treasure, not easily sought after in his previous life. A single wood spirit crystal held a value comparable to a 7th-level crystal core. If converted to the current 1st-level crystal core, it would amount to a 7-figure sum. Yet, how could a wood spirit crystal possibly appear at this time? Confusion crossed Jiang Bai's face. According to his memories from his past life, the first wood spirit crystal emerged a year after the apocalypse. However, today marked merely the 7th day of the apocalypse, and he had already stumbled upon one. Fat Tiger interrupted Jiang Bai's thoughts, gesturing with his front paw towards the wood spirit crystal, indicating that Jiang Bai should collect it first. You don't want it? Jiang Bai asked, somewhat incredulous. From his understanding of Fat Tiger, the creature was greedy enough to hoard even zombie crystal cores. It was illogical for Fat Tiger to generously offer him such a treasure as the wood spirit crystal. You. Fat Tiger shook his head in disdain, leaping out of the pit and heading towards another tree. More, Jiang Bai secured the wood spirit crystal and followed closely behind Fat Tiger. After a vigorous digging session, another wood spirit crystal was unearthed, then a third, a fourth, and eventually the 16th. It was only after digging out the 16th wood spirit crystal that Fat Tiger and Jiang Bai paused at this moment. The blood mist was gradually dissipating. Seizing the opportunity for a brief respite, Jiang Bai patted Fat Tiger's head with a smile and inquired, "How did you know there were wood spirit crystals beneath these trees?" Fat Tiger tilted his head, leading Jiang Bai to a tree where he pointed at a pile of dung and a hole, letting out a low growl. "You mean you discovered them while doing your business?" Jiang Bai ventured to ask. Fat Tiger nodded gently. Excellent. That moment, Jiang Bai found himself thinking that no matter how he viewed Fat Tiger, the creature seemed rather endearing. Let's keep digging. Jiang Bai rose, armed with a shovel, and began to excavate beneath each tree. Once he ensured that no wood spirit crystals remained, he returned to the manor with Fat Tiger. Inside the room, after Jiang Bai and Fat Tiger had departed, Lu Rui had refrained from sleeping, clutching a handgun in constant vigilance. Upon seeing Jiang Bai and Fat Tiger return, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, stowing away the handgun and rushing to Jiang Bai's side with a worried expression. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? With such dense blood mist, you could hardly see your hand in front of your face. Why would you go out there? Do you think yourself invincible?" Jiang Bai furrowed his brow slightly, lowering his voice and replying, "What? Are you instructing me on how to act?" Lu Rui's heart sank at his words. Realizing her tone had been overly forceful, her demeanor softened as she replied, "I was merely concerned for you." "Understood. Prepare some snacks. Tonight, I intend to drink to my brother Tiger," Jiang Bai stated firmly. "All right." Lu Rui cast a perplexed glance at Fat Tiger, unable to comprehend Jiang Bai's rapid shift from teasing Fat Tiger to treating him as a brother. "Go quickly." After dismissing Lu Rui, Jiang Bai instructed Fat Tiger to wait on the couch while he retreated into his room. He had struck it rich today. 0.16 wood spirit crystals equated to a staggering 1,600,000 first-level zombie crystal cores. Yet, the greatest value lay not in exchanging them for crystal cores, but in crafting life potions and enhancing vitality. According to speculations from various base cities in his previous life, a single wood spirit crystal could potentially extend one's lifespan by approximately 36 years. The life potion produced could rival the healing prowess of a 7th-level healer, capable of regenerating severed limbs and dispelling myriad toxins. It is worth noting that while 9th-level warriors were relatively easy to come by, 7th-level healers were a rare find, esteemed guests in major base cities, with most individuals lacking even the opportunity to meet one. Thus, the wood spirit crystal became a coveted item, in high demand but short supply. In his past life, he had only managed to obtain one wood spirit crystal after 7 years of struggle. Truly, it was a matter of nurturing a tiger for a day and utilizing it for a moment. Jiang Bai sighed, placing the 16 wood spirit crystals before him, fully immersing himself in absorbing the energy they contained. Chapter 71. The Hidden Abilities of Fat Tiger. Streams of green energy were siphoned from the crystals. flooding into Jiang Bai's body. With the influx of energy, he felt a refreshing sensation within his organs, invigorating him further. In his previous life, he had been compelled to use the wood spirit crystal solely for healing. This time, with the assistance of these 16 crystals, he was determined to live longer. Jiang Bai mused internally. Survival. In the apocalypse, the foremost priority was to stay alive. Only by ensuring one's survival could one contemplate other matters. If one could not even guarantee their existence until tomorrow, then grand ambitions, marriage, and family were mere fantasies. After several dozen minutes, the energy from the 16 wood spirit crystals was fully absorbed, transforming the crystals into a fine powder. Jiang Bai stood up, stretching his limbs, and ventured out of the room, feeling satisfied. That moment, his lifespan had increased by several decades, and his appearance radiated vitality. Outside the room, on the coffee table in the living room, Lu Rui had already prepared a feast, with a roasted pig leg placed before Fat Tiger. This was a special request from Jiang Bai for Lu Rui to prepare for Fat Tiger. As the chief contributor to their acquisition of the wood spirit crystals, Jiang Bai naturally would not neglect him. Let's eat. Jiang Bai waved his hand toward Lu Rui and Fat Tiger, casually settling onto the couch. He poured himself and Fat Tiger a glass of wine, declaring, "Tiger, you've truly accomplished something today, and I cannot let you go unrewarded. I've already calculated it. 16 wood spirit crystals are worth 1,600 crystal cores. At dawn, I shall take you to procure some crystal cores. But for now, let's share a drink." With that, Jiang Bai tilted his head back, downing his glass in one gulp. "Oh, whoa." Fat Tiger glanced at Jiang Bai's small cup, then at his own oversized one, voicing his discontent. The size of his cup was akin to a household trash bin, while Jiang Bai's was merely the standard size of a drinking glass. Was this not blatant bullying? "Tiger, you are the great brain of the Northeast. Do not shy away from this small drink. Down it, and I shall find you a little female tiger another day. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to arrange for your sterilization." Jiang Bai chuckled. "A little female tiger. Sterilization." Images flooded Fat Tiger's mind as he clutched the trash bin and gulped down its contents. Lu Rui, sitting nearby, couldn't help but twitch her lips. She now understood why Fat Tiger was so greedy and gluttonous. It was entirely learned from Jiang Bai that a pet is often a reflection of its owner. With a bucket of wine downed, Fat Tiger clearly had overindulged, wobbling unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Clearly, this great brain of the Northeast had a poor tolerance for alcohol, bringing shame to his title. Truly a little drunk tiger. Jiang Bai shook his head, continuing to indulge in the meal. Lu Rui wished to join him for a drink, yet hesitated. It was not that she feared Jiang Bai would behave inappropriately under the influence. Rather, she was concerned he might misuse his abilities. "Please, no, don't." As dawn broke, countless survivors fled in panic, desperately evading the onslaught of insects. Even those accustomed to the apocalypse and unafraid to confront zombies were now gripped with fear and despair. They had believed that as long as they avoided being scratched by zombies and stockpiled sufficient food, they could await rescue from the government. Little did they know that overnight, some zombies had grown more savage, even becoming immune to bullets. The insects they could once crush underfoot had now grown dozens, even hundreds of times larger. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming, a veritable swarm. Even domesticated pets, once docile, had transformed into ferocious beasts overnight. This was the true apocalypse, as countless survivors huddled in their homes, terror-stricken and holding their breath. A stark contrast emerged in the form of Alistair, who was filled with exhilaration. Just the night before, his body had heated up, awakening a power reminiscent of those found in cinematic tales, but he called it rockification. As soon as he activated his ability, a layer of rock enveloped his body. He had tested it. When in rockification, even a knife could only leave a mark on the stone, failing to pierce his skin. In other words, he could disregard zombie attacks and stroll down the streets in search of food. Yes, Alistair, am the favored child of the gods, the future deity. Alistair will undoubtedly become the strongest being in the world, revered by all. Alistair proclaimed loudly at that moment. He felt no fear of attracting zombies' attention. Whatever zombies came, he would slay them all. He was the savior of humanity, destined to be the strongest in the world. He had already envisioned his title, the Rock Emperor. Let us go. It's time to set out. Within the confines of the room, Jiang Bai gently caressed Lu Rui's thigh. After the two, along with the tiger, had tidied up, they made their way toward the exit. As soon as they stepped outside, Lu Rui was startled to see a colossal creature meandering around the courtyard. Instinctively, she grasped Jiang Bai's arm and, trembling, pointed at the being, stammering, Jiang Bai. Who's that creature? Jiang Bai followed her gaze and, upon realizing that the creature was merely an oversized ant, smiled slightly and reassured her. That is simply a giant ant. There is no need to be so anxious. Creatures like ants typically do not attack unless provoked. Just then, as Jiang Bai spoke, a massive fireball descended upon the ant, incinerating it instantly. Turning to look, Jiang Bai noticed that the plump tiger was exhaling white smoke from its mouth, clearly the source of the fireball. Plump tiger, have you lost your mind? Why attack an ant when you have nothing else to do? Are you not aware that when the ant army mobilizes, it numbers in the tens of thousands? With a swift motion, the plump tiger darted to the ant's side, digging into the ground with its front paws. It emerged holding a white crystal and hurried back to Jiang Bai. This is a crystal. Jiang Bai's pupils contracted. Crystals akin to crystal cores were formed from cosmic energy, sharing similarities. However, their sole distinction lay in their purity. The energy contained within crystals is of exceptionally high purity, untainted by nature, much like the difference between spring water and tap water. The former is sweet, while the latter poses a challenge even to drink. The plump tiger presented the crystal to Jiang Bai, its face radiating pride, as if it were expecting praise. Jiang Bai scrutinized the crystal before directing his gaze toward the plump tiger. The wooden spirit crystal from the previous night could be considered a serendipitous find. But how did the plump tiger know there was a crystal near the ant? A bold thought surged through Jiang Bai's mind. He patted the plump tiger's head and, with a serious expression, asked, "Plump tiger, tell me, after evolving to level 3, can you sense the energy emitted by such objects?" Just as the plump tiger was about to nod, a multitude of black heads erupted from the ground. "Oh no!" Jiang Bai exclaimed, hastily grabbing both the plump tiger and Lu Rui, vanishing in an instant. After their departure, countless ants swarmed to the surface, and upon discovering their fallen comrade, they descended into a frenzy, scurrying through the estate in search of the assailant. That a few thousand meters away, Jiang Bai, relieved that the ants had not pursued, released the plump tiger and Lu Rui, exhaling a sigh of relief. When the ants mobilized, it was a force to be reckoned with. Even he felt uncertain about facing them. The plump tiger also released a breath, using its front paw to pat its chest. Still shaken, Jiang Bai playfully tapped the plump tiger on the head and remarked, "Who told you to act so recklessly? Do you not realize that if I were not strong enough to carry you both away, your hefty tiger body would have ended up in the ants' bellies?" The plump tiger raised its front paw to rub its head, looking quite aggrieved. "It's too difficult. Being a tiger is truly hard." Previously, it had refrained from acting, only to be scolded by Jiang Bai for its cowardice, losing its tiger's dignity. Now that it had acted, it was still being blamed. The little one felt particularly distressed, but chose not to voice it. "All right, do not fault the plump tiger. It was merely trying to find that crystal for you. We cannot return to the estate now. Where shall we go next?" Lu Rui, seeing the plump tiger's pitiful expression, felt a pang of compassion and changed the subject. Jiang Bai glanced at the plump tiger, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, and with a mysterious smile, replied, "Next, we shall head to the zoo." "The zoo?" Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, the plump tiger's expression shifted from aggrieved to jubilant in an instant. "The zoo is wonderful. There must be little tigresses there," it exclaimed eagerly. "Why the rush?" Jiang Bai chided lightly, casually releasing a helicopter. Sierra Park, located in the eastern part of Wharton City, spans approximately 20 hectares. Within its confines, it houses hundreds of animal species: giraffes, black bears, lions, wolves, pythons, raccoons, monkeys, white foxes, peacocks, and even the plump tiger's kin. Before the apocalypse, this place was a paradise for children, teeming with visitors. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, Sierra Park transformed into a no-go zone for all survivors. A helicopter descended onto the park's entrance. Jiang Bai, accompanied by Lu Rui and the plump tiger, disembarked and stored the aircraft within his white space. valuing its reusable nature. As soon as they landed, the plump tiger could no longer contain itself, letting out a mighty roar and dashing into the park. "Plump tiger, come back. Be cautious. There may be dangers within the park," Lu Rui called out urgently. Yet her voice was disregarded as the plump tiger vanished in a flash. "We need not worry about it. Within this park, there are no creatures stronger than it," Jiang Bai said calmly, stepping forward into the park. "Oh," Lu Rui hesitated, still worried about the plump tiger, trailing behind Jiang Bai. She could not fathom why Jiang Bai had come to the park. Was it truly a case of bravery in the face of danger? Jiang Bai sensed Lu Rui's unease, but offered no further explanation. Sporting a faint smile, the two traversed through the park's entrance and soon arrived at a massive cage. Within, a white peacock was displaying its plumage, gracefully dancing amidst the occasional falling snowflakes. "How beautiful!" Lu Rui exclaimed, captivated. "Beautiful?" Jiang Bai scoffed, suddenly appearing behind the peacock and severing its head, storing its body in the white space. "Why did you kill it?" Lu Rui asked, her face etched with compassion. "It is a level 2 mutant beast. The energy contained within its core is several times that of a level 1 core. Oh, you think it should live?" Jiang Bai replied, his expression unyielding. "But," Lu Rui hesitated, wanting to protest, but upon seeing Jiang Bai's cold demeanor, she fell silent. They continued onward. A deafening roar erupted, reverberating like thunder. The black bear, towering over 3 meters, blocked their path. "How enormous!" Lu Rui gasped in shock. The bear growled menacingly at Jiang Bai and Lu Rui. Jiang Bai smiled, recognizing a new source of sustenance. Bear paws. He had often heard tales of delicacies like steamed bear paws, yet he had never tasted them himself. With that thought, Jiang Bai cast his gaze at the bear's paw, raised his right hand, and executed a space-cutting technique that a gash opened at the bear's neck, causing its massive head to plummet to the ground. "Is it dead already?" Lu Rui asked, incredulous. "Should I have battled it like Sun Wukong in a grand duel?" Jiang Bai chuckled lightly, moving to the bear's carcass and severing a paw to toss to Lu Rui. "Prepare this. We shall have steamed bear paw for lunch." Lu Rui stared at the bear paw, experiencing fear for the first time regarding Jiang Bai's prowess. She had not even witnessed him strike, and a massive bear had inexplicably perished. If she had faced it, that bear could have easily crushed her 100 times over. "Let us proceed. There is a pavilion ahead. We shall rest there and wait for the plump tiger to return." Jiang Bai secured the bear's body and, carrying the paw, led Lu Rui to the pavilion. His intentions for visiting the zoo were twofold: to train the plump tiger and to validate his suspicions. If the plump tiger managed to discover more treasures, it would confirm that it was no ordinary tiger, but rather a treasure-hunting one. In his past life, he had heard rumors of certain animals possessing extraordinary gifts. They might not relish combat, but had abilities beyond imagination, like the giant panda, which could grow stronger simply by lounging and munching on bamboo shoots. Amidst the crackling flames, the bear paw released copious amounts of grease, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Initially, Jiang Bai intended to prepare steamed bear paw, but after reconsideration, he opted to roast it instead. Those who had tasted roasted meat swore by its delightful flavor. "Jiang Bai, the plump tiger has been gone for over an hour. Why has it not returned? It's still so small. Could something have truly happened to it?" Lu Rui voiced her concern. Jiang Bai's lips twitched. "Still small? A few 100 pounds of big kitty." Lu Rui has always treated the hefty tiger as a large feline to indulge. For others, even the thought of such indulgence would be daunting. Cat petting, perhaps. In the Northeast, they possess immense strength. In Jiang Bai's mind, a vivid image surfaced. Shaking off the thought, he dismissively remarked, "It's fine. What trouble could it possibly cause?" However, just as Lu Rui was about to speak, they suddenly spotted the hefty tiger sprinting towards them from afar. Lu Rui quickly signaled to Jiang Bai. "Jiang Bai, the tiger is back." Yet it seemed to have stirred up trouble again, as hundreds of monkeys were in pursuit. "Is that so?" Jiang Bai followed Lu Rui's gaze. There, the hefty tiger was racing ahead, closely followed by a throng of monkeys. With a loud roar, upon seeing Jiang Bai and Lu Rui, the hefty tiger hurriedly approached them. Did it disturb a monkey's nest? Lu Rui pondered aloud. Jiang Bai nodded gently. The hefty tiger reached Jiang Bai, Dropping a red fruit it had been clutching in its mouth before darting behind Jiang Bai for cover. Swish! Hundreds of monkeys surrounded the pavilion, their eyes filled with malice as they stared at the trio of one tiger and two humans. Jiang Bai glanced at the fruit in his hand. Feeling utterly speechless, it seemed to have been used as a shield by the hefty tiger. The monkey fruit, a delicacy cultivated by monkeys, enhanced agility when consumed. Human, surrender the fruit and the hefty tiger behind you. A golden-haired monkey declared from the crowd, "It can speak human language?" Lu Rui exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Bai nodded, surveying the hostile expressions of the hundreds of monkeys, and offered a slight smile. "I assure you, this is merely a misunderstanding. You believe me? A misunderstanding." The golden-haired monkey scoffed, turning away and pointing at its red behind. "Your hefty tiger not only stole our fruit, but also dared to breathe fire on my backside. Just look, the fur on my rear has been scorched away." Jiang Bai struggled to suppress his laughter, but maintained his professional demeanor. "Huh." The golden-haired monkey, angered by Jiang Bai's laughter, swung its arm and commanded, "Children, seize these two humans and the tiger." Squeaks! Hundreds of monkeys charged towards Jiang Bai and Lu Rui. "It's all on you now, hefty tiger," Jiang Bai said, as he and Lu Rui vanished from the pavilion in an instant, leaving the hefty tiger behind. The hefty tiger felt utterly betrayed by Jiang Bai, having had its fruit taken without any assistance in return. Whoa! Facing the swarm of monkeys, the hefty tiger unleashed a torrent of flames. "Jiang Bai, didn't you want that second-level crystal core? Why not eliminate the golden-haired monkey?" Lu Rui questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion as she recalled how mercilessly Jiang Bai had dispatched the peacock earlier. Jiang Bai shook his head. "It's different. Animals that can speak at this stage are considered spiritual beasts. They lack crystal cores within them, and killing them would be a loss." "Spiritual beasts?" Lu Rui echoed, intrigued by the new terminology. Jiang Bai ignored her, patiently awaiting the hefty tiger's return. "Spiritual beasts differ from ferocious beasts. They possess intelligence, the ability to speak, and a sense of morality in contrast, ferocious beasts only know how to attack and harm humans." The battle in the pavilion raged on. Faced with the fire-breathing hefty tiger, the monkeys found themselves at a loss, unwilling to approach. After all, a single flame could incinerate their fur. Whoa! The hefty tiger defiantly glared at the golden-haired monkey, advancing step by step towards Jiang Bai, its fiery breath blazing. "I am infuriated, absolutely furious." The golden-haired monkey, driven to distraction by the hefty tiger, could do nothing but watch it leave, unwilling to risk further burns. "Let us go," Jiang Bai said, turning towards the park's exit once the hefty tiger returned, indicating that there were no more treasures to be found within the ZOO. As the trio departed, they walked down the street, observing the frozen corpses of zombies. Lu Rui asked Jiang Bai, "Where shall we head next?" "To South Continent," Jiang Bai stated firmly, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. The South Continent not only houses enemies, but also myriad opportunities waiting for him. He yearned to visit the ruins of the War God Temple, to see if the 10 missiles had reduced it to rubble and claimed Zhao Wujuan's life. "Oh," Lu Rui murmured, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. She longed to return home. Before the apocalypse, she had come alone to Wharton City to participate in a culinary competition and had never returned since. She wondered what her homeland was like now. Were her family and friends still alive? The situation back home is worse than you can imagine, yet better than you might expect. Critical moments. They will act, Jiang Bai responded. But they he referred to were a group of individuals untouched by worldly affairs. They either resided atop mountains or hid away from society, their identities veiled in mystery. It was known that whenever the nation faced dire straits and survival hung in the balance, they would selflessly rise to the occasion. In his past life, foreigners believed that the strength of the divine for emperors and 5 warlords was unmatched, that they represented humanity's apex. Little did they know, within the confines of their own territory, the gods were forbidden, and a myriad of swords would strike together. Above the firmament, clouds formed a yin-yang diagram, while a giant panda, one paw pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth, suppressed an entire city. On the snowy mountain peak, an elderly man fished, chuckling as he observed the world below. That was the unique romance belonging to their homeland. Regrettably, He was unable to return home at present, nor could he forge connections with those who quietly contributed. The resources and opportunities in his homeland belonged to him. Only the resources and fortunes abroad belonged to others. What he needed to do now was to strengthen himself using the resources of others. Jiang Bai, who are they that you speak of? Lu Rui inquired curiously, interrupting Jiang Bai's thoughts. Jiang Bai shook his head, refraining from answering. There was one thing he had not disclosed to Lu Rui. In truth, at the moment the apocalypse erupted, her family had already succumbed to the infection and turned into zombies. This meant that even if Lu Rui returned home, she would never see her family again. Oh, whoa! The hefty tiger suddenly roared, tugging at Jiang Bai's clothing and running forward. Come on, it must have discovered something good. Jiang Bai seized Lu Rui's hand, hastily following the hefty tiger. After their experiences with spirit crystals, crystal stones, and monkey fruits, he found the hefty tiger to be rather endearing, fluffy, and plump. The trio dashed through the streets, leaving behind a trail of frozen zombies. After a brief, while the hefty tiger led them to a warehouse. Eyeing a beehive inside with a ravenous gaze. Chapter 74. Honey consumption. Do you want to eat honey? Jiang Bai asked tentatively. The hefty tiger nodded eagerly, staring at the beehive with drool nearly spilling from its mouth. Jiang Bai glanced at the mountains of honey within the white space, then at the bees in the hive, a smile spreading across his face as he proposed to the hefty tiger. How about this, hefty tiger? I also have a craving for honey. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses will draw the bees away. What do you think? Rock, paper, scissors. Clearly, the hefty tiger lost, looking at its paw, which could only produce paper. The hefty tiger fell into deep contemplation. I concede, it was truly astonished by Jiang Bai's cunning. How could there be such a crafty individual in the world? Go on now, hefty tiger. Use your flames to conquer those little bees. Jiang Bai chuckled. Oh, whoa. The hefty tiger let out a dissatisfied roar before stepping into the warehouse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as it entered, it attracted the attention of countless bees. The bees, sensing danger, stared at the hefty tiger warily. Whoosh! The hefty tiger unleashed a jet of flames, incinerating several bees on the spot before turning to flee. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This action thoroughly enraged the swarm of bees. Countless bees swarmed out of the hive, chasing after the hefty tiger. Each bee was the size of an adult's fist, their stingers glinting menacingly. The street presented a comical scene. A hefty old tiger sprinting ahead, closely pursued by a flurry of bees. Once the bees were sufficiently distracted, Jiang Bai led Lu Rui into the warehouse and approached the beehive. He dipped his hand into the hive and tasted a bit of honey, savoring its sweetness. The honey produced by mutated bees was far superior to that sold in supermarkets. Would you like to try a taste? Jiang Bai asked, extending a honey-coated finger towards Lu Rui's lips. Lu Rui shot him a meaningful glance before delicately licking his finger with her tongue. In that moment, Jiang Bai felt a surge of impulsive desire. It's truly sweet. Whether intentional or not, Lu Rui took Jiang Bai's finger in her mouth. Jiang Bai suddenly felt the stirrings of romance. With a swift motion, he stored the beehive in the white space and vanished from the warehouse with Lu Rui on the street. The hefty tiger continued to run with all its might. If it were to be stung by a bee, it would indeed be quite painful. Hefty tiger, stop running. Let's go. Jiang Bai appeared out of thin air before Fat Tiger, enveloping it within a white space. Vanishing from the street, buzzing ensued. The bees, now aimless, grew frantic and subsequently flew towards the warehouse. Upon discovering the empty interior of the warehouse, fury ignited within all the bees instantaneously. Inside an uninhabited residence, Jiang Bai emerged with Lu Rui. Leaning against Jiang Bai, Lu Rui gently began to remove his clothing. Have you made up your mind? Jiang Bai inquired. Lu Rui nodded softly. As night deepened, Jiang Bai sat on the sofa. Lost in contemplation, he had once believed his physical prowess could triumph over any formidable adversary. Little did he anticipate that he would almost falter due to a woman. The taste of love is undoubtedly sweet. A sentiment known only to those who have experienced it for the single souls. Indeed, there is also Fat Tiger. Jiang Bai hastily released Fat Tiger from the white space, wooed as soon as Fat Tiger emerged. It could not help but emit a low growl, detecting an unusual scent in the air. What are you growling about? Keep an eye on her. I'll be stepping out for a moment. Jiang Bai kicked Fat Tiger lightly, his figure dissipating from the room. Whoa. Fat Tiger lamented, the promise, honey, you've not mentioned a word about. Eagle Palace. Since the last zombie riot, the higher-ups, including Eagle Sauce, had discreetly evacuated. However, as the supreme center of authority in Eagle Sauce Nation, to avoid embarrassment before other nations, the high-ranking officials, including Eagle Sauce, stationed a legion within Eagle Palace. Their purpose was to create a facade, leading other nations to believe they were still present in the palace, in an unoccupied room. Jiang Bai materialized. His objective was to command a special team to pilot an aircraft within the white space. There were no fewer than 1,000 planes of various sizes. Yet, aside from the most standard helicopters, he could not operate any other models. Thus, seeking professionals became paramount. With a creak, Jiang Bai pushed the door open and stepped into the hallway. The soldiers stationed nearby were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Bai emerge, but quickly raised their weapons, aiming them at him. Lower your weapons. That a purple light flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes. Yes, bossed out in their dazed state. The soldiers fell under Jiang Bai's control, lowering their firearms and regarding him with utmost respect. Chris also in Eagle Palace. Jiang Bai, discerning the soldiers' thoughts, furrowed his brow. He then swaggered deeper into the palace. Shortly after his departure, several soldiers drew daggers and sliced their own necks. Useless soldiers had no need to occupy control slots. As he walked past, soldier after soldier fell under Jiang Bai's influence. Committing suicide. Ding! Psychic control proficiency has reached maximum capacity, upgrading in progress. Upon completion, the current level is LV2. After orchestrating the demise of over 100 soldiers, Jiang Bai was greeted by the system's notification in his mind. This upgrade of his psychic control ability bestowed upon him an additional skill. Remote telepathy. He could now converse and communicate with others within their minds. The skill, seemingly cumbersome, proved to be highly practical, serving as an optimal means for discreet communication. Simultaneously, the number of individuals he could control increased from 20 to 40. Chris was in a rather foul mood, assigned to guard Eagle Palace. Yet, the palace offered nothing but its grandeur. She could glean no useful intelligence while stationed here. Sigh. Chris sank into the sofa, exhaling deeply. Chris, come see me. That a commanding voice unexpectedly resonated within her mind, but Chris's expression turned to one of surprise. She recognized it as Jiang Bai's voice and hurriedly sprang from the sofa. Rushing outside, in the corridor, a tall figure stood with his back to her. Master! Chris's face lit up with joy as she hastened towards Jiang Bai. He turned to face her. Today, Chris looked stunning, adorned in a black leather outfit that lent her an air of wildness. Her flowing hair tied back. In that instant, Jiang Bai felt an urge to polish his shoes. He touched his somewhat empty kidney and released a healing spell. The urge for desire is inherent to human nature. Of course, excluding those who are sexually indifferent, he did not wish to claim their body for himself, but rather to utilize them to assist in their tasks. Chapter 75. Arrival in South Continent. 3 hours later, T1, a private jet took off from Huadong City, soaring through the pitch-black night sky. Inside the cabin, Lu Rui, clad in a black maid outfit, bent down and placed a cherry into Jiang Bai's mouth. Behind him, Chris gently massaged his shoulders. Below, a blonde beauty squatted, diligently pampering Jiang Bai's legs. The pressure is just right. Jiang Bai savored the services of the three beautiful women, nodding contentedly. This was the proper way to navigate the apocalypse. Establishing base cities and clearing zombies were someone else's concerns. His business was to indulge. Just like now, the three beauties vied to serve him. He would have loved to refuse, but his body was uncooperative. Lu Rui cast a wistful glance at Jiang Bai before picking up another cherry and placing it in his mouth. Upon awakening, she found Jiang Bai missing. The next time she laid eyes on him was on this luxurious plane. Accompanied by two other beauties, she understood that in this apocalypse, strong individuals would attract many followers, and he would not lack for women to ask for her, a woman whose only skill was cooking. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Therefore, she had long anticipated Chris's and the blonde beauty's presence. After all, her task was to take care of Jiang Bai's daily needs. Fat Tiger lay nearby, its eyes reflecting envy. During their trip to the zoo, it had failed to find a female tiger. forced to watch Jiang Bai revel instead. Woo! Out of sight, out of mind, Fat Tiger rose and headed toward the cabin's quarters. Master, it's 1 a.m. Would you like me to keep you company? The blonde beauty suddenly inquired. Jiang Bai glanced at the time, waved his hand, and replied, No need. You and Chris can head down. Just let Lu Rui stay. Understood. Chris and the blonde beauty turned to leave. Once they departed, Jiang Bai stood from the sofa, beckoning Lu Rui with a gesture as he walked toward the room. In no way. He can't be thinking what I think he is thinking, right? Lu Rui mused, observing Jiang Bai's silhouette. Though her heart resisted, her body was undeniably honest. Inside the room, Jiang Bai sat on the bed, producing a monkey fruit and handing it to Lu Rui. Here, take this. Consume it. It will enhance your agility. You are still too weak. Is this for me? Lu Rui asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. While she was unaware of the fruit's rarity, the appearance of the golden-haired monkey hinted at its significance. This fruit must be extraordinary. Otherwise, Fat Tiger wouldn't have gone to such lengths to retrieve its indeed for you. Eat it, Jiang Bai insisted. As a chef and maid, Lu Rui's strength was alarmingly inadequate. Akin to that of an ordinary person, that he did not wish to be distracted by protecting Lu Rui should danger arise. Thus, enhancing her capabilities was of utmost importance. Moreover, while the monkey fruit was precious, it held no value for him at his current strength. Consuming it was akin to eating regular fruit, merely offering a singular taste experience. Is it truly for me? Lu Rui inquired cautiously, a sweet sensation blooming within her heart. Among the three women, Jiang Bai had not offered the fruit to Chris or the blonde beauty, but had chosen her instead, signifying her importance in his eyes. Hurry and eat. Without further ado, Jiang Bai placed the monkey fruit in Lu Rui's mouth. Casting her a glance, for the first time, he noticed just how much inner turmoil this woman harbored. Chris and the blonde beauty were both agents of Eagle Sauce Nation. Once he withdrew his psychic control over them, they would immediately betray him. Providing them with monkey fruit would only bolster the enemy. The monkey fruit was indeed bitter, but Lu Rui tasted sweetness. Buzzing, the plane continued its journey towards the South Continent. The cabin enveloped in silence as Jiang Bai's words ushered everyone into slumber, with the exception of the pilots, who could not afford to sleep. If they did, who would pilot the plane? Snore. Fat Tiger snored softly, dreaming of a reunion with a female tiger. Morning dawned. The following day at 2 p.m., the plane landed in an airport. Jiang Bai disembarked, feeling rejuvenated, with only Lu Rui and Fat Tiger following behind him. As for Chris and the others, he had instructed them to return to Eagle Sauce Nation. Knowledge of both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Chris and her companions were akin to Eagle Sauce, his eyes and ears within the nation. Let us go. Jiang Bai casually released a rugged vehicle, carrying Lu Rui and Peng Hu, as they drove towards the distant town. Unlike the towering edifices of Eagle Sauce Nation, the environment of Southern Continent is, to put it mildly, difficult to articulate. Here, numerous small nations exist, some overflowing with wealth, while others languish in poverty and backwardness. Disease, stagnation, destitution, and indolence have become synonymous with this region. Seated in the passenger seat, Lu Rui glanced at Jiang Bai multiple times, hesitating to voice her thoughts in her perspective. Despite the vastness of Southern Continent, its backwardness rendered it unworthy of their long journey. Hearing her unspoken sentiments, Jiang Bai chuckled and shook his head. Lu Rui was aware of only one side of the coin. Although the region was indeed underdeveloped, it was precisely this abundance that led the locals to live in complacency, filling their bellies without much effort and fostering a lazy disposition. Experts once analyzed that Southern Continent is the most fertile land globally, its richness far surpassing that of the rabbit realm. Yet its inhabitants are deemed the laziest in the world. As long as they have food, they see no need to toil. Furthermore, Southern Continent boasts the largest primeval forests on the planet, before the apocalypse. These forests were humanity's forbidden zone. Due to the lack of human exploration, after the cosmic energy eruption, countless ferocious beasts emerged within the primeval woods, gorillas towering as high as a building, colossal pythons exceeding 100 meters, and man-eating flowers that could consume souls. Naturally, danger coexists with opportunity. The more perilous the place, the greater the opportunities it harbors. Within the primeval forests, there exist not only fierce beasts, but also numerous chances. In a previous life, someone, while exploring the primeval forest, inadvertently consumed a small herb, catapulting from a third-tier ability user to a seventh tier. That individual was none other than his arch-nemesis, Zhao Wuji. However, in this life, Zhao Wuji would not be so fortunate. Presently, it is likely that Zhao Wuji has long succumbed to the blast of 10 missiles that, of course, whether Zhao Wuji lives or dies will remain uncertain until his corpse is found. Even if Zhao Wuji were still alive, so what? Jiang Bai intended to allow Zhao Wuji to experience the true meaning of cruelty. Chapter 76. Refugees. The town was small yet exceedingly eerie. Jiang Bai, accompanied by Lu Rui and Pang Hu, wandered through several streets without encountering a single soul. Not even a zombie appeared. It was as though all living beings within the town had vanished in a thin air. Silence, desolation, and barrenness enveloped them. What is going on in this town? Why isn't there even a single zombie? Lu Rui asked, perplexed. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow and shook his head. I do not know either. However, abnormal occurrences often harbor underlying dangers. We should exercise caution. Lu Rui nodded in agreement. The trio continued driving forward. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, they exited the town, arriving at a muddy road. Help me. Please, give me something to eat. I beg you. I've gone 5 days without food. Along the roadside, a group of emaciated refugees obstructed their path, pleading desperately. Jiang Bai's expression remained impassive as he pressed the accelerator. Driving the vehicle straight towards the refugees, it was not that he lacked compassion, but rather that he had no choice. Some perished from starvation due to helplessness, while others succumbed to their own laziness. In this apocalyptic world, human life was as insignificant as grass. If he dared to halt the vehicle and reveal even a morsel of food, they would be instantly overwhelmed by the refugees. Human nature could not withstand such trials. He shunned. Are refugees even human? Their sole desire was to survive, indifferent to whether he was helping them or not. Buzzing, the engine roared to its maximum capacity. Bang! One refugee after another was flung aside by the vehicle's front, collapsing to the ground. Nonetheless, this did not deter the remaining refugees from moving closer. For every refugee that fell, 2 or 3 more took their place. Standing resolutely before the vehicle, their skin was dark, yet their eyes gleamed with determination. Gradually, the number of refugees in front of the vehicle swelled. They used their bodies to forcefully halt the rugged vehicle, rendering it immobile. Lu Rui's expression turned anxious. In tumultuous times, humans were no better than dogs. The multitude of eyes fixated on her sent chills down her spine, creating an unsettling illusion that they were gazing at food. They want to eat us, Lu Rui exclaimed. Jiang Bai remained unfazed, aware of the refugee current thoughts due to his mind control abilities, that he casually retrieved a C4 bomb, placing it within the vehicle, that he could forfeit the car. But those who attempted to steal it would pay a price, even if they were refugees. Bang! Bang! Outside the vehicle, refugees began smashing the windows. They had spotted Pang Hu and Jiang Bai inside, food in their eyes. Both Pang Hu and Jiang Bai were merely sources of sustenance. In their desperation for food, they had disregarded everything else. Oh, whoa. Pang Hu trembled under their gaze, feeling a twinge of fear. Jiang Bai, unfazed, set a 1-minute timer on the C4 bomb before vanishing from the vehicle with Lu Rui and Pang Hu. Before departing, he deliberately left a piece of bread behind. Bread. Food. The eyes of the refugees lit up, and disregarding how Jiang Bai and the others had disappeared, they rushed towards the vehicle in a frenzy. Tick, tick, the timer for the bomb grew shorter. 1 minute passed. With a resounding explosion, a massive fireball overturned the rugged vehicle, claiming the lives of over 100 refugees. Food. It's all food. The remaining refugees showed no signs of panic. Instead, they eagerly began to scavenge the corpses of their fallen companions on a mountaintop 500 meters away. Lu Rui watched in shock at the refugees' actions. Eating one another. These 4 words she had only previously encountered in textbooks. She never imagined that today she would witness such a grim reality. This moment Words failed to express her feelings. The wave of nausea surged in her stomach. Ugh! Unable to contain herself, Lu Rui doubled over and vomited. She had seen people consume duck intestines, fatty intestines, and ham sausages, but she had never witnessed anyone devouring human flesh. This was beyond mere disgust. It was utterly horrifying. Vomit it out. You'll get used to it. Jiang Bai remarked calmly, standing nearby. In his previous life, he had shared Lu Rui's sentiments, feeling unaccustomed when first encountering such scenes. However, after being deceived and nearly cooked alive, he learned to view everything with indifference. It was on that day that he mastered the art of ruthlessness and unscrupulousness. The world was merely struggling to survive. Why should he strive to be the Good Samaritan? The lives and deaths of humanity were of no concern to him. With over 10 billion people globally, even if 80% were infected, there would still be over 2 billion remaining. Even if he wished to save them, could he truly do so? Let us go. Once Lu Rui felt slightly better, Jiang Bai produced another rugged vehicle, climbed in, and drove away. Shortly after their departure, another vehicle appeared on the road. Unfortunately, this vehicle lacked Jiang Bai's fortune and was immediately swarmed by the refugees. Never to escape again. Jiang Bai, is humanity truly so terrifying at times? They're devouring their own kind. In the vehicle, Lu Rui was filled with myriad emotions. Her heart had accepted the earlier scene. Yet she still yearned to voice her thoughts. Are people really that dreadful at times? Jiang Bai, holding a bottle of cola in his right hand and steering with his left, chuckled and shook his head. Humans are complex beings. Some would rather die than yield, while others feel that a miserable existence is better than no life at all. I can only tell you that in this apocalypse, never display excessive kindness. If you do, you'll suffer greatly. Yes, that's so. Lu Rui forced a bitter smile. The events of the day had profoundly impacted her. The atmosphere in the vehicle turned unusually silent. Several hours later, the rugged vehicle halted before a sight of shattered remnants. Jiang Bai stepped out, gazing at the ruins before him with a smile. This was the lair of the War God Hall, the ancestral home of Zhao Wuji. Days prior, he had manipulated the Great Eagle Sauce to launch 10 missiles here. Now, it seemed the missiles had proven effective as he spotted dozens of white skeletons. They were likely members of the War God Hall, though their flesh appeared to have been devoured by some entity. Is this our first stop? Lu Rui, accompanied by Pang, who disembarked and approached Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai turned, producing a photograph of Zhao Wuji, handing it to Lu Rui and Pang, who with unyielding authority. You two, along with the tiger, form a team. Find this man's corpse amidst the ruins. Whoever locates it will receive a generous reward. I'll ensure you get a substantial gift. A gift, Pang, whose mind conjured images of the little female tiger and the crispy treat. Chapter 77, Royal Life Form. Heavenly Spirit Vine. Let the mission commence. As Jiang Bai waved his hand, Lu Rui and Fat Tiger entered the ruins one after the other. To be frank, Jiang Bai harbored little hope of discovering Zhao Wuji's corpse. The ruins of the God of War temple were neither vast nor minuscule, spanning several miles, filled with the remnants of collapsed buildings. Even with the combined efforts of Lu Rui and Fat Tiger, or even 100 people, finding a body would be a daunting task. Yet sometimes fate unfolds in mysterious ways. After several minutes, Fat Tiger bounded towards Jiang Bai, a decayed human head clamped in its jaws, its expression brimming with excitement. Jiang Bai took the head, scrutinizing it closely, and inwardly exclaimed in disbelief that it was indeed Zhao Wuji, his buzz-cut, small mustache, and rather unremarkable features. Jiang Bai found it hard to process. Was Zhao Wuji truly dead? In his previous life, Zhao Wuji had relentlessly pursued him for so long. All the enmity they shared, just like smoke dissipating into the air. In that moment, a peculiar emotion swelled within Jiang Bai. He couldn't quite articulate whether he felt joy or sorrow. On one hand, Zhao Wuji was finally dead, avenging the grievances of his previous life. On the other hand, was this how Zhao Wuji met his end? He had envisioned countless ways to kill Zhao Wuji, yet he never anticipated such a simple demise. Well, since he was dead, there was no need to keep the head. Jiang Bai muttered to himself and crushed Zhao Wuji's skull underfoot. A multitude of maggots crawled out from within. Roar! Fat Tiger suddenly growled, tugging at Jiang Bai's clothing and leading him deeper into the ruins. Have you found something good? Jiang Bai's expression brightened, and he beckoned Lu Rui to follow as they trailed behind Fat Tiger. The trio traversed the remnants of the God of War temple and arrived at the depths of a valley. Before a pitch-black cave entrance, Fat Tiger halted. There's actually a cave here, Lu Rui remarked with curiosity. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, retrieving a flashlight and stepping into the cave first. After only a few paces inside, dozens of small white flowers adorned the walls, catching his eye a six-tier herb, cleansing flower, and there are so many. Jiang Bai's expression shifted slightly as he unhesitatingly plucked the white flowers, placing them into his spatial pocket. The cleansing flower, a six-tier herb, could concoct potions that cleanse impurities from the human body, fortifying the meridians to accommodate greater energy if the human body were deemed to have a capacity of 1. Then after using the cleansing potion, its capacity could rise to 1.5 or even 2. Imagine, during a confrontation between two equally matched psychics, one depleted of energy while the other still able to unleash their abilities. The outcome is predictable. Moreover, by his estimation, there were no fewer than 20 cleansing flowers on the walls. Pluck! I shall pluck! After a flurry of gathering, not a single cleansing flower remained on the walls. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 28 blooms. Roar! Fat Tiger urged them on. The trio continued forward. Ahead lay a passage, and upon traversing it, Jiang Bai and Lu Rui entered a chamber. Scanning the room, they beheld a several-meter-long green vine adorning the walls. Heavenly Spirit Vine. It's actually the Heavenly Spirit Vine. Jiang Bai's shoulders began to tremble. This was a bountiful harvest. He was about to reap great rewards. The Heavenly Spirit Vine, in its juvenile form, is an Imperial-level special life form, capable of withstanding 80 of attacks below the Imperial tier. No wonder Zhao Wuji had managed to escape death multiple times in his previous life. With the Heavenly Spirit Vine, even a mere dog could become an indestructible creature beneath the Imperial level. Coupled with 28 cleansing flowers, that same dog could ascend to a divine level. Now that Zhao Wuji was dead, both the cleansing flowers and the Heavenly Spirit Vine would belong to Jiang Bai. Suppressing the whirlwind of emotions within, Jiang Bai stepped forward towards the Heavenly Spirit Vine, cutting his palm to draw a drop of blood and letting it drip onto the vine. The once vibrant green vine transformed into a deep crimson at a visible rate. Wrapping around Jiang Bai, this Lu Rui's face displayed concern, genuinely worried that Jiang Bai might encounter an accident. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger roamed the chamber as if searching for something. Jiang Bai remained still, allowing the Heavenly Spirit Vine to envelop him. Encasing him within a crimson sphere, he understood that the vine was recognizing its master, in the extraordinary biological compendium of his previous life. The Heavenly Spirit Vine ranked first. According to the compendium, the Heavenly Spirit Vine is a unique organism, likely brought to this planet by extraterrestrial beings millions of years. It can both attack and defend, in terms of offense. The vine's resilience can pierce through all known defenses, be it rock or steel. Before it, they are as fragile as paper. In terms of defense, it not only immunizes against 80 of energy attacks below its level, but also against physical attacks. Its vines are incredibly tough and possess self-healing abilities. Typical weapons struggle to sever its vines, and even if they do, they will regenerate after a short time. Most importantly, the Heavenly Spirit Vine is a growth-capable life form. This means that, as its level rises, it can eventually become immune to divine-level attacks, and even those above. A treasure, an absolute treasure. With the successful recognition of its master, Jiang Bai focused his thoughts, and the Heavenly Spirit Vine integrated into his body. He activated his steel transformation ability and summoned a vine to pierce his right arm. With a spark, Jiang Bai felt a sting as the vine penetrated his steel skin, drawing forth a splash of blood. Jiang Bai, Lu Rui exclaimed, alarmed and rushing forward. Don't come closer. Jiang Bai waved her off, waiting for the wound on his arm to heal before conjuring a spatial shield to let the Heavenly Spirit Vine impale once more. A clang resonated as the vine struck the shield. Jiang Bai exhaled in relief, though he felt a twinge of regret. And no matter how powerful the Heavenly Spirit Vine, It ultimately could not penetrate the fabric of space. Yet, he was still immensely satisfied. After all, his steel transformation ability had been reinforced by the system. The fact that the heavenly spirit vine could penetrate his steel transformation was sufficient proof of its offensive power. Regarding this expedition to the god of war temple ruins, he felt utterly content. Not only had he laid eyes on the head of his nemesis, but he had also acquired the opportunity that belonged to that enemy. What could be more gratifying than these two accomplishments? This lifetime he was secure, Jiang Bai muttered to himself. Feeling as if a long-held burden had been lifted, his body flooded with an indescribable sense of lightness and clarity. Roar! After exploring the chamber, Fat Tiger turned and headed towards the cave entrance. His departure indicated that there was nothing of value left in the cave. Let us head out, Jiang Bai said to Lu Rui. Oh, all right, Lu Rui nodded gently. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt that Jiang Bai was somehow different from before. Chapter 78. Former Enemies. Did you get more handsome? Jiang Bai remarked suddenly. Huh. Lu Rui was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. She couldn't deny that despite his rough demeanor, the man was indeed quite handsome. You don't need to tell me. I'm well aware of my own charm. Tonight, let's feast on tiger whiskers, Jiang Bai said, wrapping an arm around Lu Rui's shoulders with a grin. His mood was exceptionally buoyant. When a person is free from mortgages, debts, and the grind of daily life, they undoubtedly live with ease. Jiang Bai was that person now. The death of Zhao Wuji had lifted the final heavy stone from his heart. With his rising power and an abundance of resources, he felt completely unencumbered. Jiang Bai believed that one must treat oneself well throughout life. In contrast, Fat Tiger's mood was considerably heavier. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's mention of tiger whiskers, it trembled slightly, feigning ignorance and hastening its pace towards the cave's exit. Such a notion was far too perilous and unfriendly to it. The trio emerged from the cave and the ruins of the god of war temple, reaching the valley's mouth just as they prepared to board their vehicle. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. Looking up, they saw a helicopter hovering above them. A dozen fully armed mercenaries descended from the aircraft via ropes, landing on the ground with expressionless faces, their guns aimed squarely at Jiang Bai and his companions. What a narrow path for bitter enemies, Jiang Bai chuckled coldly, his gaze fixated with icy intent on a woman in front of the mercenaries. The woman was tall and graceful, her sweet features framed by long black hair tied back. Clad in camouflage, she exuded a strikingly commanding presence. Any ordinary man would likely be captivated by her aura, but Jiang Bai was not swayed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The woman was none other than the one who had broken his legs in the girl's dormitory during his previous life. She was a key general under Zhao Wuji, one of the future 5 warlords, Queen of Flames, Winnie Rutherford, or simply Winnie. Who are you? Why are you at the god of war temple ruins? What is your connection to its destruction? Winnie spoke with a deadly intent, her words laced with arrogance and an imperious tone. As her voice faded, a fierce fire ignited around her. Due to the premature demise of Gu Fangxue, Winnie was presently unaware of Jiang Bai's identity. Who are we? Jiang Bai smiled, harboring the intention of utilizing Winnie and her mercenaries to experiment with the defensive capabilities of the Tianling Vine, that he replied candidly. It was I who commanded the destruction of the War God Hall, and it was my foot that crushed Zhao Wuji's head. Now, tell me, who do you think we are? Are you courting death? Winnie's expression turned frosty. She raised her right hand and gestured, prompting a dozen mercenaries to instantly pull their triggers. They were seasoned warriors who thrived on the edge of danger and showed no mercy. The sound of gunfire erupted in the valley. Unfazed, Jiang Bai slightly raised his right hand, unleashing the Tianling Vine. The tendrils wrapped around him and his companions before the bullets could reach them. The bullets clanged against the vines, creating sparks, leaving Jiang Bai and his companions unscathed. The mercenaries momentarily halted in their actions, turned their gazes toward Winnie. The inability user must be dealt with by another ability user, a plant-type ability user. You say? Everyone stand down. I shall handle this myself, Winnie declared, the flames surrounding her intensifying as she took a step toward the Tianling Vine. It is well known that fire can overcome wood, a notion that proved to be naive. Jiang Bai scoffed disdainfully, retracting the Tianling vine and activating his ice abilities. Ice spikes materialized out of thin air, thrusting toward Winnie, swiftly freezing the ground in front of the valley. Not good. Winnie's pupils constricted, and as the ice spikes advanced toward her, she attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Jiang Bai was already before her, gripping her neck and forcefully pressing her against the icy surface, silently reciting, "Copy the fire ability." Copying. Copy successful. In an instant, he acquired Winnie's fiery powers. With a resounding thud, the back of Winnie's head struck the ice, and darkness enveloped her vision as she nearly lost consciousness. The mercenaries, witnessing this, were about to fire at Jiang Bai once more when tendrils of the Tianling vine pierced through their abdomens. "In this lifetime, you are woefully weak." Jiang Bai hoisted Winnie into the air, his left arm transforming with strength. Jiang Bai tossed an axe to Lu Rui. She understood her task, grasping the weapon as she approached a frozen zombie, swiftly severing its head. Since consuming the genetic potion, her strength had significantly increased. Previously, it had taken 2 strikes to decapitate a zombie. Now, a single blow sufficed. Pang, who stepped forward, crushing the zombie's skull beneath his foot to extract the crystal core. As before, Lu Rui was in front, dispatching zombies while Pang, who collected the cores behind her. However, this time, Pang, who had grown more cunning. For every core he gathered, he secretly pocketed 2, particularly indulging in the secondary cores by swallowing them whole. He vividly recalled the last instance when Jiang Bai had not shared the cores with him. Thus, he felt compelled to make up for the loss this time. Of course, such antics were conducted behind Jiang Bai's back. He was wary of Jiang Bai's cunning nature. The last time, Jiang Bai had assured him there would be no reckoning later, yet he had kicked Pang, who after the fact, with a crunch. Pang, who inadvertently made a sound while biting into a secondary crystal core, hastily covering his mouth with his paws. His eyes darted around, and upon confirming Jiang Bai was not attentive, he swallowed the core in one gulp. Jiang Bai cast a glance at Pang, who before vanishing from sight, heading toward a certain person's location, he chose not to bring Lu Rui and Pang, who along, as the saying goes. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot grow strong. It was time for Lu Rui and Pang, who to undergo some training. Following him all day, when would they ever stand on their own? As for their safety, Jiang Bai harbored no concerns. Given Pang, whose gluttonous and sly nature, he would be the first to flee with Lu Rui if danger arose. Moreover, Pang, who had already evolved into a 3rd-level mutant beast, rendering 2nd-level zombies no match for him. With Jiang Bai's disappearance, Pang, whose behavior became increasingly reckless. What had started as a 2-to-1 ratio turned into 3-to-1 for every 4 crystal cores. He would secretly consume 3, leaving only 1 for Jiang Bai. After several instances of teleportation, Jiang Bai arrived at the entrance of a heavily fortified villa, based on his memories from his past life. That person resided within these walls. Surrounding the villa were towering concrete walls topped with electrified fencing. Armed mercenaries patrolled the perimeter, standing vigilant. Clearly, the entire villa had been transformed into a miniature base city by that individual. As Jiang Bai's figure came into view, several mercenaries aimed their weapons at him, and no need for such tension. "I am Jiang Bai, here to see He Xiong. Kindly relay this message to him," Jiang Bai stated, unflinching in the face of multiple gun barrels. "Please hold on," one mercenary called out, gesturing for the others to lower their weapons before heading inside the villa. He Xiong, whose real name was Gu Tsang, was a wood-type ability user and the long-lost elder brother of Gu Ling. In his previous life, it was Gu Tsang who had saved him that time. He had been thrown from his 6th floor by Wen and I. Facing a horde of approaching zombies, drowning in despair, and on the brink of death, Jiu Tsang had fortuitously passed by, risking offense to Zhao Wuji, and rescued him from the throng of zombies. Afterward, he had asked Gu Tsang why he would risk incurring the wrath of the War God Temple to save him. Jiu Tsang had simply smiled and shaken his head, in his words. The Gu and Jiang families had been friends for generations. Although both families had fallen into misfortune, upon encountering Jiang Bai, he could not simply watch the Jiang lineage come to an end. Regrettably, Gu Tsang had not lived as long as Jiang Bai. Under a nuclear bomb from the Eagle Country, Gu Tsang and his power had been reduced to nothingness. When he received news of Gu Tsang's demise, Jiang Bai had mourned for a considerable time. In his past life, he was not universally hated. Rather, all his dear friends had perished. For instance, the Lin siblings, who had refused to capture him, were killed by Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji. The thought of Zhao Wuji's death filled Jiang Bai with bitterness. In the future, he must replicate the soul ability to locate Zhao Wuji's essence and ensure his eternal destruction. Inside the villa, the air was fragrant with the sounds of birds, a stark contrast to the desolation outside. Beside a private swimming pool, a burly man lounged on a bed, enjoying the massages of two foreign women. It was hard to imagine such a scene in the wake of the apocalypse. Clicking footsteps approached as the mercenaries whispered into the man's ear. "He has indeed arrived," the man muttered, dismissing the women and preparing to rise. "No need to stand on ceremony. I've already come." Jiang Bai's playful voice rang out as he appeared before the man, a smile gracing his features. The man was Gutsong. Upon witnessing Jiang Bai's sudden appearance, Gutsong was not taken aback. He slowly rose, his imposing stature exceeding 2 meters, casting Jiang Bai in a seemingly diminutive light. "For the renowned thief from the Eagle Country to visit, I must extend my greetings. But I wonder, what brings you here, and what does it mean that you were instructed to wait for me through my sister's email?" Gutsong inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Jiang Bai scrutinized Gutsong. Aware that he had activated his abilities, he retrieved a spatial ring and tossed it to Gutsong. "I have come to save you. My request for you to wait is also for your rescue. The apocalypse has arrived, and the world is no longer as it once was. Nations have lost their constraints, and there are no longer any taboos. I trust you are aware of the extraordinary energy within you." Gutsong furrowed his brow. How had Jiang Bai discerned his abilities without him ever demonstrating them? And what did Jiang Bai mean by saving him? As a mercenary leader, Gutsong had never believed in free lunches. "No one would help him without reason. At Ling is carrying my child, and as her elder brother, I would expect your assistance," Jiang Bai stated nonchalantly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. He was not deceiving Gutsong. Although Gu Linger was not currently pregnant, the future could be different. They had already shared a bed and engaged in every conceivable act. Although they had not taken the final step, could he truly let Gu Linger escape? That was clearly impossible. "Is Linger pregnant?" Gutsong murmured, concern washing over his features. Yet, as he considered the current environment, worry soon replaced his initial concern. In this post-apocalyptic world, how could Gu Linger ensure her health and that of the unborn child? Was she eating well? Had she been frightened by zombies? A torrent of thoughts flooded Gutsong's mind. Jiang Bai observed Gutsong lost in contemplation, a faint smile gracing his lips. If the other party held value, he did not mind employing some unconventional means to lower his own stature. This was not servility. Cao Cao hosted small feasts every 3 days and grand banquets every 5 to win over Guan Yu. Was that servility? Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang thrice to invite him from seclusion. Was that servility? Those who achieve great things should not be constrained by trivialities. Those who pride themselves on their integrity often accomplish nothing. "Is she well?" After a few minutes, Gutsong finally voiced his concerns. Jiang Bai patted Gutsong's shoulder, nodding gently. "She is doing quite well, having gained a good amount of weight." That moment, in a street of Choyu City, Gu Linger suddenly sneezed. She was currently leading over 100 students from Zhengdan University, scavenging for supplies and hunting zombies. The sound of her sneeze gave her an odd sensation, as if someone were whispering about her. Who could it be? Gu Linger activated her mind control ability to eavesdrop on the thoughts of the students around her. Her surprise, she indeed heard some differing voices at the rear of the group. A freckled girl glanced at Gu Linger's back and turned to whisper to another girl with wavy hair beside her. "Nana, why do you think Zhuang and Wang Xiao listen to Gu Linger so intently? Is she hiding something from us?" The freckled girl trailed off, her expression conveying a knowing look. The wavy-haired girl, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of jealousy in her eyes and smirked slightly. Of course. Gu Linger, as our school-s flower, appears aloof, but who knows how promiscuous she is beneath the surface? In my opinion, when she s behind our backs, she must have been trading on her looks. Otherwise, how could Wang Xiao be so devoted to her? I think so too. The freckled girl nodded in agreement. Just as they were conversing, the group suddenly halted before a large supermarket, refusing to advance further. Gu Linger turned her head, casting a cold glance at the two girls at the back. then faced a few male students beside her. All right, there's a supermarket here. Let us go in and search for some supplies. No matter how skilled a thief may be, it is impossible for them to empty an entire city of its treasures. Dazhuang, take your team, along with Nana and Xiao Wei, to scout the surroundings for any other survivors. The rest of us will break down the door and proceed to search for supplies. Chapter 81. The White Wolf Mercenary Corps. Understood. As Guling trusted confidant, Dazhuang understood her intentions the moment she blinked. Leading the two girls towards the street behind them, the two girls exchanged glances, a hint of delight flickering in their hearts. This was an opportunity for them to subtly sway Dazhuang while they were alone together. The trio strode into the street without a backward glance. Once they were certain that Gulinger and the others were out of sight, the girl named Nana intentionally adjusted her top, revealing her shoulder, and approached Dazhuang with a coy demeanor, saying, "Dazhuang, I've actually liked you for quite some time. Do you like me?" As she spoke, a blush adorned Nana's cheeks, her eyes sparkling with admiration and adoration for Dazhuang. "Is that so? But I received orders to eliminate you." Dazhuang chuckled foolishly, his right hand gripping Nana's neck with a forceful twist. With a sickening crack, he snapped her neck in the gaze of her adoring eyes. The freckled girl gasped, about to scream, but Dazhuang swiftly drew a dagger, plunging it into her heart. "Why?" The freckled girl stammered in disbelief. "The higher-ups ordered your demise in but a fleeting moment. He suffered the loss of dozens of brothers." Fortunately, the zombies surrounding the village had already been eradicated, sparing them further misfortune. "Kill them all," the one-eyed wolf bellowed, only to hear the jarring sound of his machine gun jamming. With a howl, he cast the weapon to the ground and gazed up at the full moon, letting out a cry that reverberated through the night. As the sound echoed, his head transformed into that of a white wolf. His limbs morphed into white wolf paws, and his clothing tore apart, revealing a coat of pristine white fur. Werewolf transformation? Jiang Bai mused as he observed the one-eyed wolf, shaking his head in disdain. This ability was not one he intended to emulate, though the idea of becoming a werewolf seemed rather impressive. It was a FAD was merely a superfluous ability. Indeed, no, all beast transformations could be deemed superfluous as a human. One could never surpass the true beasts. Moreover, once one embraced beast transformation, they inherited the weaknesses of the beasts. For instance, the werewolf's vulnerability lay in its waist. Consequently, after undergoing transformation, the one-eyed wolf also became susceptible at his waist. In other words, if one could slay a ferocious beast, they could likely vanquish a human-possessing beast transformation. Thankfully, such abilities were predominantly found among foreigners. In contrast, the awakened powers of the citizens of Rabbit Nation were mostly elemental. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Within the village, as Jiang Bai pondered these thoughts, the transformed one-eyed wolf tore apart a mosquito the size of a large hen, retrieving a green crystal core. Buzzing ensued as the remaining mosquitoes, sensing danger, flitted away in haste. Before long, apart from the carcasses littering the ground, there were no mosquitoes left in the village. With a sigh of relief, the one-eyed wolf reverted from his transformation. "What's this? A mere handful of mosquitoes has left you so exhausted?" A teasing voice chimed unexpectedly from behind him. The one-eyed wolf's heart raced as he swiftly turned around. There, perched upon a nearby rooftop, stood a young man with a playful smile. The youth, appearing no older than 20, perhaps even younger, inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to the base of my White Wolf Mercenary Corps?" The one-eyed wolf demanded loudly, drawing the attention of dozens of mercenaries who swiftly aimed their weapons at Jiang Bai. They feared insects and zombies, but felt no trepidation towards a mere human. As mercenaries, who among them hadn't taken a life? "I am Jiang Bai. Perhaps you've heard this name before. However, I advise you to lower your weapons quickly. Otherwise, I may very well annihilate you all." Jiang Bai replied with a charming smile, his form flickering as he appeared before the one-eyed wolf. Before the one-eyed wolf could react, Jiang Bai seized him and transported him to the rooftop. The mercenaries were left in shock. The one-eyed wolf's pupils dilated, and a cold sweat broke upon his brow. Just moments ago, he hadn't even seen Jiang Bai's movements as he had been whisked to the rooftop. If this man intended to kill him, he would have already met his demise. Jiang Bai, is that not the name of the infamous international thief? A bespectacled mercenary below exclaimed. Bingo, you guessed correctly, but alas. There is no reward, Jiang Bai replied with a grin. Just as he prepared to take control of the one-eyed wolf, his expression shifted abruptly. He had heard the one-eyed wolf's thoughts. It turned out that the one-eyed wolf had kidnapped a woman from Rabbit Nation, a highly accomplished individual. No less. Most importantly, her name was Jiang Xinru. This name, while commonplace now, will become a household name in the future. And no wonder Jiang Xinru had always appeared so frosty towards any man in her past life. It was this scoundrel's doing, Jiang Bai muttered to himself as he dragged the one-eyed wolf into a room. Upon entering, he beheld a woman of distinctly Eastern beauty bound upon a bed. Whoa! Upon seeing Jiang Bai and the one-eyed wolf, Jiang Xinru's eyes filled with terror, and she struggled violently against her restraints. With a swift motion, Jiang Bai knocked the one-eyed wolf unconscious and approached the bed, calmly unbinding Jiang Xinru, who gazed at him in fear. You need not be afraid. I am here to rescue you, he assured her. Yet, Jiang Xinru did not trust him, curling away in fright. In this unfamiliar village. How could she be sure that Jiang Bai wasn't merely enacting a ruse? Perhaps it was he who orchestrated her abduction. Jiang Bai, catching a glimpse of Jiang Xinru's thoughts, smiled gently. You may not believe me, but there is one person you surely will trust. His name is Jiang Minghua. My grandfather. The jolt of recognition coursed through Jiang Xinru as her eyes widened in disbelief. Why, you are Jiang Bai, she exclaimed. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. That you've grown so much. Jiang Xinru uttered in astonishment, her mind racing back 2 decades. That year, she was just 5 years old when her parents sent her to live with a farmer named Jiang Minghua. She spent 5 years there, many of which had faded from her memory. Yet, she distinctly recalled that the farmer had a chubby grandson. 5 years later, her parents took her away, and she never saw the farmer again. As she grew older, she sought out the village, hoping to find him, only to learn from the villagers that he had long since moved away, his whereabouts unknown. She could not recall where the farmer had gone. Yet she held on to a vague memory of his kind face, as for the farmer's grandson. She only recalled hearing the farmer mention him occasionally. But how did you end up here? Jiang Xinru asked, pulling herself from her reverie, suppressing her inner turmoil. Jiang Bai shrugged, chuckling lightly. I initially intended to recruit the White Wolf Mercenary Corps for my own purposes. That I never anticipated encountering you here. Thankfully, I have not arrived too late. Had I been a moment later, he left the sentence hanging, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Xinru. Truth be told, he did not know this woman well, nor did he have any ties to her. His motivation for saving her stemmed solely from her future endeavors. What a coincidence, Jiang Xinru remarked, then fell silent. An atmosphere of stillness enveloped the room. She did not fully trust him, and he recognized her skepticism. Neither spoke first. That a few moments later, the one-eyed wolf stirred, groggy and disoriented, breaking the silence that had settled in the room. Jiang Xinru involuntarily trembled at the sight. Did I hit him too lightly? Jiang Bai mused, directing his gaze at the one-eyed wolf. Activating his ability, a vine pierced through the one-eyed wolf's temple. The one-eyed wolf's pupils dilated. And then he fell silent. You killed him, Jiang Xinru exclaimed, looking at Jiang Bai in shock. Jiang Bai nodded. If I do not kill him, how can I prove that I am not allied with him? How can I dispel your doubts? Why, you know what I am thinking. Jiang Xinru's face reflected her astonishment. Jiang Bai nodded again, retracting the vine. Just a guess. Please wait here for me, that I have some matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly. With that, Jiang Bai vanished from the room in an instant. Are you truly his grandson? Jiang Xinru murmured to herself, gazing at the now empty room. Outside the room, Jiang Bai manifested, striding directly towards the quarters of the second-in-command of the White Wolf Mercenary Corps. Initially, he had intended to subdue the one-eyed wolf, but it seemed that was no longer feasible, compared to Jiang Xinru. The one-eyed wolf was inconsequential. No, the entirety of the White Wolf Mercenary Corps paled in significance. Yet he had promised Gutsong to assist in subduing the White Wolf Mercenary Corps. One must fulfill their commitments. The second-in-command of the White Wolf Mercenary Corps was a middle-aged man of East Asian descent, sporting glasses and named Zhao Li. Upon Jiang Bai's arrival, Zhao Li calmly prepared a cup of tea for him, stating, There's an old saying in our country. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Mr. Thief, please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea from home. Rest assured, it is not poisoned. Ha! Jiang Bai scoffed derisively, seating himself before Zhao Li and downing the tea in one gulp. Before him, Zhao Li's ability panel materialized. Name: Zhao Li, gender, male, ability, extreme calm. Can be copied, extreme calm. Zhao Li maintains a rational mind when faced with any problem. The greater the issue, the calmer he becomes. That is sage indeed. Mr. Second in Command of the White Wolf Mercenary Corps, you must have already guessed my purpose in seeking you. Jiang Bai said with a smile, pouring himself another cup of tea. Zhao Li lowered his head, bringing the teacup to his lips, and calmly replied, Mr. Thief, do you know my true origins? My background is far more complex than you might imagine. To subdue me and command the White Wolf Mercenary Corps is, I fear, an unattainable endeavor. Yes, that's so. Jiang Bai chuckled lightly, pointing towards the sky, and said, Isn't Mr. Zhao's background tied to those above? You are here under their orders, deliberately lurking within the ranks of the White Wolf Mercenary Corps to accomplish a special mission. Am I correct in my assertion? Zhao Li, holding his teacup, paused momentarily. He raised his gaze towards Jiang Bai, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Yet he maintained his composure as he replied, Since the thief Mr. Jiang is aware of my origins, he should also understand our principles. We will never betray our country or our people. Your plan is likely to fail. Jiang Bai smiled and shook his head. No. I believe Mr. Zhao has misunderstood. What I seek is the White Wolf Mercenary Corps, while you are here to fulfill your mission. In other words, there is no conflict of interest between us. On the contrary, if the White Wolf and Black Bear Mercenary Corps were to merge, it would greatly aid you in achieving your objectives. Would it not? Zhao Li furrowed his brow, lost in thought. His infiltration into the White Wolf Mercenary Corps was initially intended to ascertain the undercurrents of the mercenary world. Now, with the War God Temple obliterated by the Eagle Country, the largest mercenary groups in the south had dwindled to just the White Wolf and Black Bear. A merger of the two would indeed facilitate his mission. However, he could not fathom Jiang Bai's true intentions. As the apocalypse looms and global turmoil ensues, if Jiang Bai were to exploit the two major mercenary groups as a springboard to seize control of the South, he would unwittingly become an accomplice. Trust me, regardless of my intentions, there is no one in this world who can thwart me. Not the Great Eagle Country, nor you, Zhao Li. Your only path to fulfilling your mission lies in collaborating with me. A mutually beneficial partnership is something those above will undoubtedly welcome. Having spoken, Jiang Bai fell silent, confident that Zhao Li would arrive at the correct decision. Zhao Li remained reticent, his brow knitting and relaxing repeatedly. Minutes passed, and it seemed he had reached a conclusion. Fixing his piercing gaze upon Jiang Bai, he stated, I can't agree to your proposal of merging the White Wolf Mercenary Corps with the Black Bear Mercenary Corps. But I have two conditions. First, you must not compel me to act against discipline or betray my country. Second, after the collaboration of the two mercenary groups, no actions detrimental to the nation are permitted. May our cooperation be fruitful. Jiang Bai extended his hand toward Zhao Li. What kind of conditions are these? Anyone with a conscience would never betray the land or country they stand upon. Except, of course, for those who seek self-interest, for they are not human. Chapter 84. The Elven Transformation of Duolin. May our cooperation be fruitful. Zhao Li likewise extended his hand. Neither party discussed the specifics of their collaboration. All matters would need to be deliberated upon after the two mercenary groups convened. Inside the room, Jiang Xinru gazed at the corpse of the one-eyed wolf. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Bai suddenly materialized before her, tossing a coat her way, saying, Put this on. It's cold in here. In a couple of days, once I have resolved matters here, I will personally escort you back to your homeland. Are you truly his grandson? Jiang Xinru seized the moment to voice her curiosity. Jiang Bai offered no reply, vanishing once more from the room. The following morning, as Jiang Xinru languished in a drowsy haze, a commotion erupted outside the room. It was Gu Tsang, accompanied by the Black Bear Mercenary Corps. Walking through the streets of the White Wolf Mercenary Corps base, Gu Tsang was overwhelmed with excitement. After so many years, his aspiration to absorb the White Wolf Mercenary Corps had finally come to fruition. Brother-in-law, how did you manage to make the White Wolf Mercenary Corps submit? He couldn't help but admire his sister's discernment, exclaiming, "You truly have a talent." Gutsong pulled Jiang Bai closer, beaming with praise. However, the sight of his smile sent a chill down Jiang Bai's spine. Oh, by the way, Gutsong suddenly recalled something, dragging Jiang Bai to a corner and shouted towards the direction of the Black Bear Mercenary Corps. "Duolin, come here for a moment." From the Black Bear Mercenary Corps, a tall, white-haired female mercenary approached upon hearing the call. She appeared to be in her early 20s, exuding an icy demeanor. Her strikingly beautiful yet unsmiling face made her seem intimidating. A killer. As soon as the female mercenary approached, Jiang Bai sensed a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from her, not directed at him, but a residue of her long history of killing. Gutsong patted Jiang Bai's shoulder, grinning. "Brother-in-law, this is the stunning beauty I present to you. Her name is Duolin. Don't let her young age fool you. She has been in the field for 10 years and is responsible for at least 100 lives. I tell you, she is my trump card, and now she is yours. I will not follow a weakling." Duolin suddenly interjected. Even as she spoke, the frigid expression on her face remained unchanged, resembling an emotionless automaton. "Weakling?" A smile flickered across Jiang Bai's face as he swiftly drew the dagger from Duolin's waist, pressing it against her neck. Name: Duolin. Gender: female. Ability: Elven transformation. Replicable: Elven transformation. Duolin can transform into an elf, absorbing moonlight and natural essence to become the Elven Queen. Elven Queen. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow slightly, rifling through all his memories from the past, yet found no rumors regarding Duolin. Just then, Duolin made her move. With one hand, she shoved the dagger away from her neck, while the other swiftly drew a gun from her lower back, aiming it at Jiang Bai's forehead. "Your strength is rather mediocre." Duolin regarded Jiang Bai with an impassive expression, a hint of provocation glimmering in her eyes. "Mediocre?" Jiang Bai scoffed, snatching the gun from Duolin's hand and pressing it against his own temple, pulling the trigger. A loud bang erupted as a bright yellow bullet shot forth. Clang! The bullet struck Jiang Bai's temple, ricocheting off harmlessly. Gutsong was left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Even Duolin's pupils constricted, her icy visage betraying a moment of astonishment. In the world of martial arts, only resilience prevails. That little handgun of yours is better suited for children playing house." Jiang Bai chuckled, tossing the gun back to Duolin. In his previous life, spanning 7 years, he had not heard of anyone capable of transforming into an elf. This could only imply one of two scenarios. Either Duolin had perished prematurely, failing to make a name for herself, or she was a hidden expert who had not revealed her prowess to the outside world. Prior to the apocalypse, the global population had already surpassed 10 billion. Even after the onset of the apocalypse, approximately 2 billion remained. It was not surprising to find concealed, strong individuals among them. Not all powerful beings like Zhao Wujin reveled in the limelight. For instance, some domestic strong individuals quietly protect the nation and its people from the shadows. Regardless of which scenario Duolin belonged to, her ability to transform into an elf and potentially ascend to the title of Elven Queen warranted his investment. After all, it is said that elves are remarkably beautiful. "You are a strong individual. I am willing to follow you." After a brief moment of astonishment, Duolin respectfully addressed Jiang Bai. She was not foolish. Otherwise, she would not have survived to this point. She understood that whether before or after the apocalypse, only by aligning with the strong could one hope to endure longer. "Loyalty. I require your absolute loyalty." A purple light glimmered in Jiang Bai's eyes, and Duolin's demeanor grew increasingly reverent. After several seconds, she stood behind Jiang Bai, clearly having accepted him as her master. Gutsong regarded Duolin's respectful demeanor, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly the Duolin he knew, the one who was cold and indifferent, treating everyone like a mere specter? Based on his understanding of Duolin and her frosty temperament, she would never easily follow someone. It is worth noting that even he had only garnered her reluctant agreement to join his team after saving her life, and through considerable persuasion. Why, then, was Duolin so quick to acquiesce to Jiang Bai? Moreover, what was the purple light that flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes? Was it another ability? Gu Song was utterly perplexed. This was far from the script he had envisioned. In his plan, Duolin was supposed to reject Jiang Bai and then accompany him back. In an instant, Gu Song felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. His sister had run off with Jiang Bai, and now even his capable subordinate had followed suit. Jiang Bai glanced at Gu Song, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and remarked, "Let us proceed. Mr. Zhao is waiting for us in the conference room." Gu Song trailed behind Jiang Bai. Inside the conference room, Zhao had been waiting for the two for quite some time. Duolin intuitively positioned herself at the entrance, preventing anyone from entering the meeting room. During the meeting, the three discussed the collaboration between the two major mercenary groups. Throughout the process, most of the dialogue was dominated by Zhao Li and Gu Song, while Jiang Bai sat nearby. Listening attentively, of course, he would occasionally interject with his own insights and suggestions, for he did not intend to linger in Gu Song's company for too long. The opportunity has been presented to Gu Song. It remains to be seen whether he will make use of it. Should Gu Song seize this chance to establish connections with those above him, it would undoubtedly bring him significant benefits. A glance at all the major bases from previous incarnations reveals that each one was established by a great power. Chapter 85. Fat Tiger. How infuriating. As for the notion of building high walls, stockpiling grain, and delaying ascension to power, spare me the jest. The finest talents and weaponry are firmly in the hands of those above. Attempting to instigate a rebellion under such circumstances is destined to lead only to death. I dare not say more, but under the absence of heavy firepower, a single wave of zombies could decimate an entire base city, not to mention the onslaughts of ferocious beasts and swarms of insects. 3 hours later, Gu Song and Zhao Li finally reached a consensus, outlining the future direction of the merged mercenary groups. The three exited the conference room. Now, it was midday, gazing at the sun hanging high in the sky. Jiang Bai called to Lu Rui and made his way towards Jiang Xinru's room. With Dorian naturally following closely behind, Gu Song patted his belly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he clapped Zhao Li on the shoulder, saying, "Old Zhao, you handle the merger of the two mercenary groups for now. My stomach isn't feeling well. I'll just take a quick trip to the restroom and come find you later." With that, Gu Song hastily followed Jiang Bai without waiting for Zhao Li's response. How perplexing! Zhao Li adjusted his glasses, a look of confusion etched across his face. Inside Jiang Xinru's room, Jiang Bai, Lu Rui, Dorian, and Jiang Xinru gathered around the table. As for Fat Tiger, he lay on the floor, staring blankly at the three women. He couldn't fathom how, after just one night, two young ladies had suddenly appeared beside Jiang Bai. Even more baffling was why no female tiger had come looking for him despite his imposing stature. "Let's eat." Jiang Bai waved his hand and ate dishes of green vegetables, along with a bowl of vegetable soup and a pot of rice. Materialized on the table, Jiang Xinru and Dorian were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Jiang Bai in astonishment. Although they had already learned of Jiang Bai's true identity, witnessing his spatial abilities for the first time left them utterly amazed. Dorian's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Jiang Bai. She never imagined she would have the fortune to follow such a powerful individual. Lu Rui, however, was unfazed by this display, rising to serve Jiang Bai a bowl of rice, then filling bowls for Jiang Xinru and Dorian. She understood that Jiang Bai had likely already considered Jiang Xinru and Dorian as his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited the two women to dine with him. Just as the four were about to start their meal, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open. Gu Song entered with a broad grin, looking at Jiang Bai and the others, and said, "What a coincidence. You're all having a meal. I just wanted to check if you need any assistance. Since you're eating and I haven't had a bite myself, would you mind if I joined you?" Without waiting for an invitation, Gu Song strode to the table and found an empty seat. Eyeing the fragrant rice and 8 dishes of vegetables, Gu Song eagerly filled his bowl and began to devour his food. He was determined to eat Jiang Bai out of house and home in retaliation for his sister and subordinates being taken. Unbeknownst to him, he had taken Fat Tiger's bowl. "Whoa!" Fat Tiger, seeing Gu Song steal his bowl, expressed his dissatisfaction with a disdainful growl. He had never encountered such shamelessness. Recalling the previous grievances, Fat Tiger's eyes gleamed with mischief as he approached Gu Song from behind and spat into his bowl. Gutsong paused in his eating and turned to glare at Fat Tiger. It was intentional. This fat old tiger was doing it on purpose. But what was a single spit worth? Under Fat Tiger's watchful gaze. Gutsong resumed his meal, even consuming the spit that had landed in his bowl. The shock of the tiger, Fat Tiger stared, dumbfounded, at Gutsong. Humph. Gutsong shot a taunting glance at Fat Tiger. In this round, Fat Tiger was clearly the loser. How infuriating. This is too much, Gutsong exclaimed. Eat. You all eat. Don't be shy. Treat this like your own home. Gutsong gestured towards the food, seeing that Jiang Bai and the others were not moving their chopsticks. Lu Rui and the other two couldn't help but twitch their lips. This person truly had no shame. You go ahead and eat. We're not hungry, Jiang Bai chuckled. He had already discerned Gutsong's intentions during the meeting. The 8 dishes were, in fact, prepared specifically for Gutsong. The idea that Gutsong could eat him out of house and home was nothing short of a fantasy. Over 100 million tons of food? Familiarize yourself with that. He resolved to ensure Gutsong understood that haste makes waste. Since you're not eating, I want to hold back. Gutsong swiftly devoured the food on the table. Before long, he had polished off 6 of the 8 dishes. Burp. Satisfied, Gutsong set down Fat Tiger's bowl. Are you full? Jiang Bai asked with a smile. Full. I can't eat another bite. Gutsong patted his belly. That's good. Since you're full, let us dig in. Jiang Bai turned to the 3 women, casually producing various skewers, seafood, and chilled cola and beer. The aroma of grilled food wafted through the air. Fat Tiger picked up a piece of grilled lamb chop, deliberately flaunting it in front of Gutsong. Occasionally licking it with his tongue. He wasn't eating. He was just playing. The Gutsong swallowed hard. He realized he'd been hasty. Although there were 8 dishes and a soup, they were merely green vegetables without any oil or flavor, nowhere near as appealing as barbecue. Delicious. Jiang Bai, whether intentionally or not, made delighted sounds as he ate. While it was somewhat impolite, he couldn't help but enjoy himself. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Finally, Gutsong could no longer endure such humiliation and stood to exit the room. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Zhao Li approaching. Without a word, Zhao Li seized Gutsong and dragged him back into the room. Mr. Zhao has arrived. Please have a seat. Jiang Bai gestured, casually handing Zhao Li a grilled lamb kidney. As for Gutsong, he was completely ignored. How fragrant. The usually composed Zhao Li lost his cool at the enticing aroma of the grilled lamb kidney. Taking a bite, Gutsong was struck with the urge to retch. Wishing to empty his stomach and continue eating. But once full, it was not as easy as just forcing oneself to vomit. By the way, what are these empty plates? Zhao Li asked, glancing at the vacant dishes on the table. Those are the vegetable dishes, all consumed by someone, Jiang Bai replied nonchalantly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Gutsong. Who would be so foolish as to forego meat for mere greens? Zhao Li teased. Gutsong, Chapter 86. Further stockpiling subordinates. After the meal, Zhao Li explained his purpose for coming. He sought equipment that he was aware that Jiang Bai had plundered Choyu City, amassing a vast arsenal of military resources. However, his aim was not Jiang Bai's arms, but rather an armory located within Saixuo City. Once a small nation's capital, Saixuo City had fallen to a group of terrorists before the apocalypse. The armory had subsequently become a leaderless entity. Now that the White Wolf and Black Bear mercenary groups had merged and their power had grown, Zhao Li believed they should seize the armory to bolster their own military supplies. You want me to take action and move the entire stockpile of weapons overnight? Jiang Bai asked, feigning ignorance. Zhao Li shook his head. Not all. This time, I want both mercenary groups to take the lead. The goal is to enhance cooperation and rapport between the two groups. As for you, the big boss, I request you to oversee us, in case we encounter powerful ability users, zombies, or ferocious beasts. Indeed, after the merger, Jiang Bai had been elected as the leader, while Gutsong held the position of deputy leader. Zhao Li served as the military advisor. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai nodded. All right, once the task is completed, I shall depart from here. The affairs of the mercenary groups will be entrusted entirely to you. Rest assured, Zhao Li affirmed. Rising and pulling Gutsong towards the door, he had already discerned that the one lacking sense was Gutsong. After they left, Jiang Bai turned to Dorian and casually tossed her a spatial ring, saying, This is a spatial ring. Keep it safe. In the coming period, I will help you rapidly become a level 2 ability user. However, once you achieve that, I will need you to leave the mercenary group and live independently for a year. A year later, on August 26, return here to find me. If you happen to perish during that year, I will not seek vengeance on your behalf. That I do not accept the weak under my command. That I understand. Doreen, her face etched with gravity, took the spatial ring from Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze towards Jiang Xinru. Just as Jiang Xinru was about to speak, Jiang Bai stood up and walked towards the door. Before leaving, he deliberately kicked Fat Tiger, instructing to keep a watchful eye on Jiang Xinru and ensure that this woman did not escape. "Follow me," Jiang Bai commanded, his voice echoing in Lu Rui's mind, prompting her to hastily trail behind him. The two made their way to another room, where Jiang Bai leisurely seated himself on the edge of the bed. Lu Rui understood her role and slowly knelt down to remove Jiang Bai's shoes. This was not her first experience with such a task. She was quite familiar with it by now. "What are you doing? I didn't ask you to wash my feet." Jiang Bai interrupted Lu Rui's actions. "That I called you over because I have something to discuss." Lu Rui paused, her hands cradling Jiang Bai's feet, momentarily unsure whether to proceed with washing them or not. "Here, take this, drink it, and you will successfully advance to a level 1 Gene warrior." Jiang Bai produced a vial of white liquid and handed it to Lu Rui. "Another one of these?" Lu Rui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This marked the third occasion she had ingested such a substance. "Hurry up and drink it." "Wait, there's another vial." Jiang Bai urged her on. Flushing, Lu Rui swallowed the potion, feeling a surge of intense heat coursing through her body. "Hot. So hot," Lu Rui exclaimed, as an overwhelming warmth enveloped her entire being, akin to a fever exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, causing her heart to race. "Hold on," Jiang Bai wrapped his arms around Lu Rui, releasing his ice-based abilities to cool her down. This time, the potion he provided her was distinctly different from the last. Previously, it had been concocted from a level 1 crystal core. Now, it was derived from a level 2 crystal core, making it far more potent, like a tempest. Rain pattered down relentlessly on the night of Nanzhou as an unexpected downpour commenced. Within the village, nearly 100 trucks were prepped for departure, each carrying dozens of fully armed mercenaries. Leading them was Gutsong T.O.'s the Arms Depot. They had mobilized a force of 3,500 personnel, replete with an abundance of weapons and ammunition, along with a top-tier expert and a formidable tiger. Gutsong stood atop the foremost truck, allowing the rain to drench his attire as he shouted through a megaphone. "Brothers, tonight's operation marks the first large-scale mission since the establishment of our White Bear Mercenary Corps. I assure you, if we succeed, you will enjoy the finest provisions for the foreseeable future. Do you have confidence in completing this task?" "Yes, yes." The 3,500 mercenaries responded in unison. Jiang Bai, sitting inside a rugged vehicle, could only shake his head in resignation. Had it not been for the sparse number of zombies near the village and the daytime cleanup, Gutsong's rallying speech alone would have drawn a horde of zombies. "Since you all have confidence, let's mobilize the entire force," Gutsong declared, gesturing grandly before returning to his vehicle. With a thunderous roar, the convoy of nearly 100 trucks revved to life, departing the village and heading towards Saixuo City. Zhao remained in the village, watching the army's retreating figures, uncertain whether his choice was right or wrong. Before the second wave of blood mist erupted, he had managed to contact the mainland via satellite. At that time, the situation back home was dire, but with the onset of the second wave, he had completely lost contact and was now reliant solely on himself. Regardless, stabilizing the situation in Saixuo City is paramount. Zhao muttered to himself before retracting his gaze and heading back to his room. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Rabbit Nation, a makeshift command center was filled with several high-ranking individuals. All with solemn expressions. One elder spoke up. "Old Li, how many days until our base is operational? What about the casualties among the soldiers?" The elder known as Old Li raised 3 fingers and spoke with gravity. 3 days that we must endure for 3 more days, and our base city will be established." He then turned to another elder. "By the way, Old Gu, what are your thoughts on that Jiang fellow? He has pilfered 3 aircraft carriers, 7 nuclear warheads, and a considerable amount of supplies from the Eagle Nation." Old Gu shook his head. a rare smile flickering across his face that we should be grateful to him. Had he not revealed his spatial abilities and indulged in rampant shopping in Eagle Nation? How could we have suspected the impending apocalypse? It is precisely his actions that alerted us, allowing us to preemptively secure vital resource caches, enabling us to establish the base city at such a rapid pace. Though he never explicitly mentions the apocalypse, he consistently hints at its arrival. Chapter 87. Brave Tiger inside the off-road vehicle. Jiang Bai produced a white crystal and handed it to Doreen, his expression serious as he declared, "Doreen, this crystal contains pure cosmic energy. By absorbing it, you will successfully advance to a level 2 ability user. I fought a fierce battle of 300 rounds with a king-level ant to obtain this crystal. I hope you understand my intentions and do not disappoint my expectations." Fat Tiger, overhearing Jiang Bai's words, glanced at the crystal and then at Jiang Bai, a look of disdain crossing its feline features. If memory served correctly, it was Fat Tiger who had discovered this crystal first. When had Jiang Bai fought 300 rounds with a king-level ant, it was utterly baffling. This display was truly a spectacle. A means of wooing the ladies, perhaps? Was it possible that Fat Tiger's earnestness had hindered its ability to find a mate? In an instant, Fat Tiger lay on the back seat, contemplating its life choices. "Boss, this crystal is too precious. I cannot accept it." Doreen gently pushed the crystal away. "Take it. That's an order," Jiang Bai insisted, thrusting the crystal in her hands. That Doreen's icy demeanor softened slightly as she accepted the crystal. Beginning to absorb the energy within, Lu Rui, driving the vehicle, was acutely aware that yet another girl had been ensnared by Jiang Bai's charm, just as she had been, foolishly believing that cooking for him was all there was to it. Little did she know, it had led her to the bed. Focus on driving. Don't overthink it. Jiang Bai shot a glance at Lu Rui before closing his eyes, falling into silence, with another subordinate acquired. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction that in this entire apocalypse, he might be the only one capable of nurturing his subordinates in such a manner. System. Open the attribute panel. Name. Jiang Bai. Gender male. Body strength 20. Enhanced abilities. Spatial LV4. Mind control LV2. Self-healing LV1. Healing LV2. Ice LV3. Fury LV1. Strength LV1. Steel skin LV1. Unenhanced abilities. Shadow LV1. Flame LV2. Wood LV1. His body strength still stood at 20. It was time to seek an opportunity to enhance it. Jiang Bai mused internally. It was well known that the body strength of ability users specializing in magic differed from that of combat-type ability users. The strength of magic users lay in the formidable damage and extensive area of their skills. However, their physical strength was often inferior to that of a gene warrior. In contrast, combat-type ability users were warriors, focusing on physical strength. While the road is uneventful, I might as well increase my physical strength a bit. Jiang Bai thought, casually retrieving 2 level 2 crystal cores from Fat Tiger's pouch. As they traveled in silence. Just as Jiang Bai reached for the crystal cores for the 5th time, the trucks ahead suddenly came to a halt. "Stop! Quick, stop!" Gutsong's urgent voice rang out from the front of the convoy. With a snap, Jiang Bai opened his eyes and vanished from the vehicle in an instant. "Boss, should we open fire?" A mercenary ahead stared at the enormous black python blocking the road. His voice trembling, "Do you think we can kill it with gunfire?" Gutsong's gaze remained fixed on the black python. Swallowing hard, it's massive. Just the size of its head is larger than the front of our truck. Its body stretches so long that even high beams can't illuminate its tail. Especially those eyes, staring at us as though we were prey. The black python, eyeing Gutsong and his men, flicked its tongue, its slitted pupils glinting with mockery. What should we do then? The mercenary's grip on his gun began to tremble. He wasn't afraid of death, but the sheer size of the black python instilled a deep-seated fear within him. What can we do? We have to fight it, prepare the heavy artillery. I refuse to believe we can't blow it to pieces. Gutsong gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his palms as he gripped his weapon tightly. All right. The mercenary, trembling, was about to turn to alert his comrades when the black python lunged forward, its massive head brushing past Gutsong, directly swallowing the mercenary whole before raising its head triumphantly. Feeling the looming crisis as it brushed past him, beads of sweat began to form on Gutsong's forehead. Behind him, 3. 500 mercenaries disembarked one after another, their hearts racing at the sight of the colossal black python, all weapons trained upon it. Hiss. The black python flicked its tongue, casting a disdainful glance at the mercenaries, its gaze lingering with curiosity on Song as it lowered its body and opened its mouth. A wave of putrid odor surged towards Song's head. Gulp. Anxiously, Song swallowed hard, reluctantly shutting his eyes. The it was over. His expedition had gone awry, and death was imminent. Even if the bullets could kill the black python, what would it matter? By then, he would have likely already become a mere pile of serpent excrement. Hey, why are you closing your eyes? Are you preparing to kiss this black python? A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Song, still feeling no sign of the python's fangs descending, slowly opened his eyes as he saw a figure standing protectively in front of him. Are you planning to kiss it, embarking on a forbidden romance with a serpent? At least Su Xian had by Nyangzi. Your taste seems rather peculiar, preferring the black maiden? Jiang Bai teased, treating the imposing black python as though it were inconsequential at a level 5 ferocious beast. The python was a sight to behold. Prior to the apocalypse, its size could already reach several meters. After 2 purifications by cosmic energy, its current size was hardly surprising. However, Jiang Bai found it peculiar that while the levels of most ferocious beasts had diminished to level 1, this python had somehow reached level 5. It was a direct contradiction to his previous assertions to Lu Rui that besides the giant panda, no creature surpassed the formidable fat tiger. Treasure. This black python must have consumed a treasure. Jiang Bai's eyes gleamed with lethal intent as he fixated on the python. Whoa. Fat tiger, unbeknownst to anyone, had appeared atop the SUV, roaring at the black python. Brothers in battle, it seemed ready to fight alongside Jiang Bai. Wait, fat tiger. What does that even mean? Isn't it just a tiger? It should be brothers and serpents instead. It would never confess to Jiang Bai that its motivation was the python's crystal core. Hiss. The black python's gaze narrowed. A chilling ferocity evident in its eyes that it sensed a grave danger emanating from Jiang Bai, a feeling it had never encountered before. Fat tiger, charge, Jiang Bai commanded, gesturing toward Fat Tiger. Whoa. Fat Tiger let out a triumphant roar, wings of wind materializing behind it as it soared toward the black python. Brave and unyielding, undeterred by challenges. Chapter 88. Breaking away from the main force. What a magnificent brain axe. Go brain axe. All mercenaries' gazes converged upon Fat Tiger. Relishing the attention of thousands, Fat Tiger wore a smug smile, determined to show the great black beast what it meant to be the king of beasts. Suddenly, in its moment of pride, Fat Tiger's wings faltered, sending its hefty body tumbling to the ground in an embarrassing fall. It was simply too heavy. The wings could not support its weight. Oh, whoa. Fat Tiger covered its face with its paws, utterly humiliated. Ah, this clumsy creature. Jiang Bai shook his head in exasperation, effortlessly lifting Song and tossing him behind him. Alone, he faced the black python, provocatively beckoning it with a finger. Hiss, the python's tongue flickered more frequently. After scrutinizing Jiang Bai for a moment, it opened its massive jaws, lunging toward him. Come on. Jiang Bai retreated, instantly teleporting inside the python's mouth, his body transforming into steel as he pressed against its upper jaw. He intended to test the limits of his steel transformation. Hiss. The python's expression twisted in agony as it realized its immense biting force could not close its mouth, as though something unyielding was lodged within. If this is all you can do, don't blame me. Jiang Bai chuckled lightly, releasing the python's jaw and swiftly diving toward its belly. Boom! The python's jaws clashed together. All the mercenaries stood dumbfounded, witnessing Jiang Bai's audacity. They had never seen anyone willingly dive into a serpent's mouth. Brother-in-law, please don't get hurt. If anything happens to you, I want to know how to explain it to Ling Er. Song expressed his concern. Unfortunately, he was overthinking it. In the distance, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the scene. Hiss. The black python let out a wretched cry. Before the eyes of all the mercenaries, the python's body lifted into the air. Fire! Jiang Bai grasped the python's tail, swinging it into the sky. flames igniting on his arms as they engulfed the creature's entire body in mere moments. The black python was enveloped in flames. Oh, the mercenaries. It appeared as a fire dragon spiraling through the air, the immense blaze illuminating the sky ahead. How magnificent! Gutsong murmured to himself. At that moment, he felt no concern for Jiang Bai's safety. Instead, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the black python. Sizzling, the python, engulfed in flames, emitted increasingly mournful cries. Jiang Bai, undaunted, toyed with the creature's body as though wielding a whip. Minutes passed. The black python was scorched to death. Its cries silenced. With a thud, its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Standing atop the python's head, Jiang Bai held a blue crystal core, gazing down at the mercenaries with an expressionless face. The black python is dead. You may safely continue your journey. Bring a few vehicles to transport its corpse back for a feast. After we complete today's tasks, we shall distribute rewards based on merit. Joy spread across the faces of all the mercenaries. Ji Yutsong unsheathed a large knife, leading a dozen mercenaries forward to dismantle the python's body. The creature was simply too large to fit in the vehicles without dismembering it. Clang! The knife struck the python's hide, sending sparks flying. Ji Yutsong glanced helplessly at Jiang Bai for assistance. Jiang Bai's eyes narrowed, activating spatial slicing, instantly severing the python's corpse into 18 pieces. The brother-in-law, you are truly impressive. Gutsong gave Jiang Bai a thumbs up, then directed the team to load the pieces onto the trucks. Jiang Bai ignored him, striding toward a nearby tree to recover his strength. He had overexerted himself. He had forgotten that his fire abilities were not enhanced and consumed vast amounts of energy. The act of burning the python had drained 90% of his stamina. Jiang Bai, are you all right? You weren't injured by the python during the fight, were you? Lu Rui approached with Fat Tiger, concern etched on her face. Jiang Bai shook his head. I'm fine. Just this outfit is ruined. That's good to hear. Lu Rui sighed in relief, her heart settling. One person and one tiger stood guard before Jiang Bai. Minutes later, the python's body was entirely loaded onto the vehicles, just as Gutsong intended to greet Jiang Bai. He realized that Jiang Bai and the tiger had vanished from beneath the tree, leaving only a note behind. With no choice, he led the remaining forces onward. I, too, shall become a strong figure. Like Boss, Duolin vowed, clutching a white crystal. Meanwhile, after slipping away without notice, Jiang Bai, using the black python's crystal core as payment, enlisted Fat Tiger's help in locating the treasures that had spurred the python's evolution. The trio ventured deeper into the forest, relying solely on Fat Tiger to guide them. They followed wherever Fat Tiger led, with Jiang Bai and Lu Rui closely in TO guard against insect bites. Jiang Bai activated his steel transformation throughout the journey. They traveled throughout the night. As dawn broke, Fat Tiger collapsed beneath a tree, panting heavily. Did this man truly see it as a treasure-hunting dog? It was a tiger, not a dog. Lu Rui spread a mat under the tree, helping Jiang Bai sit down. Jiang Bai, you should rest for a bit. I'll prepare breakfast for you. All right. Jiang Bai settled under the tree, closing his eyes to recuperate. Lu Rui retrieved an iron pot from her spatial ring, followed by various ingredients, placing them into the pot before approaching Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger, breathe some fire. Nanny, Fat Tiger froze in surprise. Goodness, do they truly see me as a tool? Next time, I'll treat you to steak, Lu Rui tempted. Whoa. Fat Tiger unleashed a jet of flame at the pot's base. That it wasn't tea for the steak. It simply enjoyed helping others. Before long, the ingredients in the pot were cooked. Lu Rui served a bowl to Jiang Bai, another for herself, and the remainder into a large basin placed before Fat Tiger. I am a tiger, not a dog. Don't use a dog-s bowl. Hurry up and eat. We'll set off in 10 minutes. Jiang Bai remarked. 10 minutes passed swiftly. The two humans and one tiger continued their journey. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding trees grew increasingly towering, their dense branches intertwined, cloaking the midair in shadow and blocking the sunlight from filtering through, while yellow leaves carpeted the ground. That a profound silence enveloped the forest. Aside from the sound of Jiang Bai and the tiger's footsteps, not a single sound broke the stillness, rendering the area akin to a desolate wasteland. Chapter 89. Auspicious Year of the Rabbit. Jiang Bai. Lu Rui turned to Jiang Bai. and even she could sense the peculiar atmosphere of the forest. It was eerily quiet. It has nothing to worry about, Jiang Bai stated without a hint of concern, activating his steel transformation ability once more. Upon detecting that the proficiency of his ability had reached its peak, an upgrade commenced. The upgrade completed, elevating him to level 2 as the system's voice faded. A radiant glow coursed over Jiang Bai's body. He felt his form becoming more resilient. If level 1 steel transformation merely rendered his flesh akin to steel, then level 2 wrought steel-like strength within his very meridians. UVE groaned stronger again. Lu Rui exclaimed with envy. Jiang Bai nodded gently at that moment. The rotund tiger suddenly bared its teeth and growled menacingly at the grass ahead. It seems Fat Tiger has detected something, Lu Rui said, glancing at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai remained silent, his gaze fixed on the underbrush. Rustle, rustle. Sounds emerged from the thicket. Before Jiang Bai and Lu Rui's eyes, a small white rabbit, slightly larger than an adult's hand, darted forth from the grass. Its fur was a pristine white, with short limbs, and it gazed adorably at Jiang Bai and Lu Rui. The little rabbit, white as snow, had its ears perked up. What an utterly adorable rabbit! Lu Rui exclaimed, her maternal instincts igniting. Adorable? Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes, sending a shard of ice hurtling towards the rabbit. Swish! The rabbit vanished from sight, its speed so astonishing that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Jiang Bai, it can teleport too. Lu Rui gasped, her eyes wide. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, scanning the surrounding foliage. It's not teleportation. I didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. It must be speed, a speed that is exceptionally swift. Take this, you rogue carrot. A voice rang out from behind Jiang Bai. The rabbit brandished a carrot larger than its own body, launching it toward the back of Jiang Bai's head. Daha! Jiang Bai scoffed disdainfully, and as the carrot descended, he vanished in an instant. Thud! The carrot struck the ground, creating a small crater. Where did he go? The rabbit looked around in confusion. I'm right behind you. Jiang Bai reappeared behind the rabbit, seizing its ears and lifting it effortlessly into the air. Let me go. You're bullying a little rabbit, the rabbit protested, struggling violently, its face adorably fierce. Lu Rui watched the rabbit, her hand twitching as she longed to touch it but hesitated. Ugh! Fat Tiger approached, gazing at the rabbit with a greedy expression, nearly drooling. Let me go. You're such a big person, yet you dare to bully me, a small rabbit, the rabbit cried, tears welling in its eyes. Jiang Bai stared in astonishment at the rabbit. It was the first time he had witnessed a rabbit weep. Initially, he had intended to hunt the rabbit for Lu Rui to prepare a spicy rabbit head dish. But the sight of its tears softened his heart. Fine, fine. I shall spare your life for now. Jiang Bai tossed the rabbit back into the grass and continued deeper into the forest. Fat Tiger cast a reluctant glance at the rabbit before trailing after Jiang Bai with Lu Rui. Don't leave. Take me with you. The rabbit called as it bounded after Jiang Bai, landing squarely on Fat Tiger's head. Ugh! Fat Tiger growled in discontent. The rabbit ignored it, leaping onto Jiang Bai's shoulder. Why are you following me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you and feast on rabbit meat? Jiang Bai asked, his expression unfazed. From the moment the rabbit had ambushed him, he had sensed its lack of malice. After all, how could he possibly spare the rabbit's life based solely on its pitiful cries? My mother told me that whoever grabs my ear should marry me, the rabbit stated unexpectedly. Jiang Bai halted mid-step, nearly stumbling. Fat Tiger stared wide-eyed at the rabbit, its mind conjuring images of a rabbit and a human. When love knocks on the door, species is not a barrier. This was far more thrilling than the ancient tales of the black python. You mean you want to marry him? Lu Rui exclaimed, equally astonished. Why not? Just because I'm a rabbit now doesn't mean I can't transform into a human once I reach divine level. At that time, I can be with him just like any normal person, the rabbit declared. Lu Rui shivered at the thought of such a scenario. You're thinking too far ahead. I'm giving you two choices. First, jump off my shoulder. Second, I'll roast you and eat you, Jiang Bai replied coldly. Marrying a rabbit? Don't be ridiculous. Even if I were to die, I wouldn't marry a rabbit. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, the rabbit leaped down from his shoulder, gazing up at him. Very well. Since you don't wish to marry me now, I shall seek you out once I reach divine level, before I depart. I wish you a prosperous year, the rabbit, filled with good fortune. With that, the rabbit glanced back at Jiang Bai and hopped away cheerfully. Let us proceed, Jiang Bai said expressionlessly. The trio continued their journey forward. As they walked, they encountered numerous patches of grass crushed by the black python.